When Shosho thought the interviews could not continue, she saw the online broadcasting had started and switched to stream the competition. Soon the first lineups of both teams were shown, and first up were Saint Germain's 5 members. Wow, these are the best they got. They are not giving Blackhawk any chance to fight back. I don't think this is necessary when they are against Blackhawk. Nailin alone could nail it. Who is that Windtalker? And why is he the first? You are not a fan, are you? Windtalker is the new talent Liu in Saint Germain. I heard that Wang Yongjun can only beat him 5 out of 10 times in training. Li is only a freshman now and has great potential. Wow, he is so strong. Saint Germain is doing great this year. They'll probably become the champion. Sure thing. I wonder what Blackhawk would say after they lose. They'd be lucky to have 1 point. As everyone was talking, the player list of Blackhawk was also shown. With a glance, people were attracted by the first ID name they saw, Black Fist Emperor. Black Fist Emperor, who is so arrogant to use this ID? Strange. I have never heard of the ID. Blackhawk is so good at bragging, even with their IDs. Black Fist Emperor. I think it is more like Kick My Ass Emperor. Haha, he's the first. We will see how this emperor was overthrown. The Street Germain players were also upset with this ID, as it implied they would be ruled by him. Liu, do your best. Wang Yongjun patted the shoulder of Liu and said, Brother, please rest assured. Liu said. This ID was indeed a bit too arrogant. When Shosho, who was hosting the live broadcast, was also dumbfounded. She did not remember this ID at all. Is it a bench player? When Shosho quickly looked at the files she had, and it was indeed a bench player. Since in this kind of competition, normally the bench players would never go up, she did not look at their information. With such an arrogant ID, he must be so full of himself, like everyone else in Blackhawk. One was wondering why the Blackhawk team could think so highly of themselves when they were against Street Germain. Black Fist Emperor is a bench player of Team Blackhawk. His real name is Han Sen, 16, freshman. Never been in a black and white boxing match before. It seems he has no experience and is a new player. When read out Han Sen's information, how can a new guy be so arrogant? Ignorance is bliss. Blackhawk had no one to send and let someone with 0 experience lead. Many people watching the live broadcast ridiculed the player, for his ID got on many people's nerves. They did not recognize Han Senator. The commercial of SKTS was indeed very popular, but people hardly remembered the name of the actors in it, unless they had already been famous. So, in that commercial, most people probably could only name Yu Qianxuan. And even if they felt the name was a bit familiar, they would not connect it with a Warframe player, since the two fields had nothing in common. When the viewers were cynical about Han San and his ID, Blackhawk students who were watching the game could no longer take it. What are you talking about? Black Fist Emperor is our genius, and had beaten the chosen Yu Mingji in black and white boxing. Haha. Go on. Haha, why don't you call yourselves Bragging Military Academy? Having beaten Yu Mingji, in your dreams. Right? Please, Yu Mingji was not even a black and white boxing player. Do your research before you lie. Garbage Blackhawk, you are all talk. Blackhawk had only so many students, whose comments were drowned in the negative voices. This really pissed off the Blackhawk students, especially those who knew Han Sen. Ji Yanran was the most furious of all. She typed as fast as she could, but it did little good. An individual was helpless in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Looking at the comments that ridiculed Blackhawk and Han Sen, she was so mad that she turned pale. She might be okay with people saying bad things about her, but when it came to her boyfriend, she could not take it. Can you win this game? Ji Yanran suddenly sent a message to Han Sen. Yes. Han Sen replied simply, if you can make Saint Germain gain no points, I'll buy you dinner. Ji Yanran blushed and sent, just dinner. Han Sen replied, and a kiss. Ji Yanran was flushed, but did not hesitate. Great. Han Sen saw her text and became excited. Although they were a couple now, Ji Yanran was so shy and they were always on campus, so it was hard to get anywhere with her. But Hansen first sent a message to Shi Zhikong and asked if something was wrong. Shi told him all about the live show and Hansen's face darkened. After reviewing his opponent's files, he said in a low voice, "There will be severe consequences for those who made my girlfriend mad. Although Blackhawk has Ouyang Shaosan, who is a star player, but their overall strength was not good. It is courageous of the Black Fist Emperor to lead the game, but it would not be easy for him. I hope he could do his best and the result is not so important. After all, his opponent is a strong team. It's great that young players could participate in games to get more experience." After the beginning of the game, both sides sent their first players to log in, and when Xiao introduced Hansen first, Ji Yanren listened to her and was even more upset. "What's with this host? She interviewed us, and why is she on the other side? She must be out of her mind?" Chu Lily was also annoyed. In fact, after Fong Mingquan heard when Xiao's commentary, his face became grim. He meant well when he sent her to do this show and did not expect her to take such a stand. Fong Mingquan immediately called her. "You are doing the show in Blackhawk and should take their stand." If it was not because of her family, he would have said something harsh by this time. "Mr. Fong, I think that the commentator should take a neutral point of view. Since Blackhawk is the weaker team, I can't lie, right? That would be against what I believe in." When Xiao paused the commentary and replied, "What you believe in?" Fong Mingquan shook his head. "Young people these days are so self-righteous. Yes, I have my belief and professionalism. I'm sorry, but I have to stay true to myself," Wen said confidently. As experienced as Fong Mingquan was, he would not get mad with a little girl. He smiled and said, "Well, then based on what you believe, which team do you think will win?" "Blackhawk would lose miserably," Wen did not hesitate to say. In fact, she still held some grudge that Fong sent her here. "So what if I say Blackhawk will win?" Fong Mingquan asked softly. "That won't happen." Wen was doing the show because she liked black and white boxing. No matter how she thought about it, Blackhawk would not win. "Well, so if the Blackhawk loses, I'll allow you to choose where you do interviews in the future." Fong Mingquan paused and said, "If Blackhawk won, you need to fulfill the task assigned to you without objections." "Mr. Fong, you think that Blackhawk will win?" Wen now had doubts about the professional level of Fong. Whoever had the slightest understanding of black and white boxing should know that Blackhawk could not win. "Blackhawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming," Fong Mingquan said with a certain tone and hung up. Now one was regretting that she had requested to work for Fong. She used to admire his capability, and had used her family connections to get into Huaxing Station. But now the professional skills that Fong Mingquan demonstrated were simply disappointing. He could not even see the result of in a no-brainer like this one, which made her feel terrible. When Xiao continued to comment in accordance with her own understanding of the game, naturally showing her faith in Saint Germain. Han Sen and Liu had logged in to the Skynet platform. This team competition took the form of an arena race. If the first player won the first round, he could stay on and fight the next player in the other team until he was beaten. Such a game system allowed the situation where one player fought 5, but due to the high uncertainty in black and white boxing, that would be hard to achieve. Because it was a game on Skynet platform, the system randomly picked Han Sen as the attacking party. After the game began, Han Sen threw a punch, and his holographic image online was synchronized, hitting Liu's image. The professional equipment could scan Han Sen's body, so that it could tell the strength he had put into the punch. Once the strength used passed a certain level, the punch would be considered a black fist, otherwise it would be considered white. But the scanning data were invisible to the players and they would only know the result after. Liu calmly stared at Han Senator. This punch was very fierce, but Li stood still and did not even try to block. Li was very confident of his own judgment. Han Sen's punch looked like a black fist, but from some of the details, he could tell that it was a carefully disguised white fist, and no real strength had been put into it. Because it was on the Skynet, Han Sen could not hurt him for real, so he did not even bother to defend himself. Windtalker was just a new player, but we can tell that he is very skilled and confident in his own judgment. When Xiao praised Liu, because she had made the same judgment. An average person might believe this to be a black fist, but she had studied black and white boxing and could tell from the details that it was indeed a white fist. But before Wen finished her sentence, an explosion sounded and Han Sen's fist had landed on Liyu's face. The system automatically showed the special effect of the black fist, blowing Liyu's image away. For a moment, everyone was dazed, including Wen Xiaoxiao and the Street Germain players. The comments became scarce online. There are consequences for making my girlfriend mad. Han Sen's eyes were cold. He had wanted a close victory so that it would not attract him too much attention, but now he had changed his mind. In addition, he had also got a kiss waiting for him. So he would show no mercy. Haha. Why have the Saint Germain team stopped commenting? Genius, well done. Blackhawk students became thrilled. Although they were not many, they soon filled the gap of the comments. Ji Yanran was more excited than everyone else. Her face flushed. She waved her fist and cried, "Now you don't dare to talk nonsense, do you? Impossible." That punch was clearly a white fist. Liyu's face was dark. "You don't let down your guard. It seems that their new guy has some skills." Su Yundi urged Liyu. Liyu was a young talent who he thought could reach the level of Nalan, and he lost a point to Blackhawk's new guy, which was somewhat embarrassing for him. "Yes, coach," Liyu answered, took a deep breath, and once again turned to his opponent. Each round was best of 5, and Liyu had only lost a point. The game began again. When Xiaoxiao continued to explain, "Looks like Black Fist Emperor was quite lucking, getting the first point. It must be because Liyu was not paying attention." Bang! Before Wen finished, Liyu was once again sent into the air. The system also played the special effect of him being sent to the galaxy. When Xiaoxiao was stunned, and so were the viewers. If they could explain Li's first loss with his carelessness, the second loss was hard to justify. Those who were arguing with the Blackhawk students suddenly stopped. All that was left in the comments was support to Blackhawk. "Good job. This is a true Black Fist. Where did this Black Fist Emperor come from? 2 consecutive Black Fists, and Windtalker could not tell either. Loser. That kid was trying to play tough and did not even block. Even the special effect changed, haha. Our genius is the best." When Xiaoxiao did not dare to comment anymore. When Liu came to the stage again, she was not as confident as she had been. "Black Fist Emperor is a very good player, and this will be a fight between 2 powerful teams." Boom! Another loud bang. Liu did raise his arms this time, so the special effect was not as dramatic. But the system still showed his image sliding backward more than 30 feet. There were even sparks from the friction. Although it was only a virtual special effect, many still got excited over it. Shit! 3 consecutive Black Fists and Windtalker was gone. So impressive. 3 consecutive Black Fists and Windtalker did not see it coming. Where is he from? Wow! The Street Germain player was eliminated with 0 point by a new player at Blackhawk. Young players do not have the psychological quality. He lost the first point and continued to make mistakes and forgot to dodge. That was just a new player. What you are proud of. Next round Wang Yongjun would show you Saint Germain's strength. Young people cannot be trusted with important tasks because they lack experience. You, what's wrong? The other player had been using Black Fists. Why didn't you dodge? Su Yundi was upset. His favorite student was eliminated 0-3. That was a shame on him. "I am sorry, coach." Liu was bitter. He knew that it was likely that his opponent would repeatedly use Black Fist, but no matter how he saw it, he still felt Han San was using White Fist, and could not bring himself to move away. Liu thought Han San was going to use Black Fist, but his judgment told him it was a White Fist. In the end, his judgment trumped his instinct, and that was why he had lost. "Do not be sad. I will avenge you." Wang Yongjun laughed, patted Li's shoulder and went up. "Remember, since his name is Black Fist Emperor, he must be very confident in his Black Fists. Be careful and dodge when necessary," Su Yundi said. "Understood." Wang Yongjun nodded and sat in the holographic equipment. Wang Yongjun had quite a lot of faith in himself. Liu could not see his opponent's intention because he lacked experience, whereas Wang had been in so many competitions that he would never fail here. Boy, now I will show you the true strength of Saint Germain. Black Fist Emperor. I will reduce you to Black Fist Eunuch. Wang Yongjun stood opposite Han Sen confidently. Because it was an arena match, Wang Yongjun followed Liu to become the second player, and was automatically determined to be the defensive side, which was also a compensation mechanism for the party which had to fight continuously. Windtalker is lacking in experience, but Wang Yongjun is a veteran, so that Black Fist Emperor's tactics would not work that easily. When Xiuxiu's tone was no longer confident. But she still believed that Wang Yongjun had a bigger chance of winning, and was more optimistic about the Saint Germain team. That woman started babbling again. Chu Lily bristled. Let her talk. The facts will prove everything. Ji Yanran was calm this time. Han Sun had promised her he would win, and she believed him. The game started again. Han Sun threw a punch out that looked extremely fierce. Wang Yongjun looked carefully, and felt just like Liu did. From many details he could tell it should be a white fist and he should not dodge. However, after watching the match between Liu and Han San, Wang told himself, that was how Liu lost, and I cannot make the same mistake. Then he moved backward to avoid the punch from Han Sen. Wang Yongjun is worthy of his fame. His tactical goal is clear and his execution is also in place. This blow should be. When Xiuxiu was in the middle of her passionate commentary, she suddenly stopped. Beep! Han Sen's fist froze in the air, and a sign of a white fist lit up. How could it be a white fist? When Xiuxiu shouted out loud, her eyes wide. Damn! I should have believed that my judgment was right. Wang Yongjun bitterly swinged his arm, regretting. Yongjun, what are you doing? Do not get confused, and believe in your own judgment. Su Yundi shouted to Wang Yongjun anxiously. Wang Yongjun gritted his teeth and went up for the second punch. Watching Han Sen's fist approaching, Wang Yongjun saw clearly that like the last blow, this one was also a white fist judging from the hardly noticeable details. Boy, you want to use the same trick twice? You can't get me like this. Wang Yongjun stood upright and reached out a hand to block Han Sen's fist. With my experience, I could deal with this boy simply by using my instinct. Bang! Han Sen's punch fell on the hand of Wang Yongjun, and Wang was suddenly thrown away. He rolled in the air and thumped to the ground. Black fist. It turned out to be a black fist. At this time, the Saint Germain supporters became silent, and so did Xiuxiu, forgetting to comment. She could not believe even Wang Yongjun had lost 2 points, and if he lost again, Wang would be out as well. In fact, after this punch, Wang Yongjun's psychological defense had been completely defeated, and it was difficult for him to stay calm. Is it a black or white fist? Wang Yongjun looked at Han Sen, unable to judge with logic. Bang! There was no suspense. Wang Yongjun was eliminated 0-3, and this was just the start of this madness. Lu Yansheng and Ma Chongkong, who followed Wang, simply could not stop Han Sen's performance. 3-0, still 3-0. 3-0 in 4 rounds. The audience's comments had become wild. My God! Who is this guy? Black Fist Emperor. So domineering. Even players in top 20 like Wang Yongjun, Ma Chongkong, and Lu Yansheng were unable to get a single point. Cruel, it is too cruel. Black Fist Emperor. Where did such a guy come from? Hansen. The name seems ring a bell. He is our genius at Blackhawk and spokesperson of SKTS. How can you be so dumb no knowing him? So it is him. I just searched the Skynet. Wow, isn't he driving Warframes? How come he is also so great at black and white boxing? Genius. Show these bastards what we got. Rock them. 5 straight wins. It's harder to beat Nailan Chenghua though. It is not impossible. Look at the score. Han Sen is an awesome black and white boxing player. When Xiuxiu only felt blank. She had no idea what was going on. 4 of the Saint Germain team members were already eliminated by a new guy. Black Hawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming. Thinking of Fang Mingxuan's words, one felt bitter and ashamed. Nalan Qingnua, there is still him, the number 2 player in the alliance. He had lost to none but that person. He will not lose. Thinking of the last player of Saint Germain, when Xiuxiu felt like she had grabbed on the last remaining gambits. Nalan Qingnua, the best martial arts student Saint Germain had ever seen, had shown excellence in various competitions. In addition to black and white boxing, he could rank top 3 in almost every item he had signed up for. And his overall ranking in the Military Academy League martial arts tournament. His skills were beyond the level of a military school student. Nalan was even more popular than the chosen in military schools. Nalan, this one you must win, Su Yundi said grimly, having lost the pride he had had in the beginning. Nalan nodded slightly and went straight to the holographic equipment. Wang Yongjun and others stared at the live show nervously, not understanding how Blackhawk had become so strong. Hello, I am Nalan. Standing opposite Han Sen, Nalan Qingnua greeted his opponent. His ID was simply Nalan. Hello, I am the Black Fist Emperor. If you feel it's too long, you can call me Emperor, Han Sen said with a smile. Chun Ling's hands were sweaty. She knew Han Sen was strong, but did not realize he could eliminate 4 members from Street Germain. But even so, Chun Ling was still very nervous. After all, now Han Sen had to face Nalan, who was a legend in the Military Academy League. Nalan had lost to no one but the monster from the Alliance Central Military Academy. Especially in the black and white boxing, even the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy only beat him 3-2. According to a well-known black and white boxing expert, Nalan had a pure mind, and it seemed that he had some kind of ability to see through the false. Any disguise in front of him was useless, so it was almost impossible to cheat him. And Han Sen was clearly a player very good at cheating. Theoretically speaking, Nalan was undoubtedly Han Sen's nemesis. That was why Chun Ling is worried. Lily, can he beat Nalan? Ji Yanran tightly grabbed Lily's arm and asked. Although she did not pay much attention to martial arts contests, Nalan Qingnua was so famous that even she had heard about him. Although Ji Yanran believed in her boyfriend, she was still so nervous that her palms were sweaty. This is really hard to say. If the opponent is someone else, the genius will definitely win. But Nalan, Chu Lily also hesitated. So what? Sen will certainly win, Shi Jikong cried. Sun is someone that will only be beaten by me, and before I do, no one can beat him, Zhang Yang said. Lu Meng smiled. Sister-in-law, you rest assured. Sun will not lose. This made Ji Yanran blush, but also made her feel more relaxed. Han Sen stared at Nalan, who was a year or 2 senior to Han Sen himself and had good-looking features. Nalan was not particularly handsome, but still looks good. Nalan's eyes were like water in wells that could show reflections. Deep in his dark pupils, there were lights of wisdom. Just by looking at him, Han Sen knew he was a very tough opponent. Han Sen was good at assassination, psychological game, and prejudgment, which all must be based on his opponents having certain thoughts. Only then could Han Sen see through his opponent and determine what kind of reaction might be taken. But Nalan Qingnua had a pair of eyes that was so clean, and there was nothing to be told from them. No happiness or worry, no sadness or anger. Nalan seemed to have no desire or pursuit, so that his eyes would never betray him. Everyone looked nervously at Han Sen and waited for him to make the deadly blow. Although Han Sen had eliminated 4 players, now he was against Nalan, and all those who were watching had their hearts in their throats. On the Skynet, a middle-aged man was also watching the match between Han Sen and Nalan. This middle-aged man was named Bai Yishan. He was a rare surpasser at his age. Bai Yishan was famous among surpassers not only because he had many Geno points, but also because he was among the few that could be called martial arts master. Bai Yishan came from an aristocrat family. Since childhood, he had been obsessed with martial arts. Dedicated to the research work of hyper-Geno arts, he was also a professor and the youngest maester at the St. Hall. Many S-class super-Geno arts came from his research. Meanwhile, he also taught at the Alliance Central Military Academy and enjoyed a high prestige in the military and alliance. In his busy schedule, the reason for him to take time to watch such a game held on the Skynet was not his interest in the black and white boxing game itself. In the eyes of a surpasser, this kind of game was simply like children playing house. What intrigued him to watch was Nalan Chengnua. Recently, I had been doing research on a hyper-geno art called Yin-Yang Blast, whose concepts were complex, but did share some similarities with black and white boxing. It was also about yin and yang forces. The birth of each hyper-geno art had to witness a lot of experiments. Otherwise, it would not be allowed to be sold or promoted at St. Hall. If a hyper-geno art involved a great risk, it would be classified as banned and could not be sold. Yin-Yang Blast that Bai Ishan was studying was one of the hyper-geno arts that was demanding on those who practiced it. Although the practice of the hyper-geno art did not involve too much risk, it might generate risks in using. But Yin-Yang Blast had cost Bai Ishan nearly 10 years of hard work. And if he hadn't found an incomplete ancient copy of the magic of Yin and Yang, he would never have been able to invent Yin-Yang Blast, which was very unique and powerful. Its only flaw was that it was too demanding on the user's prejudgment abilities. The two volunteers from the military who had practiced Yin-Yang Blast all ran into issues when using it in combats. One had died and one became disabled. Yin-Yang Blast was about to be classified as banned. But after all, this is what Bai Ishan had come up with, and he did not want to see Yin-Yang Blast buried. That was why he tried his best to get another chance of experiment. In order to ensure the success of this experiment, Bai Ishan needed to pick a person that he thought could control Yin-Yang Blast. After a lot of screening, Bai Ishan had his eyes on Nalan Chengnua. What Nalan was practicing was Akala Mantra, so his faith was immovable and he had a great perspective on Yin and Yang. But Bai Ishan was only listing Nalan as a candidate and had not decided. This time he was trying to determine whether Nalan would be a good fit by watching the black and white boxing game, which despite its simple form, shows the fundamentals of Yin and Yang. Before Nalan showed up, Han Sen's performance had amazed Bai Ishan. It was not how strong he was or how well he had mastered the Yin and Yang forces, but his ability of psychological gaming and prejudgment that made Bai Ishan regret not seeing the boy earlier. This kind of ability is so rare and perfect for Yin-Yang Blast. If he was not just lucky, he should be the one. Bai Ishan knew how valuable Han Sen's abilities were. This required both talent and effort. And among the people he had met, Han Sen was the best in this aspect so far. Bai Ishan listed Nalan as a candidate exactly because of his ability to see through his opponent's thought. But now he could tell that Han Sen was even better at that. Let me see how well you could do. Bai Ishan watched the game, interested. In the online black and white boxing competition, after Han Sen observed Nalan, he threw a punch as fierce as an uncaged tiger. In Nalan's eyes, as clear as water, flashed a trace of surprise. He grew up practicing Akala Mantra and had a mind that was like a mirror. No fiber or dust could pass unnoticed. Although he was still very young, he had a character that was suitable for practicing Akala Mantra and had become advanced in this hyper-geno art. Most people's minds were affected by a lot of distractions, and he could see through them. With Han Sen's blow, he could not see what his opponent was thinking, which naturally made him a little surprised. The surprise Nalan felt soon went away and Nalan restored his calm. Even though he could not see through Han Sen's mind, Nalan could see through his body. The body could make a lot of deceptive appearances, but under the Akala Mantra, he could see almost every inch of Han Sen's muscle. It was almost impossible to fool Nalan. After all, one would have to move certain muscles to use real strength, and there was no way around that. For Nalan Chengnua, this kind of judgment was not difficult. Han Sen had no secrets in the eyes of Nalan. All his muscles and even the speed of his breathing were imprinted in Nalan's mind. White fist. Nalan made his own judgment. There was no doubt that it was a white fist since Han Sen used hardly any muscles that he would use for other moves. Although Nalan had determined it was a white fist, he still raised his arms to parry. It was not because he had no confidence in his judgment, but out of his respect for the opponent. In Nalan's view, Han Sen was indeed among the top players. However, Han Sen's disguise was not enough to fool him. Among all those he had fought, only the person from the Alliance Central Military Academy could ever fool him. That person could make a black fist white and a white fist black. Compared to him, Han Sen was not perfect. Bang! Nalan's expression suddenly changed. As Han Sen's fist landed on his arm and threw him away, it was determined as a black fist. It turned out to be black fist. Nalan was slightly startled. The audience was deadly silent. When Xiao opened her mouth wide and her eyes almost popped out of her head, she could not believe Han Sen got another point against Nalan Chenghua. This is not possible. Su Yundi also felt incredulous. Except for the guy in the Alliance Central Military Academy, he had not ever seen anyone who could get the first point facing Nalan. After a brief silence, people who were watching online became wild. My God, he scored first against Nalan. Is he about to achieve 5-3-0? Street Germain will go insane. Shit, that's amazing. This guy is not just great with a warframe. Black Fist Emperor. If he could give Nalan a 0, I will call him Your Highness. Your Highness, please accept my allegiance. It's just 1 point. Don't get excited too early. The comments were exploding, and in the end, no one could see what they were saying since the page rolled down too fast. Except for in the match against the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy, people had not seen Nalan fail for a long time. Blackhawk students were cheering and Ji Yenran was so excited that her face reddened. Baishan was intrigued. Touching his chin, he asked himself, this is really interesting. One is pure and insightful, an angel from heaven. The other has strong control, but is more like a cunning devil from hell. Who can do better in the end? In the game, Nalan had restored his zen. A failure like that was not enough to shake him, but he had to admit that he had underestimated Han Sen. Han Sen's techniques were not as good as the guy from Alliance Central Military Academy, but he was more cunning. Maybe his flaws had made him strong. You're good. Nalan stood opposite Han Sen and said, thank you. Han Sen accepted the compliment. Ready. Nalan's eyes were calm and steady, without any emotional fluctuations from his failure. Han Sen did not hesitate to punch at him. An ordinary punch as it was, it attracted the attention of millions of people. All were nervously staring at Han Sen's fist. Among all the people, Nalan was the calmest. He watched Han Sen's punch quietly. It was almost exactly the same punch as the last one and seemed to be a white fist again. No matter how Nalan saw it, it was a white fist, since the punch simply could not carry the kind of strength that a black fist would require. There were still a lot of flaws in Han Sen's move, but now Nalan knew that Han Sen had immense control of his muscles, and the barely noticeable flaws that only he could see were traps Han Sen had set. But Nalan did not panic. Even if he could not tell whether it was a white fist, Nalan could still make a reasonable judgment. And that was the judgment of Han Sen as a person. Since Han Sen used an ID such as Black Fist Emperor, he must be a person with absolute self-confidence. And from the previous 4 rounds, Nalan could tell Han Sen was indeed quite arrogant. In fact, Nalan had paid close attention to the previous rounds. With his ability of observation, Nalan noticed that Han Sen always had a smile of victory the moment he threw his punch. Although it was only a slight upward curve, it revealed his self-confidence. At the same time, Nalan also noted another detail, something even Han Sen himself probably did not know. In the 4 previous rounds, Han Sen had attacked 12 times, only 3 of which were white fists. And Nalan had paid attention to every detail and knew that Han Sen would have the smile on his face, whether he used a black fist or a white one. But when Han Sen was using a black fist, his smile would be slightly more tilted than when he was using a white fist. An average person would not see the difference, and only someone as observant as Nalan could notice this clue. Nalan knew that this was due to Han Sen's preference of black fist. Han Sen must really enjoy the kind of pleasure of hitting his opponent and was excited to experience that. That was why he would smile a little more. And this subtle clue was again tested to be true in the previous punch. Nalan Qinghua had confirmed that Han Sen had the same kind of smile when using the black fist. That's right. This one must be a white fist. Nalan's eyes lit up. He crossed his arms and was ready to block the white fist. Han Sen's smile at this moment was the one he would put on when giving a white fist. Boom! With the sparks generated by the system, Nalan Chengnua was blown away. Nalan had lost again. 2 points in a row. Not even the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy could do that to Nalan. This was simply unbelievable. Nalan had lost 2 points. Am I in a dream? Nalan is not even so miserable when he faced that monster. Horrifying. Blackhawk is so fierce this time. If they could send Saint Germain home with no point, they would definitely become the champion. Since the Alliance Central Military Academy is not here this time. The Emperor is invincible. Saint Germain did not get a single point until now. No wonder the Blackhawk players and coaches are so confident. They have the Emperor on their team. The Emperor is so strong. Fong Mingquan watched the live show over a cup of tea. Although he thought Han Sen would win, but did not expect him to do so well, Fong Mingquan was not too surprised about the result. After all, he had seen the same performance from Han Sen during the Starry Cup. Han Sen reminded him of someone else, but they had totally different styles. The similarity between the two persons he thought of was that they were both destined to win. When Xiaoxiao was completely dumbstruck by the fact that Nalan had lost 2 points in a row, she felt like she was in a nightmare, which was as cruel as the reality. The Street Germain team that she expected to win had not gained a single point so far. And if they lost another point, then they would be out. She didn't think that the team had ever been so humiliated. Even in its weakest moment, the team had never got a 0 in a competition. Not to mention it is the strongest the team had ever been. Before this match against Blackhawk, Saint Germain even had a chance to challenge the Alliance Central Military Academy. She had never expected that they would lose to Blackhawk in such a miserable way. Thinking back of what she had said and done before the competition, when Xiaoxiao felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped by someone. When Xiaoxiao even touched her face, as if that feeling was real. As strong as Nalan Chengnua, he had been shaken by the situation. Biting his lips, he fixed his eyes on Han Sen. Has he been calculating right from the start? Bai Yishan saw Nalan Chengnua's look inside. Nalan is still too young and is easily shaken. He has lost already. But Bai Yishan's gaze at Han Sen became hot. Maybe this person is the best candidate to practice Yin-Yang Blast. And the fact was exactly like how Bai Yishan had predicted. Nalan Chengnua's mind was shaken completely. He could no longer maintain his keen observance nor his calm. In the third round, he was blown away by Han Sen. At this moment, even Han Sen's friends could not believe that their school had beaten Saint Germain completely. It was a victory they had never seen before. After a short silence, all the students from Blackhawk started to cheer, and they were shouting Emperor. In the online community, people had also gone insane. Saint Germain had lost like never before, and it was accomplished by the guy whose ID name was Black Fist Emperor. He is indeed an emperor. All players in front of him had to bow their heads, even Nalan Chengnua. Wow! Has Street Germain ever lost like this in their history? Haha! I feel like this game rule should be changed. Otherwise no one could ever beat Blackhawk. The rules are indeed problematic. They should at least use best of 5. Although it is fun to watch one guy fighting for a long time, a player like the Emperor would leave the other teams no options. This player is indeed an Emperor. He should be able to fight with the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy. I can't say about other items, but in black and white boxing I believe in the Emperor. He is too good. 0 points? And this is Saint Germain at its best. It feels so good to watch. I really want to see another match. When Xiaoxiao stood there, looking pale. However, he had to go to the Blackhawk team to finish her last interviews to wrap up the show. Han Sen, congratulations. When Xiaoxiao felt so bad about herself. She has never felt so ashamed of her own ignorance ever in her life. She also felt terrible about having doubted the decision of her boss, who had meant well and given her a great opportunity which she had completely screwed up. A mentor is a mentor. I have so much more to learn from him. Although when Xiaoxiao had made a mistake, at least she knew to correct herself. This game shocked all teams in the competition. Many teams that had paid no attention to Blackhawk watched the video immediately and made a lot of analysis. 22:14. However, with all their efforts, they had only come to one conclusion. The Black Fist Emperor is too good. If they fought against Blackhawk, they would end up as miserable as Street Germain. This game shocked all teams in the competition. Many teams that had paid no attention to Blackhawk watched the video immediately and made a lot of analysis. However, with all their efforts, they had only come to one conclusion. The Black Fist Emperor is too good. If they fought against Blackhawk, they would end up as miserable as Street Germain. Many teams had protested to the sponsor of the competition and asked the rules to be changed or else they would withdraw. The sponsor also felt torn. They had adopted the current rules to make the game more fun and did not realize that there would be a player as strong as the Black Fist Emperor. Even one of the strongest team was sent home with no point. If the competition went on, it will no longer be a team effort but a one-man show. In the end, the sponsor had to convene an emergency meeting, deciding to change the rules. From the second game on, the current system will be changed into best of 5, and each player could only compete once. Although Chun Ling had issued a formal complaint of the decision, it did not help, because if the game rules weren't changed, no team would be willing to play against Blackhawk. They have changed the game rules for a single person. The Emperor should feel so honored. Haha! Interesting decision. The Emperor could no longer rule. How can they change it? I want to see the Emperor do this all over again. Yes. I insist they keep the current system. He is indeed an Emperor. Only the sponsor could stop him. If Blackhawk loses this time, the Emperor is still my champion. I wish to see the Emperor in a singles game. I wonder who will be stronger, him or the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy. When night falls, by the glistening pond and under a willow tree, a young couple were standing together. Close your eyes. Why should I do that? Please. No. If you don't close your eyes, I'll leave. You can't eat your own words. So close your eyes. Okay. No peeking. All right. Seeing Han-san had closed his eyes, Ji Yanran, whose cheeks were red, tiptoed and leaned her face towards Han-sen's. However, before her pink lips touched his face, she saw that he opened his eyes and watched her with a faint smile. Feeling ashamed, Ji Yanran wanted to stop and turn away. Yet Han-sen's hands had held her small waist and she suddenly fell in his arms. His mouth covered hers. When Han-san was enjoying making out with his beautiful girlfriend, his comlink suddenly rang. Han-san wanted to turn it off but his girlfriend pressed answer. Suddenly, a sexy woman in white lingerie with her boobs almost popping out showed up in the holographic image. I'm sorry, Senator, it seems that I am interrupting you guys. I will hang up, the sexy woman said with her face gloomy and hung up. You asshole. Ji Yanran stepped on Han-sen's foot madly and turned away. I can explain. Han-sen chased after her. I don't want to listen. Ji Yanran did not really want to run. She turned her head away childishly. Having to explain to her while walking, Han-sen blamed Huangfu Pingqing secretly. He believed that she was doing it on purpose. In her dorm, Huangfu Pingqing was in a great mood and humming a song. Of course she meant it. She had been informed that Ji Yanran and Han-san went to the lakeside, and that was why she had calculated the time and changed into the right outfit before she dialed Han-sen's number. You won't be able to run from me, Huangfu Pingqing said to herself while enjoying her bath. Blackhawk's opponent in the next round was also a strong team. Although Han-san and Ouyang Shaosan had each won a round, the overall level of Blackhawk was too low to win the competition. Han-sen could do nothing about that. He had done everything he could have and many viewers felt injustice and protested the change of rules. However, there was nothing anyone can do about this. Because Blackhawk and Saint Germain had all been eliminated and the Alliance Central Military Academy was not in the competition, there was little to watch. After Blackhawk was out, the popularity of the competition was plummeting, which made the sponsor feel terrible. Except for Blackhawk's games, other matches were all protested against and had very low ratings. However, the video of Han Sen and Saint Germain's game had been played a lot. The ID Black Fist Emperor became really popular in the circle of black and white boxing. Han Sen did not care for that. Black and white boxing was a great way to exercise the usage of yin and yang forces and the prejudgment of the opponent's intention. However, he did not intend to commit himself to it. He was only in the competition because of the invitation of his schoolmates, and he never wanted to become a professional player. Han Sen went to the auction that Huangfu Pingqing mentioned, and the two Sacred Blood Beast Soul both ended up with skyrocketing prices. He had nothing to bid with in the auction. The Sacred Blood Flying Beast Soul was bought by Lin Beifeng with $178 million, whereas the Three-Blade Harpoon was even more popular and was won by Son of Heaven in the end with $230 million, which made Han Sen feel quite unbelievable. He had wanted to sell his SKTS and put in all his savings, but had to let that thought go, because he simply did not have enough. The crazy prices made him want to sell his own Sacred Blood Beast Souls at one point. He could become rich immediately. Even if he could sell his Sacred Blood Beast Soul each at just 100 million, he would have several $100 million by now. However, this kind of money was not enough for someone rich to buy an interstellar spaceship, so it really was nothing. After the auction, Han Sen was thinking where he should go hunting. The moment he walked out of steel armor shelter, the sky suddenly became dark. It is noon now. How come it suddenly became dark? Is it going to rain? Han Sen felt weird because the sky was very clear just now. When he looked up, Han Sen almost jumped. There was not a piece of cloud in the sky, but a giant island floating above the steel armor shelter like a mountain upside down, blocking the sun and covering the shelter and its surrounding areas in the shadow. Mystery Island. It is a mystery island, exclaimed someone. Han Sen also recognized that it was a mystery island. He had only seen it online before. It was his first time to see a mystery island in the real life. The mystery island was a floating island that occasionally appeared in the sky. Each mystery island had a sacred blood creature guarding it, and according to people's experience, if someone killed a sacred blood creature on the island, one would get its sacred blood beast soul for sure. Therefore, seeing the island meant chance of getting a sacred blood beast soul. However, it was not easy to fly that high and land on the mystery island. Neither primitive nor mutant flying beast souls could carry one that high. Only sacred blood beast souls could, which was the threshold to land on the island. Han Sen became thrilled. Steel armor shelter did not have many flying beast souls to offer, and people here had not even heard of any sacred blood wings, except for his purple-winged dragon. The other pair of wings known to people in addition to his was just sold by Huangfu Pingqing and was now in Lin Beifeng's hand. Han Sen felt amused. Huangfu Pingqing must be regretting right now. Had she waited a little longer, the sacred blood wings would be even more expensive than the three-blade harpoon. Son of Heaven is definitely also regretting not having bought the sacred blood wings. Han Sen found a secluded spot and summoned the black beetle armor, which had recovered from the previous damages, and his purple-winged dragon beast soul. He could not wait to fly to the mystery island. When he was up in the air, he saw from afar that from the other direction someone else was also flying toward the mystery island. Lin Beifeng is fast enough, Han Sen thought, and approached that person. But when he was closer he saw that it was not Lin Beifeng, but Son of Heaven. What's wrong? Didn't Lin Beifeng buy that pair of sacred blood wings? How did it end up in Son of Heaven's hand? Han Sen frowned, feeling puzzled. Although Son of Heaven's eyesight was not as good as Han Sen's eye-catching golden outfit was easy to recognize. After seeing Han Sen, Son of Heaven speeded up toward the mystery island. Obviously, he did not want to be approached by Han Sen. Han Sen was still far from Son of Heaven and decided to go to the island directly. This is a great opportunity to kill Son of Heaven. Now that he is alone, and none of his gang member is with him. Maybe I could even get rid of him right now. Squinting his eyes, Han Sen flew toward the island. Son of Heaven's wings were no slower than purple-winged dragons. Han Sen was not able to close in. The wind became cold when he went higher up, but Han Sen felt nothing because he had sacred blood armor and jade skin. On the other hand, Son of Heaven was not that lucky. His armor only covered his upper body and he was shuddering. If it was not because Son of Heaven had almost maxed out on all his geno points, even with the sacred blood beast soul wings, he wouldn't be able to fly up to the mystery island. After flying for a while, Son of Heaven's eyebrows and hair became white with ice. Damn it! Why is the wind so strong? Son of Heaven cursed. It was also the first time for him to come to a mystery island. He had seen it before, but he did not have sacred blood beast soul wings and was not able to go up. Son of Heaven had slowed down. It seemed that he was really frozen. When Han-san was hesitating whether or not he should rush over, he saw someone else flying toward the island. Steel armor shelter has more sacred blood wings? Who is the owner? Qin Xian. Feeling odd, Han-sen took another look and it was Thumb who was flapping a pair of bat-like wings. Han-sen frowned. Although he knew Thumb, but they could not be called friends and Thumb did not know that he was Dollar either. Using the identity of Dollar and as a competitor for the sacred blood beast souls on the mystery island, he was now Thumb's enemy. While Han-san was still thinking, Son of Heaven quickly flew to Thumb, which surprised Han-sen. Although Son of Heaven and Thumb had some collaborations, they represented two major gangs in the shelter. It seemed odd that Son of Heaven had proactively approached Thumb. How about you and I work together to get rid of Dollar first? Son of Heaven said to Thumb. Why would I work with you? Thumb curled his lips and said, I can sell you the warframes that you want with 10% off. Son of Heaven said without blinking his eyes. 20% off, said Thumb. All right, but you have to help me gain this sacred blood beast soul. Deal. After reaching the agreements, the two flew to Han. Senator Han-sen saw them, but did not seem to panic. Dollar, I am so sorry. I respect you a lot and do not want to antagonize you. However, Son of Heaven has paid well and I have to fight you. If you leave now, I will not stop you, Thumb said to Han-sen aloud. I understand, but I have to get the sacred blood beast soul on the island, Han-san said calmly. Cut the crap. If you still want the discount, you know what to do. Son of Heaven summoned his bloody red sword and slashed at Han-sen. Holding his round shield with one hand, and a broadsword in the other, Thumb rushed to Han-sen as well. The shield was the one that Han-sen gave to Thumb, so Han-sen knew how good it was. However, Han-sen did not plan to retreat. Drawing his Shura katana out, he cut it to Son of Heaven's sword. Son of Heaven of course recognized the katana, which might be stronger than the Z-steel weapons, but was not even close to his sacred blood sword. Not only was Dollar's weapon inferior to Son of Heaven's, but Son of Heaven had almost maxed out on all his geno points and with his hyper geno art, so he was definitely stronger than Dollar in physique. A few months ago, when Dollar was fighting Qin Xian, he was not even able to beat her. Son of Heaven did not think that the guy's strength could be compared to his in such a short amount of time. Even though Dollar's strength was similar to his, Dollar would lose his balance after trying to block Son of Heaven's sword. By then, HW would have to take the deadly attack from Thumb. There was a dull noise of metal on metal. Bang! Son of Heaven was blown away by Han's Senator. He was only able to steady himself after a few seconds and his face darkened. How could he have become so strong? Son of Heaven could not accept the fact that Han Sen's strength was so much greater than his. He had almost maxed out on all geno points. Thumb, who had to come to Dollar, growled and attacked with his broadsword. However, Han Sen's katana was so fast that when Thumb had only drawn his broadsword, Han Sen's katana was already hitting his shield. Bang! Thumb was also blown away, which shocked Son of Heaven even more. He had seen Thumb's strength and how great his shield was. Dollar could ignore Thumb and his shield, which made him wonder how strong Dollar was right now. Han Sen originally only wanted to test how well could he do at this point. It seemed that the effect was even better than he had imagined. Even Son of Heaven, who had almost maxed out on all geno points, was inferior to him. The enhancement brought by Jadeskin was indeed tremendous. But then he thought of Shuelongyan, who was able to use Jadeskin to cut a mutant weapon like it was made of tofu after being severely injured, and believed that he could do so much more with this hyper-geno art. Son of Heaven and Thumb became serious and attacked Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen used one katana to fight two foes and forced them to step back using Bladestorm. In steel armor shelter, those who were watching their fight with binoculars were dumbstruck. Although they knew that Dollar was very strong, they did not realize that he was so strong that even Son of Heaven and Thumb combined could not stop him. "Brother, I'm here to help you." Another person flapped a pair of wings and came close. Turned out to be Huangfu Pingqing. "This woman is trouble." Han Sen frowned. Huangfu Pingqing was obviously calling Son of Heaven, who was the young master of the Starry Group. Being the granddaughter of Huangfu Xiongqing, president of Ares Martial Hall, she could not be his sister. But Han Sen had no time to think about it. Huangfu Pingqing was not weak. If they were fighting one-on-one, Han Sen could easily beat her. However, with two strong enemies attacking him at the same time, she would create a lot of troubles. The three were attacking Han Sen at the same time, who moved quickly and used his katana to block all the blows, which made the onlookers surprised. Dollar is great. He could even handle three enemies at the same time. Had he showed up, Lin Feng might not have become the first chosen. So strong. How can he be so strong? Son of Heaven and Thumb are both going to max out on all Geno points. Qin Xian said softly, "It is shocking that Dollar has made so much progress since the contest. It's just been a few months." "Because he is Dollar," Qing said, holding his binocular. "It is such a shame that Dollar was not in the final round of the contest, or he could have beaten Lin Feng," Yuan lamented. When people were feeling amazed, they suddenly heard metal smashed. Han Sen's katana was not sacred blood after all and could no longer take the hits. When cut by the bloody sword of Son of Heavens, it was smashed into pieces. Without a weapon, Han Sen had to turn away. Although he could fight all these three people, he could not kill Son of Heaven without a sacred blood weapon. "Stop!" Son of Heaven would not let him go and smacked the bloody sword at him. Han Sen's eyes became cold and he suddenly shape-shifted into the bloody slayer. He waved his fist at the bloody sword and knocked the sword away. Han Sen wanted to keep hitting Son of Heaven, while Thumb and Huangfu Pingqing had come over, waving their weapons. Han Sen forced Thumb back with one fist, and used his palm as a knife and struck at Huangfu Pingqing. Ding! Huangfu Pingqing's strength was weaker after all. Her sword was struck away, and a silver three-blade harpoon cut through the sacred blood armor on Han Sen's arm. Blood was flowing. What a sharp harpoon! Han Sen flapped his wings and flew higher. The three persons were chasing after him, but the higher they went, the stronger the wind was. With Jadeskin, Han Sen did not fear the wind, yet the rest three were trembling and gradually slowed down. They had to watch Han Sen land on the island and disappear from their sights. I was just wondering why Huangfu Pingqing would be willing to sell the sacred blood beast souls. So she was only working together with Son of Heaven. What Han Sen did not understand was why the flying beast soul bought by Lin Beifeng would appear on Son of Heaven. And Lin Beifeng was definitely not working together with them. There was little point in thinking about that right now. Without a sacred blood weapon, it was not very likely he could kill Son of Heaven today. Such a great loss. My katana was ruined, and all that I have at this point is a mutant spear. Han Sen had decided that he would gain the sacred blood beast soul on the Mystery Island to compensate his loss. When he came above the cloud, Han Sen finally saw the entirety of the island. Above the ocean of clouds, there were magnificent mountains, among which one was outstanding. The sacred blood creature should reside in that mountain. Han Sen went towards the mountain at his full speed, wanting to kill the sacred blood creature before everyone else and gain the beast's soul. Before he could approach the mountain, Han Sen stopped and was appalled. He did not dare to go any closer because of what he saw. On top of the mountain there was a tall tree with a huge canopy and exceptional fragrance. An angel-looking creature with white wings behind its back and a halo above its head was standing under the tree with both hands placed on the hilt of a sword stuck in a rock. The sword looked like it was made from diamond and glittered in the sunlight. A humanoid sacred blood creature? And it even has a sacred blood gear. Han Sen was pleasantly surprised. If he could gain a sacred blood shape-shifting beast soul from this creature, it would be undoubtedly powerful. just like Bloody Slayer and Fairy Queen. According to people's experience, all humanoids were exceptionally powerful, even the Bloody Slayer, which was not that close to a human. If it was not for the one-off sacred blood arrow used by Son of Heaven, the Bloody Slayer would not have been killed. The three gangs were attacking the Bloody Slayer at the same time, and even the combined effort was almost thwarted. Han Sen did not believe that himself was as strong as the Bloody Slayer, and he sensed that this creature was probably even stronger than Bloody Slayer. If Han Sen could shapeshift into the Bloody Slayer for a long time, he would have some confidence. However, there was a time limit to that, and he might get himself killed if he risked to go over the limit. More importantly, the three people following him were about to arrive. If Han Sen started to fight the creature right now, they would be able to take advantage of it. Thinking of this, Han Sen did not hesitate to hide in the mountain and start observing. There was normally only one sacred blood creature on one mystery island. Han Sen did not worry he might run into any danger and sat down on a tree where he could watch the sacred blood creature, waiting for the three to come. In less than half an hour, the three persons had arrived, faster than Han Sen had thought. The three also saw the angel-like humanoid creature and reacted the same way Han Sen did. They stopped far from the creature and did not dare to approach. Come out. Let's talk. Son of Heaven stepped back and called after consulting with Thumb and Huangfu Pingqing. Obviously, they were also terrified of that creature and were also worried that Han Sen might take advantage of them. Han Sen ignored them. Half a day had passed, and Son of Heaven did not dare to go into the mountains. Let us talk. None of us can profit from this if we do nothing. Son of Heaven was worried. If it was some other sacred blood beast soul, he would probably let go. However, a humanoid sacred blood beast soul was very rare. If he missed this one, he might never see another in his lifetime. After he evolved and entered Second God's Sanctuary, it would be even harder for him to get a humanoid beast soul. So even if Son of Heaven hated Dollar, he still asked to work with the guy. Han Sen pondered and flapped his wings to come out. Son of Heaven knew that he was here, so the young master would never touch the sacred blood creature. Thus, Han Sen had little to gain from it. Son of Heaven, say it if you want something from me, exclaimed Han Sen from afar. I will offer you $50 million to help me kill the creature, but the beast soul must be mine, said Son of Heaven. I will give you 50 million for the beast soul. Son of Heaven held back his curse and said, What would you want in return for this beast soul? Name your price. 1 sacred blood beast soul, Han Sen said. I am only getting a sacred blood beast soul by killing this creature. Don't you feel that you're too greedy? Son of Heaven wanted to kill Han Sen at that moment. I do not have to tell you the value of a humanoid sacred blood beast soul, right? A humanoid beast soul is indeed precious, but you are asking for too much. How about we both compromise? We will offer 100 million for the beast soul. Huangfu Pingqing smiled sensually and said, I am not interested in money. A sacred blood beast soul, or may the best man or woman win. You decide, Han Sen said decisively. Since you do not know your place, I will have to teach you. Son of Heaven suddenly growled and moved to attack Han Sen. Huangfu Pingqing also summoned her bow and arrows and shot 7 arrows at Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen decided not to waste time on them and flew away. However, there was no wind on the island and Han Sen was not fast enough to lose them. Huangfu Pingqing's arrows also distracted Han Sen and slowed him down. Son of Heaven, if you promise to give me a sacred blood beast soul now, it is not too late. Otherwise you will regret it, exclaimed Han Sen. My only regret is not killing you earlier, said Son of Heaven, gritting his teeth. Then you will continue to live with regret. Han Sen laughed. Suddenly, Han Sen changed his direction and rushed to where the creature was. The rest were dumbstruck. Thumb slowed down and said, He went after the creature. Should we follow him? Son of Heaven said, Do not slow down. Follow him. That bastard would never go risk his life. He is only trying to lose us. Thumb felt it was a reasonable explanation. Dollar could never be so stupid that he would hand his life over to the sacred blood creature. The three were following Han Sen as close as they could, but soon they felt that something was wrong. Han Sen went all the way to the mountain and did not intend to change direction or stop. "Brother, it feels weird. We should stop," said Huangfu Pingqing. Son of Heaven also felt that and gradually slowed down, but it was too late. Han Sen had already gone into the mountain. When he was 300 feet from the sacred blood creature, it suddenly opened its eyes, golden lightning bolts shining in its pupils and blonde hair dancing in the air. A sword as gorgeous as a diamond was also drawn from the rock. Spreading its wings, the creature flew up and threw itself at Han Sen. Han Sen moved towards the three at full speed. They suddenly understood that he was trying to force them to fight the creature. "Shameless bastard! Let's run!" cried the Son of Heaven. "No way, we cannot make it. The creature is faster than we are," Thumb said calmly. "We should work together to kill Dollar first," said Son of Heaven. Seeing Han Sen was only 50 feet from them, the sacred blood creature had come behind Han Sen and slashed at him with its sword. Shape-shifting into the bloody slayer, Han Sen summoned his mutant spear and used it to block the sword. Crack! As a mutant weapon, the spear was cut into halves by the diamond sword. Shocked, Han Sen threw himself at the three. The three wanted to attack Han Sen, but was all appalled by how powerful the creature was. All of a sudden, Han Sen was already in front of them. When they were ready to attack Han Sen, he stopped less than 15 feet from them and turned to face the sacred blood creature. Having summoned his chopper, he used it to parry with the sacred blood creature. The chopper was a commonly seen beast soul weapon, so he was not worried that people might tell who Dollar was from it. Crack! The chopper was also cut in half by the diamond sword. Han Sen fell to the ground and dodged the sword of the creature. Now the sacred blood creature was faced with the other three. Without hesitation, the creature cut to Thumb, who was closest to it, with its sword. Thumb gritted his teeth and used his sacred blood shield to block the diamond sword. Ding! Thumb was forced back more than 50 feet before he could stop himself in the air. With a roar, he shape-shifted into a giant bear more than 9 feet tall. With his shield in one hand and his broad sword in the other, Thumb ran toward the sacred blood creature. He exclaimed, "Dollar, now if we work together we will have a chance to kill it. If you run away right now, if we could not gain any benefit, we will not leave anything to you." Just now, when fighting with Han Sen, Thumb did not really want him dead. After all, he held no grudge against Han Senator. All Son of Heaven offered was a discount, and that was not worth risking his life. "Come to the ground. We are not its match in the air," Han Sen cried while flying to the ground. Son of Heaven and the rest also knew that the flying speed of the creature was too fast for them to keep up with, so they followed Han Sen to the ground. Thumb was the last to follow. Using his sacred blood shape-shifting beast soul and sacred blood shield, he barely blocked the creature's sword. All four of them were now on the ground. They all took back their wings and shape-shifted into different creatures to attack the sacred blood angel-like creature. Han Sen had seen the strength of sacred blood creatures. He knew that, with his own power, he could never kill the creature. The only chance was to collaborate with the three. He also had to try to kill the creature while they were still able to shapeshift, because the angel-like creature was too strong. Thumb was now a giant bear. Using his shield, he was fighting the creature head-on. Deep marks were left by the diamond sword on the sacred blood shield. Son of Heaven had turned himself into a huge lion. Huangfu Pingqing did not shapeshift, but was shooting arrows from far away to limit the range of motion of the creature. Without a humanoid shapeshifting beast soul, she would not be able to use the weapon she was best at if she chose to shapeshift. Although all four of them were attacking the creature, they still did not cause much damage. Han Sen found a chance to cut at the creature, but his mutant dagger did not even break its armor. Damn it, without a sacred blood weapon, I could never kill this creature. Han Sen felt depressed. All he needed right now was a sacred blood weapon. It was such a shame that he had not bought the three-blade harpoon. Otherwise he would not be so helpless right now. Carry on. My shape-shifting would not last very long. exclaimed Thumb as he was blocking the blows from the creature. Most attacks from the creature were handled by Thumb. If his shield were not sacred blood, it would have been broken 1,000 times. Son of Heaven was also worried. Had he not given Luo Tianyang his sacred blood ape beast soul, which were ruined by Han Sen, he could do much better. Now with the lion beast soul, he could not use weapons after shapeshifting, so he could not commit his full strength. The three men could all last around 2 hours with shapeshifting. As time went by, they could not hurt the creature whatsoever. We could not keep doing this. Someone lend me a sacred blood weapon. Hansen had to ask. Without a sacred blood weapon, all he could do was to distract the creature. There was no chance he could cause any damage. And their shape-shifting time was almost up. But none of the rest responded. It was a great risk to transfer a sacred blood beast soul to Han Senator, who could tell if he would run away the moment he got the beast soul. Even if he did not run, no one was willing to see him killing the creature. Since we could not beat it, we should go home. Running out of shape-shifting time, Han Sen turned away to leave the Mystery Island. Without Han Sen, the rest could never beat the creature. With Thumb's defense, they also left the Mystery Island. The sacred blood creature of Mystery Island would not leave the island. So after they left, the sacred blood creature went back to the tree on that mountain. The plan to besiege the sacred blood creature had failed. After some discussion, the three went back to the shelter, because they did not believe that Han San would go find the creature alone. That creature was not something an individual could kill. Impressive. The beast soul of this creature must be amazing. Han San went back to the Mystery Island after dark. He needed to kill this creature, otherwise his katana and 2 mutant weapons would have been ruined for nothing. In fact, he had one sacred blood weapon, which was the sacred blood butterfly boomerang. However, it was a one-off weapon. If he did not have to, Han Sen would not use it. If it were any other sacred blood creature, Han Sen would not use the sacred blood butterfly boomerang. After all, it would be a huge waste since no one could guarantee he would gain a beast soul from a creature. However, the sacred blood creature from the Mystery Island would definitely yield a beast soul. In addition, it also had a sacred blood gear, which was way better than the golden axe of the Bloody Slayer, which was too heavy to carry around and less sharp. Even he could not bring the sword out of God's sanctuary. He would be able to sell it at a great price. If he could kill this creature, he could gain both a beast soul and a gear. So even if he were to use his sacred blood butterfly boomerang, it would be a great deal. Going back to the mountain, Han Sen saw the sacred blood creature under the tree. Its hands still on the hilt of the diamond sword and its eyes closed again. He did not have time to pay attention in daytime. Now under moonlight and starlight, he noticed how gorgeous this creature was. It was definitely a she. The jade armor covered her body, yet still showed off her long legs and curves. The white wings and long wavy hair accentuated her beautiful facial features. Pretty yet aloof, she was really like an angel. Had he not seen how well she fought, Han Sen would even be reluctant to hurt such a beautiful creature. She is so strong. I only have one chance. If I don't succeed, I might not even be able to escape. Han Sen was considering which beast soul he should use. A sacred blood beast soul armor would not be enough. It might keep him alive, but what he needed now was to kill the creature. The fairy queen was summoned. Han Sen's body was covered in red armor and the ruby crown appeared on his head. His black hair became blonde. Han Sen also summoned the horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow. Han Sen was confident in his ability to hide his intentions. But when he aimed at the creature, she suddenly opened her eyes full of golden lightning bolts. Whoosh! The diamond sword was drawn from the rock and cut at Han Sen. Han Sen did not shoot the black stinger arrow. He did not dare to. Once the arrow was cut by the sword, it would be ruined. This arrow had cost Han Sen a lot of efforts and Han Sen would not want it to be ruined like the mutant spear and chopper. Watching the sacred blood creature approaching him, he felt she did not seem as fast as she was. The ability of the fairy queen had turned the actions of the creature into slow motion in his eyes. Watching the sword cutting at himself, Han Sen suddenly took back his bow and arrow and made an incredibly fast move. Sparticle, the footwork that Han Sen had been working hard on, was eventually put to use. Even the sacred blood creature's sword was not fast enough to follow his body. Instead of stepping back, Han Sen narrowed the distance between him and the creature. The sacred blood butterfly boomerang appeared in Han Sen's hand and was thrown at the creature. With an unlikely trajectory, the boomerang approached the creature in the blink of an eye and was about to cut her throat. However, even at such a short distance, the sacred blood creature was still able to take back her sword and slash it at the butterfly boomerang. The moment before the sword touched the boomerang suddenly made an incredible dive and then cut the creature's throat from below. Boom! The horrifying blue fire exploded and covered the entire body of the sacred blood creature. It almost looked like she was going through a nirvana. This angel was not a friendly one. Bathing in fire, she was still trying to attack Han Sen. Using both Fairy Queen and Sparticle, Han Sen was able to dodge all her attacks. In fact, the creature's speed and strength were no longer comparable to before because of her injury. She gradually slowed down and her sword fell to the ground with a clank. Her body turned into lights and scattered like fireflies. Sacred blood creature, holy angel killed. Beast soul of sacred blood, holy angel gained. Meat inedible. She really is an angel. Han Sen was excited. He was not too surprised by the fact that the meat was edible. He had read before online that the sacred blood creatures on the Mystery Island were most likely inedible. Wrapping the diamond sword with the cloth he had prepared, Han Sen left the Mystery Island in the dark. Son of Heaven must still be thinking how to kill the holy angel. There is no way that he would know that I've killed it. I'm really curious to see his face when he has prepared everything and find no creature there. Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter in a great mood. Putting the diamond sword on the table, he couldn't wait to check out his newly gained beast soul of holy angel. A teenage girl with long dark hair stood barefoot in front of Han Sen, wearing a white dress, her eyes blinking. Beast soul pet. Another one. Looking at the holy angel in the form of a pretty little girl, Han Sen did not know how to react. This was such a big change. She had lost her wings and halo. You could not even tell that she was an angel. There was nothing fearful about her and she looked just like a cute human girl. Despite her cuteness, she could not fight at all. He did not even know how long it would take for a sacred blood beast soul pet to transform. Fortunately, Han Sen also had gained sacred blood gear, the diamond sword, otherwise he would be very upset. After all, he had traded one katana, 2 mutant weapons, and a sacred blood butterfly boomerang for the sacred blood pet. One thing was for sure. The sacred blood holy angel was worth a lot of money. Sacred blood pets were rare. And a pet as cute as this one, which looked almost exactly like a human, could be sold at a great price, maybe even higher than the price of any practical sacred bloods. Can you talk? Han Sen looked at the holy angel and asked. She looked so much like a pretty human girl. The holy angel widened her eyes and smiled at him, looking innocent. Seeing that she could not talk, Han Sen took her back and took up the gorgeous diamond sword. The diamond sword was like an ice sculpture and was slightly heavier than a steel sword. Han Sen waved the sword around and thought it was very smooth to use. What a great sword! It is very much worth what it has cost me. Han Sen felt more and more at ease waving the sword around, thinking it was easier to use than the katana. As for the sharpness and toughness of the sword, there was no question, since it could cut through his sacred blood armor. Even the sacred blood shield of thumbs was left with deep marks, whereas the sword itself was still intact. It was easy to imagine how good it was. It is such a shame that the sword could not be taken back like a sacred blood beast soul. I could only carry it with me and use it here in God's sanctuary, Han Sen thought. The sword had a very memorable look. Since Son of Heaven, Huangfu Pingqing and Thumb had all seen it, it would be a lot of trouble if he wanted to use it in the future. He could only use it when he pretended to be Dollar. Otherwise any of them could guess that Han Sen was Dollar. Leaving God's sanctuary, Han Sen's comlink immediately rang. Seeing Huangfu Pingqing's number, Han Sen bristled. It was because of this woman that his girlfriend was still mad at him. Having answered the call, he wanted to talk some sense into Huangfu Pingqing, teaching her right from wrong. While he just opened his mouth, he was rendered speechless. Huangfu Pingqing was in a bubble bath, covered under foam. He could only see her arms and the top of her globes, which still made his heart race. "Brother Han, am I interrupting something?" as she asked. She lifted one of her legs and started to caress it. Han Sun felt his nose was about to bleed. He touched his nose and said seriously, "Miss Huangfu Pingqing, do you need me for something? If not, I have to go." Han Sun could not help throwing another glance at her leg. "Of course I need you. Did you know that there is a mystery island floating above the steel armor shelter now?" Huangfu Pingqing smiled sensually. "Of course I know that. But I could never go up there since I do not have sacred blood wings." Han Sen became nervous. "That's a problem easy to solve. I can lend you a flying beast soul." Huangfu Pingqing turned around in the water and moved closer to the comlink. Looking at the close-up of her white globes, he was about to explode. Han Sen said hurriedly, "Don't joke with me. Why would you lend me such a precious sacred blood?" "I am not joking. If you want it, you can come and get it right now. My door is open," Huangfu Pingqing said, blinking. "You could say what you want here and now." Han Sen did not believe Huangfu Pingqing would be so generous. "Since you won't come over, we should find somewhere to discuss. How about the cafeteria in Section A?" Huangfu Pingqing said. "No, I'd rather talk in the shelter." Since this was breakfast time, if someone saw Huangfu Pingqing and him together, he could never prove his innocence. Although Huangfu Pingqing was sexy and as pretty as Ji Yanran was more Han Sen's type. Huangfu Pingqing was too cunning. Even though she looked great, it was tiring to talk to her. Shutting down his comlink, Han Sen went back to steel armor shelter and waited for Huangfu Pingqing at their agreed place. Huangfu Pingqing was not a bimbo. On the contrary, she was smarter than anyone he knew. When she first came to steel armor shelter, she pretended not to know Son of Heaven, so that the young master could help raise the price of many beast souls. The sacred blood flying beast soul was thus sold at a high price to Lin Beifeng. Because of the appearance of the mystery island, Son of Heaven had to buy it back from Lin, who ended up making some money. Such a woman would not invite him to a date for no reason. She must want to discuss with him the sacred blood creature on the mystery island. He knew that Holy Angel was gone now, which other people were not aware of, and they were still preparing to hunt the creature. "Maybe I can even gain something from this," Han Sen said to himself. However, he was still not sure how Son of Heaven and Huangfu Pingqing knew each other. Sitting on a rock, Han Sen saw Huangfu Pingqing approaching. Wearing a half-armor, skirt and boots, Huangfu Pingqing's thighs were exposed. Her figure was so attractive that Han Sen swallowed nervously. "Little brother Han, have you waited for a long time?" Huangfu Pingqing walked closer to Han Sen, flipping her hair and in a flirty way. "Miss Huangfu Pingqing, you could call me brother, but could you lose the word little?" Han Sen asked, a little upset. "If you will call me sister," Huangfu Pingqing said with a smile. "After all, what do you need me for?" Han Sen changed the subject. "I've told you, if you want to go to the mystery island, I could lend you my sacred blood wings," replied Huangfu Pingqing, blinking. "No strings attached?" He did not believe she was doing this out of kindness. "That's hurtful. Just do me a favor and help me hunt the creature on the mystery island." "How about that?" "Me?" Han Sen looked at Huangfu Pingqing in surprise. "Yes, you can name your price. And even if you want me, I could be yours," Huangfu Pingqing said sensually. "Ahem. With so many impressive guys in the steel armor shelter, why would you think of me?" Han Sen continued to ask, ignoring her reply. "Although there are many great guys out there, I think you are the best archer I have ever seen." "So who else will go, in addition to you and me?" Han Sen asked. "I will not go. There are in total 3 flying beast souls in the steel armor shelter. You will go on my behalf and collaborate with Son of Heaven and Thumb in order to hunt the creature. Other than its beast soul, you could ask for anything else." "Sister, if you don't mind me asking, What is the relationship between you and Son of Heaven and Thumb? Can I trust them? Han Sen asked. Rest assured. The mother of Son of Heaven is my mom's sister, which makes him my cousin. So, of course you can trust him. As for Thumb, we have paid him and we know who he is in the alliance. He will not dare to mess up, explained Huangfu Pingqing. Now Han Sen came to understand the relationship between Ares Marshall Hall and Starry Group. He did not really care about this sort of thing. Since Huangfu Pingqing and Son of Heaven did not know Holy Angel had been killed by him, and Huangfu Pingqing was seeking his help, it was potentially a great opportunity. What do you need me for though? I am not really good at combat. All the other two guys need is a strong archer. Although I am good at archery, but not as good as you. That's why I want to ask for your help. Let me know if you want something in return, Huangfu Pingqing said with a smile. Han Sen pretended to think for a while and said, I would like to buy a Sacred Blood Beast Soul weapon. Do you still have any available? Han Sen could not forget about the Sacred Blood three-blade harpoon. Although the diamond sword was great, it was too eye-catching. And since it was a Sacred Blood gear rather than a beast soul, it was not that portable. Well, Huangfu Pingqing pondered. She did have a Sacred Blood weapon, which was exactly the three-blade harpoon that was at the auction. Son of Heaven was planted by her at the auction and the harpoon was actually unsold. To be honest, I still have that Sacred Blood harpoon. I can sell it to you if you want it. But the lowest price would be 150 million, which is the best I can do, said Huangfu Pingqing seriously. 150 million. Han Sen thought about it. It was not cheap but not that expensive either for a Sacred Blood beast soul. After all, Huangfu Pingqing owned a company, and a company must make profits. If it was at an auction, it could easily be sold at a better price. In addition, Sacred Blood beast souls were rare, and sometimes could not even be bought with money. Han Sen thought, I have 60 million in savings. Since SKTS is still a limited edition, the one I won at the Warframe contest could probably be sold at around 70 or 80 million online. Right? I also have a mutant flying beast soul of Black Feathered Beast. With everything sold, I could come up with 150 million. Okay, let's do this. I really need a Sacred Blood beast soul to hunt Sacred Blood creatures. If I can gain another Sacred Blood beast soul, then it will all be worth it. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said to Huangfu Pingqing, Alright, 150 million it is. I will buy the three-blade harpoon, but I don't have so much money at the moment. If you could wait a couple of days, I will sell something so that I can come up with the money. Why would you sell elsewhere? Have you forgotten what I do? Tell me what you want to sell, and I will offer you a good price for them. Huangfu Pingqing rolled her eyes. Han Sen told Huangfu Pingqing what he wanted to sell, and Huangfu Pingqing appraised his belongings. Their agreement was that Han Sen would use the mutant flying beast soul, the SKTS, and $60 million to buy the three-blade harpoon. Honestly, I respect you a lot. After they made the deal, Huangfu Pingqing said to Han Sen seriously, You flatter me. Han Sen paused and said. Huangfu Pingqing shook her head and said, I did some research on your background, and based on who you were before entering God's sanctuary and what happened to you after, it is impressive that you can become who you are today. Honestly, I have thought that if I were you I would probably still be struggling for life and could never have come up with 150 million to buy a Sacred Blood beast soul. As thick-skinned as Han Sen, he blushed hearing the compliment. Luck. It was all luck. He was not lying either. If he did not happen to gain the Black Crystal and the Sacred Blood Black Beetle beast soul, he could never have become who he is today. Seeing that he blushed, Huangfu Pingqing could not help holding his chin and kissed him on the cheek. A man as capable and cute as you is just my type. If you become more powerful, I might really want to become your girlfriend. After getting the three-blade harpoon, Han Sen had no time to play with it before he was brought to Son of Heaven by Huangfu Pingqing. Son of Heaven obviously already knew that he would come. The conditions offered to Han Sen were part of the agreement between him and Huangfu. If it was not for the fact that the Mystery Island would only last for a short time, Son of Heaven would never have agreed to ask for help from Han Sen, let alone offer him benefits. What he did not know was that it was useless to promise Han Sen anything, because the holy angel was already killed by Han Sen. Son of Heaven, Huangfu Pingqing, and Thumb needed to go back to the shelter to prepare. They did not leave anyone on the mystery island either, in case that the person would be attacked by Dollar. In addition, they did not believe that Dollar alone could have killed the creature on the mystery island, which was why they only sent a team to watch the mystery island from the shelter and had no idea that the sacred blood creature had been killed. This time Son of Heaven had spent several $100 million on buying the sacred blood flying beast soul from Lin Beifeng and borrowing a sacred blood shapeshifting humanoid beast soul from Qin Xian, in addition to the price he paid to hire Han San and Thumb. All of his efforts were for the beast soul of this sacred blood creature on the island. Han Sun simply took the sacred blood flying beast soul and a sacred blood beast soul arrow Huangfu Pingqing lent him, and followed all instructions of Son of Heaven quietly. Secretly, Han Sen was amused. Son of Heaven, you've spent so much effort. When you land on the mystery island and find the sacred blood creature gone, I wonder how you would look. You can only shoot arrows from afar and have to stop whenever I ask you to. You will regret it if you try to steal my beast soul again. Son of Heaven looked at Han Sun coldly. Rest assured, I am a professional and know what to do, replied Han Sun calmly. That would be the best. Son of Heaven was not afraid that Han Sen would try to get the last hit. This time there would be a beast soul for sure, so even if Han Sen had got the beast soul, he would have to give it back. Otherwise, Son of Heaven would have the excuse to kick Han Sen's ass in the alliance. Even Qin Xian and the special squad could not save him. Everything was ready and Son of Heaven took Thumb and Han San to fly towards the mystery island again. When they arrived at the island, Son of Heaven did not go immediately into the mountain, but let the team rest for half a day so that they were all prepared and energetic. For this humanoid creature's beast soul, Son of Heaven had considered everything. Han Sun did not say a word and simply followed what Son of Heaven said. He was only looking forward to seeing Son of Heaven's disappointment when he found that the holy angel was gone. At last, Son of Heaven led Han San and the Thumb into the mountain. Where is the sacred blood creature? From afar, Son of Heaven used binoculars to watch the top of the mountain, but did not see the holy angel. Son of Heaven accelerated towards the mountain, but did not see a trace of the creature at all. Feeling reluctant, Son of Heaven circled around the mountain top, and he asked Thumb and Han San to search elsewhere on the island. But in the end, they found nothing. Dollar, I will kill you. Son of Heaven bristled and gave up in the end. He hated this person even more than he did a murderer. On the way back, Son of Heaven's face was dark. It seemed that his anger had controlled him completely. Han San would not provoke him, but was dying with laughter inside. What took you so long? Did you get the beast soul? Huangfu Pingqing, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the three were back and asked hurriedly. It's gone. Son of Heaven squeezed the words from his teeth. What do you mean by gone? It is impossible that the sacred blood creature on the mystery island did not yield a beast soul. Huangfu Pingqing did not understand. The creature is gone. That bastard Dollar must have killed it. I will never forgive him. Son of Heaven looked like he wanted to strangle Dollar to death. It was maddening because Son of Heaven had to spend all the efforts and made all this preparation and did not even see the creature. How is that possible? We have all seen what the creature could do. How could he have done it alone? Huangfu Pingqing opened her mouth wide in surprise. No one in our shelter could have done this except for Dollar, so it must be him. Son of Heaven's eyes were bloodshot. Huangfu Pingqing saw Son of Heaven's look and did not say much, because anything she said right now would piss him off even more. She knew very well how much he had paid to kill this creature. Although this kind of spending was nothing to Starry Group, the disappointment was something an arrogant person like Son of Heaven could not take. Han San would love to see Son of Heaven losing his temper for a while longer, but since Thumb had walked away, he had no reason to stay. Having returned the sacred blood wings and arrow to Huangfu Pingqing, Han San left as well. Han San really liked the sacred blood arrow, but it was something that Huangfu Pingqing used herself and was not for sale, not to mention he had no money at this point. Back in his room at the shelter, Han San summoned the three-blade harpoon and tried it out. He loved how it felt in his hand and could not wait to fight a sacred blood creature with this weapon. It is time that I go to the Devil Desert again. With this three-blade harpoon, the Sacred Blood Fox King and Black-Feathered Beast King could no longer escape from me. Han Sen was excited. But before he went to the Devil Desert, he had received a message from Qin Xian, who asked Han Sen to see her. Her voice is a bit weird and she did not mention what it was regarding, which made Han Sen feel puzzled. It should not concern the special squad, otherwise she would just say it. Han Sen could not think of anything Qin Xian would need him to do. At the same time, Qin Xian was holding some paperwork and had a strange look on her face. Why would Professor Bai from the Saint Hall choose Han Sen? Qin Xian muttered to herself as she read. Qin Xian was no stranger to the Saint Hall. Although the Saint Hall was part of the military, it had a special status. All departments in the military and even forces outside the military were always watching the Saint Hall closely. This was all due to the hyper-geno-arts developed by the organization. Even within the military, the licenses used to purchase at the Saint Hall were limited. For those who worked at the Saint Hall, the control was even tighter. Security clearance would only be issued after extremely strict scrutiny. As a prestigious professor and a maester at the Saint Hall, Bai Yishan was one of the leadership team in the Saint Hall. Surprisingly, such a big shot as Bai Yishan would like to transfer Han Sen to work for the Saint Hall as his assistant. When he contacted the management of the special squad, they were all quite shocked. Feeling equally surprised was Qin Xian. At the same time, she felt more confident about her choice of talent. However, Qin Xian did not want to let Han Sen go. Her original plan was to ask Han Sen to lead the squad after she entered Second God's Sanctuary. Although Yang Monli was quite capable, she did not have the leadership skills and was inclined to make extreme decisions, which was not helpful to the team. However, Qin Xian did not make the decision yet, as she would like to hear what Han Sen thought. If he would like to go to the Saint Hall, she would not try to stop him. After all, for most people, the Saint Hall meant a bright future. Come in. Qin Xian saw Han Sen was outside her office and said. Han Sen was the biggest gem that she had found in steel armor shelter. He was a little greedy and cowardly, but his growth was faster than she had expected from him. Seeing Qin Xian smiling at him, Han Sen felt a bit scared. Han Sen, you have done well recently. Qin Xian smiled at Han Sen. Under your guidance. Han Sen said quickly. Well said. Qin Xian's smile became brighter. This made Han Sen more nervous. He cleared his throat and said, So why have you called me here? So Professor Bai Yishan from the Saint Hall wants you to work as his assistant. Do you want to go? Without further ado, Qin Xian told Han Sen what has happened. A professor from the Saint Hall wants me as his assistant? Han Sen paused and realized that he had nothing to do with the Saint Hall, and Professor Bai was also a stranger. It is many people's dream to work for the Saint Hall, not to mention under Professor Bai Yishan. It is a great opportunity and you should think about it. Qin Xian grinned. She wanted to make Han Sen her successor, but if he did not want the same thing she did, there was no point in keeping him. What do you think? Han Sen looked at Qin Xian and asked. He felt it was a bit weird, since he had never even heard of this professor. Han Sen was always suspicious of a pie in the sky. Of course I think the Saint Hall is the great place. The pay is higher than in the special squad, and you will also have the chance to learn lots of advanced hyper-geno-arts. In addition, you will also be working for Professor Peter, who is an authority. If you become his assistant, you will have a higher status than I do. So, you think I should go? Han Sen pondered. On the contrary, I hope you could stay. Qin Xian shook her head and said, You know that I have high hopes for you. Of course I wish that you could continue to stay on the squad. In a couple of months, I will become an evolver and enter Second God's Sanctuary. I will recommend you as my successor to lead the squad. All right then, I'll pass and follow you. Han Sen said decisively. In the Saint Hall, there might be a lot of benefits, but he still sensed something fishy about this. In addition, he was practicing jade skin. If he walked around experts of hyper-geno-arts all day, they might be able to tell that. Han Sen believed that based on his credentials and knowledge, he was more likely to become a guinea pig in a place like the Saint Hall. He would not go even if Qin Xian did not try to keep him on the squad. And now he was also doing Qin Xian a favor, so that was two birds with one stone. Qin Xian's eyes lit up. She did not expect Han San to agree so fast and give up a great opportunity because of what she had said. You're great. I chose the right man. Qin Xian was excited and patted Han San on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. Although leading the squad might not be as glamorous now, you would have a harder time at the St. Hall because of the glass ceiling there. I assure you that you would never regret today's decision. I did not think that far. As long as I can follow you, that's good enough for me, Han San said quickly. Qin Xian blushed and the thought of Han Sen's words when she hypnotized him. Well then, I won't keep you here. Watching Han Sen leave, she thought. He was just too young. Otherwise I might consider him as a suitor. Bai Yishan did some due diligence on Han Senator with his level of security clearance. Bai Yishan could see the classified files and found out that Han San was a member of the special squad. This discovery was great news to him, since it was relatively easy for the St. Hall to transfer someone from the military. Although the special squad were different from ordinary soldiers, it would still be easy to accomplish. However, the reply from the special squad made Bai pause. He frowned and thought. He turned it down. This would create some trouble. If Han San was an ordinary soldier, Bai Yishan could simply force his transfer. But since Han San was working for Qin Xian, even Bai could not think of a good way to have Han San work for him. Since I could not use the official method, I would have to come up with something creative to make him practice Yin Yang Blast. Bai Yishan wouldn't give up and was willing to see Yin Yang Blast being banned. Checking Han Sen's profile again, Bai Yishan was deep in his thoughts. Han Sen went back to the school and dialed Ji Yenran's number. Although he had just gained a Sacred Blood Beast soul weapon, Han Sen did not go hunting because the creature he fed the black crystal to was about to evolve into a Sacred Blood creature. He did not want to go too far in case he could not eat the creature in time. What are you doing? Han Sen saw Ji Yenran in the holographic image and asked with a smile. Can't you see? I am playing Hand of God. Ji Yenran tried to play cool. Where are you? I'll go find you right away. E6. If you don't have time, you don't have to come. Ji Yenran continued to play. Be there in 5. Han Sen hung up and went to E6. Ji Yenran thought to herself, had you chosen not to come, I won't forgive you. Hey girl, you're so good at this. Han Sen found Ji Yenran soon. There were better players than Ji Yenran on campus, but only a few, and they either did not want to beat her or did not play on BattleNet at all. It's not fun playing on campus. I'm playing on the Skynet platform. This player's good. He has beaten me 3 times, each time by 10+ points, said Ji Yenran. Which virtual room are you in? Let me avenge you. Han San was ready to sit at one of the holographic equipment. Use my account. Ji Yenran got up and offered him her seat. Han San sat down, but pulled her back into his laps. Let go. Ji Yenran blushed and pretended to struggle. Stop. If you leave, how can you see justice served? Hugging her from the back, Han San invited that player to continue to play. How can you move like this? If you lose, I will not forgive you, said Ji Yenran. That's not a problem. This is the unevolved section, and I will not lose even with my eyes closed, Han Sen said. Such an egoist, Ji Yenran teased him. This is confidence. If you don't believe that I will win, let's make a bet. If I win, you need to kiss me. Han Sen laughed. And if you lose? Ji Yenran curled her lips. If I lose, I will kiss you, Han Sen said shamelessly. Nice try. Just do well. Ji Yenran pinched Han San on the waist, and he let out a cry, attracting the attention of other students. They saw the couple and all smiled ambiguously, making Ji Yenran blush more. Stop it! She covered Han Sen's mouth with one hand and felt a kiss on it. Ji Yenran had to take her hand back. And this time a prompt popped out on the holographic machine, and it said the opponent refused to play again. While the couple were wondering why this player would refuse, they saw a message from him. You must be Ji Yenran from Blackhawk? Seeing the message, Han Sen looked to his girlfriend suspiciously. The latter shook her head and was at loss. The platform randomly matched me with him. I don't even recognize this ID. Could he be from our school? Han-san checked the ID name, which was quite arrogant, the third hand of God. Just reply to ask if he's from our school. We don't have a lot of players at this level and I know all of their ID names. This one is not one of them, said Ji Yenran. When Han-san was ready to reply, he saw another message from the opponent. I am Lu Buitao from the Hand of God Society at Alliance Central Military Academy. My nickname is Three-Handed King. You should have heard about me. Ji Yenran was surprised. The Three-Handed King from the Alliance Central Military Academy is among the top 10 in the Military Academy League. I wonder how he found out about my ID name. No matter how he found that out, I will not let a guy who had his eyes on my girlfriend off the hook easily. Hansen grinned and sent a message over. I will not make friends with those who are weaker than I. Lu Buitao sent a message back. I have just beaten you 4 times, each time by more than 10 points. And you call that weak? I was eating just now and have just finished, replied Hansen. Haha. Okay then, we'll play another round. And let's see what you say when you lose again, said Lu Buitao, sending an invite to fight. Han-san clicked yes without hesitation and the countdown started. What are you doing? Ji Yenran smiled and asked. Nothing, just to remove all his desires to play the game Hand of God. He has to pay for wanting to steal you, Han-san said with his eyes narrowed. Ji Yenran did not speak but blushed. She felt sweet at heart and enjoyed watching her boyfriend getting jealous. Lu Buitao was overjoyed. Last year, he watched the promotion videos of the Hand of God societies from all military schools and was stunned by a beautiful female player named Ji Yenran. However, Blackhawk did not compete against the Alliance Central Military Academy and was not even among the top 8. So, there was no chance for him to meet Ji Yenran. Lu Buitao had to ask around to find out Ji Yenran's ID on the Skynet gaming platform. When he wanted to friend her, he found that her privacy setting was set to reject all friend requests. Lu Buitao had almost forgotten about that bummer and was suddenly randomly matched with Ji Yenran today by the system. He did not notice it was her in the beginning and thought his opponents had good techniques. That was when he checked her ID and found out it was Ji Yenran's. Holding back his joy, he beat her a few times to show off his power before he texted her and asked if she was Ji Yenran. Learning it was her, Lu Buitao was even more excited. He was prepared to show her how strong he was, and hopefully he would be able to earn her heart. Hi, Buitao. What are you so happy about? Lu Buitao's teammate and roommate, Liang Yiming asked. Yiming, could you guess who I ran into on the gaming platform? Lu Buitao asked excitedly. The monster from our school? Replied Liang Yiming casually. Then I would have cried. Lu Buitao grinned. I ran into Ji Yenran from Blackhawk. Blackhawk? Are there any good players there? The beauty, do you remember? From that promotion video? Oh yes, I remember that beauty. Didn't she reject to add you already? Are you successful this time? I met her through the random match of the platform. It must be fate, because there are so many people on that platform and I met her. Lu Buitao said contentedly. Are you serious? Such a small chance. Larry walked behind Lu Buitao started to watch the holographic image. Of course it's true. She already said that if I beat her she will be my friend. Good for you, then it's a done deal. Liang Yiming saw Ji Yenran's game last year. She was okay but no match to any of them in the Alliance Central Military Academy. Not even the bench players. Exactly. The game has started, I need to focus now, said Lu Buitao. The countdown was over and the game had started. To show off his strength and chivalry, Lu Buitao did not try to steal the light spots on Ji Yenran's side. He planned to finish off his light spots as soon as possible. However, when the game just started, Lu Buitao saw his opponent's hand reaching over to his side, obviously trying to steal his points. Haha! This beauty thinks too much of herself, trying to steal my points, said Lu Buitao laughing. You have to let the girl do what she wants. Don't beat her too bad. You need to be a gentleman and leave her a few points. Liang Yiming also laughed. All right, I understand that, said Lu Buitao, reaching toward a spot. When he was about to touch the spot, a finger suddenly crushed it and his opponent gained a point. Well done, you're offering her points early on. Liang Yiming thought Lu Buitao did it on purpose. Had to, Lu Buitao said reluctantly. It was not part of his plan. I should pay more attention. Lu Buitao still thought he was just being careless and reached toward another spot. Before he hit the spot, the finger once again crushed it. Lu Buitao panicked a little as his opponent had beaten him to all the spots he wanted to hit 8 times in a row, leaving him with no point. Buitao, this is a little extreme. The beauty's level is okay. Be careful or you might even lose. Liang Yiming still thought Lu Buitao was doing this on purpose. Lu Buitao, however, was no longer in the mood to joke around. He was completely focused on the game, with his forehead sweaty. He did not want to let his opponent win, but lost nonetheless. Very soon, Liang Yiming could tell that something was wrong. Blue veins stood out on Lu Buitao's temple, and his fingers were dancing like crazy. Still, no point was gained. And the other hand in the holographic image could always hit the spot first. Liang Yiming widened his mouth. He knew very well how good Lu Buitao was. Although Lu Buitao was relatively weak among the Alliance Central Military Academy players, he would be absolutely the first place in any other military school. However, until now, Lu Buitao still had not gained a single point, which was almost unbelievable. Even Liang Yiming, who was the second place in the Alliance Central Military Academy, did not dare to say that he could do the same to Lu Buitao. Unless the difference between the two players was heaven and earth, this scene would never appear. But it was what was happening at this point. In the 100-point game, the opponent had already gained 80 points, while Lu Buitao still had nothing. At this point, Lu Buitao was covered in cold sweat. His movements became stiff due to too much pressure. The hand of his opponent was like a devil's hand in Lu Buitao's eyes. Helplessness and despair made Lu Buitao cringe. The devil's hand was everywhere. In all kinds of Hand of God games that Lu Buitao had experienced, he had never felt so much despair before. No matter what kind of opponent he used to meet, even if he had lost a lot of points, he would always have some reason to finish the game. However, this game was different. Whichever light spot Lu Buitao wanted to hit, his opponent would always beat him to it. No accident. No suspense. Lu Buitao had never thought that he would want to gain 1 point so much. 1 point. All I need is 1 point. As a member of the Alliance Central Military Academy, Lu Buitao was a tough player. Others might have given up at this point, but he was still hanging in there. Soon Lu Buitao discovered how difficult it was to gain a point. Bang! The last light spot was crushed and Lu Buitao was dumbstruck. 100-0. The score on the screen made Lu Buitao collapse. Buitao, were you trying to be a gentleman? Liang Yiming asked, uncertain. It did not look like Lu Buitao was doing it on purpose. However, there was no other explanation for Lu Buitao to get a 0 either. Lu Buitao did not reply. Sitting up and staring at the holographic image, he quickly sent an invite to his opponent for another match. His opponent agreed and the game started again. Lu Buitao stared at the holographic image like a monster staring at its prey, gathering all his strength to prepare for a fierce attack. When the game started, Lu Buitao had lost all his confidence under the devil's hand. No way, he could not hit anything. Using all his strength and calculation, Lu Buitao found his speed and strategies useless in front of the devil's hand. That hand was everywhere. And Lu Buitao felt there were a pair of devil's eyes watching his soul as well. No matter which light spot he chose to hit, the devil would always be there first, smashing his hope. No, this is not possible. Lu Buitao felt that the hand was growing in size, taking up all the space around him, and he was becoming smaller and smaller, reduced to a toy. Bang! The game had not even ended, but Lu Buitao had already collapsed on his chair, all his confidence and courage gone. Liang Yiming next to him was also soaked in cold sweat. In the second match, he tried to imagine him as Lu Buitao, and soon he became desperate as well, because he found out that he would not be able to hit anything either. It was not Lu Buitao's fault. The opponent acted as if she could read people's mind. Lu Buitao, this is Ji Yenran from Blackhawk? Are you sure this is not an evolver? Liang Yiming could not believe that this person was a military school student. I have no idea. Lu Buitao was not sure either. He looked at his opponent's ID and said, "This is her ID and this is the unevolved section. The evolvers shouldn't be able to enter this part." Liang Yiming heard Lu Buitao's theory and agreed. If his opponent was an evolver, that person would be sent to a different section. But some evolvers who had not yet registered in the alliance would be able to still enter the unevolved section. So that was a possibility. If this person is unevolved, then it's too scary. Maybe only the monster from our school could be her match, Liang Yiming said. Who are you? Lu Buitao sat up and sent a text to his opponent. Lu Buitao and Liang Yiming both stared at the holographic image, awaiting the reply. In Black Hawk, Ji Yanran was sitting in Han Sen's lap and watching her boyfriend playing with only one hand. Now she knew how she had lost to him on the spaceship. His speed and prejudgment seemed to be beyond what a human could do. From her angle, his dancing fingers were almost like they belonged to a pianist. You scare me. When Han Sen finished the game, Ji Yanran let out a sigh of relief. How? Han Sen whispered into her ear. You left your opponent with no points. Ji Yanran's earlobe became red. He had his eyes on my girlfriend. That was unforgivable. Han Sen saw her cute earlobe and kissed it. Ji Yanran felt electrified and shuddered. At this time, the message from Lu Buitao popped out. Han Sen saw it and replied, I am Ji Yanran's boyfriend. He was claiming his territory. Are you a Blackhawk student? Lu Buitao's message came again. Yes, replied Han Senator. He then exited the platform. With a gorgeous girl in his arms, he was in no mood to talk to a guy. Ji Yanran realized something and her cheeks became crimson. Looking at her gorgeous face, Han Sen could no longer resist the temptation. Although they were in public and could not go too far, Han Sen enjoyed himself enough. Hey lovebirds, stop showing off like this. Chu Lily suddenly appeared next to them. Ji Yanran immediately blushed and ran from Han Sen. Watching her roommate who was blushing and Han Sen who stood up, Chu Lily smiled. Yanran, genius, I did not mean to interrupt you. It's just Ji Yanran has promised me that today she would accompany me to pick a hyper-geno art. And it's past our agreed time. I'm so sorry. Ji Yanran held Chu Lily's arm and apologized. Forget it. I now understand that girls would give up anything for their men. Chu Lily looks to Han San and asked, Genius, would you come with us? Sure. But can't you call me by my name? Bite me. Han Sen decided to be silent and followed the girls. Although the military school would teach hyper-geno arts, there were nothing advanced. However, the military school students had certain benefits when it came to purchasing hyper-geno arts. Freshmen were allowed to buy a C-class hyper-geno art. Sophomores were eligible to buy a B-class hyper-geno art and 2 C-class ones. Junior could buy 2 B-class and 4 C-class ones. Seniors could buy 1 A-class and 5 B-class. Unless they were in some special majors, they had to graduate and serve in the army after 4 years. After graduation, it would depend on their achievements in the army whether they could buy more advanced hyper-geno arts. Different from the St. Hall, the hyper-geno arts sold in military schools came with only 1 bottle of geno solution. And the D-class arts and under did not require any geno solution. Both Ji Yanran and Chu Lily were juniors, and according to the rules they could purchase to 2 B-class and 4 C-class ones. Han Sen could also purchase 1 C-class at this point. However, he was not interested in the less advanced hyper-geno arts after seeing Holy Angel and Sparticle. Qin Xian still owes Dollar an S-class license. How can I try to retrieve it? Han Sen kept thinking about it but had no good solutions. Qin Xian asked Dollar to get it in the steel armor shelter. However, it would be so dangerous with the strong guys and Son of Heaven in the shelter who hated Dollar's guts. The 3 of them came to the school's hyper-geno art store, and there was no shop assistant but all vending machines. The tutorials were up for download after payment and the geno solutions would pop from the vending machines. Ji Yanran, what do you think I should buy? Chu Lily could not decide. Genius, give me some advice, she then said to Han Sen. Maybe you could try the B-class momentum and windbreak. A strange voice next to them sounded. The three students looked to the direction of the voice and saw a well-dressed, mild-tempered middle-aged guy. He seemed to be at most 50 years old. "How do you know that those two suit me?" Chu Lily looked to the middle-aged guy in surprise. He smiled and replied, "The hyper-geno art that you are practicing now should be Jetaforce." Chu Lily was even more shocked. "You can even tell this? Are you a professor at the martial arts department?" The guy did not reply and continued, "Jetaforce focuses a lot on the speed, and you have made a lot of progress so that momentum and windbreak will bring you a step further." "Really?" Chu Lily was overjoyed but still could not believe him completely. "I believe your linear acceleration should have reached 13 in fitness index and your muscle strength 12.5. So you're the perfect candidate for those two." "Ah!" Chu stared at the middle-aged guy, unable to believe that he could even tell this. Her linear acceleration was 12.98 and her muscle strength was 12.51, almost exactly the same as what he said. At this point, Chu Lily had believed that middle-aged was a professor in martial arts department. She gladly thanked him and said, "I will buy momentum and windbreak then." Chu Lily swiped her card and purchased those two. Han San and Ji Yenran regarded the middle-aged guy in surprise. He must not be an ordinary professor with such keen observation. "Do you need my help?" the guy asked Han San and Ji Yenran. "You should really use the professor's help." Chu Lily checked out the details of her newly purchased martial arts and felt they did suit her very well. "I don't have any quota left. How about you?" Ji Yenran said to Han San. "All I have is a C-class quota and it will not be really useful to me, so I'll pass," said Han San. "That's not right. Although advanced hyper-geno arts are powerful, the foundation is also very important. Even C-class arts could lay a great foundation for many hyper-geno arts. If you practice it well, it would even be helpful when you become an evolver or surpasser." The middle-aged men looked at Han San and continued, "I will recommend you to practice a C-class and you will find out how helpful it is." "That makes a lot of sense. Genius, you should try it," suggested Chu Lily. Han San shook his head. "No, thank you." Han San had just bought the three-blade harpoon and mailed some money to his family. Now all that was left in his account was $200,000. Even if it was cheaper in a military school, the C-class martial art would still cost $500,000, so he did not really have the money. The professor meant well. "And you need it anyway, so let's just purchase it," Ji Yenran also said. "Ro, be honest, all I have is $200,000 at this point." "I cannot afford that," Han San had to say. "That's fine. I have it." Ji Yenran smiled and transferred $500,000 to him. "Since my girlfriend is rich, I'll get it then." Han San did not refuse and turned to the middle-aged man. "Professor, what's the C-class hyper-geno art that you recommend?" After going back to his dorm, Han San checked out the details of E-Blast that he just purchased, playing with a bottle of purple Geno solution in his other hand. "This is neat for a C-class martial art." Han San was surprised. He had little hope for a C-class martial art, but this one was even more complicated than Sparticle. Maybe it's a C-class because it is very hard to practice, and the result is not great. Since it was in the military school and Han San had purchased the martial arts from the vending machine, he did not suspect there to be any issue. Most importantly, after he had checked out E-Blast, he was immediately attracted by the content. It was exactly something he would have wanted. But after checking it out, Han San did not immediately start to practice E-Blast. Nor did he use the Geno solution. He locked them all in his locker. Although E-Blast did not seem to have any problems, Han San felt that the middle-aged man acted weirdly. As observant as Han San, he could even tell that the middle-aged man came for him, and helping Chu Lily pick her hyper-geno arts was merely a cover. Therefore, Han San did not immediately start to learn E-Blast. Han San was not wrong. The middle-aged man was in fact Bai Ishan from the Saint Hall, and the E-Blast bought by Han San was the Yin-Yang Blast invented by Bai. Bai Ishan believed that Han San was the perfect candidate to practice Yin-Yang Blast. He had tried the official way and did not get Han San's consent. In a few days, the Saint Hall would pass the resolution to ban Yin-Yang Blast. At that time, even Bai Ishan himself could not teach Yin Yang Blast to anyone else. Using a banned hyper-genoart was a severe crime in the Alliance, and the punishments included death sentence. So, Bai Yishans had to make Hansen learn E-Blast in these few days. Those who had practiced the hyper-genoart before it was banned would be exempt from the law. Originally, Bai Ishan did not want to use this method. However, he had no time to prove himself in the Saint Hall and had to make Hansen learn. Fortunately, the president of Blackhawk knew Bai Ishan very well, and was himself a scholar addicted to martial arts. After reviewing Yin Yang Blast, he did not have the heart to let it be buried either. After some hesitation, he decided to help Bai Ishan. Neither of them had thought that Hansen would be able to tell and decided not to practice it. In the next 2 days, Bai Ishan was observing Hansen through the on-campus cameras. His face darkened, because obviously Hansen did not use the Geno solution or practice Yin Yang Blast. Otherwise Hansen's features would have certain change. As the inventor of Yin Yang Blast, Bai Yishans knew that very well. What's wrong? Why haven't he practiced Yin Yang Blast? Bai Ishan became nervous. He had applied for the eligibility to practice Yin Yang Blast on behalf of Hansen as a volunteer. As soon as the Saint Hall banned Yin Yang Blast, they would collect the copy of Yin Yang Blast from Hansen and ask him to sign a non-disclosure agreement. If at that point Hansen still had not used the Geno solution, then the solution would be collected as well. So after that, even if he remembered the tutorial of Yin Yang Blast without the special solution, he would not be able to succeed. When Bai Ishan was feeling nervous about it, he saw Hansen walking towards the teleport station, wanting to enter God's sanctuary. Bai Ishan panicked. The resolution would be passed in the Saint Hall in 2 days. If Hansen went to God's sanctuary, he would lose his last opportunity to practice Yin Yang Blast. Bai Ishan had to go stop Hansen. Han Sr. Bai Ishan stopped Hansen before he went in the teleport station. You are. Hansen recognized Bai Ishan but did not know what his name was. My last name is Bai, and we've met the other at the martial arts store. I recommended you to buy E-Blast. Why didn't you start practicing? Bai Ishan didn't even think that much at this point. With this question Hansen was even more certain that Bai Ishan had some agenda. Professor Bai, I'm sorry I don't really have time. I'll practice it later, said Hansen casually. No, you have to start practicing within 2 days. Bai Ishan said hurriedly. And why is that? Asked the Hansen, staring at Bai Ishan. Bai Ishan knew that it was out of the question to cheat him into practicing Yin Yang Blast. He hesitated and said, Hansen, let's go somewhere we can talk, and I could explain everything. All right. Hansen nodded. He also wanted to find out what was going on. Bai Ishan showed Hansen into a private conference room and told him everything. I'm sorry, Han Senator, I had to do that. You're the most suitable candidate among everyone I've seen, and you refused my offer to come to the Saint Hall. I just did not want to see Yin Yang Blast banned. Bai Ishan said apologetically. Hearing Bai Ishan, Hansen had 1,000 thoughts in a sudden. This is a surpasser and a maester at the Saint Hall. He had been studying martial arts for years and is a walking treasure. God won't even forgive me if I don't blackmail him. Hansen have checked Bai Ishan's ID and searched him on the Skynet. A celebrity like him had millions of photos online. Hansen smiled and threw a gaze at Bai Ishan. He thought, don't blame me. You're the one who had the wrong idea first. Hansen, I hope that you could start to practice Yin Yang Blast right now. Bai Ishan said quickly. Professor, I want to ask you something. Why didn't you go find an evolver or surpass her to practice your invention? Asked Hansen. I've thought about it, but Yin Yang Blast was based on ruler, and ruler has a requirements for those who practice it, which is the age of them should not be over 20. Although I had made a lot of improvements, the limit is still there. For those over 20, they would make very slow progress in practicing Yin Yang Blast. They could spend 10 years and make less progress than a young person in a few months. Bai Ishan sighed. So I'm the most suitable candidate to practice Yin Yang Blast under 20? That's right. Otherwise I wouldn't go to the extreme and try to lie to you. Bai Ishan nodded. So I'm your only candidate now? Asked Hansen. Yes, it will be too late for me to go find someone else. I really hope that you can help me too. Hansen cut in before he could finish. So what can you offer me? What? Baishan paused. I mean compensation. Since Yin Yang Blast is about to be banned, it means it's dangerous. And for me to take such a risk for you, I need to be compensated. Don't you agree? Hansen smiled. Baishan hesitated. He had never seen the young man like this. He never had to ask for a favor, and people always came to him and back to learn the new martial arts he invented. Okay, if it is necessary, I could pay you. How much money do you want? Baishan would do anything to keep Yin Yang Blast relevant. 100 S-Class St. Hall licenses, said Hansen. Bai widened his eyes, as if Hansen was a lunatic. He had never seen a young man so daring. After a long while, Baishan looked at Hansen and asked, Hansen, do you understand what 100 S-Class St. Hall licenses mean? You are the one who invented the S-Class hypergenoarts, so what does it matter? If you think it's too many, 99 will do as well, said Hansen. Baishan smiled reluctantly. My research only accounts for a small part of them, and even if I teach you everything that I've invented, it's far less than 100. In addition, without the Geno solutions, you need to take tremendous risks to practice the hypergenoarts. So teach me everything you invented, and then give me several bottles of Geno solutions for each, said Hansen. Baishan looked at Hansen and said, I have signed a non-disclosure agreement with the St. Hall, so there is no way I could teach you all that. Even if I teach you, you will also end up in jail when someone finds out about it. Also, I have no control over the Geno solutions. Without justified causes, I cannot even apply for one extra bottle. Since you're not sincere about this, then forget about it. I'm sure you can easily find someone else to practice Yin Yang Blast. I don't think there's much I can do to help. Hansen got up and was ready to go. He had reviewed Yin Yang Blast and understood that there was no harm in practicing it. The risk was mainly in its usage. Wait, I could pay you a lot of money, said Baishan. Professor, I am not so poor that I would risk my life for money, said Hansen softly. There is no risk in practicing Yin Yang Blast. And based on your talent, you don't have to risk much using it. Baishan tried to explain. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm afraid I cannot help you, said Hansen. Baishan had no idea whether or not he made the right decision to pick this guy. He said helplessly, the St. Hall gives me 2 S-Class licenses per year. I have used some and given some away. Now all I have left are 5. That's all I can offer. Think about it. Can I use these licenses to purchase the hyper-geno arts beyond the unevolved level? Asked Hansen. You could use them to purchase all kinds of martial arts and hyper-geno arts in the S section of the St. Hall. But if your fitness level is below the requirement, they would help very little even if you purchase them. Well then, if you give me the 5 S-Class licenses, I will practice your Yin Yang Blast. Hansen reached out a hand in front of Baishan. Because many S-Class hypergeno arts had requirements for one's fitness level, only evolvers or surpassers could practice them. Some licenses were limited to certain levels, while the ones Baishan offered were universal. Hansen was satisfied with such compensation. He had reviewed Yin Yang Blast, and knew that it was not dangerous to practice. Baishan was very glad that he had the S-Class licenses with him. Otherwise this greedy devil might never agree to help him. Baishan had never seen a young man like Han Senator. All other young men he met were respectful and never asked for anything. After signing the contract with Han Sen, Baishan gave the 5 S-Class St. Hall licenses to Han Senator. These universal S-Class licenses would only be given to people on his level. An average professor would not even be able to have one. Giving all 5 licenses he had to Han Sen, Baishan felt a bit upset. Fortunately, after receiving the licenses, Han Sen drank the Geno solution of Yin Yang Blast in front of Baishan and finished the first practice, making Baishan feel a little better. Although he is greedy, he did fulfill his promise. I hope that he could make Yin Yang Blast shine. Maybe one day Yin Yang Blast could be made public again. Baishan tried to comfort himself. Baishan asked Hansen to practice Yin Yang Blast often, and told him how to cooperate in the St. Hall when they came to collect Yin Yang Blast. Hansen nodded and went directly to the teleport station after Baishan had left. The creature he was feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature. He was feeding a color shifter this time. It was a primitive creature like a chameleon. The reason he had chosen a color shifter was its beast soul. This beast soul was a shape-shifting one. After using the beast soul, one would not only be able to gain better fitness, but could also get protective coloration. If one stood in the same spot for a while, then the protective coloration would allow one to be integrated into the surroundings, as if one was invisible. However, when using the beast soul of a primitive color shifter, the color shifting was slow and not really that effective. If he could get the beast soul of a sacred blood color shifter, then the effect would be much better. For Han Sen, who was good at assassination, there was no better ability than this. If he could hide next to his enemy, then he would be a huge threat to anyone. After all, he now had a sacred blood beast soul weapon 3-blade harpoon, the only disadvantage of which was its length. If Han Sen could approach his enemy, then the setback would be mitigated. My dear God, Jesus Christ, Buddha, please show your mercy. Han Sen was praying to all kinds of gods while killing the color shifter with his 3-blade harpoon. Sacred blood color shifter killed. Beast soul of sacred blood color shifter gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Maybe the gods had heard his prayer. Han Sen actually gained the beast soul of the color shifter. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen jumped. Putting the meat in his pot on the stove, Han Sen started to feed a primitive cloud beast. He had fed one before, but failed to gain its beast soul. Han Sen was very interested in this beast soul as well, so he wanted to try again. After preparing everything, Han Sen could not wait to summon the beast soul of the color shifter and shapeshift. After some experimenting, Han Sen was overjoyed because the sacred blood beast soul of a shapeshifter was even better than he had thought. As long as he stood still, he would immediately become part of the surroundings. Even someone like himself could hardly tell. And the protective coloration would also extend to his armor and weapon. However, once he moved, the speed of color shifting would not be able to catch up with his movements. And a keen observer could always tell. Even so, Han Sen was very happy with the result. There was no doubt that this beast soul was fantastic for assassination and running for life equally. This sacred blood color shifter added 5 more sacred geno points for Han Senator. Now he had 50 sacred geno points. Halfway down the road. Han Sen, it's almost the semi-annual assessment. I've never seen you on the training field of archery. Can you pass? Shi Zhikong muttered when Han Sen came back to the dormitory. Han Sen then realized he had been in the school for half a year, and the assessment was impending. If he failed the assessment, it would be a lot of trouble. I should do fine. Han Sen had confidence in himself. He had studied hard for the past few months. And the most important archery assessment was his strong suit, so he was not worried either. However, others might not agree with him, for example, his student advisor Situsiang. As one of the leaders in revitalizing the archery department in Black Hawk, Situsiang had high hopes for the freshmen in the department. Han Sen was obviously a bad student in her eyes. Although his grades were good, they were not outstanding. And she could never see him in archery lessons. As a member of the archery department, instead of participating in archery contests, he kept competing in Warframe and black and white boxing contests. What was worse was that he even went to shoot a commercial. These behaviors told her that he did not commit himself to study. Situsiang felt it was necessary that she have a talk with Han Senator as a specially recruited student in archery department. Han Sen's behavior was a big disappointment to her. However, Situsiang did not go to Han Sen straight away. She planned to talk to him after the semi-annual assessment. After his grades were out, her words would make much more sense to him. Archery needed tons of practice. One day without practice meant you would fall behind. According to what Han Sen had done in the past few months, Situsiang believed that his grades would definitely fall. After all, he rarely went to archery classes and did not join the archery society. In addition, he spent most of his time practicing driving warframes in heavy warframe society. How would it be possible for him to maintain his archery level? Even if he had good skills originally, he would not do as well after all this slacking. I would talk to him after he realized that. Situ Xiang watched Han Sen entering the test field. She was ambitious about revitalizing the archery department in Blackhawk and did not expect to run into especially recruited students with no interest in archery. She was even thinking that if he failed this assessment, she should probably suggest to the school management to transfer him to another department. Since he was so into warframes, then they should transfer him to the warframe department. He was not contributing anything to archery department at all. Although the archery tournament in the military school league was not as popular as other competitions, it was still difficult to gain a good ranking. As the coach of the archery society, Situ Xiang had to give a lot of thought to the lineup of her team. Although there were a few good seed players in the specially recruited freshmen, they needed more training and could not be immediately put to use. As one of the freshmen, Han Sen was naturally listed as a black sheep in Situ Xiang's mind. The semi-annual assessment began. When it was the turn of the group that Han Sen was in, many students who had finished their assessment or were still waiting for it came to see how well Han Sen could do. The genius is great at war frames and black and white boxing. I wonder how well he could do with archery. He's in the archery department. That's what he does. Of course he's even better at archery. For sure he's the first place. The students' discussion was upsetting to Situ Xiang. It seems that Han Sen is really popular. One of the supervisors, Lu Dong, smiled and commented. Situ Xiang said with some contempt, "Being popular does not mean that he will do well in the assessment. I wonder if the students will worship him after looking at his grades." Lu Dong looked at Situ Xiang in surprise. Normally speaking, a star student like Han Sen would be popular among the instructors. However, this student advisor did not seem to be a fan. "Does he have bad grades in archery?" asked Lu Dong. "Just average. I barely see him," replied Situ Xiang. While the two are talking, it was Han Sen's turn to shoot at the fixed target. He made 10 shots instantaneously, all of which ended up on the bullseye. Lu Dong widened his eyes. "Coach, you call this average? You're so humble." Lu Dong thought she was being humble. Skills like this would definitely get the student an S-level rating. Situ Xiang also paused because Han Sen was more than accurate, he was really fast. The genius is so amazing. It was like he shot 10 arrows at same time. For sure, he will have an S-level rating in the assessment. The semi-annual assessments in military schools divided grades into 8 levels: S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A student would get a rating in each subject. Ratings below D level would be considered fail, and all subjects below D needed to be retaken. If the overall rating was below D, then the student would most likely have to drop out. Han Sen's performance was directly rated by the AI as S. All the students would be rated by AI, which was faster and more accurate than manual rating. "Coach, I'm jealous that you have a student like this in your department." Lu Dong was from a different department. "It was just the fixed target. We should wait until he does the entire assessment." Situ Xiang could not believe that without showing up at all. Han Sen could maintain his grades, and even show improvements. "No need to be humble, coach. We could all see Han Sen's level." Situ Xiang did not say a word and cast an odd look at Han Sen. After the fixed target test, it was the moving target test. When it was Han Sen's turn, the bow and arrow became a rifle gun in his hands. Wherever he wanted to hit, there was no missing. Again, he was rated S. In the combat simulation, Han Sen acted like a professional soldier. There was no miss, no error, and no accidental injury. With his high speed, he got an S without doubt. His grades did not bring Situ Xiang joy, because with his skills, he never thought of joining the school team or the archery society, which was unforgivable in her eyes. As a specially recruited student in our department, he never thought about contributing to his own major. "I need to teach him a lesson." Situ Xiang of course wanted to use him. However, since Han Sen did not apply to join the school team, she did not want to ask him herself. In her heart, she had already treated Han Sen as one of the core players to participate in the tournament. But she had to make him suffer a little before that. In her room on campus, Situ Xiang watched the video of Han Sen's assessment repeatedly. In the end, She dialed the number on her comlink, and it went through. Xiang. It's been a while since you came to visit me. A man's voice sounded in her comlink. After a long while, Situ Xiang turned her comlink off and had a smirk on her face. She had to ask for her dad's help this time to frighten Han San into joining her team. On the other hand, she hoped this could also improve his archery skills and make him perform better in the upcoming game. Situ Xiang had a lot of trust in her father. He used to be an archery coach in the military, and that was why she had been practicing archery since she was a little girl. Boy, pray hard. That's your punishment for not joining the team yourself. Situ Xiang thought of the nickname of her father and smiled. Before Situ Xiang's dad retired, he was the famous Nazi in the military. The soldiers trained by him would go limp when hearing his name. After Situ Qing retired, he came to Blackhawk and became a vice president. But there was not much to be done. When he just came to Blackhawk, the president asked him to train the archery students. However, within the few days, no student could get out of bed, since they were either injured or sick. The archery students were about to write a blood letter co-signed by 10,000 people, which scared the president. Situ Qing was then asked to do no more. Situ Xiang had repeatedly told Situ Qing to train Han Sen according to the highest standards. I'll see how long you can last. Situ Xiang thought of the miserable look of Han Sen under her dad's training and secretly celebrated. After the semi-annual assessment, Han San was celebrating with his roommates, Ji Yanran and Chu Lily in the cafeteria. Han Sen, we are all human. How come there is such a difference? I did not spend time in the relationship or playing. All I did was training in the archery department and all I had was an A. You're never in our department and was driving warframes and playing with your girlfriend all the time. How come you got an S? It's not fair, exclaimed Shi Kong. Come on. You're in the heavy warframe society all the time as well, said Lu Meng. Lu, whose side are you on? Shi Kong stared at Lu Meng. Not yours. Lu Meng laughed. After dinner, the group of friends went to sing karaoke and play games until late. Han Sen hinted Shi Kong to lead Chu Lily away, so that he could accompany his girlfriend back alone. Why are you following me? At the gate of her dormitory building, Han San was ready to follow her upstairs. I'll go warm your bed. Han Sen grinned. I don't need that. She blushed and said fiercely. Beauty, have you forgotten that you just gave me $500,000 a few days ago? As a professional, I will serve you with all I have, so warming your bed is a must. Han Sen blinked and said, Go away. If anyone else saw us, I won't forgive you. Ji Yanran blushed and bit her lip. So, if no one could see me, I could follow you upstairs? Asked Han Sen casually. How's that possible? Go back. Ji Yanran curled her lips. Han Sen did not leave. He walked over to a corner where the camera could not cover and summoned the beast soul of the sacred blood color shifter. Suddenly, he became part of the surroundings. Ji Yanran widened her eyes and saw her boyfriend disappear in front of her. She was so shocked that she couldn't see anything standing next to him. She had to touch him to make sure that he was still there. What kind of beast soul is this? Ji Yanran was surprised. Color shifter. Can I go up now? Asked Han Sen with a smile. Stay farther. If someone noticed you, you'll be dead. She blushed and went upstairs. Han Sen followed her slowly. Fortunately, it was dark already and there was no one nearby. Although when Han Sen moved there were certain cracks, no one was there to discover them. So he came directly to her room. With Chu Lily being pulled away by his roommates, she would not be back in a while. Ji Yanran opened the door just a crack to see that there was no one out there before she let her boyfriend in. Do you want something to eat? You were just drinking and did not eat much. Ji Yanran said, looking through the food she had. You're enough. I don't want anything else. Sitting on the couch, Han Sen said with a smile. Can you be serious for a minute? Ji Yanran took some cake and some water to him. I am being serious and professional, trying to make your $500,000 well spent, Han Sen said. Ji Yanran saw his look and laughed. Then she rolled her eyes and said, Well, if you don't eat, I will. She then put a slice of cake in a plate and started to eat. Sitting next to her, Han Sen regarded his girlfriend. "What are you looking at?" Ji Yanran blushed under his gaze. "Look at you. You have cake on your cheek." Han Sen reached over. Ji Yanran thought he was going to wipe away the cake on her face and did not move. But his hand held her chin and he licked the cake away instead. Then he licked the cream on her lips and said, "Delicious." Ji Yanran's eyes lit up and suddenly hid his face with the entire piece of cake in her hand. While Han Sen was shocked, she held his shoulder and said, "You have cake on your cheek as well." Han Sen was dazed. She used her little tongue to lick away a piece of cream on his face. Blushing, Han Sen could no longer hold it back. He reached out to hold her waist and rubbed her face with his, tasting the cream and her soft skin at the same time. His hands also found their way to her plump butt. While the two were enjoying the sweetness, they suddenly heard the door being opened. "I knew there was something wrong. Genius, you are a genius in stealing a girl's heart as well." Chu Lily walked in with a smile. Ji Yanran jumped away from Han Sen's arms, stared at Chu Lily and could not say a thing. "Sure, Jikong, I shouldn't have counted on you. How did you let her back so soon?" Thought Han Senator he had no way around it and had to excuse himself. There was no way that he could continue his endeavor this evening anyway. Watching him going away, Chu Lily had a complex look on her face. Han Sen didn't go far before his comlink rang. Han Sen thought it was Ji Yanran and answered, but instead he saw Huangfu Pingqing in white lingerie in the holographic image. "Brother Han, do you still remember our agreement? Do you have time tomorrow?" asked Huangfu Pingqing with a smile. "Yes. Where do you want to go?" Han Sen touched his nose and said. When he made the contract with Huangfu Pingqing, he also promised her to go hunting with her once and he had to honor his words. The next morning, Han Sen was waiting for Huangfu Pingqing in front of the teleport station. He got a text from the Office of Academic Affairs when he just saw Huangfu Pingqing. In the text, he was asked to attend a training by Situ Qing. "I'm so sorry. I have to go." Han Sen showed Huangfu Pingqing the text. Huangfu Pingqing took a look and frowned. "If this is the Situ Qing that I have heard of, I'm afraid you're in trouble." "What about him?" "A vice president of Blackhawk. He used to be an archery coach in the military and had a nickname Nazi." Huangfu Pingqing told something about Situ Qing to Han Sen. 2 years ago, there was a training by him which ended in a couple of days because of the complaints from the students. I didn't realize that the school would still allow him to do this. Be careful and our agreement can wait. Huangfu Pingqing left. Han Sen did some research on the online school community and got a better idea who Situ Qing was. Based on the text from the Office of Academic Affairs, Han Sen came to an indoor training facility. When he arrived, he felt that something was off. In the entire facility, he was the only trainee. The student advisor Situ Xiang and a nice-looking, well-dressed middle-aged man were waiting for him. "Han Sen, this is Coach Situ Qing. From today, he will be training you for a month. You need to study hard under his guidance." Situ Xiang patted Han Sen's shoulder and left. Situ Xiang smirked secretly. "Boy, I'll come back and see how miserable you are in a few days. By that time, you will beg me to take you with me." Han Sen shrugged and came over to Situ Qing. The coach smiled at Han Sen. "Han Sen, I've heard about you. You're very popular in our school. I heard that you are voted the most desirable date by girls. You have good grades and many talents." "You flatter me, coach." When talking to Situ Qing, Han Sen maintained the standard stance of a soldier, which he learned during the military training. "I mean it. I see great potentials in you and believe that you are the hope of our archery department. I will do everything I can to teach you everything I know so that you can help revitalize the department." Situ Qing patted Han Sen on his shoulder. It seemed he meant everything he said. "Thank you, coach." Han Sen stood up straight and said. Situ Qing smiled and reached his right hand in front of Han Senator. There was a piece of metal of 1 inch by 1 inch. It looked like Z-steel. Situ Qing's hand suddenly gained the color and texture of gold. It was nowhere near human's hand. Crack. With a light squeeze, Situ Qing's fingers flattened the Z-steel. "This is a little gift for you." Situ Qing put the piece of Z-steel in Han Sen's hand with a smile. Han Sen understood very well that it was a warning. But it was indeed impressive. Han Sen could not achieve that so far. He had read about this kind of strength on the Skynet. It was a kind of martial arts that could only be practiced by evolvers. The concept was to change the structure of their body cells and turn them into metal. Even if Han Sen could get his hands on martial arts like this, his body could not take it. Thank you. Han Sen accepted the gift with a smile. All right, here begins our training. We will start with the horse riding stance. Ordinary people would think that archery relies on the strength of one's arms and fingers, which is wrong. Most strength needed in archery comes from the waist and belly. This morning we will practice your core strength with horse riding stance. Situ Ching instructed Han Sen to make the stance and sat down in the chair, watching him. Coach, a small request? Said Han Sen while making the stance. You can try, but normally I would not grant anything, and talking would only make it harder. If you fall before lunch, then you will have to do the same thing in the afternoon. Situ Ching narrowed his eyes and said, Coach, one of my hobbies is black and white boxing. During the training, I'm not allowed to go on the Skynet, and this is not something I can practice alone. After training, could you join me? Han Sen continued. Black and white boxing? No need to wait until the training's over. We can do it now. I heard that you are rather good at it and gave Street Germain a 0 on our behalf. That was very nice, but after all, it was a competition on the unevolved level. I will give you some guidance now to make sure that you can beat the Alliance Central Military Academy next time. Situ Ching was very interested in black and white boxing and no longer required Han Sen to make the horse riding stance. Han Sen walked over to Situ Ching with a smile. He had learned from Huangfu Ping Ching that although Situ Ching taught archery, his biggest hobby was black and white boxing. Come on, you attack first. Watch me and I'll teach you how to do defense the right way. Situ Ching curled his finger at Han Sen. Han Sen looked at the confident coach and had a strange smile on his face. When it came to real combat, he could not beat Situ Ching. However, when it came to black and white boxing, strength was not the only factor. Situ Ching thought highly of himself in black and white boxing due to his decades of practice. Han Sen's request pleased him very much. Although Situ Ching was the top among all evolvers and was about to become a surpasser, it did not necessarily mean that he was better at black and white boxing. Black and white boxing did not have much to do with strength or speed. What was important was the control of one's body, judgment, and state of mind. Because Han Sen had practiced Jadeskin, the control he had over his own body and strength was not worse than an evolver, and the other two factors had nothing to do with status. Han Sen had just started to practice Yin Yang Blast, and he was very much inspired by its theoretical knowledge. Bai Yishan was right in that it was not dangerous to practice and also helpful to increase his fitness. The danger of Yin Yang Blast was in its usage. Using the Yin force and Yang force at the right moment was extremely challenging for the users. If a mistake was made, the users themselves would be hurt instead. The Yin force was a soft force while the Yang force was domineering. They were two extremes in essence. Similar to black and white boxing, it was demanding for the user's judgment. You had to be able to tell what kind of strength your opponent was using to decide whether to use Yin Blast or Yang Blast. If the opponent's strength was greater than you needed to use the Yin force. If you used the Yang force, then it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Because the Yang force would consume all one's strength, a strike normally meant either life or death. Of course, this was the most straightforward example. The usage of the forces could be very different. Combining the Yin force and the Yang force would allow one to cope with different situations, which was the hardest part of Yin Yang Blast. Therefore, a great part of Yin Yang Blast was dealing with the judgment of all kinds of situations and the methods to hide the user's intentions. The usage of the Yin force and the Yang force needed lots of practice, so Han Sen was not able to use them at this point. However, he had already benefited a lot from the theories. And the theoretical knowledge went beyond the level of the unevolved and went all the way to the level of evolver and surpasser. As for the demigod level, Bai Yishan himself had not even reached that, so there was no relevant introduction. Even so, Han Sen was able to understand the theories from a high level. When he used this theoretical knowledge on Situ Ching, the effect was beyond his expectation. Situ Qing's expression gradually changed. Originally he wanted to instruct Han Sen, while later on he started to treat him like a serious match. In the end, Situ Qing was extremely shocked. How did you manage to do that? Situ Qing stared at Han Senator. He was not able to win a single round in a dozen matches. Situ Qing suspected that the student might have cheating equipment on him. That was easy. The way you use your strength was outdated. For example, when you use the black fist, the muscle on your arm. Han Sen said something in the theories of the yin-yang blast. Situ Qing nodded hard, looking like a primary school student listening to his teacher. Ahem. I'm sorry. I said too much. I should go back to do the horse riding stance. Situ Qing stopped him and put Han Sen in his own chair. Pouring Han Sen a cup of tea, the coach put a smile on his face. Forget about that. Please continue. That doesn't seem to be right. Han Sen blinked and said, What's not right? I have watched your test videos. You are doing great. I will show you some tricks later and you just need to practice them. Situ Qing suggested, Let's do this. You can show me how to improve black and white boxing skills, and I can show you archery techniques. If you have anything that you don't understand, you could always ask me about it. Then I'll continue? Asked Han Sen. Please, insisted Situ Qing. Han Sen grinned and continued to talk about black and white boxing, while Situ Qing took up the bow and arrow to show Han Sen some special archery techniques. Don't stop. Han Sen urged Situ Qing. He found that the coach had stopped demonstrating as he listened to Han Sen. Yes, yes, Situ Qing said and continued to shoot the arrows. After 2 days, Situ Xiang felt it was about time to check on Han Senator. She would go see how miserable he was and try to make him join the team proactively. Imagining the look on Han Sen's face, Situ Xiang couldn't help smiling and quickening her steps. The moment she stepped in the training facility, what she saw made her pause. Opposite to her imagination, the popular student was even sitting in her father's chair, drinking a cup of tea. Why? Situ Xiang could not even close her mouth. How come her dad, who was called the Nazi, was acting like this? What spell did Han Sen cast on him? She could not accept what she was seeing and thought she was in the dream. This must be a dream. My dad could not. Situ Xiang pinched her own cheek, trying to wake up. Ouch! The acute pain on her cheek confirmed that she was not in a dream. Covering her face, Situ Xiang had an odd look on her face. Dad, what did you do? Situ Xiang pulled Situ Qing into the lounge and closed the door. What happened to the Nazi coach? Ahem. That boy is really good at black and white boxing. Every time he beat me, he could tell what I did wrong. So, Situ Qing blushed a little, for he had completely forgotten about his mission due to his obsession of black and white boxing. Situ Xiang did not know what to say. Dad, you will have to train him well. You know the situation of the archery department, and we would be counting on him in this tournament. Situ Xiang said, upset. Relax. I've taught him everything. The boy has a good foundation and he would do just fine in military academy tournament, replied Situ Qing. Situ Xiang felt that her plan had completely failed. She knew from the look of her dad that all he could think about right now was black and white boxing. Although Situ Xiang felt discouraged, she knew that her father had a great eye for talent. If he said Han Sen was okay, then it must be true. All right. Situ Xiang sat down. Although her plan to teach Han Sen a lesson did not work, she was now even more certain that Han Sen was a great archer. Situ Xiang decided that to step aside and asked her father to complete his training. After the training was done, she would ask him to join the school team. As a specially recruited student in the archery department, it would be his duty to represent the school in the tournament. Since the result was the same anyway, Situ Xiang was okay with that. And she was a bit impressed that this student could manage her father. Situ Qing was training Han Sen in the meantime. After Situ Qing understood Han Sen's conditions from sparring with him in black and white boxing, he decided that Han Sen no longer needed to do the basic exercises. All the student was lacking was some details and techniques which could easily be learned. To be honest, Situ Qing did not like to train someone like Han Senator. He preferred to train a rookie because he enjoyed the sense of accomplishment of training a kitty into a lion. A trainee like Han Sen had taken away the satisfaction from him completely. However, Han Sen's understanding and skills of black and white boxing were a huge asset. Since Han Sen was the only trainee and the coach did not have any constraint, Han Sen was able to live like usual. Although Situ Xiang was aware of that, she did not try to make his life harder. After all, he would be her core player. Han Sen had learned a lot of useful techniques from Situ Qing and made a lot of progress. The 1-month training ended in 10 days and Situ Xiang recruited Han Sen into the school team after the training. Different from other tournaments, the archery tournament was relatively short and only started toward the end of the semester, so it would still be a while before the tournament. Huangfu Pingqing was somehow informed that Han Sen's training was over, and came to find him to accompany her in the hunting trip. "Huangfu, won't you bring more people?" In the steel armor shelter, Han Sen looked at Huangfu Pingqing in surprise. She had a lot of strong friends, but did not bring anyone. "You're quite enough," said Huangfu Pingqing with a smile. She herself was quite strong as well. With Han Sen here, unless they ran into sacred blood creatures that were especially tough, they would never be in trouble. "Where do you want to go?" asked Han Sen. "You decide. I'll follow you." Huangfu smiled at him provocatively. "Then let's go to the Devil Desert. I hope we could meet that black-feathered beast king again." With the 3-blade harpoon, he was confident that he could kill the beast king. Normally speaking, a sacred blood creature that was the king of a group would be weaker than the sacred blood creatures that were alone. Black-feathered beast king was not that strong among all the sacred blood creatures Han Sen had seen. Its beast soul was sacred blood wings, which were quite useful. The two rode their mounts toward the Devil Desert and ran into a lot of primitive creatures on their way. Unfortunately, in 2 days they had not even seen a mutant creature. When they came to the place where they ran into the group of black-feathered beasts, they did not see a single creature. They must have either moved away or been hunted down. "Last time when I was here, I saw a sacred blood creature in the Sand Valley. I was not able to kill it at a time. Are you interested to have a look there?" Huangfu Pingqing suggested with a smile. "What kind of creature is that?" Han Sen looked at her in surprise. She was leading a strong team last time, and the creature that they were not able to kill was definitely very strong. "Looks like something inedible. It looks like a warframe made from a piece of rock, only smaller. It was about 6 feet tall. Very tough, strong and fast. Even a sacred blood weapon could only leave a shallow mark on it." Huangfu Pingqing added, "Apart from that, it also had a black hammer that should be a sacred blood gear. Last time on my team, one was killed and one was severely injured by the hammer. We should go check it out." Han Sen was very interested. As long as a sacred blood weapon worked, he had some chance to kill it. For a 6-foot-tall rockman, it would be easy to cut its neck. After he arrived at Sand Valley, Han Sen came to understand why, with a strong team, Huangfu Pingqing was still not able to kill the sacred blood creature. The reason the Sand Valley was called that was for the sand pits everywhere in the valley. Unless one had wings, one would die there for sure. And even mutant wings would be too slow when fighting a sacred blood creature. Hence, only those who had sacred blood wings could participate in hunting the creature. The sacred blood creature was more than 6 feet tall and made of stones with a metal shine. What was worse was that the hammer in its hand was as large as a barrel, with a handle more than 6 feet long. When it wielded its weapon, any opponents within a dozen feet would be either injured or killed. Huangfu Pingqing smiled at Han Sen. "Brother Han, do you think you could kill this creature?" Han Sen smiled back at her. "Huangfu, I believe you did not bring me here just to let me look at it. I could lend you the sacred blood beast soul arrow. But if you gain its beast soul, I need to claim half of it," said Huangfu Pingqing. She had planned this out when she took him here. He had a sacred blood bow and she had a sacred blood arrow, so they could shoot at the sacred blood creature from outside the Sand Valley. If they could kill it, then it would be great. If not, the creature would be injured and provoked to come out of the valley. And then they could try to kill the creature together. Huangfu Pingqing did not fear that the creature might hurt herself since she had sacred blood wings anyway. "You're asking too much," said Han Sen. "Without my arrow, an ordinary arrow would not hurt it or provoke it. I think it's reasonable for me to climb half, said Huangfu Pingqing. She did not believe he was able to kill the creature without her arrow. I will do without the arrow. After I kill this creature, I will buy you dinner. Han Sen summoned a pair of wings and flew toward the sand valley. Looking at Han Sen flying with a pair of primitive wings, Huangfu Pingqing was shocked. Brother Han, you do not mean to use a primitive pair of wings to enter the valley? The wings were from a primitive black-feathered beast, so they were slow and ineffective. They were just enough to keep Han Sen from falling into the sand. Han Sen used to have a pair of mutant wings, which he sold to Huangfu Pingqing for the three-blade harpoon. He also had the purple-winged dragon beast soul, which was Dollar's signature, and he could not use that. Han Sen smiled and did not answer, flying into the sand valley. The valley was full of quicksand, and the creature was standing above the sand. For unknown reason, its heavy body did not sink. 300 feet into the sand valley, Han Sen was discovered by the creature, who immediately lifted its hammer and ran over like a tank. 100 feet from Han Sen, it jumped up and swung its hammer at him. Although Han Sen had put on the phantom ant armor, the impact from such heavy weapon would still kill him. Huangfu Pingqing saw that Han Sen was in danger. His wings were too slow to bring him away from the creature's blow. If he chose to land on the ground, he would not be able to run away from the hammer either, because he would be trapped in the shifting sand. The sacred blood creature had such strength that even someone who had maxed out on all geno points would not be able to spar with it. Not to mention Han Sen's weapon, the harpoon, was extremely short. Huangfu Pingqing summoned her beast soul bow and arrow, wanting to shoot an arrow to help Han Sen and buy him some time. Before the arrow left the bow, Han Sen had already taken back his wings and fell to the sand. He stepped on the ground but was not trapped. Under his feet, the golden rock worm king the size of a car suddenly appeared. Although the rock worm king had not transformed, it did not fear the sand since it originally came from the desert. Leveraging this step, Han Sen used Sparticle to avoid the attack from the creature and approached it. The three-blade harpoon flashed on the neck of the sacred blood creature like a silver lightning bolt. The three-blade harpoon was sharp enough to cut sacred blood armor, and Han Sen's strength was even greater than someone having maxed out on all geno points. With one strike, the creature's rock-hard neck was cut off, its head thrown into the air. The headless creature still managed to make several steps forward before the hammer fell from its hand into the sand. Then the creature gradually sank into the sand. Huangfu Pingqing was dumbstruck. She could not believe that the creature which her entire team did not manage to kill was easily beaten by Han Sen. At this point, she regretted selling the three-blade harpoon to Han Senator with the weapon. He was too formidable. How did this guy get so far? Was it really just because of Qin Xian? Huangfu Pingqing could not believe that was the only factor in Han Sen's success. Han Sen stood on the back of the Golden Worm King, dragging the huge iron hammer which was even heavier than the gold axe of the Bloody Slayer. With the hammer, Han Sen could not fly at all. He had to use the Golden Worm King to drag it along. The sacred blood creature was inedible, and Han Sen did not have much luck. Without the beast soul, the sacred blood gear was his only trophy. When he eventually pulled the hammer out of the valley, Han Sen asked Huangfu Pingqing, who was dazed, "Miss Huangfu, how much do you think this sacred blood gear is worth?" Huangfu Pingqing walked to him, reached out to lift the hammer and failed. She slowly frowned. "This thing is too heavy. Those who had enough strength to use it would not need it, while those who did not have enough strength could not make any use of it. I would say it could sell at 4 to 5 million tops. And even with that price, we would need to find the right person to buy it. Several million is also quite some money. Whenever you have another auction, would you list it as one of the items?" Han Sen was short of money recently, and the several million was not a small number. "Of course. But you have said that you will buy me dinner, and that I'm counting on that," Huangfu Pingqing said with a smile. "Of course," said Han Sen quickly. He understood that it was not easy to sell a sacred blood gear. Back then, when Qin Xian bought the golden axe, only a very strong man in the special squad could use it. This hammer was much heavier than the golden axe, and it would be very difficult to find a buyer for it. "Did you get the beast soul? If you have got it and will not use it, I could sell them at the same time. Best price guaranteed. Huang Fu Pingqing blinked and said, "No luck. I did not get the beast soul." Han Sen shrugged. Huang Fu Pingqing did not ask again. Nor did she continue to march into the Devil Desert. With such a heavy gear, they needed to go back to Steel Armor Shelter. After signing the contract with Huang Fu Pingqing, Han Sen sent the hammer over to hers. Before Han Sen made it back to school, he was summoned by Qin Xian. When he saw her, he felt something must be off. The entire team of the special squad in Steel Armor Shelter were present, which was rare. Yang Monli's face was dark. Gambler and those who were friends with Han Sen were blinking at him, and Han Sen was not sure what they meant. "Sit down, please." Qin Xian asked him to sit and looked across the room. She said, "In a month I will be able to finish my first evolution and enter Second God's Sanctuary, and need to make the transfer now." She paused and looked at Yang Monli. "I have recommended Yang Monli to become the head of Steel Armor Gang." She then looked at Han Sen and said, "As for the head of the special squad, I would like to nominate Han Sr." Han Sen was surprised and did not expect this to happen. Now he came to understand why Yang Monli's face was dark. Although it sounded like the head of the gang was more powerful, it was not a formal organization. On the other hand, the special squad was in the military system. Being a member of the special squad, Yang Monli would actually be under Han Sen's supervision. As for the Steel Armor Gang, Han Sen did not go there again after he entered the military school. Yang Monli had thought that based on her ability and qualifications, she should naturally become the new head of the special squad. However, she did not realize that Qin Xian would recommend Han Sen to become the next head. Han Sen was very glad to see Yang Monli being upset. He had never liked her, but being her subordinate he had to listen to her. Now he had become her boss. "I believe I am the better candidate for the head of the special squad," said Yang Monli. "This is already decided. It is an order. I will hear no discussion about it," said Qin Xian and got up. "Okay, this is the end of this meeting. Han Sen and Yang Monli, you two stay. The rest of you could go back to work." Han Sen's friends gave Han Sen a secret thumb up and left the conference room. "Yang Monli, I should have nominated you as the new head of the squad. But you do have a temper. Just focus on the gang and try to evolve as soon as possible," Qin Xian said softly. Yang Monli was more than her subordinate. "I believe I have what it takes," Yang Monli said sullenly. "Han Sen, what do you think?" Qin Xian looked to Han Sen and asked. "I will not let you down," Han Sen said resolutely. At last he was able to boss Yang Monli around and that he would never let this opportunity go. In addition, being the head of the special squad also had its benefits. Not only could he utilize the human resources within the squad, he could also make connections with the upper level. The pay was much better as well. More importantly, as the head of the special squad, he had the authority to purchase internally. Not only could he now access Sacred Blood Beast Souls and S-Class Saint Hall licenses, he could enjoy the discounted price. In the entire squad, the head was the only one who could enjoy this. "Great." Qin Xian smiled and nodded, and then turned to Yang Monli. "Since you think you are the better candidate, you two can have a competition. If you could win, then I will take back my decision and recommend you instead." "Okay. I will take any competition and will never lose to him." Yang Monli immediately stood up. She used to be the instructor of Han Sen in archery and did not believe that she would lose to him. Not only archery, Yang Monli did not think she would lose to him in anything. "Since you are both good at archery, let's do archery." Qin Xian asked Han Sen, "Do you have any objections?" "None. I could compete on anything but having a baby," said Han Sen with a smile. Yang Monli gave him a fierce stare. He was implying that she couldn't do much except for giving birth to a child. "Then let's go to the virtual training field," said Qin Xian and walked out. After going back to school, Han Sen went to the holographic equipment hall and entered the virtual training field designated by Qin Xian. Qin Xian did not ask them to have the competition in the training field of the shelter, for she did not want anyone else to find out about the result. No matter who lost, the person would suffer in his or her honor, which was not something Qin Xian was willing to see. because they were both future leaders that she had handpicked. Han Sen logged into the platform called Sagittarius, a virtual archery community. After logging in, he was assigned to the unevolved section. Qin Xian and Yang Manli were already there, and Han Sen quickly sent friend requests to both of them. Qin then invited Han Sen to enter the game room. This is one of the classical game rooms on Sagittarius. It is called White Bird's Forest. You will see a path in the forest 2 miles long. When you go through the path, there will be black and white birds on the trees. You cannot shoot the white birds, but only the black ones. If you mistakenly shoot a white bird, you will be out. And we will decide who the winner is based on the number of the black birds you shoot. If your numbers are the same, the winner will be the one who finishes faster. Do you have any questions? After explaining, Qin Xian looked at them. No, answered Yang Manli and Han Sen at the same time. Okay, you shall begin now. Han Sen and Yang Manli started their test respectively and entered the White Bird's Forest. Although Qin Xian did not want anyone to know the results of this competition, an acquaintance happened to see both of them when they entered Sagittarius. Su Xiaoqiao often went to Sagittarius to practice his archery, despite his carefree appearance. Sagittarius was obviously more fun than shooting at a target. When Su Xiaoqiao had just finished his practice, he saw Qin Xian, Han Sen and Yang Manli at the same time and was very shocked. How come the three of them would log in on Sagittarius at the same time? What are they trying to do? Su Xiaoqiao suddenly became curious and followed them into the game room. The game room was open to everyone, but after one entered the scene it would become a unique experience for the player. Su Xiaoqiao saw Han Sen and Yang Manli had both started the White Bird's Forest test and hesitated. He could use the observing mode and pay to watch one of them. However, he was alone and it was impossible for him to watch both. Su Xiaoqiao only paused for a moment before he chose to watch Han Sen's test. It was not because Su Xiaoqiao thought Han Sen was the better archer, but because everyone in Bullseye knew how great Yang Manli was. Su Xiaoqiao was not sure how well Han Sen could do, so he was intrigued to see Han Sen's test. After entering the observing mode, Su Xiaoqiao saw Han Sen waiting to begin the test. Su Xiaoqiao was familiar with this game room and had trained here before as well. This was a scene easy and difficult at the same time. Anyone could easily pass the challenge by running through without shooting any white bird. However, if one was fast but did not shoot many black birds, one's score would be very low. And if one killed the black bird slowly, one would still get a low score. Also, the scene was set in the nighttime and the forest was very dark. So some black birds would blend in the darkness and it was easy to miss them. Some black birds flew very fast and sometimes in different directions, which was very challenging for the archer's reflex time. In addition, many white birds would suddenly appear to increase the difficulty. Once a white bird was shot, the game would be over, and the archer would not even get a score. According to the system setting, there were 1,000 black birds in the White Bird's Forest, and their location and direction were all random. There was no pattern to follow. Therefore, it was almost impossible to guarantee the accuracy and the speed at the same time. Luckily, in this game room the arrows were unlimited. In real life, carrying 1,000 arrows alone was tiring enough. Su Xiaoqiao would normally get a D rating and occasionally C. If one could kill more than 90% of the black birds and guarantee one's speed, one could be rated A. As for the highest rating S, almost no one could achieve that. No white birds allowed and all black birds must be killed, no miss and fast. One would have to satisfy all these conditions to get an S. In the entire history of Sagittarius, only one person had gotten an S in the unevolved White Bird's Forest. That person was a professional archer trained since childhood and was now the best archery coach in the military. Although Han Sen is much better than me in archery, I don't believe he could get A. His level should be a B. While Su Xiaoqiao was calculating what kind of score Han Sen could get, he started to record this test. At this time, the countdown ended, and Han Sen embarked on the path of the White Bird's Forest. The moment he started walking, he had already shot an arrow. It seemed like he did not even look. Also, he was shooting non-stop while walking. There was barely any interval between his arrows, which went in all directions. Qin Xian also chose to watch Han Sen's test. Yang Manli was her subordinate and best friend, and she did not need to watch to know her skills. All she wanted to find out was whether or not Han San could give her another surprise. Having done detailed analysis and research on the guy, she was surprised by his potentials. He was from an ordinary family and was able to get this far. Other people might think that Han San had benefited a lot from her help, but Qin Xian herself knew very well that his achievements were all accomplished on his own. Even the help she had offered to him was because of his contributions. If Qin Xian had not hypnotized him to learn the truth, she would strongly suspect that Han San was dollar. Although Yang Manli is very powerful, she is not the best leader. And Han San is much better in that regard. Qin Xian sighed. It was not an easy position to be in, pressured from the upper and lower level at the same time. If Qin Xian could choose, she would rather be just a soldier whose only responsibility was to fight. But since she was put on the spot, she had to shoulder her responsibilities. I hope he will not let me down. Qin Xian did not want Han San to lose, because if Yang Manli was to take over the squad, she might run into crisis being so straightforward. Qin Xian believed that Han San was the better candidate to take care of all kinds of issues. When the test began, all Qin Xian's attention was attracted by Han's senator. She was unable to move her eyes from him. Wow! Han San is awesome! Exclaimed Su Xiaoqiao. He had seen many videos of this game room, but had never seen anything quite like this. Normally speaking, no matter how fast one would have to pause in the process of shooting. However, Su Xiaoqiao could not see any pause in Han Sen's movements and steps. Every step Han Sen took, an arrow would fly out like lightning bolt, piercing a blackbird's body. Those arrows looked like they had life and could always hit the target. No matter where the blackbirds were, the arrows could always pierce their bodies. In the darkness of the forest, there was no miss. Even in a flock of both black and white birds, the arrows could always find the black ones and never hurt any white. Some arrows seemed like they were shot aimlessly, but eventually hit the blackbirds hidden in the trees. Su Xiaoqiao felt like he was watching a movie, an action movie that made him feel hot. He wished that he could join his friend and take up his bow and arrow. This is amazing! Unbelievable! Su Xiaoqiao clenched his fists and thoroughly enjoyed himself. Qin Xian was extremely shocked. Although Qin Xian was not a great archer, her eyesight was much better than Su Xiaoqiao's, so that she could notice more details that escaped Su Xiaoqiao. Han San almost started shooting immediately since the beginning, and Qin Xian never saw his arrows miss. He never hurt any white bird. Sometimes, Qin Xian only saw the black birds after he shot the arrows. Some arrows were significantly slower than others and did not even aim at the blackbirds in the beginning. However, the arrows would always end up in the bodies of blackbirds. If it was occasional, Qin Xian would not be impressed, but she had seen the situation happening repeatedly. His judgment, eyesight, and archery were all super impressive. Qin Xian had to admit, Han San was indeed a natural in archery. He was more than accurate. The judgment he made allowed him to achieve excellence. If Qin Xian had to describe Han San's archery, then she would say that he was using his brain to shoot his arrows. One could practice on one's accuracy and strength, but hardly one's level of understanding. Without any error, Han Sen walked across the forest non-stop. This is not real. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly realized something as he saw the exit was closer and closer. He did not see a single miss from Han Sen, but he was not sure if Han Sen had missed any blackbirds. If there was no miss, when Han Sen reached the exit, he might be able to get a legendary S rating. Even Qin Xian got nervous. Although Yang Manli was very strong, she could only get an A rating. If Han Sen were to be rated S, there was no doubt that Yang Manli would lose. This was a result that Qin Xian was willing to see. After all, if a leader of the team did not have the absolute authority, the stability of the team would be endangered. If Han San was able to beat Yang Manli in her strongest field archery, he would be able to establish the necessary authority to deter Yang Manli from questioning his ability. Yang Manli was very satisfied with her performance. She had outdone herself because of her strong desire to beat Han San and prove herself to Qin Xian. Although she was still rated A, her score was among the top in a level. She had killed much more blackbirds and had also increased her speed by 3 minutes. As Yang Manli walked out of the test scene, she saw that both Qin Xian and Han Sen were there and thought, he is out so early, which meant he was even faster than me. Then he must have not killed enough blackbirds or have even shot a white one. Here's my score. Yang Manli directly demonstrated her report to Qin Xian. A level 964 blackbirds killed. Well done, you've made a huge progress by only missing 36. Qin Xian read the statistics in the report and complimented. Indeed, a score like this was outstanding him on the unevolved. So, Qin Xian thought secretly, Yang Manli would have been invincible in steel armor shelter. It's just there is Han Sr. How about you? Yang Manli asked Han Senator. She was not happy that her position was stolen by a teenager. Han Sun did not speak and showed her his report. With only one look, Yang Manli suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked incredulous. A golden S on the report told her that she had lost. He must have killed all 1,000 blackbirds, and he was also faster than her. How is that possible? Yang Manli could not believe that Han Sen was so strong. Half a year ago she trained him, and he had made such progress in just 6 months. S level. Many professional archers would not even be able to get such a rating. Although Han Sen was in the archery department, his progress was still awe-inspiring. According to Yang Manli's knowledge, Han Sen was in the Warframe contest and black and white boxing competition. He even starred a commercial. How much time did he have left to practice archery? Yang Manli regarded Han Senator no matter how reluctant she was to admit this fact. The fact is the fact. S level, she could not even try to compete. All right, this is a done deal then. Qin Xian did not say much, but felt satisfied with Han Sen's performance secretly. However, she was not willing to put Yang Manli down, so she did not pay him any compliment. She also knew that compliments did not really work on this guy. When the three left the online community, Su Xiaoqiao was still thrilled, watching the video he just took. I had never thought Han Sen's archery skills are so strong. Su Xiaoqiao watched the video repeatedly and could not stop. The hunting frenzy was like the best movie, full of excellent frames. Han Sen's figure stood aloof and cold, and his movements smooth and perfect. Without any edit, this video was comparable to any well-designed movie. You're keeping such a secret from me. Now it's time for a punishment. Su Xiaoqiao grinned and uploaded the video to the farm of Sagittarius. He also named it S-Level White Birds Forest. Su Xiaoqiao hesitated for a second and still blurred the facial features of Han Sen to protect his identity. S-Level? For real? I don't believe it's real. Many watched the video with suspicion and started a heated discussion in the forum. This is unbelievable. Must be special effect. I just checked on the official website. In this test was indeed rated S. Super. How did he do it? I watched more than 10 times and could not stop myself. I'm totally hooked. Who is this person? I cannot stop watching this. Help. I'll go help you after watching 10 more times. The video soon caught the website management's attention and was stickied. It became so popular that many evolvers heard about this video and came to check it out. After all, evolvers were unevolved once, and they had all practiced in Whitebird's Forest and never heard of an S rating. The evolvers also felt shocked after watching the video. This person's archery skills were beyond their imagination. Although his speed and strength might not be as strong as theirs, they could not even guarantee no miss with such a speed. This was simply too demanding on one's techniques. No error allowed. After all, a person was not a machine, and how could you expect absolutely no mistake? This person in the video did not hesitate at all. It looked like he did not even look at his targets. This incredible control and confidence were beyond strength and speed. This must be fake. Is he actually so strong? Unbelievable. It's absolutely real, since the official website has recognized it. Who is him? Yang Manli also saw the video. Because of the timestamp of the video, it was easy for her to tell that it was Han Sen in it. Looking at Han Sen, Yang Manli got goosebumps. This kind of performance would be any archer's ultimate pursuit. He was more than accurate. It was like he could predict everything. No matter for archers or snipers, the toughest thing was never the accuracy, but the judgment under complex situations. Obviously, Han Sen was one of the best archers she had seen in this aspect. He did not aim at any target when he made the shot, but was able to tell where the target was going to be. Yang Monli felt a chill. If she and Han Sen were shooting at each other, she might not even be able to make a single shot. It was a feeling hard to describe. Qin Xian was right. He is a natural, thought Yang Monli, after finishing watching the video. The video was very popular in Sagittarius, but its popularity ended among archery lovers. Archery was, after all, a less popular skill, and Sagittarius was just one of the circles of archery. After going back to school, Han Sun wanted to call his girlfriend when his comlink suddenly rang. Situ Xiang was summoning all the archery team members. At the training field of the school team, Han Sen saw Shi Zhikong, Lu Meng and Zhang Yang, who were also summoned by Situ Xiang. Han San, so you're also in school team? Asked Shi Zhikong with a smile. I have to contribute to my department. Why are you here? Said Han Sen casually. Same reason. When Situ Xiang reviewed Han Sen's file, she studied the profiles of all the other specially recruited students again, wondering if she could find anyone that had escaped her attention like Han Sen did. In the end, she decided to ask Han Sen's roommates to join the team and get them a training. Even if they were not good enough this year, they would excel next year. Do you know why the coach have called us here? Han Sen asked his roommates. Who knows? We are on the same page, said Shi. The coach has of course called us here to train. Now that we are all in the school team, we have to earn honors for Blackhawk. Zhang Yang was positive as ever. When Han San wanted to say something, Situ Xiang blew the whistle to call them over. Today I have summoned you to show you some recordings of a student who will become one of your rivals this year. Situ Xiang turned the holographic device on and projected the video. It was an edited video of one person shooting at different times, and most of the scenes were shot in the venue of the Military School League tournament. In more than 40 minutes, the entire school team was so quiet that one could even hear a needle dropping on the floor. After the video ended, Shi Zhikong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, OMG, are you sure this guy is just a military school student instead of an evolver professional archer? We are against him? Impossible. We'll definitely lose. He must not be human. He is our opponent and absolutely a military school student, said Lu Meng casually. Situ Xiang was interested in Lu Meng's answer and said, Since you know this person, please introduce him to your teammates. Lu Meng said naturally, I believe you have all heard of him, Jing Jiwu, the captain of the archery team of Alliance Central Military Academy. People call him Monster. In his freshman year, he had led their archery team to become the champion of the tournament. Since his sophomore year, he had helped the Alliance Central Military Academy win every competition from Warframe to martial arts to Hand of God, with no exception. In his junior year, he did exactly the same thing. The Military Academy League had changed its rules because of him. Now one player is only allowed to participate in one field. Such bad luck. How come Jing Jiwu happened to pick archery? You're getting ahead of yourself. Based on our strength, it is not likely that we would ever compete with the Alliance Central Military Academy. It does not even matter how strong Jing Jiwu is. That is true. We could barely enter the second round in the previous tournaments. I really hope to encounter him. We will lose anyway. Better to him than to someone else. The senior members of the school team commented casually. Obviously they had lost confidence and spirit in years of failure. You know a lot about Jing Jiwu, so how likely do you think we could beat the Alliance Central Military Academy? Asked Situ Xiang. We stand absolutely no chance. They not only had Jing Jiwu, but 2 of their team members rank top 10 and the other 2 rank top 20. However, we do not have anyone that ranks top 100, said Lu Meng bluntly. The senior team members all felt Situ Xiang's question was not practical. They would not even have a chance to face the Alliance Central Military Academy, so the presumption would not even happen. Situ Xiang nodded and did not say anything. She turned to Han San and asked, Han Sen, What do you think? We can only know after a match, replied Han Sen with a smile. The senior team members cast odd looks at him. If the comment was from any other freshman, they would definitely tell the person all about the bad performances of Blackhawk in history. However, it was Han Sen who said it, so they remained silent. After all, Han Sen was the genius on campus and had achieved great success in other items. Deep down, they still felt contemptuous about what Han Sen had said. Situ Xiang was satisfied with Han Sen's remark. She was glad to see that at least one person had morale on her team. Blackhawk had been a loser for so long that it was natural for the senior team members to lose confidence. We will watch another video, also from an unevolved person. Situ Xiang played another video, the background of which was a virtual gaming platform. It is the White Bird's Forest from Sagittarius. Someone suddenly recognized that. When the video started to play, Han Sen was surprised. It was the video of him taking the White Bird's Forest test. Who is this person? That's so impressive. Shi Zhikong stared his eyes wide. This must be edited. Is he really an unevolved person? Is that also Jing Jiwoo? I have seen that. It is a real video and has been recognized by Sagittarius. I've also been to the scene and was no match to that. Who is he? It is not important who he is. Do you think he's weaker than Jing Jiwoo? Asked Situ Xiang. It is hard to say without a match. Everyone started to ponder. Jing Jiwoo was indeed strong, but the person in the video was equally good. It was very hard to tell who was the better archer. Since someone is Jing Jiwoo's match, why can't that be you? Asked Situ Xiang. No one replied. The teammates were all thinking, how is it possible that we have that kind of skills? Although they all understood Situ Xiang's intention, they became even more depressed after seeing how good other people were. Han Sen, do you think this person is stronger than you? Situ Xiang asked Han Senator. She wanted Han Sen to lead the team in this tournament. If he did not have the resolve to win, she would have to reconsider despite his good skills. I should be on more or less the same level. Han Sen cleared his throat and answered. It was him in the video, so of course it was the same. Han Sen was still wondering who had leaked the video. Fortunately, his facial features were blurred, and no one could tell it was him. He did not think it was Qin Xian, but who else would watch his test and record it? Han Sen did not mind either. It was fine if someone found out it was him. Han Sen's comment sounded arrogant to others. The level of the guy in the video was clearly beyond that of a monitoring school student. Although Han Sen did well in Warframe and black and white boxing, he rarely went to archery classes. Like what Situ Xiang was thinking before, his teammates felt unsure about Han Sen's archery skills and were reluctant to believe that he had the same skill level. Situ Xiang was satisfied with his answer. She thought he was confident, which was a great quality for someone to lead the team. The senior team members were also good players, and they often lost because of their lack of confidence. Fantastic. This year, our goal is to beat the Alliance Central Military Academy. So, let's work toward that. Then Situ Xiang announced the training plan and asked each player to follow through. Han Sen, do you really think you can do the same? Zhang Yang asked Han Sen on their way back to the dormitory. Shi Zhikong and Lu Meng also looked to Han Sen, interested to hear his reply. Which video are you talking about? Han Sen asked. How about Jing Jiwoo's? Zhang Yang widened his eyes. It sounded like Han Sen thought he could match both. Jing Jiwoo's skills are hard to match. His fitness index is too high, and I lack in physical strength compared to him. After watching Jing Jiwoo's video, Han Sen also thought he was a formidable opponent. His techniques did not seem fancy, but were extremely practical. In addition, he had an outstanding physique. Therefore, no one would be his match. Han Sen's physique was among the top in the unevolved category, but compared to Jing Jiwoo, he was not as good. Currently, Han Sen's sacred and mutant geno points were not maxed out yet, and his jade skin had not even reached the first phase. If he could improve on those two aspects, he should be able to beat Jing Jiwoo. Han Sen, are you really as strong as the person in the White Bird's Forest? Shi Zhikong couldn't help but ask. As a student in the archery department, Shi Zhikong knew how difficult it must be. It was the ultimate goal of any archer. More or less, Han Sen shrugged and said helplessly. If you will, we should go take the test here on campus, so that the senior team members would stop their bulls, Shi Zhikong said with anger. Although the senior team members did not say much at the time, secretly they commented on Han Sen's arrogance, which pissed Shi Zhikong off. It is unnecessary to prove anything to strangers. At the time of the match, the truth will speak for itself, said Lu Meng reasonably. Zhang Yang also nodded. We should ignore them now and practice hard. If the school sends us, we will show them Lu Meng is not impossible in the tournament. Shi Zhikong had to give up the idea of taking Han Sen to take the test. Han Sen, do you have a minute? A sensual female voice sounded when they were going back to the dormitory. Han Sen's roommates all widened their eyes, staring at Huangfu Pingqing, who had walked up to Han Sen. What's the matter? Asked Han Sen reluctantly. Have you forgotten what you have promised me? Huangfu Pingqing smiled and asked. She then turned to his roommates. Do you mind if I borrow him for a second? Not at all. Shi Zhikong blinked at Han Sen. First hooked up with our campus belle, now the new goddess. How come I never got lucky? Said Shi Zhikong admiringly. Because your skin isn't as smooth. Why would the pretty ladies like a rough guy like you? Lu Meng tried to put him down. When the beauties get older, they would understand the benefits of being with the rough guy, rebutted Sam. Lu Meng threw a contemptuous gaze at Sam, who was tough-looking and full of dirty jokes. Aren't we going to eat? Why are we here? Han Sen felt suspicious and looked to Huangfu Pingqing. They were now at the gate of the military school. Without permission, it was impossible to leave the campus. We are going to eat. Take this. Huangfu Pingqing gave Han Sen a pass and led him out of the campus. The guard checked the pass and let them go. The minute they were out of the school, a private aircraft parked in front of Huangfu Pingqing. Huangfu, where are you taking me? Han Sen frowned and asked. I said we're going to eat. Huangfu Pingqing held Han Sen's arm and took him onto the aircraft. Han Sen felt his arm was in between clouds. He looked down and saw Huangfu Pingqing was wearing a white turtleneck jersey, showing off her curvaceous figure. After 40 minutes, the aircraft landed on a magnificent dome-shaped building. Holding Han Sen's arm, Huangfu Pingqing swiped her card and entered the building. Han Sen checked the name on the building, and it was really a restaurant called Queen, and next to the name were 3 stars. Huangfu Pingqing took Han Sen to a private room on the top floor. The declaration of this room was a bit strange, different from a regular restaurant. The sofa was crescent-shaped, facing a wall covered by a curtain. The table was also an arc facing the wall. As Han Sen was wondering, Huangfu Pingqing had sat down on the sofa and took the remote to open the curtain. Behind the curtain, the wall was made of one-way glass, and they were actually on the balcony. When looking down, they could see a gigantic martial ring. On the martial ring, a heated combat was going on. Outside the ring was a cheering and shouting crowd. With another click on the remote, the sound could suddenly be heard. What do you want to order? Huangfu Pingqing clicked the remote again, and the holographic images of different dishes and prices were all projected. It's my treat, so you should order. Han Sen was completely attracted to the 2 persons in the combat. There were both evolvers, and it looked like they had already gained a lot of geno points. They both had practiced great hyper-geno arts. The man had both his arms looking like black metal, and the woman was wearing a pair of shorts, with her long legs gleaming like silver. One used fists and the other legs. They both had extraordinary strength and speed. Whenever there is the flesh-on-flesh clash, it sounded like metal. Han Sen was strong among the unevolved. Compared to these evolvers, he still fell short. After all, they had different status. The hyper-geno arts used by the 2 also interested Han Sen very much, especially those that could change body cell structure. Those arts could make one's body as tough as a weapon, and one could even bare-handedly smash a tank. But they were not without flaws. Both the arms of the man and the legs of the woman could not stay like metal continuously. Every other minute they would become normal flesh. Huangfu, where is this? When the food was delivered, Han Sen asked curiously. The Queen restaurant is a business owned by the Ares Martial Hall. It is a combat-themed restaurant. Every day, Stevens from the Ares Martial Hall come here to perform. That not only boosts our business, but also promotes the Martial Hall. Huangfu Pingqing smiled and said, "You went through all the trouble to take me here. It could not only be for dinner." Hansen commented, "Taking him out of the school alone was a lot of trouble." "Would you plan to do after graduation?" asked Huangfu Pingqing, without answering Han Sen's doubt. "What plan could I have? I am in the military school and I will naturally be enlisted," Han San said casually. Huangfu Pingqing poured Han Sen a glass of wine and herself one. After taking a sip of the wine, she continued, "Ordinary military school graduates would be second lieutenant or lieutenant, and for you it would be easy for you to become a major." "You flatter me," said Han San with a smile. "A major would be the highest rank any military school student can be." "So, do you plan to serve the army always? Or just finish your mandate's serving term?" asked Huangfu Pingqing again. "I haven't planned that far," said Han Senator, although the special school belonged to the military. Its functions were limited to God's sanctuary, and it would not have any impact on Han Sen's official ranking. "If you decide to work for the army, you should consider drawing the Ares Martial Hall. We have many alumni in the military right now, and they would be a huge help to you." Han Sen had understood Huangfu's intentions by now. When he was about to say something, Huangfu Pingqing smiled and said, "There is no hurry. You still have years until you graduate and can take your time considering." Someone looking like a manager suddenly knocked on the door and bowed to Huangfu Pingqing. "Miss, we have prepared everything as you asked." After the manager left, Huangfu Pingqing smiled at Han San and asked, "Do you know why this restaurant is named Queen?" Han San shook his head and thought, "How am I supposed to know that? I'm not part of your organization." "Because there is a real queen here," Huangfu Pingqing said seriously. "Queen." Han San paused. There was no queen in the alliance. The highest political figure was the president, followed by the senators and generals. "Not the queen of the alliance, but the queen on the martial ring," explained Huangfu Pingqing, pointing to the martial ring. Han San then noticed that the two evolvers had left of the ring, and a host had walked to the center and said in an excited voice, "Now the highlight of the evening, the queen of ours will fight her 1000th combat. Will her highness remain undefeated? Let's wait and see. Please welcome the queen to the stage." Next, the lights were off in the entire martial ring, and the only spotlight hit on a tall woman in combat suit. She walked towards the ring wearing a butterfly mask to cover her face. She was about 6 feet tall and looked like a fierce weapon herself. The moment the woman walked out, all the audience started to cheer and calling her name with the same rhythm. The woman stood on the ring, raising her left arm and pointing her index finger and middle finger to the sky. With this gesture, the audience started to stand up and the atmosphere has become much heated. Today challenging Her Royal Highness is Su Jiqiang from the Iron Fist Martial Hall. With the introduction by the host, a man around 30 years old also came to the martial ring. Han San did not listen to the host, but kept her eyes on the woman who was called the queen. She had such a fierce manner that it looked like she had seen a million deaths. Han Sen himself also had a fierce vibe, but compared to her it was nothing. When Han Sen was regarding Queen, the combat began and Su Jiqiang turned his fists into golden alloy and smashed them at Queen. The strike was fast and fierce, compressing the air as it went. Even with Han Sen's eyesight, he could not tell how Su Jiqiang started the strike. Han Sen thought to himself, "Indeed, I am no match to strong evolvers. This is such a formidable strike." This was the famous Super Alloy Fist, an S-Class Hyper-Geno art of the Evolver section in the Saint Hall. Even among revolvers, only a few could use it well. This man was obviously much stronger than the last man. Soon Han Sen discovered that what Su Jiqiang was best at was not his fist, but his footwork. His footwork was so fast that he approached Queen in just 2 steps. He also managed to make the fiercest strike in her weakest angle. Queen did not even move, letting the fist tougher than iron hit her temple. Bang! The fierce strike hit the woman's temple, only making her head move slightly. Very soon, she recovered and gazed at Su Jiqiang with coldness. Su Jiqiang looked incredulous. He could not believe that his signature could not even hurt this woman. My turn. Queen raised her left hand shaped like a knife, her white skin suddenly turning red. Seeing her raising her hand, Su Jiqiang could no longer take the pressure and summoned his beast souls. His upper body was suddenly covered in armor and a long knife appeared in his hands. With a growl, Su Jiqiang smacked at Queen with his knife. Like a lightning bolt, the blade was about to cut Queen. Her eyes cold, Queen did not mean to dodge. When the knife was in her face, she suddenly waved her hand at it. Her hand met the beast soul blade and the weapon broke in the middle, as if it were made of wood. And her hand did not even stop there, and moved past Su Jiqiang. Crack! Su Jiqiang's beast soul armor was broken, blood flowing from the gap. Queen moved her fingers and her hand became normal again. Su Jiqiang thumped to the martial ring and never got up. In the cheering of the audience, the medical team immediately rushed over and tried to save Su Jiqiang. Queen raised 2 fingers to the sky again, giving rise to even louder cheers. Then she walked off the martial ring and disappeared in the channel. Han Sen's eyes lit up. He had seen many videos of the combats between evolvers, but none of them was as good as Queen. Obviously, Queen was among the top evolvers. In the 1,000 combats, she never lost to a single person from any other martial hall. She is the queen here, and our best student. If you are willing to join the Ares Martial Hall, you could enjoy the same cultivation that she went through. You have great talents and might even do better than she, Huangfu Pingqing said with a smile. She must not be just an ordinary student. Han Sen refused to believe that Queen was an ordinary student at the martial hall. Of course not. And if you are willing, you could become extraordinary as well. She blinked. How? If you marry me and become related with the Ares Martial Hall, then you would certainly be extraordinary. Han Sen choked on the water he just drank. Han Sen. Unevolved. Status. None. Lifespan 200. Genopoints needed for evolution 100. Genopoints gained 100 ordinary genopoints, 100 primitive genopoints, 64 mutant genopoints, 50 sacred genopoints. Han Sen came to the steel armor shelter and checked his data. He still needed some mutant genopoints. Since sacred genopoints were hard to come by, he thought he would hunt for some mutant creatures first. As for Huangfu Pingqing's invite, Han Sen was not that interested. Queen was indeed outstanding, but he did not believe that it was the result of the cultivation from the Ares Martial Hall. What made her different was her own personality. Was a strong woman. In the entire alliance, I am still too weak and must go to Second God's Sanctuary as soon as possible, thought Han Sen as he walked out the shelter, ready to hunt some mutant creatures. After leaving the shelter, he looked around and suddenly saw a red rope tied on a crooked tree. This was the signal he told Lu Weinan. At the time, he was only saying it casually and did not really want to cooperate with Lu Weinan. After all, they had fought each other, and Han Sen could not be sure that Lu Weinan would not hold a grudge. Han Sen had almost forgotten about it, but was reminded by the sight of the red rope. It was supposed to be Han Sen who left the signal, so Lu Weinan's behavior alerted Han Sen. Han Sen was interested to know what Lu Weinan was up to. He waited until nightfall and used the color shifter beast soul to approach the tree. Surprisingly, there were no traps. Han Sen saw that a note was tied to the tree. He took it out and saw a location written on it, which was in a mountain not far from the shelter. Han Sen paused for a while and still went to the said location. Even if Lu Weinan was trying to harm him, he needed to figure out why. If he was watched but did not know the reason, he would not feel comfortable. Luckily, he had the color shifter beast soul. At the said location, he hid himself and walked around. There was no trap, but Lu Weinan was under a tree. It looked like Lu was quite anxious. Why are you looking for me? Han Sen turned into dollar and walked to Lu Weinan. Brother, you have come finally. I've waited for you for so long. Lu Weinan came over excitedly. What do you need? Han Sen frowned. Brother, I found a sacred blood creature in Dark Swamp, but I was not able to kill it, so I want your help. Lu Weinan explained everything. Lu Weinan had been waiting for Han Sen for several days. He could not take care of the sacred blood creature, but he did not want to seek the gang's help either, because the gangs would take a big cut. That's when he thought of Han Sen and left the signal. When he was about to give up, Han Sen really came. What? You found a humanoid sacred blood creature? Han Sen stared, his eyes wide. Yes, it was covered in black armor and was holding a black spear in its hand. It was riding a black unicorn horse, which could float above the swamp. Lu Weinan described. A spear and a mount, what kind of creature is that? Are you sure you did not see a human? Han Sen looked at Lu Weinan incredulously. Brother, I kid you not. Although it looks like a person, you will see that it is definitely a sacred blood creature. So did you fight it? What's the outcome? Han Sen asked Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan blushed. It was too strong and its mount too fast. I had to use my iron-feathered bird to escape. Han Sen suddenly understood that Lu Weinan must have been completely beaten, and that was why he had come to Han Sen. So if I could kill the sacred blood creature, how do you suggest we divide the gains? Asked Han Sen. Whoever gains the beast's soul gets to keep it. As for others, I think that humanoid would be inedible, and all there is to share are its spear and mount. What do you say we each pick one, and I will let you pick first? Lu Weinan asked. Take me to check it out first. If I could kill it, then we can talk about how to divide. If not, then it doesn't even matter. Han Sen thought about it and said, Okay. Lu Weinan gritted his teeth and agreed. Han Sen did not kill him last time, which gave him some faith in Han Sen's character. If he were talking to another person, he would not show that person the creature first, as the information was his value in the deal. Han Sen carried the diamond sword from Holy Angel and followed Lu Weinan to Dark Swamp. Lu Weinan was leading the way on his flying mount, and Han Sen was flying using his wings. Half a day into the swamp, Han Sen found a mutant centipede more than 6 feet long. He cut the centipede in half with the diamond sword, and cooked the insect for some mutant genopoints. The tough shell of the centipede was like tofu under the diamond sword. Lu Weinan saw the sword and his eyes lit up. Brother, this must be the sacred blood gear from that creature on Mystery Island? Did you manage to get its beast soul? You know your stuff. I did not get the beast soul, replied Han Sen casually and summoned Meowth to share the meat. Han Sen did not turn Meowth into its transformed state. It still looked like a kitty cat, eating meat at Han Sen's feet. Such a pity that I cannot summon the Golden Rock Worm King. Thought Han Senator the Worm King was always with Han Sen instead of Dollar, so he did not want to blow his own cover. Brother, you're still feeding it? Lu Weinan thought the cat was harmless as before and reached out to touch its head. Roar! Before his hand could touch Meowth, the cat suddenly turned into the transformed state. A black tiger, biting at Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan was indeed great at escaping. Using his incredible footwork, he was able to take back his hand and run from the tiger. Meowth had already thrown itself at Lu Weinan and was ready to launch another attack. Meowth, come back to eat, Han Sen called. He was counting on Lu Weinan to lead the way and did not want him to be killed. Lu Weinan pointed at Meowth and shouted, Isn't it mutant beast soul pet? How come? Han Sen did not reply and continued to eat. Lu Weinan suddenly understood. It evolved. Lu Weinan shot an envious glance at Meowth and said, Brother, you are so lucky. Even your mutant pet has evolved. Now it must be more valuable than any other sacred blood beast soul. Yes, I was lucky. Han Sen thought to himself, if you see Holy Angel, you would know what a truly valuable pet looks like. Thinking of Holy Angel, Han Sen was a little upset. He had tried to feed her mutant meat, and she would not even look at it. When Han Sen was eating sacred blood meat, she became very interested. Unfortunately, Han Sen couldn't afford to feed her sacred blood meat yet. After the 2 persons and 1 cat were fed, they continued their trip. Because the centipede was too large, Han Sen was not able to gain a single mutant genopoint with his full meal. After flying for several days in the dark swamp, they reached the destination. Unfortunately, all the mutant creatures they saw were too large, and Han Sen only gained 1 mutant geno point. They were at a water meadow. In the green grass stood a unicorn horse, on the back of which sat a knight covered in shiny black armor, with the black spear in his hand. Only by looking at it from afar, Han Sen was certain that it was not a human being, like Lu Weinan had said. The armor of the knights was neither metal nor stone. It was more like shell of the turtle or some kind of beetle. And there was no gap between the parts of the armor. It was very odd. Han Sen was sure that this was a sacred blood creature, and one that was very hard to deal with. It was much stronger than the stone man that Helen showed him. Just by looking at its spear and mount, Han Sen was sure that it was not an ordinary sacred blood creature. Humanoid creatures were already very strong, and this one even had a mount, which was something that Han Sen had not even heard of before. "Brother, am I right? Is it a sacred blood creature?" Hiding in the grass, Lu Weinan whispered to Han Sen. "Yes, it is indeed a sacred blood creature. However, it looks very strong, and I am not very confident that I could take care of it." Han Sen told him the truth. The sacred blood creature was so strange. Han Sen did not think it would be weaker than the holy angel from the Mystery Island. However, he did not have a second sacred blood ghost butterfly at this point. Luckily, he had the diamond sword. Even if this creature was as strong as Holy Angel, he would still stand a chance. "Brother, I'll let you decide how to divide our gains." Lu Weinan thought Han Sen was expressing his dissatisfaction with his proposal and added, "I am afraid that the two of us will not be able to beat it." Han Sen believed that the black unicorn horse must have some special functions other than just a mount. Lu Weinan was very positive and said, "We have to try first. This kind of rare sacred blood creature must be worth a lot of money. If we happen to get its beast soul, then we will be able to make a fortune." "All right, so, let's talk about how to divide our gains first." "I'm afraid that your proposal will not do," said Han Sen. "What do you suggest?" Lu Weinan looked at Han Sen and said carefully, "Since you have provided the information, you could take 20% of our profits. The remaining 80% will be divided according to our contribution in the hunting. What do you think?" Han Sen thought about it and suggested, "Okay." Lu Weinan agreed to Han Sen's terms. This way, he could at least get 20%, while the large gangs would probably only give him a 10% cut. Also, if Lu Weinan made some contribution, he could get more. Lu Weinan had wanted to make some effort originally, because he might be able to gain the beast's soul if he had a chance to make the last attack. After the two had finished the discussion, they sneaked up on the sacred blood creature hidden in grass. Han Sen thought, no matter how strong the sacred blood creature was, as long as it could not fly, it will not be too risky for the two of them. When they were 500 feet from the sacred blood creature, it suddenly looked to their direction. Han Sen saw very clear that behind the helmet of the sacred blood creature were a pair of red eyes, as red as the flames in the hell. Before Han Sen and Lu Weinan could react, the sacred blood creature quickly urged the black unicorn horse to charge them and raised his black spear. "Watch out! This guy is too strong." Han Sen grabbed the diamond sword with both his hands and used jade skin to its full. The unicorn horse had an incredible speed, could also float above the water and did not sink. Almost immediately, the sacred blood creature was merely a dozen feet from Han Senator with its high speed. It quickly used its spear to stab Han Sen in the chest. Han Sen used Bladestorm to slash the diamond sword at the creature. The spear and the sword clashed. Han Sen was blown away with the sword in his hand by the magnificent strength of the creature. Han Sen was among the top of all humans in First God's Sanctuary. However, he could not block a strike from the sacred blood creature. After being thrown a couple of feet up in the air, he rolled in the water meadow for quite a while before he could stop himself. Lu Weinan, who was trying to launch a sneak attack at the unicorn horse, was dazed. He knew very well about Han Sen's strength, and even Han Sen was blown away. Lu Weinan quickly ran away when he saw that the sacred blood creature had made a turn to face himself. While running, he shouted, "Brother, let's run. This is beyond our capability." The sacred blood creature quickly stabbed Lu Weinan, but Lu Weinan's footwork was incredible. He wiggled away like a fish and summoned his iron-feathered bird to carry himself into the sky. The sacred blood creature did not chase after Lu Weinan, but turned to Han Senator. The unicorn horse was so fast that it was immediately in front of Han San, and the spear was about to reach the guy. Boom! Han Sun suddenly summoned Bloody Slayer and quickly shapeshifted. The diamond sword again clashed with the spear with a loud noise and sparkles. Even using the shape-shifting beast soul, Han Sun still had to step back before he could steady himself. The two fierce monsters started a huge fight. Lu Weinan, who was up in the sky, was dumbstruck. He never thought the sacred blood creature would be so strong. Dollar was absolutely a celebrity in steel armor shelter. Just a while back, he killed the sacred blood creature on the Mystery Island alone, beating Son of Heaven to it. Such a strong man was not able to beat this creature at all, which was beyond Lu Weinan's imagination. Han Sen was also shocked. This sacred blood creature was not weaker than Holy Angel at all. Its skills to use the weapon was also so incredible that Bladestorm seemed weaker. Although Han San had seen the Sly Fox King and Black-Feathered Beast King, as well as the powerful Holy Angel, he still marveled at the spear skills of this sacred blood creature. He believed that few in First God's Sanctuary could match the creature in spear skills. "Brother, let's go now," Lu Weinan cried to Han San in the sky. Although Han San was no match to the creature, he did not want to retreat. It would not be that easy for the sacred blood creature to kill him right away, so he wanted to test what is the weakness of the creature. Very soon, Han San was attracted by the odd spear skills of the creature. Although it seemed that the creature would only stab and sweep with the spear, Han Sen discovered that both the stabbing and sweeping carried a strong spinning force. When the creature was stabbing, the spinning force would turn the spear into a drill that could penetrate anything, even a suit of sacred blood armor. When the spear was used in the sweep, it would make the perfect shield, in that anything touched the spear would be blown away. Magnificent spear skills. Han Sen was observing as he fought. However, he was still not able to tell how the sacred blood creature was making it work. As Han San was not able to continue fighting the creature, he summoned Meowth in its transformed state. Meowth threw itself at the creature, while the unicorn horse suddenly gave the pet a kick. Meowth did not anticipate this at all and was suddenly sent into the air. Fortunately, Meowth was very strong and the kick did not really hurt it seriously. With some blood on its mouth corner, it growled and ran toward Unicorn Horse. Han Sun took Meowth back and flapped his wings to fly up, leaving the creature alone. OMG, that was so scary. How come there would be such a formidable sacred blood creature in the dark swamp? Said Lu Weinan, controlling the iron-feathered bird to fly near Han Sen. I was right. It was not one sacred blood creature, but two. Han San was still staring at the sacred blood creatures from above. You mean the mount was an independent sacred blood creature? Lu Weinan suddenly understood what he meant and cried, "Then how can we ever win?" Han San regarded the sacred blood creature and remained silent. It was still possible. He had Meowth, which could be used to distract the unicorn horse. However, Han San was not great at riding a mount, and could not fight on Meowth's back. Also, the spear skills of the sacred blood creature were so strange that Han Sen had not thought of a solution. He was only able to fight that long using Sparticle, which helped him dodge many key attacks from the creature. If he were on Meowth's back, he would not be able to use Sparticle, which would make him vulnerable to the creature's attack. In addition, he had to borrow the strength of Bloody Slayer, which made him unable to use a mount. He thought about it and decided that Meowth could only function as a distraction, and he had to be the one who did the fighting. You are not able to fly anyway, so there is nothing you could do to me. If I cannot beat you this time, I will come 10 more times. One day, I will definitely kill you, thought Han San to himself. He then found a place to rest with Lu Weinan until they were ready to fight the creature again. When he had recovered, Han San went to the water meadow. Before he reached the destination, Han Sen saw the sacred blood creature emerging from a lake, which puzzled Han Sen. Han Sen did not find anything peculiar about the lake, which was quite shallow. There were a lot of grass growing in the water and around the lake. Otherwise, there was nothing special about it. Maybe the guy is a neat freak and went down for a shower? But then it should have left its mount. Han Sen could not tell the reason and decided to forget about it. He took up the diamond sword and summoned Meowth, charging the creature in the form of Bloody Slayer. Han Sen and Meowth fought the creature together, but they could only last for about 20 minutes. The spear skills of the creature were so great that Han Sen's arms were only still functioning thanks to Jade Skin and Sparticle. Even his Sacred Blood armor was broken. Han Sen did not hesitate to fly away and take back Meowth. If it were not for Meowth, Han Sen could not even last 20 minutes. With his wings saving him each time, Han Sen fought the creature once in a while for a week. Brother, it doesn't make sense to continue. How about we seek other people's help? Lu Weinan saw Han Sen continue to fail, and became worried. Although Han Sen would not die, it was clear that he was not the creature's match. Although Han Sen kept failing, he started to understand the weird spear skills of the creature. Now he was even more interested in the spear skills than the creature itself. The spear of the creature would not only spin, but it could spin both clockwise and counterclockwise. When it was spun clockwise, anything touching it would bounce off. When it was spun counterclockwise, anything touching it would be drawn in. This was similar to Yin Yang Blast, which could reach the same effect by combining the Yin force and Yang force. Like Yin Yang Blast, the clockwise and counterclockwise spin also depended a lot on understanding the opponent's psychology, which was similar to black and white boxing. The Sacred Blood creature was formidable in that it could always use the spinning force spot on, which puzzled Han. Senator Han Sen was a master of tricking his opponent. Yet the creature could always predict his movements and use the corresponding force. Can it really read my mind? Thought Han Sen. Lu Weinan was very upset and said to Han Sen, Brother, you keep trying. I will hunt some mutant creatures nearby and try to spot other Sacred Blood creatures. These days, Lu Weinan had seen countless failures of Han Sen's and now he had given up. Even with more help, these two Sacred Blood creatures could hardly be killed. With their speed and strength, even a large group of people could not block them from running away. Han Sen agreed and was still thinking why the Sacred Blood creature could see through his mind. He thought over all the fights with this creature in these days and was even more certain that the creature could see through his mind. Otherwise, it was impossible for the creature to make the right decision every single time. If it really could read my mind, then regular attacks would not work, thought Han Sen, touching his chin. If he wanted to beat the creatures, the only way was to conceal the actual force he was using. Even if the Sacred Blood creature could see through one's mind, the best it could do was to tell the target of the attack, instead of what kind of force would be used. In order to achieve that, Yin Yang Blast was a great option. With the same strike, the Yin force and Yang force would create completely different effect, which was perfect to beat this creature with. However, Han Sen was still worried. Unfortunately, I have just started with the Yin Yang Blast, and could not even use it to its full potential. In the next 2 days, Han Sen fought with the creatures multiple times, and was even more certain that the creature could tell what his target was. Han Sen had to start practicing Yin Yang Blast, which was the only method through which he could kill the creatures alone. More people would not really be a help, because the creatures could always manage to run away. Not to mention Han Sen was not really willing to share with other people such special Sacred Blood creatures. It was fairly easy for Han Sen to practice Yin Yang Blast because he had already accumulated a large number of Geno points. However, to switch between the Yin force and Yang force was not easy. Han Sen had gained some experience in switching forces during his fight with the creatures and made some progress. However, it still took him more than half a month to reach the first phase of Yin Yang Blast and use the forces properly. In the beginning, Lu Weinan would come back at times. Recently, however, Han Sen rarely saw him. Han Sen did not know if Lu Weinan had given up or gone to seek others' help. With no one around, Han Sen thought about using his bow and arrows to shoot at the Sacred Blood creatures. However, he did not even have a Sacred Blood Beast Soul arrow. Even if he could hit the creature, a mutant arrow could not cause enough harm anyway. Luckily, Han Sen had reached the first phase of Yin Yang Blast and was ready to try it out. Taking a deep breath, Han Sen carried the diamond sword on his back and shape-shifted into the Bloody Slayer. Clenching his fists, He threw himself at the sacred blood creatures. The reason why he did not use the diamond sword was not that he did not want to, but that his level in Yin-Yang Blast was not enough for him to integrate the forces in his weapon. This time, Han Sen was completely focused. Without the sword, he could get seriously hurt once he made a mistake. Han Sen was not sure why the creatures were lingering here. Han Sen had been here for almost a month, and the two creatures did not mean to leave at all. They were always around the lake and sometimes in the lake. Seeing Han Sen was here again, the creatures were not surprised at all. The knight immediately charged Han Sen with its spear, which reached Han Sen's neck almost instantaneously. Han Sen growled and used Sparticle to dodge the spear with his 4 hooves moving rapidly. Then Han Sen threw his fist at the knight, who immediately used its spear to block his strike. The fist clashed with the spear. The spear suddenly spun clockwise and was about to bounce Han Sen's fist away. Han Sen was overjoyed in that now he could see that this creature could only tell his target to attack, but not what kind of force he was using. The clockwise spinning force did not drive his fist away, but drew his fist faster toward the creature's chest. Han Sen wanted to hit the knight in the face, but did not control his strength very well, which was why the blow ended up thumping the creature in the chest. Han Sen quickly moved backward after the blow, because the unicorn horse had already come toward him. Fortunately, in nearly a month, Han Sen had seen how the mount fought many times and was prepared for it. I used the Yin force, which should have some effect on him. Han Sen was not certain about the result. The creature stared at Han Sen with a pair of bloodshot eyes and did not charge again. A second later, blood began to flow from the corner of its mouth. Han Sen was pleasantly surprised. He did not realize that the Yin force had such a great penetrating effect. He believed that the armor of this creature was no weaker than any sacred blood armor, while he was still able to use the Yin force to hurt its inner organs. Roar! When Han Sen was getting excited, he suddenly saw the sacred blood creature growling and charging with a spear in his hand at a greater speed than before. Han Sen did not dare to spar with it without a weapon anymore. He drew his diamond sword and blocked its attack. Bang! When their weapons clashed together, Han Sen lost his balance and moved back, while the sacred blood creature had blood welling from its mouth. Using fierce spear skills, the creature was unstoppable. This is so weird. How come it became even stronger after getting hurt? Han Sen decided to give up after taking 2 hits from it. He quickly summoned Meowth to distract the knight so that he could fly away himself. When he was up in the air, Han Sen took Meowth back and thought he was safe. Feeling a chill all of a sudden, he tried to fly higher, but it was too late. A black lightning bolt went across the sky and hit a wing of Han Sen's with a strong spinning force. Crack! Although the wings were also covered in sacred blood armor, it could not stop the spear carrying a strong penetrating spin. A wing was pierced by the spear. Han Sen was covered in cold sweat. He was fortunate that the spear merely hurt his wing. If it were his body, he would be dead by now. His instinct and experience gained in all his fighting and hunting saved his life. Han Sen had to drag his injured wing and tried to maintain his balance in the air. He could not fall down or the sacred blood creature would definitely catch him. For some reason, the sacred blood creature decided to let him go and left to pick up its spear. Han Sen let out a sigh of relief, took back his wings, and landed on the grass. I hit the sacred blood creature, and it was spitting blood. I believe when my flying beast soul is recovered, I could then beat it. Han Sen got excited inwardly. Before his wings recovered, he took a sneak peek at the sacred blood creature at night and discovered that the creature seemed to be well again. What? Does this creature have such a strong ability to recover? Han Sen was dumbstruck. If the creature could heal itself overnight, it would be impossible for him to kill it. Soon Han Sen discovered that something was wrong. The sacred blood creature seemed to be just out of the lake. With such a serious injury, it was unlikely that it decided to have a bath. It is just a creature. I don't believe it enjoys bathing so much. Something must be different with that lake, thought Han Sen, gazing at the lake. Han Sen wanted to explore the lake, but the sacred blood creature would not leave the area. giving Han Sen no chance. In addition, Han Sen did not want to take the risk in case there were anything dangerous in the lake. I should finish off the sacred blood creatures first before exploring the lake. Han Sen had made up his mind to kill the sacred blood creatures. Now he had a better command of Yin Yang Blast. As long as he practiced it more, it would be easy for him to kill the creatures. Very soon, Han Sen came to realize that it was not easy to kill the creatures. Although in repeated fights with it, Han Sen could cause damages to the creatures with different uses of the force. The creatures could always recover after soaking in the lake no matter how badly injured they were. Unless Han Sen could kill them directly, he hardly stood a chance. It was almost impossible to kill the creatures directly, which would become faster and stronger after getting hurt. Han Sen did not dare to stay around them at that point. It seems that I have to understand what's going on in the lake before I can ever kill them. Han Sen flew in the sky and watched the lake from above. The lake was around 6 feet wide, shallow and clean. In daylight, it was easy to see the aquatic plants growing on the bottom. When the knight rode the unicorn horse to enter the lake, the head of its mount would still be above the water. Han Sen looked around and did not see anything but some aquatic plants. He had also watched the sacred blood creatures healing in the lake. They basically did nothing and became healed after a little while. Is the water special? And that must be why the creature would not leave here. Han Sen guessed, but did not believe that was the reason. There were so many lakes like this in Dark Swamp. All these lakes were formed through rain. Since other lakes did not have any special features about them, Han Sen did not think that this lake would be different. There must be something in the lake, Han Sen told himself. After observing carefully for a long while, he still could not tell what was in it, at least not anything visible. I don't believe I'm not able to kill it, decided Han Sen and continued to fight with the two creatures every day. When Han Sen was there for almost 2 months, he was able to use Yin Yang Blast quite well, much faster than the previous candidates selected by Ishan. It took at least 2 years for those soldier volunteers by Ishan picked to get the hang of this hyper-geno art, and Han Sen only spent 2 months. Han Sen did not know if it was because he was talented, or because he had a large number of geno points, or because he had practiced Jadeskin. At this point, Han Sen was able to fight with the sacred blood creatures well, but it was still difficult for Han Sen to kill the creatures. The knight was much stronger than Han Sen, even without its fierce spear skills. Also, the unicorn horse could always launch a threatening attack to force Han Sen back. Han Sen did not know that equestrian skills could be so effective and practical. Now watching the two creatures working together, he almost wanted to learn riding himself. He did learn a little bit in integrated compulsory education, but only with ordinary horses. He had also fantasized riding on Meowth and charging his enemies, but it would take a lot of time and practice for him to reach that level. It seems that I need to take some risks. Han Sen went to find the creatures again. This time, he did not use the Bloody Slayer or Black Beetle armor. Instead, he summoned the Fairy Queen when there was no one around. He suddenly turned into a blonde and went to challenge the creatures with no weapon. The creatures had hated Han Sen's guts at this point. Seeing him here, the knight immediately attacked with its spear. Han Sen used the sparticle to dodge the spear and moved to the other side of the creatures. The unicorn horse immediately rushed over, trying to ram Han Sen with its horn. It was so fast that even Han Sen were wearing sacred blood armor, he would be impaled. However, Han Sen did not mean to stand still. The move of the unicorn horse seemed slow to him. With another step, he dodged the horn and threw a punch at the waist of the sacred blood knight. Since Han Sen did not use Bloody Slayer, his height only allowed him to reach the waist of the knight. The knight had taken back its spear and swept it at Han Senator Han Sen, had to take his fist back to protect himself. Having made a dozen attempts at attacking the sacred blood creatures, Han Sen was still not able to approach them. With the Fairy Queen, it was very difficult for the creatures to hurt him. However, without the strength and speed of the Bloody Slayer, Han Sen could not cause any harm as well. In the end, Han Sen had to leave again. The two creatures were so strong and could not easily be killed. Another half-month had passed, and Han Sen was still not able to kill the two creatures. He thought of the creature that he was feeding, which was about to evolve into a sacred blood creature, and decided to go home. After these 2 months, Han Sen had known very well about these 2 sacred blood creatures. In First God's Sanctuary, Han Sen did not think that anyone could kill them alone. However, Han Sen had one last resort. In darkness, Han Sen shapeshifted into the color shifter and moved in the direction of the lake. The sacred blood creatures were on the other side of the lake, but Han Sen was still taking extra care when moving. Until he slowly entered the lake, the sacred blood creatures were still unaware of his presence. He let out a sigh of relief. It had been a long while since a sacred blood creature could force him to launch a sneak attack. This time, he had no other option than waiting in the lake and hitting the creatures when they came into the water. With or without injuries, the creatures would always soak in the lake several times a day. Han Sen was not sure what the ritual was for. Han Sen sensed nothing special about the weather. The sacred blood creatures could heal rapidly in the lake, while Han Sen did not feel anything but wet. In fact, when Han Sen was puzzled about the lake before, he had turned into the color shifter to sample some of the lake water and drank some, which did nothing. When Han Sen was in the water, he hid himself behind some lush aquatic plants and turned into himself, since he could not last very long when shapeshifting. Han Sen had decided to shapeshift into the color shifter again when he noticed the sacred blood creatures stepping into the water. After a couple of hours, Han Sen saw the sacred blood creatures moving over to the lake and quickly shapeshifted. Han Sen was wearing the phantom ant armor and holding the 3-blade harpoon. Under the effect of the color shifter, Han Sen's body and belongings were all integrated into the water. No one could sense his presence. Han Sen's assassination skills did not go to waste. As he was controlling his breath, neither creature noticed him there. The unicorn horse carried the sacred blood knight and walked towards the center of the lake, where Han Sen thought they would be. Without moving a hair, Han Sen relaxed his entire body and waited for the creatures to come. Not realizing the danger nearby, the creatures came to their usual spot. When they were about to reach the spot, the unicorn horse suddenly neighed with terror and kicked about. A long wound almost split open its belly. Blood and inner organs fell into the water, coloring it red. The knight immediately fell off its mount into the water. Han Sen was excited. His target was the unicorn horse to begin with, and without the mount it would be much easier to kill the knight. Struggling in the water, the unicorn horse was too injured to fight. The sacred blood knight stabbed Han Sen with its spear furiously. Moving sideways, Han Sen dodged this blow and shortened their distance, his 3-blade harpoon slashing at the creature. The creature lifted its spear and blocked the harpoon. All of a sudden, Han Sen threw a punch at the creature's chest with his left arm. The creature was indeed strong and managed to block Han Sen's fist with its spear swiftly. Without being affected by the spinning force, Han Sen's fist avoided the spear and still hit the creature in the chest. The force suddenly penetrated its armor and hurt its inner organs. Without moving its body, the sacred blood creature suddenly spitted blood and swept the spear violently toward Han Sen. Han Sen remained still and suddenly became one with the water, confusing the sacred blood creature temporarily. Jumping out of the water, Han Sen threw another punch at the creature, who learned from the previous experience and spun the spear in the other direction. Unfortunately, Han Sen was using the yang force this time. With the clockwise spinning, Han Sen's fist was drawn toward the creature's chest even faster. Boom! The sacred blood creature fell in the water with a splash. Han Sen did not stop and threw himself at the creature. Previously, when the knight had its mount, Han Sen couldn't approach it. However, they were now both in the water and the unicorn horse was dying. There was no suspense in how this was going to end. The water was suddenly red and Han Sen heard the voice. Sacred blood creature beetle knight killed. Beast soul of beetle knight gained. Meat inedible. Sacred blood creature magic horn killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. As the beetle knight died, its mount died as well. Hooray! Han Sen stood up from the water and almost jumped up. He was so lucky to gain a beast soul and some sacred blood meat at the same time. The body of the beetle knight quickly dissolved in the air, and Han Sen dragged its spear and the body of the magic horn to the bank. The body of the magic horn was the size of a camel. Han Sen did not waste any time and started a barbecue. Han Sen also dried some meat to preserve in case it went bad. He hadn't seen Lu Weinan in more than a month. It seemed that Lu Weinan had given up on the two sacred blood creatures. Han Sen wondered what Lu Weinan would think if he ever learned that they were killed by Han Sen after all. Soon after, Han Sen searched the entire lake but saw nothing special. Then Han Sen had some time to look at his newly gained beast soul of sacred blood beetle knight. Type of beast soul of sacred blood beetle knight. Doppelganger. Han Sen was puzzled, as he had never heard of this kind of beast soul before. He tried to summon the beetle knight, but it simply did not work. How can I use this doppelganger beast soul? Han Sen studied for a long time and did not find out how it was supposed to be used. He did not have too much time for research anyway. It was about time that he should go back eat the creature he had been feeding. Han Sen eventually understood what it was like to have too much to eat. There was so much meat of the magic horn. Even with his sacred blood wings, he could not fly fast with a few 100 pounds of meat on his back. Han Sen had fed the bones and inner organs to the golden rockworm king. Otherwise it would be even heavier. On his way back, Han Sen had been feeding himself with the magic horn meat all the time, and now he would vomit when he saw more. He had to eat though. It was sacred blood meat, and he could not afford to waste anything. Eventually Han Sen reached his limit and thought of the holy angel. He summoned the holy angel and fed her a piece of barbecued meat of the magic horn. This time the holy angel took the meat and started to eat. She looked very cute and had a nice manner. However, she did not ever stop and finished the piece of meat of 2 pounds in just a little while. The little girl regarded the remaining meat with desire. Han Sen decided to let her eat as much as she wanted. He was really tired of eating this kind of meat at this point and decided not to torture himself anymore. He could feed sacred blood creatures at home anyways, and could spare this one. The holy angel looked like a little girl but had an appetite of a monster. In just 1 hour, Han Sen could only ram a pound of meat down his throat, whereas the holy angel had already consumed more than 24 pounds. So, is this the appetite of a typical sacred blood pet? Han Sen gazed at the holy angel enviously. If he had the same appetite, he would not have to worry about the size of sacred blood creatures anymore. If people learned that Han Sen was picky about eating sacred blood meat, they would probably want to kill him. The next few days, Han Sen ate some meat himself and fed the majority to the holy angel. When they were out of the dark swamp, the meat was almost finished. Han Sen thought the holy angel did not really grow anywhere after eating the better half of the meat, but her breasts seemed to be a little plumper. Am I seeing this right? Han Sen thought to himself. If this kind of meat could lead to a boost in bra size, numerous women would kill each other to have some. Han Sen gained 2 sacred geno points from the part of the magic horn meat he ate, and now had 52 sacred geno points. He eventually went back to his own room at Steel Armor Shelter. The cloud beast he was feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature. Han Sen killed it to make a meat stew. After 2 bites, Han Sen heard the voice indicating the increase of sacred geno points. He thought with content, this is how it should be. It is such a torture trying to eat the entire magic horn. The sacred blood cloud beast added 5 more sacred geno points and made the count 57. Han Sen was slightly disappointed that he did not gain a beast soul from this cloud beast and chose to feed another cloud beast. On the campus of Black Hawk Military Academy, Situxiang was going crazy. After Han Sen entered God's sanctuary, she hadn't heard from him in 3 months. It was almost time for the archery tournament, and Situxiang was afraid that Han Sen might have run into some accident in God's sanctuary. On one hand, she was worried that he would miss the tournament. On the other hand, Situxiang did not want anything bad happening to such a talent. Situxiang almost went to ask the security department of the academy every day, trying to see if Han Sen had been back. Since every student needed to swipe a student ID when entering and returning from God's sanctuary on campus, Situxiang would know if he was back. After her morning exercise, Situxiang heard from the security department that Han Sen was back. Without hesitation, Situ Xiang immediately went to find Han Sen and let out a sigh of relief. Eventually he's back. I need to give him another training in the next few days. This guy is so much trouble. Han Sen wanted to find his girlfriend, but was stopped by Situ Xiang. Coach Situ Xiang. Han Sen saw Situ Xiang, who came in a hurry and did not know what happened. Follow me. Situ Xiang took his arm and led him away. Han Sen was crucial to the school team and she had to make sure he was his best self. Situ Xiang took Han Sen to the facility of his last training. Instead of calling her dad, she decided to train him herself this time. Situ Xiang knew very well that at Han Sen's level, he no longer needed to learn more techniques. She was only worried that after staying in the God's sanctuary for so long, he would be less familiar with archery. She wanted him to do a recovery training to make sure his archery skills were perfect. Coach, I don't think I need to do a full-on training. Some exercise will do. Han Sen licked his lips and said. He had always been using his archery skills, which were in his bones. 10 moving targets. If you could beat me, you can skip the training, said Situ Xiang decisively, handing the training bow and arrows to Han Sen. Coach, this is not fair. You are an evolver and much better in strength, speed, and reflex than I. If I beat you as an unevolved person, you would feel so bad, said Han Sen casually. Situ Xiang paused. She had anticipated complaints from him, but did not expect Han Sen to have such a response. If you could beat me, I would be very happy. Situ Xiang suddenly smiled and narrowed her eyes. However, Han Sen, it is not easy to achieve that. I look forward to seeing your performance. Situ Xiang carried her bow and arrows to her spot and Han Sen went to the other spot. 10 moving targets meant that 10 targets would randomly came from different locations. Whoever hit the effective area of the target first would gain a point. Different from a regular target in archery, these targets had no rings on them, but only the differentiation between effective area and non-effective area. An arrow on the non-effective area meant 0 point, and an arrow on the effective area meant 1 point. Han Sen tried his bow. They were both using 7.0 bows, so the bows could take a certain level of strength. Although Situ Xiang was an evolver, she could not put more strength into it. Hence Situ Xiang's advantage was only her speed of reaction. Can we start? Situ Xiang also tried her bow out. Although she was an evolver, she did not dare to slack in front of someone like Han Sen. Yes. Han Sen nodded. Situ Xiang started the system and a countdown began. They both drew their bowstrings. Suddenly, a target in the shape of a human emerged from behind a wall. 2 arrows left the strings at the same time. Bang! The 2 arrows hit the neck area of the target, which was the effective area, almost at the same time. Ding! Situ Xiang's scorekeeper rang. She gained a point because she hit the target first. A coach is a coach, said Situ Xiang with content. Well done. You almost needed no time to react. Han Sen had spared no efforts, but Situ Xiang was absolutely faster than him, which was something he could not make up for. Even among evolvers, Situ Xiang was doing very well. You did pretty well already. Top of the unevolved for sure. Situ Xiang meant what she said. It was only slightly slower than her. She had never seen this kind of speed among Blackhawk students. Situ Xiang was even more satisfied with Han Sen after this round. He was also able to hit the target right in the neck, which showed that he was dexterous. I believe that there's no point for us to continue, decided Situ Xiang. She had already tested his ability and thought it would be needless for them to continue. Competing as an evolver with him, she was not being fair in the first place. 9 rounds left. I believe I still haven't lost, Han Sen said with a smile. If they were both in the battlefield and Situ Xiang were using a bow that could match her strength, Han Sen would not stand any chance. However, in a game like this, things were different. Situ Xiang was only using a 7.0 practice bow, and all Han Sen was lacking was his reflex. Normally speaking, Han Sen would definitely lose because of this difference. In Han Sen's eyes, however, he believed he could still manage to win. Sure. Let's continue then. Situ Xiang was considering losing to Han Sen on purpose in the next round. otherwise Han-san might end up with too bad a score to maintain his confidence. As the two were talking, the game was still on. Suddenly a fox-shaped target jumped up from the floor. All the targets appeared randomly in this game. Because Situ-seong needed less time to react, she could always hit the target first. Situ-seong shot her arrow with confidence and saw Han-sen shooting slightly slower than her. Although she was pleased with Han-sen's performance, Situ-seong believed that she had won. Just when her arrow was about to hit the target, Han-sen's arrow knocked hers away from the target and ended up hitting the target. Ding! As Situ-seong was dazed, Han-sen gained 1 point. 1:1 Now coach. It seems that I'm rather lucky. Han-sen smiled at Situ-seong. Is it luck? Situ-seong frowned. This kind of situation would happen when two archers were shooting at the same target. However, the probability of such circumstance was really low. Maybe it is luck. Situ-seong did not pay too much attention to this incident and prepared for the third round. After all, even she could not guarantee hitting the effective area of the target after knocking another arrow away. Soon Situ-seong was shocked. She could not believe her eyes. 3 rounds in a row, Han-sen's arrow knocked hers away and hit the effective area of all the targets. Situ-seong thought it was incredible and widened her eyes. Did you do it on purpose? She was not questioning him, but confirming. If Han-sen could really accomplish this, his archery skills were simply beyond her imagination. Other than this, I could not think of any other method to win. Han-sen shrugged and said. He had already wasted too much time and would like to see his dear girlfriend as soon as possible. Hearing him admit doing it on purpose, Situ-seong asked the student with complex emotions, How did you do that? It is rather easy. To knock your arrow away, the hardest part is to determine the trajectory of the arrows. Since we are aiming at the same target, it is easy to make the judgment. Explained Han-sen casually. Maybe Blackhawk will have a monster as well, someone like Jing Jiwoo, thought Situ-seong to herself, gazing at Han-sen. Han-sen wanted to find his girlfriend, but had no chance at all. The moment she came out of the training facility, he was summoned by Qin Xian to the steel armor shelter. Qin Xian was supposed to enter Second God's Sanctuary a month ago and had delayed until now just to wait for him to make the transition in the leadership of the special squad. Qin Xian called Han-sen over and handed to him all the documents he needed to have. Yang Monli was still the deputy head of the special squad, and other people were also staying. Han-sen was familiar with them all. After the transition, Qin Xian told Han-sen in private, Yang Monli is proud, but she's a good and capable person. Do trust her with important things. As a leader, it is more important how you delegate. For example, Yang Monli cannot make a good leader because she has to do everything herself. Yes, Captain, said Han-sen. Qin Xian stood up and said with a smile, From now on, you will be the captain. I'm leaving the special squad to you. Do well, but no need to linger here. Evolve as soon as possible. Second God's Sanctuary is where you truly belong. After leaving the shelter, Han-sen could not wait to log in the online platform of the special squad. It took several authentication procedures before he could access it. After entering the platform, Han-sen searched his name and found he was indeed already the new head of the Steel Armor Special Squad. Under him were 8 members including Yang Monli. The special squad system was very selective about the members' qualifications. Thanks to Qin Xian, Han-sen did not run into too much trouble in joining the special squad in the past. The missions accomplished by the 8 members would not only bring rewards to themselves, but also points to the head, which could be used to exchange for some internal resources. Because Han-sen had just become the head, no one had contributed anything to his points. However, for members including Gambler were all in the middle of some missions. When they finished their missions, Han-sen would be the one who will benefit from them. He checked the ongoing missions and found that Gambler's mission could bring him 3 points when accomplished, while the missions of the other 3 persons could only give him 2 points. If they could all finish their missions, Han-sen would be able to gain 9 points. What could 9 points be worth? Han-sen entered the resource page and was shocked. There were S-Class St. Hall licenses and Geno solutions. A bottle of S-level Geno solution would only cost 10 points, and an S-Class St. Hall license 30. Eventually I have become the boss. Han Sen became very excited. After leading the special squad for some time, he would be able to earn all these with no effort. No wonder Yang Manli wanted to be the head. This is so good. Han Sen celebrated secretly. He immediately checked the available missions to take, and saw that only one mission was available in Steel Armor Shelter, which was submitted by Yuan. The content of the mission was to assist Yuan to kill a specific sacred blood creature with the condition that the last strike must be made by Yuan. The reward for this mission was a bottle of S-level Geno solution. Also, as the head of the special squad, he would be able to gain 10 points, which equaled another bottle of S-level Geno solution. So generous. I wonder if anyone would take this mission. Han Sen now had many subordinates and did not want to work so hard himself. He printed out the information of the sacred blood creature provided by Yuan and entered Steel Armor Shelter again. Calling Yang Manli over, he said, "Manli, who do you think could finish this task in our squad?" "Captain, please refer to me using my full name." Yang Manli saw the documents, but did not reach out. She said, "This one is beyond our ability. How would you know that if you did not look at the file?" Han Sen frowned. Qin Xian had determined that even with the entire squad, we will not be able to kill the sacred blood creature, and that was why she did not take it. "If you need, there are more detailed reports on the sacred blood creature in the cabinet on your left," explained Yang Manli calmly. Han Sen got up and walked over to the cabinet. He found Qin Xian's report on the sacred blood creature, which was quite detailed. It seemed that Qin Xian had tried to kill it but given up. After reviewing the files, Han Sen smiled at Yang Manli. "Manli, if I remember correctly, you have a duty to assist me? Only in the squad. Also, please don't call me." Han Sen cut in. "Okay then, go back and pack. You're coming with me." "Where?" Yang Manli paused. "Wherever the sacred blood creature is." Han Sen knocked at the files on the table with his knuckles and added, "Tell Yuan that we will take the task and ask him to lead the way." Qin Xian said that. Yang Manli wanted to argue. "I am the head and you are the deputy. Now I have decided to accomplish this mission. Do you have any question?" asked Han Sen. "No." Yang Manli saluted him and did not argue any longer. "Please bring Yuan here then," Han Sen said with a smile. Yang Manli went to execute the order, but deep down she did not believe that Han Sen could really finish this task. After all, Qin Xian had told her that it was impossible. As the top in First God's Sanctuary, Qin Xian was of course stronger than Han Senator. The mission that she deemed impossible was definitely too difficult for Han Sen. As a soldier, Yang Manli still obeyed her order and called Yuan over. Qing also came with Yuan. When Qing saw Han Sen, he immediately said, "Han Sen, I knew you could make it. Look at you, the head of the special squad now. You must look out for Yuan and me in the future. We are counting on you." "Captain, it is a sacred blood creature we are going to hunt. I don't think we could bring any irrelevant person," objected Yang Manli when hearing Qing was also coming. "Han Sen, this is such a good opportunity. I really would like to see how you hunt. Please bring me with you." The condition was not a compulsory one written in the mission, so Qing had to beg Han Sen. "I'm only suggesting because of safety concern," said Yang Manli. "It is fine. Let's go together." Han Sen knew that Yang Manli was right, that they would save a lot of trouble without Qing. Although Qing and Yuan had maxed out on all other Geno points except for sacred ones with money, they were still lacking in real combat experience and would not be very useful when fighting a sacred blood creature. Han Sen had his own plan, which was why he agreed to take Qing. "Haha, Manli, you should learn more from your boss," said Qing contentedly. Yang Manli gritted her teeth and did not speak. This was something she had never experienced when Qin Xian was the head. Yang Manli was even more skeptical of Qin Xian's decision to choose Han Senator, such an unreasonable person. Could he really make a better head than her? The team of 4 were on their way, all riding mutant mounts. It only took them 2 days to reach the destination. Han Sen, the sacred blood creature, is in that forest. It looks like an ape and is incredibly flexible. The scariest thing was its speed. "Last time, if Gambler were not there to protect us, we would have been dead," said Qing with lingering fear. Han Sen nodded, as he also heard that Gambler was severely injured. Due to the non-disclosure agreement, he did not know why he was hurt, and it turned out to be about this sacred blood creature. Yang Manli said seriously, "Last time Qin Xian and I had checked, the sacred blood creature is too fast and sly. In the forest it was extremely difficult to kill it unless with a large group. In this mission we are not allowed to kill it directly, which makes the task even harder." Han Sen looked at the forest, which was quite lush. The trees were all more than 10 feet tall, and even the sun could not shine through. To fight a sacred blood creature in darkness was indeed difficult. Qin Xian had also written that this sacred blood creature was very fast and strong. She could match its strength but not its flexibility. Even Qin Xian said that it was easy to tell how hard it would be to kill the sacred blood creature. "Qin Yuan, please wait outside. I will enter with Yang Manli and call you over when we had disabled the sacred blood creature," Han Sen said to the two boys and led Yang inside the forest. Yang was good at archery, which could not be of much use in such an environment. However, as Han Sen's deputy, she had to obey Han Sen's order and follow him into the forest. When they were at the border of the forest, Han Sen stopped and said to Yang Manli, "Manli, you go ahead and lead the sacred blood creature out. I will cover you with bow and arrows. Do not worry, I will kill the creature immediately when it's out." Yang Manli was dumbstruck, her mind filled with the word, revenge. With trees everywhere, what good will a cover do? Archery could barely be of any use here. Yang Manli thought that there was only one possibility for Han Sen to do this, trying to kill her. "You're trying to get even with me in the name of public interest." Yang Manli gritted her teeth and said. Han Sen did not explain himself, but smiled and said, "You can also choose not to execute my order." Yang Manli gave Han Sen a fierce stare and walked into the forest. Different from Han Sen, she was from a service family and valued order. The trees were so dense in the forest that it was very dim. Yang Manli summoned a broadsword and walked carefully. As she was walking, she thought she would definitely apply for a transfer if she could get out of here alive. "Qin Xian, you did make the wrong choice. The minute you leave, he is turning on me. Is this what you call a talent?" Yang Manli felt sadness and anger at the same time. As Yang Manli turned back, she did not see Han Sen at all, and was even more certain that Han Sen was trying to get a revenge. When she turned her head, a black ape jumped out from the thick fallen leaves on the ground. The ape was so fast that it was in her face in an instant. Because she turned her head back, Yang Manli did not discover the creature in time. It was too late for her to dodge or run. She had to hack her broadsword at the ape. Although she had nice broadsword skills and decent strength, she was not able to match a sacred blood creature in anything but archery. The sacred blood creature grabbed her weapon with one paw. The mutant weapon couldn't even hurt its skin. The ape's other paw quickly snapped at Yang Manli's neck. Watching the nails as sharp as daggers, Yang Manli could no longer fight back. She sighed inwardly, "Damn, I'm going to die under the bastard's scheme." When she was almost desperate, she saw a silver flash cutting off the paw next to her neck. As the paw fell, blood sprayed out. Han Sen quickly rushed from the side and moved to the screaming sacred blood creature. Yang Manli watched Han Sen's figure and did not know how he appeared. With complex emotions, she did not move. Didn't he want to get even with me? Where did he come from? Yang Manli saw Han Sen's figure moving swiftly, a silver weapon dancing away. The sacred blood creature lost all 4 limbs in an instant and was about to die. On her way back, Yang Manli rode her mount following Han Sen, watching her boss with mixed feelings. Yang Manli suddenly felt that Han Sen had become someone she did not know. The guy who she used to despise had grown so strong. When she lost in the archery competition against him, she was a little bit unconvinced. However, now she felt ashamed for how she looked at Han Sen, who had grown to be someone she needed to look up to. "Qin Xian does have better judgment than I do," thought Yang Manli. Yuan and Qin marched together with Han's senator, although Yuan did not get the beast's soul after killing the sacred blood creature. He was still praising Han Sen. "Han Sen, in the future we can live with ease. With you in steel armor shelter, we don't need to worry about hunting anymore." Qing said excitedly. I am not able to kill every sacred blood creature. Han San smiled and said. This time, it was such an easy kill for him because the environment was perfect for an assassin like himself. Also, Qin Xian had already left him with detailed information which helped him a lot. After returning to his office at Steel Armor Shelter, Han San said to Yang Manli, Deputy, your performance today was not professional. With your ability, you should have done better. Blushing, Yang Manli moved her lips but failed to mutter a word. Indeed, as Han San said, she could have done much better even though she could not beat the creature. The reason why she acted poorly was that she was distracted by her grudge. Yang Manli had no argument to make. As a soldier, you should trust your comrade. Obviously, you did not trust me. I am sorry, Captain. It will not happen again, Yang Manli said with her head down. It was rare that Yang Manli would apologize. However, she realized that she had made a terrible mistake, and Han Sen's performance had won him her respect. Great, Han Sen said with satisfaction. This stops here, and I do not want to see it happen again. Never, said Yang Manli. After Yang Manli left, Han Sen went back to the Alliance and logged in the Special Squad platform. Yuan had marked completion of the mission. Because Han Sen had accomplished it on his own, the gift card of the S-level Geno solution and 10 points were added to his name. Han Sen was overjoyed, but he did not have something in mind to buy, so he kept the gift card and points. Actually, if he could find the tutorials for Hyper Geno Arts, he only needed to buy the corresponding Geno solutions and would not need a license. However, Han Sen did not have a tutorial at the point and could not make use of the gift card. Eventually, Han San had time to enjoy a nice meal with his girlfriend Ji Yenran, without knowing that there was a storm approaching. Because the Military Academy League had forbidden one player competing in multiple subjects, Jing Jiwoo chose to participate in the archery tournament this year, driving many to pay special attention to the archery tournament. When the list of players and game schedule were published by the league, a lot of people discovered that the opponent of the Alliance Central Military Academy was Blackhawk in the second round. If it were the Blackhawk that people had known, no one would pay extra attention to them. However, people noticed that Han Sen was one of the Blackhawk players. Many people were suddenly reminded that Han Sen was an archery student after all. That'll be something to watch. Jing Jiwoo versus Han Sen. I only know that Han Sen is great at Warframe and black and white boxing. Who has any idea about his archery skills? Being an archery student himself, he would definitely be very good. As good as he is, he could not compare to Jing Jiwoo the monster. Aha! I never watch archery contests, but I'm watching this time for Jing Jiwoo. Jing Jiwoo, you are always my number one. The best military school student ever. I mean Jing Jiwoo. I admit that Han San is very strong, but against Jing Jiwoo he stands no chance. Han San is weaker than Jing Jiwoo, and his teammates were way weaker than Jing Jiwoo's teammates. In the team competition, there is no suspense who the winner will be. I hope Han Sen could do well in individual contests. I like them both. Whoever loses will make me sad. It is such a shame that Jing Jiwoo can only be in the archery tournament. I really want to see his Warframe performance. I prefer to watch his martial arts competition. Jing Jiwoo, forever king. No matter what, this should be a very good match to watch. I hope that Han Sen could do well, so that we can watch for a longer time. On the Skynet, no one thought the Alliance Central Military Academy would lose. After all, Jing Jiwoo had ruled the league for 3 years without losing in anything. Although Han Sen was also doing well in Warframe and black and white boxing, he did not seem to be quite Jing Jiwoo's match. Even Fong Mingquan, who had always had faith in Han Sen, was conservative when predicting the results, only wishing Blackhawk and Han Sen the best. After watching Jing Jiwoo's previous games, he had to admit that Jing Jiwoo was indeed a monster. In the entire Military Academy League, or the entire unevolved population, it would be hard to find Jing Jiwoo's match. Fong Mingquan could not see any flaw in Jing Jiwoo. Han Sen would always surprise him, but Jing Jiwoo made him feel absolute pressure. No matter what kind of opponents Jing Jiwoo ran into, the monster would always win. A perfect monster. was all that Fong could say about Jing Jiwu. If Nalan Qinghua could be described as wise, then Jing Jiwu should be called a ruler. The atmosphere during the training of the school team was somewhat depressing. After they saw the result of the draw, many old members found it devastating to meet the Alliance Central Military Academy in the second round. Invincible monster. For the old team members, the pressure was simply too much. The schedule also disturbed Situ Xiang's plan. Originally, she planned to let the team practice in rounds of matches. With Han San in the team, they could at least make it to the fifth round. After other team members gained enough practice and confidence, they could then face the Alliance Central Military Academy. Even if they could not win, they would have a decent performance. However, now in the second round they would run into the monster, and if they lost at the round, they would have an even worse ranking than last year. Situ Xiang knew that they could not lose this one, but even with Han San on the team, she was not confident. After all, the main item in the archery tournament was a team match, whereas the individual match was more of a performing nature. The school's ranking mainly depended on the result of the team match. In Blackhawk, except for Han San, there were very few people she could rely on. The old team members had lost their confidence, and the new ones could not be completely trusted in such a big game yet. The current situation made it very difficult for Situ Xiang. She thought secretly, "Damn you, Hand. Why did you have such bad luck in the draw?" No matter how bad the luck was, as the coach, she had to boost the team's morale. It was not working though. Basically, all the old team members thought they would lose for sure. Even if they could make it to the second round, they would lose then. So unfortunate. Such a strong opponent in the second round. Shi Kong couldn't help but complained. "It is a good thing. Only strong opponents could bring us more progress," said Zhang Yang excitedly, full of hope. Lu Meng said casually, "More progress but less opportunity. With our current team, even Han Sen could not get us past the second round. The result does not matter that much as long as we grow. We have not tried yet, so how do you know that we would lose? Do you agree, Hansen?" Zhang Yang asked Hansen. "Of course we will win." Hansen smiled and said, "Don't you feel it is quite interesting?" "What is interesting?" asked Shi Kong, puzzled. "The Alliance Central Military Academy is the king in the league and Jing Jiwu is the #1 military school student. If we beat them, we will be ending an era. Don't you think it's interesting?" asked Hansen, smiling. "I don't feel as interesting at all. I would rather have a weak opponent." Shi Kong smiled bitterly and said, "Hansen, do not take Jing Jiwu lightly." "He is a formidable man," said Lu Meng solemnly. "I never take anyone lightly, but I do feel it is very interesting. To end a dynasty and bury it in history. I cannot think of something more exciting than this," Han San said seriously. "Exactly, Han Sen. I support you." Zhang Yang had fires burning in his eyes, and it looked like he could not wait to fight. "You are not normal, but since we are roommates, if you decide to go, I will go with you. I am just afraid that the coach would not give us the opportunity," Shi Kong said worriedly. Lu Meng curled his lips. "Relax, we will definitely go. The coach is clever and she would not use those old teammates who have lost all their confidence. It is very likely we will represent the school." As Han San was walking toward the cafeteria, his comlink rang. It was from Tang Jinliu. When he answered the call, the holographic images of Lin Feng and Tang Jinliu both appeared. "Have you decided to participate in the archery tournament?" asked Tang Jinliu hurriedly. "I am in the archery department, and as a member of the school team, I will definitely be participating. Is there a problem?" Han Sen did not understand why Tang Jinliu would care about this. Tang Jinliu did not speak but looked at Lin Feng. "Do you think you could win?" asked Lin Feng. "I'm not sure," replied Han Sen quickly. Jing Jiwu was so strong that he could not tell whether he could win before actually fighting the monster. "I'll be watching your game," said Lin Feng calmly. Han Sen cast an odd look at Lin Feng, not knowing what he meant. Tang Jinliu couldn't help but explain. "Han Sen, Jing Jiwu used to go to the same school we went to. He was as strong as Lin Feng. Unfortunately, he transferred to the Alliance Central Military Academy later, and never had a chance to have a proper fight with Lin Feng. It will definitely be difficult battle. You feel nervous now? Hansen shrugged and said, I have never thought that I would lose, so there is nothing to be nervous about. If Jing Jiwoo has heard this, he will definitely be very happy. Should I tell him you said that? Tang Jinliu grinned. As you like, Hansen said casually. Be very careful. Jing Jiwoo is the most talented and hard-working guy I have ever seen. Lin Feng suddenly cut in. Hansen was surprised and nodded seriously. Someone that was able to get such a remark from Lin Feng was definitely incredibly formidable. Well then, we'll go there and watch your game. Tang Jinliu quickly hung up and called Jing Jiwoo. Number 1 military school student. That sounds so much better than $. Han Sen touched his chin contentedly. However, to gain that title, he must get rid of the guy who was named the monster. When he came to the cafeteria, Ji Yenran had already took a table. Luckily her roommate was not here, and Hansen felt he was about to get lucky. I heard that the archery school team will run into Jing Jiwoo in the second round, said Ji Yenran. Yes, what about it? Hansen was surprised that even Ji Yenran started to care about the archery tournament. If you could beat Jing Jiwoo, I will treat you to a 4-day deluxe couples tour to the Aegean Sea. Ji Yenran blinked and said. Hansen suddenly felt a strong desire to win. His eyes lighting up like a light bulb, Hansen muttered, 4-day? Deluxe? Couples tour. Originally, Hansen wanted to wait and see how it went. However, he now had every drive to beat the Alliance Central Military Academy. Thinking of the 4-day deluxe couples tour, and his sexy, beautiful girlfriend, Hansen felt his blood was boiling. The reason Ji Yenran wanted Hansen to beat Jing Jiwoo was that last year when she led the team of Hand of God, they lost to Jing Jiwoo and stopped before entering the top 16. Women were vengeful creatures, and Hansen's team happened to be running into Jing Jiwoo. Obviously, Ji Yenran did not want her boyfriend to lose to the same person. Eyes on the bonus, Hansen researched many videos of Jing Jiwoo's previous matches. Hansen had to admit that Jing Jiwoo was very strong. He could barely find any flaw. It was almost impossible to beat the guy through his weaknesses. However, Jing Jiwoo was also absolutely among the top of all military school students in terms of strength. To overpower him was also out of the question. Hansen compared himself to Jing Jiwoo and found that he was worse in both strength and speed himself. Tang Jinliu told Hansen that Jing Jiwoo had already maxed out on all Geno points. The reason Jing Jiwoo had not gone to Second God's Sanctuary was that he wished to fight with Lin Feng in the next chosen contest. In addition, the hyper-Geno art practiced by Jing Jiwoo was also incredible. Even Lin Feng and Tang Jinliu did not know what kind of hyper-Geno art it was, but it worked very well in that an average person whose Geno points were maxed out was not Jing Jiwoo's match at all. It is very difficult. If I have maxed out on my Geno points, I could definitely beat him fair and square. However, my Geno points are still not there yet. What Hansen did not know was that he was studying his opponent. His opponent was also studying him. Lin Feng had said that Jing Jiwoo was the most talented and hardworking person. Jing Jiwoo had a strong mind, but he never took any opponent lightly, especially someone that Lin Feng valued. Jing Jiwoo had gathered all the information about Hansen on the Skynet, including the video of the Warframe contest in the Starry Cup. He also watched the black and white boxing video and Hansen's commercial. Jing Jiwoo had found almost everything and watched them all carefully. Jing, what are you watching? Qin Chang walked over and stood behind Jing Jiwoo. Qin Chang was number 2 in the school archery team of the Alliance Central Military Academy. Originally, Qin Chang was not in the archery team but the Warframe team. He used to be the captain of the Warframe school team and won the championship for the school. Because Jing Jiwoo said, I want you as my teammate, he transferred to the archery team. Even so, Qin Chang was among the top in the Military Academy League. Even without Jing Jiwoo, Qin Chang could lead the team to win. Hansen from Blackhawk, said Jing Jiwoo, his eyes on the video, not missing a single detail. I've heard about this person. Since he beat Nailan Qinghua in black and white boxing, he should be very strong. Qin Chang sat down next to Jing Jiwoo and asked, what do you know about him so far? Very good, said Jing Jiwoo. Qin Chang looked at Jing Jiwoo in surprise. Not many people could get such comment from Jing Jiwoo. At least in all the contests that they participated together, he had never heard Jing Jiwoo say this about anyone. How good? Qin Chang asked seriously. His fitness level is similar to yours, and he could make amazing judgment about his opponent's thoughts. It almost looks like he could read one's mind. Then it'll be very interesting. That's great. If we do not even have a decent opponent, this game would be too boring. Qin Chang laughed. That's right. But I would rather watch his videos and study more. It is very hard to deal with someone like him. Jing Jiwoo also laughed. He would never fear any opponent. Qin Chang nodded, opened 2 cans of beer, passed one to Jing Jiwoo and leaned on the sofa. After watching all of Han Sen's videos, Qin Chang said, "He is indeed very strong. How are his teammates?" "Not so good." Jing Jiwoo showed videos of other players from Blackhawk. He did a very thorough research. Qin Chang was used to Jing Jiwoo's style. After watching everything, he lamented, "The teammates are too weak." The archery tournament was an unpopular game. However, this year's game received extra attention because Jing Jiwoo had chosen to participate. Many fans wanted to see Jing Jiwoo or Qin Chang in person, even went to Planet Goth to watch the game. All the archery teams from different military academies were also led to Planet Goth and arranged to stay in the hotel opposite the stadium. When Situ Seong went to arrange for the team's accommodation, the Blackhawk school team were standing in the lobby, watching other teams coming in and out. "Are you Han Sen?" A girl in uniform saw Han Sen and walked over. "I am. And you are?" Han Sen looked at the girl standing in front of him, who was wearing a uniform of a different school and carrying a quiver. "My name is Chiu Mingmei. I liked your commercial a lot. Could I ask for signature?" The girl took out a pen and paper, watching Han Sen expectantly. "Chiu Mingmei. You're Chiu Mingmei from Senwu Military Academy?" Shi Jikong and several old team members stared at the girl incredulously. The name of Chiu Mingmei was known by almost every archer in military schools. Last year, when she was still a freshman, she led her team, which was rather weak, to rank the 3rd in the tournament. Chiu Mingmei had also become famous after that. This year, she and Senwu Academy received a lot of attention. Han Sen had only studied the team members of the Alliance Central Military Academy and did not have much knowledge of other military schools. Nor did he know Chiu Mingmei's name. He signed for her and gave her the piece of paper back. "Thank you so much. I wish that we could have a match together." Chiu Mingmei was very excited and returned to her team. Han Sen turned back and saw the jealous look on his teammate's face. Shi Jikong put his strong arm around Han Sen's neck and shouted, "Han Sen, Chiu Mingmei asked you for a signature." Not only his own teammates, but also other students in the lobby were throwing angry looks at Han Sen. Chiu Mingmei was gorgeous and had great archery skills. There was no doubt that she was a star in the archery tournament. Her asking for Han Sen's signature naturally made many guys bristle. "Stop it, guys. Behave yourselves, please." After Situ Seong and the team manager finished the paperwork, the team members went to their own respective rooms. "Do not run around. When you finish eating, just go to the stadium and do some training on the spot." Situ Seong did not want the team to run around and make trouble. After dinner, the team went to the Goth Stadium, where the 10-day competition would be held. "It's Jing Jiwoo." When they reached the venue, Shi Jikong whispered. Everyone looked over and saw the school team of the Alliance Central Military Academy were doing a training. Jing Jiwoo was shooting at a moving target 300 feet from him and had hit the bull's eye 8 times in a row. "Insanely stable," commended Lu Meng. Suddenly, a guy came to Han Sen with a bow in his hand and asked in a provocative tone, "Are you Han Sen?" "I am." "Who are you?" Han Sen looked the guy up and down and did not recognize him. "Remember me. I am Fong Wending from Smith Military Academy. And we will beat your team and enter the 2nd round to face the Alliance Central Military Academy," said the guy arrogantly. Han Sen smiled and did not speak. When Shi Jikong was about to say something, another person came over to them. Shi Jikong moved his lips and did not make a sound, staring his eyes wide at the person who had come. Not just Shi Zhikong, almost everyone was looking at that person, because it was Jing Jiwu from the Alliance Central Military Academy. Jing Jiwu. Jing Jiwu introduced himself and reached out his right hand in front of Han Sen. Han Sr. Han Sen paused and shook his hand. Jing Jiwu smiled and said, "I wanted to say hi when we meet at the match. However, since I've seen you here, I should probably say hi now. I look forward to our game." "Me too." Han Sen was quite confused. The strong players he had met were all kind of strange. Jing Jiwu just came to talk to him out of nowhere. Han Sen did not feel anything when he heard what Jing Jiwu had said, but other people were quite shocked. The reporters around the venue were drafting millions of headlines in their mind. An invite from the monster, nemesis of the emperor, on the probability of the victory of Blackhawk. Either way, many people now knew that Jing Jiwu took Blackhawk, or rather Han Sen, very seriously. Fong Wending was left alone, felt terrible. No one was paying attention to him, and his remark was completely forgotten because of Jing Jiwu's presence. When Xiao was also doing a live show of the training in the stadium. When she saw the scene, she was pleasantly surprised. She was supposed to do a show on black and white boxing, but volunteered to do a show on the archery tournament, knowing Han Sen would be participating. She did not understand why Han Sen would give up black and white boxing for archery. He was doing so well in black and white boxing that he could guarantee great performance. Although he was from the archery department, when Xiao still did not understand his choice. This year, Jing Jiwu had chosen to take part in the archery tournament, and according to the rules, he could no longer show up in black and white boxing competitions, which made Saint Germain the strongest team. Han Sen had proven that he could easily beat Saint Germain, and this was supposed to be a perfect opportunity for him. However, he chose to compete in archery and ran into the Alliance Central Military Academy in the second round, which was beyond her comprehension. Watching Han Sen and Jing Jiwu talking, when Xiao suddenly thought she understood something. Han Sen and Jing Jiwu must have made a pact to compete in the archery tournament. That must be why they have chosen the archery tournament together. When Xiao let her imagination run wild. She had even drafted the title of her piece, The Rendezvous Between the Monster and the Emperor. As when Xiao got more and more excited about her work, she went back to her office and started writing. When Xiao did have a lot of creativity. In fact, Jing Jiwu was only saying hi to Han Sen because he had heard about Han Sen from Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. In her writing, Han Sen and Jing Jiwu had all sorts of love and hatred between them. Paired with the pictures she took, it almost seemed real. After reading her reports, everyone started to discuss the relationship between Jing Jiwu and Han Sen. "I was just wondering why they both chose archery. It turns out that there's something going on between the two." "Exactly. I can't wait to see their duel. Monster and Emperor, very interesting. I believe Han Sen's black and white boxing ID is Emperor. I have seen Han Sen's black and white boxing competition. He even beat Nailan Qinghua 5-0 and Jing Jiwu only beat Nailan Qinghua 3-2. Must be a great show. So exciting." The Alliance Central Military Academy won their first round without any suspense. However, the team did not leave after the game, but changed outfits and sat on the stands to watch other teams' games, giving more evidence to those who were speculating about the relationship between Han Sen and Jing Jiwu. When Xiao became super excited and focused her camera on Jing Jiwu and Han Sen instead of the game itself, the viewers of the game were also in a heated discussion. Eventually, it was Blackhawk's turn. Their opponent was Smith Military Academy. People were guessing who Situ Xiang would pick to represent Blackhawk and were surprised by the result. Except for Su Tianhao was the old captain, the other 4 teammates were the 4 freshmen from room 304. Shi Zhikong was so surprised that he opened his mouth wide. He did not expect to be able to represent the school. His level was only average and even slightly worse than those old team members. As for Lu Meng and Zhang Yang, they had been performing at top levels in the school team, so that it made sense the coach picked them. "Carry on. I believe in you." Situ Xiang smiled and patted Shi Zhikong on the shoulder. Like Lu Meng had predicted, Situ Xiang was someone who valued morale very much. She would rather take Shi Zhikong than those who had lost their confidence. If the old Captain Su Tianhao did not have faith, Situ Xiang might even replace him as well. Don't worry. We'll be here for you. Zhang Yang patted Shi Zhikong and said. Shi Zhikong immediately exclaimed, What's to be worried about? This round we don't even have to face the monster. Even in the next round, Han Sen will win it for us. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang threw a contemptuous look at Shi Zhikong and went back to training. The team competition was a playoff system. Each group had 5 members. In the venue full of obstacles, the team that outed all 5 members of the other group would win. It was almost like a shootout, only with arrows. The arrows used in the game were flat-headed magnetic ones. Once the arrow hit a player, the person would be out immediately. In the show hosted by Wen Xiuxiu, a famous archery expert Feng Jiluan was invited to analyze the game. Professor Feng Jiluan, could you make an analysis of the current situation of the 2 teams? Wen Xiuxiu asked Feng Jiluan. Although Wen Xiuxiu did not know much about archery before, she did her homework before she came and now knew quite a lot about the rules and the teams. Smith Military Academy was on the same level as Blackhawk. Last year, Smith Military Academy did not do that well in archery either, only slightly better than Blackhawk. This year, Smith Military Academy also recruited many archery students, among whom Fong Wending was one of the top. Feng Jiluan cleared his throat and said lightly, Blackhawk and Smith are on the same level, and I will say it's a 60% chance of winning. You think Blackhawk only has a 60% chance of winning? Asked Wen Xiuxiu, surprised. No, I believe Smith has 60% chance of winning, said Feng Jiluan casually. Wen Xiuxiu was a bit dumbstruck. Everyone knew that Han San was the player that Jing Jiwu took very seriously, so she did not expect Feng to say that. Feng Jiluan did not wait for another question before he continued. I know that there is a lot of hype on the Skynet about Han San and Jing Jiwu. However, as a professional archery analyst, I could tell you that it is just a PR stunt. Han San and Blackhawk did not have what it takes to be the Alliance Central Military Academy's match. I would say that it would be hard for them even to beat Smith. Feng Jiluan's remark led to fury of the viewers. What kind of expert is this? What's all this bullcrap? My emperor is handpicked by Jing Jiwu. Smith is nothing. Where does the so-called expert come from? PR stunt my ass. Both Jing Jiwu's fans and Han Sen's fans voiced their dissatisfaction. Although Wen Xiuxiu felt embarrassed, she could not discredit an expert on her own show. She had to say, There must be a reason why you support Smith? Feng Jiluan smiled and said, As an expert, I would not be easily affected by public opinion. To the contrary, I value data. The reason that I say Smith has a better chance at winning is that through scientific analysis, Blackhawk is nowhere near Smith. I do not need to make a judgment, only an interpretation of the numbers. Although the public are misled by the PR stunt and fake news, that does not change the fact that Blackhawk is a weak team. Wen Xiuxiu was mortified at this point. One of the fake news Feng Jiluan talked about was her article. Feng Jiluan, on the other hand, did not know that Wen Xiuxiu had written such a report. The reason he made such an analysis was that Feng Wending was Feng Jiluan's nephew. Feng Jiluan knew that Feng Wending's parents were professional archers and that Feng Wending had really good skills. So he utilized this opportunity to brag about his own wonderful analytical skills and gain his nephew some popularity. Feng Jiluan continued to say, Smith has recruited a lot of great students this year, especially a student named Feng Wending. If you knew anything about archery contests, you should have heard the names of Feng Hua and Feng Yunmei, the 2 professional archers among evolvers. Feng Wending is from such a great family background and talented himself as well. Such a star archer. What you're saying is that Feng Wending is better than Han Sen at archery? Wen Xiuxiu tried to contain her anger. How is that even a question? Someone who plays the Warframe, does black and white boxing and even shoots commercials versus a real archer. I bet you don't know this. This Feng Jiluan is the elder brother of Feng Yunmei. Really? Yes, it is true. I live in the same building as Feng Wending and often see Feng Jiluan visiting him. Shameless. What kind of expert is this? How dare he say such crap? I've never heard that archery skills could be inherited. The viewers soon found out about the relationship between Feng Jiluan and Fang Wending. At this point, the game had already started. Each team entered from one end of the field. The field was of a rectangular shape more than half a mile long. All kinds of obstructions were dotted in the area, including small hills, woods and walls, allowing the players to use different tactics. Players must choose among different bows and arrows provided by the sponsor. Since everyone had different strength levels and habits, there were no rules about the model of weapons. From 6.0 to 20.0, there were many options on each strength level. Although there were many high-tech composite bows that combined ease of use and accuracy, Han Sen still chose a traditional longbow. Longbow was the hardest to practice, but it was the most flexible under all kinds of circumstances. Han Sen had been using a traditional bow since the beginning. He had learned the basics in the integrated education and was further corrected by Yang Monli. After that, he learned many techniques in the military school. At this point, he had reached a considerable high level in archery. A 11.0 traditional longbow was a popular choice. Normally speaking, senior military school students could reach 13 to 14 in their fitness index, so they would normally go for a bow of 11.0 or 12.0. The one Han Sen chose was relatively weak. Shi Zhikang had great strength, so he chose a 14.0 modern composite bow. The bow was very powerful but lacking in flexibility. Although a composite bow was easier to manipulate than a traditional one, the speed must be sacrificed. Shi Zhikang planned to be a remote attacker in the game, and did not plan to sneak up on any player from Smith Military Academy. Zhang Yang picked a traditional bow like Han Sen did, although he picked up the 12.51, which was stronger than Han Sen's. Lu Meng chose a recurve hunting bow with an arrow rest, which had a higher accuracy than a traditional bow. It was a mix between the traditional and composite, so rather practical. Su Tianhao chose a 13.0 composite bow. Like Shi Zhikang, he was also a player more used to attacking in a fixed place, only his strength was not as great as Shi Zhikang, who was either a born Hercules or had a great count of Geno points. Among the 5 bows, Han Sen chose the one with lowest strength requirement, which led to Feng Jiluan's criticism. He picked a bow of 11.0, which means he has a terrible fitness index. As a member of the school team, although he is just a freshman, he should still be able to use a 12.0 bow well. Otherwise, he is for sure on the bottom of the entire tournament. I mean, I can understand that. Han Sen put all his energy into Warframe and black and white boxing, which could explain his bad physique. Feng Jiluan then turned the topic back to his nephew. In this respect, Fang Wending is much better than him. They both picked traditional longbows, yet Fang Wending chose a 12.5, which says a lot about his fitness level. Feng Jiluan spared no effort to sing his nephew's praise, while the viewers did not really buy it. Bullshit. That's no indicator of anything. I'm using a 15.0 bow but cannot make much use of it. Such a phony. How do you know that Han Sen could not beat him with that 11.0 bow? Exactly. In the hands of a master, any bow can be used well. I have only heard of Han Senator. Who the heck is Fang Wending? Analysis led to strong antipathy. Even fans of the other team started to defend Han Sen, not to mention Han Sen's own fans. Professor Feng, I think that was a little subjective. Our viewers seem to have a lot of different opinions, said Wen Xiuxiu. Feng Jiluan glanced at the comments and said casually, "The truth always lies in the hands of a few. I'm just stating a fact which might not be easy to accept for those who have a weak mind. Very soon, I believe, they will see what I'm talking about, because the result of the game will prove everything." Words like this made the viewers hate this know-it-all even more. Ji Yanran and Chu Lily were also pissed off by his remarks. Chu Lily bristled. What kind of crappy expert is this? So unprofessional. Ji Yanran's face was grim. She curled her lips and said, "He is right about one thing. The result of the game will prove everything. Just not anything," he said. Although the viewers had been complaining, Feng Jiluan managed to ignore all those comments and continued to talk about Smith's strengths. At this point, players from Black Hawk and Smith had used all kinds of obstructions as their cover to approach the other team. The fight was about to begin. Feng Jiluan did have his own reasons to praise his nephew, who was indeed a strong archer. Feng Wending had great techniques and was good at commanding the team. In the Military Academy League, he could absolutely be counted as a top player. If it was not for Han Sen, he could easily lead Smith to beat a good team. "Let's go occupy the heights first and seek opportunities to fight back," said Su Tianhao. "Captain, I don't think that's necessary. We are completely capable of fighting them head-on," Zhang Yang suggested. Lu Meng also said, "We haven't been practicing as a team for long. If we fight them far away, our teamwork would not be very impressive. We should go over there and keep them close. Han Sen is such a good archer that he could even finish them off himself." "What do you say, Han Sen?" asked Su Tianhao. "It's just Smith. We will win anyway." Han Sen smiled and said. Shi Zhikong suddenly became excited. "What are we waiting for? Let's go there right away." "Let's go." Su Tianhao hadn't had this kind of spirit for 2 years in the school team since they had always been losing. Since the freshmen had all shown great courage, Su Tianhao was happy to oblige. The team of 5 used different objects as their cover and quickly ran towards Smith's half-court, without any intention to occupy the heights. Haha, Black Hawk went all in. They did not even take Smith seriously. Awesome. That seems a bit dangerous, doesn't it? Dangerous how? Han Sen does not need to worry about Smith at all. He is on the same level as Jing Jiwu. Awesome. I like this. Watching the 5 players of Black Hawk taking the risk, the viewers became thrilled. In an archery game, the most interesting was definitely a head-on fight instead of a set offense. Originally Feng Jiluan was worried that Feng Wending would have some trouble winning the game. Seeing Black Hawk going all in, he was amused and said, "It seems that I still gave Black Hawk too much credit. In addition to their bad skills, they had no tactics either. There is no cover or cooperation. If they want to do this, why did some of them pick strong composite bows? Everyone should have chosen a flexible longbow. I'm sure that Smith would win more easily than I predicted." Watching the game, Wen Xiuxiu also frowned. Based on what she had learned recently, Feng Jiluan was making a lot of sense. Black Hawk's strategy did seem quite clueless. Normally speaking, if a team were to approach their enemy, they needed to do it under all sorts of covers and push over slowly. When all 5 rushed together like they did, the team members could easily be hit by an enemy hidden in the dark. The only chance of winning now was that Black Hawk could beat Smith instantaneously, leaving them no opportunity to launch any sneak attack. However, by rushing over first, Black Hawk had put themselves at a disadvantage. It was almost impossible to beat Smith at once. Seeing the Black Hawk players rushing over, Feng Wending smirked and ordered, "Lay low and occupy favorable spots. Shoot at my command." "Captain, they have entered my shooting range. Should I start now?" A player holding a 14.0 composite bowl asked. "Hold it. When they entered the area of fallen trees, we will launch a serious attack," said Feng Wending, observing his opponents. The Black Hawk players seemed to be going all the way. Although the Smith players could shoot them right now, only one composite bow was close enough to them. At such distance, one bow could not make a huge difference. Since Han Sen and his teammates were still running, Feng Wending would let them get a bit closer to launch a better attack. The area of fallen trees was the most open area in the entire field, and within the shooting range of all the Smith players. Seeing the Black Hawk players moving into that area, even the viewers felt bad for them. This game should be ending in less than 5 minutes. Feng Jiluan saw that and smiled. Very soon, Feng Jiluan's smile froze on his face. When Han San and his teammates entered the shooting range of the Smith players, it also meant that the Smith players were now within the range of Han Sen's shooting range. When Feng Wending gave the order to fire away, arrow after arrow flew toward where the Smith players were hiding. 2 of the Smith players who thought they were hiding well were out immediately. Although Feng Wending and the other 2 reacted fast and dodged the arrows, they lost the opportunity to shoot back. Silence fell as everyone was shocked by Han Sen, who shot 5 arrows in the blink of an eye. The next moment, loud cheers sounded in the stands. What the heck? How did he know where the 5 persons of Smith were hiding? So fast. I did not even see him touch his bow. Such a strong player. No wonder Jing Jiwoo takes him so seriously. He is not only the black and white boxing emperor, but also an amazing archer. Invincible. The field was so large that if players were hiding, it would be hard for them to be found. However, Han Sen's arrows were like missiles and located the Smith guys accurately, immediately pinned his enemies down. It was like a match between an adult and children. It was not that hard for Han Sen though. He was good at assassination and the field had a fixed map. Han Sen knew that the moment they reached the fallen trees area was the best opportunity for the Smith guys to launch an attack. And to tell where they were hiding was one of his strengths anyway. Let's go. No need to watch anymore. Jing Jiwoo got up first. He is indeed a formidable opponent. I look forward to fighting against him. It's such a shame that all his teammates are weak. Qin Chung nodded. As a player who had a similar style to Han Sen, he was very impressed by Han Sen's ability to judge correctly. Life was full of competitions, but to find a rival on the same level was something worth celebrating. When Qin Chung observed Han Sen, he kept thinking what he would do if he were Han Senator, and it turned out that he would do exactly what Han Sen did. Qin Chung would have had the exact same speed, route, and timing. Although Qin Chung had not met Han Sen officially yet, he had thought of Han Sen as his biggest enemy and strongest opponent. Now Qin Chung wanted to beat Han Sen even more than Jing Jiwoo did. He even wished that Han Sen's teammates could be stronger so that he and Han Sen could compete on the same level. The moment that the Alliance Central Military Academy team left the site, loud cheers exploded behind them. It seemed that Blackhawk had already won. In just 3 minutes, Smith had lost completely. It was like a nightmare for them. They did not have any chance to shoot. Even if they exposed themselves just a little, they would be shot immediately. Han Sen's arrows had eyes. Archery was different from firearms. The fastest archer would still need time and space to draw the string. That was why until the end Fong Wending still had no opportunity to make a comeback. It did end in less than 5 minutes. Professor Fong Jiuluan knew it all. A genius is a genius. Fong Wending will definitely win. What a statement. Now archery is more interesting than I thought. Ji Yanran let out a sigh of relief and jumped with joy. Chu Lily waved her fist and ridiculed. Well done, genius. The so-called expert had some nerve to sit there. If I were him, I would have killed myself choking on my own feces. Fong Jiuluan could not say a word. He had praised Fong Wending so hard, but Fong had suffered such a loss. This victory once more put Blackhawk and Han Sen under the spotlight. All the media that covered the archery tournament published stories on this game. Although Smith was not a strong team, Han Sen's 5 arrows were simply outstanding. In addition, Jing Jiwoo had taken Han Sen so seriously, which added to people's interest, when Xiaoxiao spared no effort in praising Han Sen as well. She wrote an article with the title From Black and White Boxing to Archery Tournament Emperor Han Sen, in which she introduced Han Sen's past experience, making more readers familiar with him. After reading Wen Xiaoxiao's report, many people found Han Sen's black and white boxing game video on the Skynet and fell in love with him even more. As Han Sen gained more and more fans, there had been more attention on the game between the Alliance Central Military Academy and Blackhawk. Most people hoped that Han Sen would do well, but believed that the Alliance Central Military Academy would still win. After all, Jing Jiwoo's image was more established, and he had the best teammates who were also well-known players and could each lead a team in any other military academy. On the Blackhawk side, there were no strong players except for Han Sen, and 3 of his teammates were freshmen. That was why most people were excited to see the match between Han Sen and Jing Jiwoo, but did not have much hope for Blackhawk winning. No one believed that Jing Jiwoo would lose. He was a monster after all, and the monster was invincible. Even the Blackhawk themselves did not have much hope. Before the match, when Situ Xiang was explaining the tactics, she had also said doing their best was enough. The team members had the same mindset. No one dared to think about winning. Even Zhang Yang, who had always been positive, said it would be good enough to finish off 1 or 2 players in Alliance Central Military Academy. Hansen frowned. If it were any other game, he would not care as much. However, this game meant a couple's trip with his girlfriend. He had to win. However, in a team competition like this one, Even he needed support from his teammates to stand a chance in front of the Alliance Central Military Academy. If his teammates were convinced that they were going to lose, then no one could help them. No, I must inspire their fighting spirit. Han Sen looked at his teammates and gazed upon Zhang Yang. Without a doubt, Zhang Yang was definitely the one person that had most fight in him. However, he alone would not make much of a difference. Han Sen hesitated and laid his eye on Situ Xiang. As the coach of the school team, Situ Xiang was doing quite well. If Han Sen did not spend too much time in God's sanctuary and had more time to practice with his teammates, they could probably do even better. However, this would not make much of the difference in front of the Alliance Central Military Academy. When Situ Xiang was explaining her arrangement in the next match, Han Sen suddenly stood up and walked to her. Situ Xiang did not know what the student wanted. He should listen to her or raise his hand instead of walking up to her. Coach, when you recruited me into the school team, didn't you tell me that the goal is to win the championship in this tournament? Han Sen walked up to Situ Xiang with his back straight and eyes sharp. I did. Situ Xiang nodded and blushed a little. She had to admit that even she did not believe that Blackhawk could beat the Alliance Central Military Academy. Then please tell us how to win this. I want to win. Staring at the coach, Han Sen said slowly. Situ Xiang did not know what to say. She wanted to win more than anybody. However, the gap between the two teams was too big. Situ Xiang had no clue herself as to how to beat the strongest military school. But as a coach, she could not tell her team that they had no hope. After watching the first match of the Alliance Central Military Academy, Situ Xiang had to say that this was probably the best team the archery tournament had ever seen. With the monster Jing Jiwu and other players like Qin Cheng, the team was so strong that it was beyond her imagination. If you really want to win, there is only one way. Situ Xiang pondered for a while and said to Han Sen. In fact, Situ Xiang had thought about this match a million times. But no matter what decision she made, she thought they would still lose. The absolute gap in strength was beyond any strategy or tactics. But even so, Situ Xiang still hoped to win. She had a tentative plan, but she did not even believe it was possible to execute. It was deep in her mind, but she did not even have enough confidence to share that with her team. From a coach, the plan was quite absurd. Questioned by Han Sen like this, Situ Xiang had half a mind to share her plan. Although it was a bit ridiculous, what if they could actually realize it? The desire to win burned in Situ Xiang, which motivated her to speak her mind. But she did not say it immediately, and chose to test the water first. I really want to win. Whatever the method is, please tell me, said Han Sen earnestly, full of fighting will. Situ Xiang was quite touched. She did not expect that Han Sen, who seemed to care little about the school team, had such a sense of honor. If she knew that he was actually thinking about a trip with his girlfriend, she would probably be pissed off. No one wanted to lose, even the old team members, as long as there was a chance to win. Coach, please tell us, how can we win? Zhang Yang asked Situ Xiang hurriedly. Situ Xiang gritted her teeth and said grimly, when it comes to the absolute strength, you had no chance at all. Each and every one of their players is more experienced. Even the collaboration among them is much better than you guys. Situ Xiang paused and continued, however, that doesn't mean everything. Although they had a huge advantage, it does not mean you have no chance. Situ Xiang's gaze fell upon Han Sr. Although this chance is extremely slim, if you're willing to try, there is a possibility. Whereas if you do not try, you will definitely lose. If you decide to give it a shot, you will still have a 99% chance of losing. Are you still willing to do this? Please tell us how to do it. Han Sen was calm and determined. Other team members also looked at Situ Xiang eagerly. Here, look at this. Situ Xiang pulled out the simulation of the field and started to explain. Before the match began, the stands were filled with the audience from all over the alliance. People were extremely enthusiastic about this match between Jing Jiwu and Han Sen. All sorts of media platforms were also all over this match. The unpopular archery tournament became such a hit this year. When Xiao was doing all the talking today, as the expert Feng Jiluan was pulled off by Huaxing Station because of the complaints. At the back of the stands, Two young men in sunglasses were whispering to each other. Lin Feng, do you think Han Sen could win? Asked Tang Xinliu casually. In terms of the overall strength of his team, Han Sen has no chance. Lin Feng smiled. And Tang Xinliu knew Lin Feng had more to say. Lin Feng thought about it and said, however, Han Sen's strength was assassination, so he might be able to get rid of a single person without using the entire team. You mean Han Sen has a chance to eliminate Jing Jiwu? Tang Xinliu regarded Lin Feng. Very hard to say. Maybe there is a chance, whispered Lin Feng. Even he could not predict the result of this game and had to wait and see. On the stands were almost all the participating teams. Even the teams that did not have a match this day were here. Qiu Mingmei was also here with her teammates. Most of them were here to observe the Alliance Central Military Academy. In the first round, the team's opponent was too weak to make them show their real strength. Although they did not believe that Blackhawk was the match of the Alliance Central Military Academy, they thought Han Sen would be able to force the monster to show what he got. In the waiting room, Shi Zhikong nervously rubbed his hands together and murmured to Zhang Yang. You think Coach's idea will really work? Why not? If we make every effort, there's definitely a chance, replied Zhang Yang calmly. But this is beyond our efforts. It is simply too risky. Once they could tell what we're doing, we will definitely lose. Shi Zhikong was still nervous. It is risky, but this is our only chance. Maybe you would like to share a better idea? Said Lu Meng. If I have a better idea, I will not be so nervous. What do you think, Sin? Shi Zhikong smiled bitterly. This is the best way and our only chance. Let's just do what the coach said Hansen calmly. The light was on and all the team members looked to Situ Xiang. It's time. Situ Xiang took a deep breath and led her team out. The moment they appeared in the sight, they were greeted by waves of cheers. Less than 5 minutes until the game started. Everyone opened their mouth wide. Even the online viewers forgot to comment and could not believe their own eyes. Because the entire field had a blocking system, the Alliance Central Military Academy players could not hear or see the audience. Otherwise they would know that something was wrong. From the beginning of the game, the 5 players from Blackhawk lined up in a single file and ran into the half-court of the Alliance Central Military Academy. Because there were obstructions including hills and woods, normally speaking, the two teams were not able to see each other when the game just started. It was a common practice to occupy the heights to observe the other team. There were a few heights in each half-court so that both teams could utilize the terrain. Blackhawk players had given up on the heights and chose to enter their opponent's half-court following a route hard to be discovered, which was a risky move. Once they were noticed by their opponents who had occupied the heights, they would be finished off in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked by the daring move of Blackhawk. Normally speaking, when the Alliance Central Military Academy occupied a height nearby, they would notice the Blackhawk players and end the game once the Blackhawk players were in their sight. What kind tactics is this? This is so risky. They are bound to be found. Of course, Blackhawk have made such a bad move. Even an average motor school would not overlook such an intrusion, not to mention the Alliance Central Military Academy. What trick is this? Those who had the slightest understanding of an archery game thought Blackhawk was committing a suicide. At this point, Situ Xiang was wringing her hands nervously, her eyes fixed on her team. She had designed the tactics which looked like a suicide. No team would make such a mistake to neglect this daring move. However, this was her last resort after watching all the games of the Alliance Central Military Academy in recent years. If she used this tactics on another team, then the failure was almost certain. However, on the Alliance Central Military Academy, maybe they stood a 1% or lower chance of success. Theoretically speaking, all teams would occupy 1 or 2 heights near them first to observe their opponents. Most of the time, the Alliance Central Military Academy would do the same. Under very rare circumstances, however, they would choose to go directly to occupy the highest point in the center of the field. These circumstances were so few that Situ Xiang had only seen them do it 3 times in recent years. The chance was so small that it was not even meaningful. But Situ Xiang's analysis made her see hope. All 3 times that the Alliance Central Military Academy made that decision, which was a more aggressive approach, were when they encountered strong opponents. It served them well, too. The teams thought to be their match all turned out to be crushed. Although no one believed that Blackhawk was strong enough to pose a challenge to the Alliance Central Military Academy, because of Han Sen, the media was working up the hype. Situ Xiang wondered if the Alliance Central Military Academy would take Blackhawk seriously enough to use their special strategy. If they chose to do their routine, then Blackhawk would definitely lose. This was a gamble, while Situ Xiang did not even know if Blackhawk had any chips. In any case, this was Blackhawk's only chance. Sweat in her palms, Situ Xiang was praying that there would be a miracle. Han Sen was leading the way, watching the timer in his hand from time to time. Their route and timing were carefully designed by Situ Xiang, in a way that it would allow them to circle behind the Alliance Central Military Academy under the circumstances that the team chose to go directly to the center. Maybe Situ Xiang's prayers were working. The 5 players of the Alliance Central Military Academy indeed went to the center instead of occupying the heights nearby. A classic battle was often produced under the influence of many coincidences. When the audience saw the players from each team went past each other from different routes, they were shocked. WTF? This must have been rehearsed. This is funny. Blackhawk has such good luck that the Alliance Central Military Academy chose directly to go to the center and avoided them. Incredible tactics. I cannot believe such tactics would work. The coach of Alliance Central Military Academy became very upset. No one could predict that Blackhawk would have such strange tactics. Even more unbelievable was he happened to be the one who made the decision to go to the center, which was part of the opponent's calculation. It was not a failure of the players, but the coach himself. At this point, he regretted so much that the plan to crush Blackhawk became the biggest crisis of the Alliance Central Military Academy. All the coaches from other school teams cast their eyes upon Situ Xiang in awe of this woman. Such a daring and successful move. As the Alliance Central Military Academy was marching toward the center, the Blackhawk players had arrived at the woods behind the central mountain. The backs of all 5 players in the Alliance Central Military Academy were exposed in the sight of the Blackhawk players. An attack on the enemy's back was the most effective attack. In history, countless famous generals died under attacks from the flanks. Without knowing their backs were exposed, the 5 players from the Alliance Central Military Academy were still climbing the central mountain. All of a sudden, arrows were shot from their rear. Although there were 5 players on their team, the target of the arrows was one person. Qin Cheng, the number 2 in the Alliance Central Military Academy and the second star of the team. Maybe Qin Cheng was not as famous as Jing Jiwu, but his contribution to the team was no less than Jing Jiwu's. As a student Warframe commander, Qin Cheng had not only great archery skills, but also excellent leadership talent. With Qin Cheng on the team, Jing Jiwu could focus himself on getting rid of the opponents. Without Qin Cheng, the Alliance Central Military Academy would still be strong, but no longer invincible. From the very beginning, Situ Xiang's plan was to first get rid of Qin Cheng, who was the brains of the team instead of Jing Jiwu. On one hand, Jing Jiwu's physique was so strong that a sneak attack like this might not work. On the other hand, getting rid of Qin Cheng meant more to Blackhawk strategically. Watch out! Jing Jiwu noticed the attack before the arrows even arrived. It was too late for him to fend off the arrows, so all he could do was to use his voice. Qin Cheng acted quickly. It was an archery game, so it was forbidden to use anything to touch the opponent's arrows. A player could either dodge or use his or her own arrow to fight back. The arrows blocked every direction Qin Cheng could move. Their intention to kick Qin Cheng out was clear. Qin Cheng grabbed his bow and shot 3 arrows in an instant, which shot down all the 3 arrows coming at his face. Qin Cheng, well done. The coach of the Alliance Central Military Academy waved his fist in the excitement, feeling lucky to have Qin Cheng on his team. Such skills and calm were next to nobody other than Jing Jiwu. Qin Cheng's teammates were also overjoyed. Awesome. Well done, Qin Cheng. Haha. Blackhawk spent so much effort to attack Qin Cheng and failed. Qin Cheng was indeed the king of Warframe. We have more than Jing Jiwu. Qin Cheng is equally good. As they were celebrating, Qin Cheng suddenly exclaimed as an arrow ended on his chest. Beep, beep, Alliance Central Military Academy, Qin Cheng, Archer, Blackhawk, Han Sen. Qin Cheng's clothes lit up and the voice of AI sounded in the field, shocking everyone including the coach of Alliance Central Military Academy. Qin Cheng looked down at the arrow on his body blankly. He only had seen 3 arrows. Yet when he fended off those 3, another arrow flew at him out of nowhere. He had no time to react again before being hit. Watch out for Han Sen. He's stronger than we thought, said Qin Cheng to Jing Jiwu. He already understood where that arrow came from. The first 3 arrows were just a cover, while Han Sen's arrow was hiding behind one of them. He had to fend off all 3 arrows before the last one showed. However, at that point he had no time to deal with the last arrow. It was easier said than done. He had never seen a single person who could do this in the entire archery tournament. As Qin Cheng was taken out by a smart machine, the game continued with the Alliance Central Military Academy at a disadvantage. The Blackhawk players were hiding in the woods, while their opponents were exposed on the slope with no cover. The players from the Alliance Central Military Academy were faced with 2 choices, either going up or down. Without hesitation, Jing Jiwu ordered everyone to go down, which was faster than going up and did not require them to expose their backs. It was not that easy to come down either. Blackhawk had made a thorough preparation for this part. None of them chose a strong bow. Everyone picked 11.0 bows for the speed. It was a very weak bow for these student archers, but they could shoot continuously. Ha! It was me! Shi Zhikong waved his recurve bow in excitement. Watch out! Han Sen wanted to pull Shi Zhikong, but it was too late. An arrow hit Shi Zhikong immediately. Although the arrows all had flat rubber heads, Shi Zhikong still rolled over on the ground in pain. That bow must be a 16.0. Jing Jiwu is indeed a monster, said Su Tianhao after hiding behind a tree. Han Sen could also pull a 16.0 longbow, but could probably shoot no more than 2 arrows. There was no way he could make continuous shots like Jing Jiwu. The 16.0 bow looked like an 11.0 in Jing Jiwu's hands. Quick! Do not allow them to come down, exclaimed Lu Meng at everyone. In another exchange of arrows, Jing Jiwu made a shot at Su Tianhao, who was out immediately. Luckily, Han Sen got rid of another opponent as well. The audience became thrilled. Since Jing Jiwu joined the school team, it was the first time that 3 players were out in the Alliance Central Military Academy. Amazing Blackhawk, amazing Han Sen. This is definitely an epic-making game. The Alliance Central Military Academy was never pushed this far before. Blackhawk is only 1 step from victory, but that 1 step is so difficult, because in front of them is the best player in the Military Academy League, Jing Jiwu, said when Xiao, thrilled. The viewers also became excited. At an absolute advantage, Blackhawk still lost 3 players to Jing Jiwu, who was indeed a monster. However, at this point, Jing Jiwu was the only one that had survived on his team. On Blackhawk's side, the remaining were only Han Sen and Lu Meng. They had every intention to eliminate Jing Jiwu, but all their attacks were in vain. He's no human, cursed Lu Meng behind a tree. Indeed, said Han Sen, also hiding behind a tree. Jing Jiwu had rushed down the mountain and entered the woods. It was almost impossible to see him at this point, and both teams were reduced to the starting point. The viewers held their breath. Before the game, none of them had thought that the Alliance Central Military Academy would be pushed this far. Without a doubt, the tactics adopted by Blackhawk were extremely successful. However, Jing Jiwu was still there, and it was almost impossible to beat him. As they wished, they would see the duel between Jing Jiwu and Han Sen, because the 2 players were both there. Although Han Sen had some advantage with a teammate on his side. Haha, the coach of Blackhawk is really good. Lin Feng, you think Han Sen could win? Tang Xinliu smiled and said. Han Sen's bow is too weak. His 11.0 bow is not enough to shoot someone like Jing Jiwu, unless they were really close to each other, said Lin Feng. That's right. Because of the tactics they used, they all chose 11.0 bows. Although that was successful in the beginning, facing a player like Jing Jiwu, The weapon is their biggest weakness. Tang Jinliu knowingly nodded. Jing Jiwu, who was moving freely, turned into a real monster, gliding quietly on the field. Neither Han Sen nor Lu Meng dared to move. Without knowing where Jing Jiwu was, they were faced with great challenge, although they were two. "We cannot stay here," said Lu Meng, ready to get up. An arrow suddenly came to him. "Move!" roared Han Sen, quickly shooting an arrow at the one threatening Lu Meng. Bang! Han Sen's arrow were bounced off immediately, and Jing Jiwu's arrow only slightly turned, ending up on Lu Meng's shoulder. Jing Jiwu's arrow was meant to hit Lu's heart, but in an archery tournament, getting hit in the shoulder also eliminated Lu. "All yours, Senior." Lu Meng left calmly, as he had done all he could. The audience were again amazed by how powerful Jing Jiwu was. "As long as Jing Jiwu's here, we will never lose. Blackhawk could try as much as they want." Students of the Alliance Central Military Academy felt a sense of pride. Jing Jiwu is indeed the monster. They had such an advantage. They should have got rid of Jing Jiwu first instead of Qin Cheng. Bull crap. How can a 11.0 bao be enough to get rid of Jing Jiwu at that kind of distance? Indeed, Jing Jiwu could have completely dodged an arrow like that with his speed. Such a shame. Blackhawk is indeed a great team with a creative coach. However, they ran into Jing Jiwu. Han Sen moved continuously, searching for his opponent everywhere. In the field mimicking a labyrinthine, Jing Jiwu was not the only hunter. Han Sen was also looking for Jing Jiwu. The two students quickly moved in the field. Although they had not made a single shot, their movements surprised a lot of viewers with rich combat experience. Without the help of any equipment, both Han Sen and Jing Jiwu could always avoid the danger one step early and find a favorable spot. If it were just only one time, that would not be so impressive. However, after half an hour that you were still not able to make a shot, because either Han Sen or Jing Jiwu could not find a good opportunity. It was like playing chess under blindfold conditions. Without seeing each other, the two masters competed psychologically, using the entire field as their chessboard without a sound. People who really understood the game could hardly breathe when they watched this. The tension and excitement were even more intense than a real combat. No matter Han Sen or Jing Jiwu could have fallen into the range of their opponents a million times, but they could always turn away from a crisis. Jing Jiwu had raised his bow 6 times and had to put it back down, and Han Sen was the same. So impressive. Both of them. Qiu Mingmei's eyes lit up and murmured, "This might be the greatest duel in the history of Military Academy League. No matter who loses, he is no loser," when Xiao said. The viewers on the Skynet agreed with her. "Absolutely great. I'm afraid we could not see the same thing in the future either. It's a shame that they encountered each other so early. This should happen in the final. I wish to see Jing Jiwu and Han Sen fighting each other again, but this year is Jing Jiwu's senior year. Han Sen could participate again, but Jing Jiwu will not. Such strong players. I don't want either of them to lose. One has to beat the other. It should be Jing Jiwu. Han Sen's bow is too weak. If he uses a 14.0 plus bow, he would have a chance to beat Jing Jiwu. However, for tactics, he chose a 11.0. Han Sen was born 3 years too late. If he's a senior student and has the same strength Jing Jiwu does, the duel would be even better to watch. Almost everyone was lamenting for Han Sen that he did not get rid of Jing Jiwu when he had the advantage. In the duel, with the 11.0 bow in Han Sen's hand, he stood a very slim chance of winning. Jing Jiwu could threaten Han Sen from 600 feet away, while Han Sen could not even guarantee a shot at Jing Jiwu at 150 feet. That was why people felt terrible for Han Sen. Next year we will be here again. Seeing Han Sen was forced into the area of fallen trees and had to face Jing Jiwu, Su Tianhao felt a strong regret. He had lost for 3 years, and was never able to make it beyond the second round. This year he was here again and he really wanted to win. But their opponent was the Alliance Central Military Academy. Even they had worked so hard, they were still about to lose. As Su Tianhao was saying next year, he suddenly realized that he no longer had another year. This was his senior year and last year in the tournament. With mixed feelings, Su Tianhao's eyes went wet. Even I have to give 10 years of my life. Please give us a miracle. Su Tianhao felt suffocated. Situ Xiang's eyes were also damp. She did not realize that Blackhawk could come this far. Her plan worked, and now it was king to king. The only thing was that Han Sen was holding a 11.0 bow. At this point, Situ Xiang wished she could enter the field and hand a strong bow to Han Sen, which was impossible. Han Sen followed her plan and took the best bow for the plan to work, which played out nicely. However, Situ Xiang regretted it so much that she did not ask Han Sen to pick a strong bow. Ji Yanran and Chu Lili were wringing their hands nervously and staring at the image of the game without blinking. Chu Lili, Han Sen will win, right? Ji Yanran wanted an affirmative answer from Chu Lili. Absolutely, he's the genius, Chu Lili said decisively. When Xiao saw Han Sen was forced into the area of fallen trees and sighed. Han Sen did really well. He was only holding a wrong bow at the wrong time. If he is also a senior student with a 16.0 bow, this would be a super duel. Most people agreed with Wen Xiao. Han Sen was indeed strong, but compared to Jing Jiwu he was still somewhat lacking. It will still be you who defeat Jing Jiwu, it seems. Tang Jinliu sighed. Although he was not great at archery, he saw Han Sen's disadvantages. Lin Feng said casually, not necessarily. He still hasn't given up. I can tell from his eyes. But I cannot imagine what chance he would have. In the duel in this open space, can he really win with a 11.0 bow? Asked Tang Jinliu. In this world, the absolute strength doesn't represent everything. Lin Feng watched Han Sen and Jing Jiwu quickly moving in the area of fallen trees and said, we can never tell when the two players are like these two. Tang Jinliu knew that Han Sen was exceptional. However, under such circumstances, he did not see any chance for Han Sen to win. After entering the area of fallen trees, Han Sen did not try to run anymore. He had entered the range of Jing Jiwu's bow, and there was no cover anyway. Running was pointless. Jing Jiwu walked slowly into the area of fallen trees with bow and arrows in his hand, and did not immediately shoot at Han Senator instead. He stared at his opponent and said, you did well. Unfortunately, we will have no chance to fight again. It has to be today. Why next time? Now or never? Han Sen stood still and raised his bow. Jing Jiwu did not speak, but nodded, raising his bow as well. 2 persons, 2 bows, 2 arrows. Under the light, they stood like 2 sculptures. After 0.1 second, the 2 suddenly moved at the same time. The arrows were in the air and the 2 bodies were moving. Jing Jiwu's arrow was obviously way faster than Han Sen's. The moment he let go, the arrow was already in Han Sen's face. Han Sen turned sideways slightly and dodged that arrow by a hair. Jing Jiwu was more at ease. At such a distance, Han Sen's arrow was too slow to pose any threat to him. However, Jing Jiwu still approached Han Sen quickly and shot at him again. Wiggling left and right, Han Sen was shooting back as well. The viewers were dumbstruck. In a duel like this, the 2 had failed to shoot their opponent multiple times. Shockingly, Han Sen's strange movements led Jing Jiwu to miss 3 times. My God! 16.0 bow at 60 feet. Yet Jing Jiwu missed all 3. Is Jing Jiwu's luck too bad, or is the guy's luck is too good? A team member of the Alliance Central Military Academy said. It's not about their luck. It is because Han Sen is too misleading. When he moved, he was constantly giving Jing Jiwu the wrong idea, making Jing Jiwu believe he was going into the other direction, which led to mistakes in Jing Jiwu's judgment, explained Qin Sheng. He seemed to be just wiggling unintentionally. It turns out that's a serious skill. The team members all looked to Han Sen in surprise. You think you could dodge Jing Jiwu's arrow unintentionally? Even at 900 feet? I'll bet you could not, replied Qin Sheng quietly. This Han Sen is really somebody. Can Jing Jiwu still win? Exclaimed the team member. Although Han Sen is better than we thought he would be, his bow is too weak. As long as their distance is shortened to less than 300 feet, Han Sen will lose for sure. His arrow will pose no threat to Jing Jiwoo, while he will not be able to dodge Jing Jiwoo's arrows anymore, said Qin Cheng confidently. That's right. From 300 feet to 150 feet, Jing Jiwoo will have the absolute advantage. With his ability, he could make at least 6 shots in this range, which will secure his victory, said the coach of the Alliance Central Military Academy. Why 300 to 150 feet? Asked a team member puzzled. Because within 150 feet, Han Sen's arrows would start to pose threats to Jing Jiwoo, which is why Jing Jiwoo should avoid getting too close, explained Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng is right. Han Sen must be very eager to shorten their distance to less than 150 feet. But he would not have the opportunity, said their coach. Not only Qin Cheng believed that, Qiu Mingmei and other archery masters also believed that. The distance from 300 feet to 150 feet was held to Han's senator as long as he could get through that. He might still have a chance, said Qiu Mingmei. As Han Sen was only 300 feet from Jing Jiwoo, Situ Xiang was praying secretly, "Go over." He had to go over. Go over. Ji Yanran rubbed her hands together. Go over. Everyone who helped Han Sen to win was shouting inwardly, although they all knew that the chance was quite slim, when the opponent was Jing Jiwoo, who was carrying a 16.0 bow. Even an evolver would probably not be able to make the perfect dodge. Han Sen moved forward, shortening their distance to less than 300 feet. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Jing Jiwoo started to shoot as he entered his perfect range. Even with Han Sen's speed, it would be hard to fend off the volley of arrows from Jing Jiwoo. However, when Jing Jiwoo made the first shot, Han Sen had shot a volley of 3 arrows in an instant. As Jing Jiwoo's arrow brushed off Han Sen's shoulder, Han Sen quickly shot another 3 arrows. No way! Qin Cheng and his coach exclaimed at the same time. Even Qiu Mingmei, Situ Xiang, Wen Xiuxiu, Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng were shocked. No one could have thought that Han Sen would launch a full-on attack at such a distance, which was beyond what an 11.0 bow could do. If Han Sen's opponent were any other military school student, Han Sen might have some chance. However, opposite him stood Jing Jiwoo, and it was highly unlikely for Han Sen to hit the target, no matter how many arrows he shot. Han Sen rushed. He should have gotten closer. At such a distance, it is easy for Jing Jiwoo to dodge his arrows. When Xiuxiu was nervous. No matter how she saw this, Han Sen could not pose any real threats to Jing Jiwoo at such a distance. Launching the attack too early would do Han Sen no good. Terrible. Han Sen should have taken his time. Tang Jinliu couldn't help but say. He did not have time. This is his last opportunity. With Jing Jiwoo's ability, he could not get closer than 150 feet, and even if he could, he might still miss, replied Lin Feng. Although that's right, it is equally useless to launch an attack now. I believe he has only 20-something arrows left in his quiver, and when he uses them all, he will have no more supplies and then lose, said Tang Jinliu. So, he has to win right here, said Lin Feng. How? No idea. Lin Feng shook his head. Even you could not think of an idea. I think Han Sen cannot make it after all. Tang Jinliu sighed. Under everyone's watch, Han Sen was getting closer and closer to Jing Jiwoo. An 11.0 bow had its benefits as well, which allowed Han Sen to shoot volleys of arrows easily. A rain of arrows flew toward Jing Jiwoo. Although they all missed him, they forced Jing Jiwoo to move around. Han Sen grabbed the opportunity, shooting and running towards Jing Jiwoo. However, anyone could tell that at the speed, he would have used up his arrows before he made it to 150 feet. Jing Jiwoo was so strong that even when he was dodging all the arrows, he was still able to make the shots using unlikely positions. Han Sen was about 220 feet from Jing Jiwoo and had to use Sparticle to the extreme to dodge Jing Jiwoo's arrows. An arrow flew by Han Sen's face. The flow of air even broke Han Sen's strands of hair. Han Sen still did not give up. As he moved away from Jing Jiwoo's arrow, he steadied himself with only 1 foot on the ground. With his body extremely inclined, Han Sen still managed to make a shot at Jing Jiwoo. After the shot, Han Sen completely lost his balance and fell to the ground. Han Sen's movements were provoking in Jing Jiwoo's eyes. When Han Sen lost his balance, without trying to defend himself, he continued to attack. Jing Jiwoo was not afraid of such a challenge. He made 2 shots at the same time. One went to hit Han Sen's arrow, whereas the other one flew to Han Sen's face, who seemed to have lost his ability to dodge. It seemed that Han Sen had given up on avoiding Jing Jiwoo's attack altogether. Before he fell, he shot twice at Jing Jiwoo. Ah! The stands were filled with excitement. No one thought the duel would end so fast. At this point, it seemed that Han Sen had already lost. Han Sen's bow was so weak that his arrows could never hit Jing Jiwoo. Even if they could, they would be much slower than Jing Jiwoo's arrows, so he would still be eliminated first. Jing Jiwoo's arrows were so strong that even the 2 arrows from Han Sen could hit Jing Jiwoo's. They would never be able to stop them. It seemed that the result was already clear. Neither of Han Sen's arrows could touch Jing Jiwoo's, while Jing Jiwoo's arrow traveled between Han Sen's 2 arrows and was in Han Sen's face instantaneously like a lightning bolt. Damn! Ji Yanran did not want to watch anymore. It's over. Situ Xiang was filled with regret. How she wished she could give Han Sen a strong arrow for a fair duel. Han Sen should not have lost the game like this. Even the Emperor did not beat the monster. When Xiao also lamented. Everyone thought Han Sen was about to lose. However, when that arrow approached Han Sen pulled the string when he completely lost his balance. The arrow in Han Sen's hand did not go out. Han Sen held the tail of the arrow and used its head to hit Jing Jiwoo's arrow. This way, Han Sen was using the weight of his body to move the incoming arrow, which was knocked away, and Han Sen himself down to the ground. At this time, the first of the 3 arrows shot by Han Sen collided with Jing Jiwoo's second arrow, while Han Sen's other 2 arrows flew toward Jing Jiwoo. It seemed that the last 2 arrows shot lost their accuracy since they were shot when Han Sen was falling. One turned left and the other turned right, flying past Jing Jiwoo's body. When the audience were sighing, Jing Jiwoo's expression changed. The arrow that was supposed to be blocked by Jing Jiwoo's arrow did not stop, but continued to fly to Jing Jiwoo. How is this possible? How can Jing Jiwoo make this mistake? Qin Chang suddenly stood up, grabbing the fence. An error? How did that happen? When Xiao was also shocked. Someone like Jing Jiwoo would never make a mistake. Wonderful! Situ Xiang did not know why Jing Jiwoo would have missed, but she was overjoyed. Because of this mistake, Han Sen's arrow was already in Jing Jiwoo's face. And Jing Jiwoo also noticed that the other 2 arrows from Han Sen happened to block everywhere he could dodge. Instantaneously, Jing Jiwoo made the right judgment. Like Han Sen, he drew his bow string, but did not launch the arrow. Jing Jiwoo held the tail of his arrow and uses the head to hit Han Sen's. Everyone was looking at Jing Jiwoo's hands. It seemed the head of Jing Jiwoo's arrow was about to collide with Han Sen's. Everybody thought that Han Sen's arrow would be flicked away. After all, Han Sen and Jing Jiwoo were using the same method. Now Han Sen's arrow was shot from a 11.0 bow, so it was even more likely that it would be bounced off. However, Han Sen's arrow suddenly became alive and moved half an inch away from Jing Jiwoo's arrowhead. Like a snake, it dove under Jing Jiwoo's arrow and ended up on Jing Jiwoo's chest. Looking down, Jing Jiwoo was dumbstruck. Qin Chang was speechless. So was Wen Xiao, Situ Xiang, every team member from the Alliance Central Military Academy and Blackhawk Military Academy, and all the viewers. Although everyone saw what had happened, they could not believe that Jing Jiwoo would be hit like this. Ji Yanran and Chu Lily were cheering and jumping like a couple of maniacs. Jing Jiwoo is out? Muttered Shi Zhikong. I believe so. Zhang Yang wasn't so sure about it. No one in the Blackhawk team believed it had actually happened. They could not trust their own eyes. The monster, the invincible monster, who had ruled the Military Academy League for 3 years, was hit like this. Alliance Central Military Academy, Jing Jiwoo, Archer, Blackhawk, Han Sen. When the voice of the AI ran in the field, everyone came back to themselves. Ah! Shi Zhikong hugged Lu Meng, shouting and turning around. We won! Su Tianhao was still sitting there. Surprise and joy filled his eyes. Zhang Yang threw away the towel in his hands and jumped over the fence. Rushing over to Han's senator, and the other teammates followed him to Han Sen's side. "Coach, did we just win?" The team manager looked at Situ Xiang incredulously. "Yes, we did." Situ Xiang was answering both the manager and herself. The entire venue and Skynet were going mad. Jing Jiwoo lost. "What's that arrow made of? Did I see it right?" It dodged Jing Jiwoo's arrow itself. "An era has ended? The monster just lost. Unbelievable." When Xiao felt that her blood was almost boiling and her voice changing. Disregarding that, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Miracle! Blackhawk made a miracle. Han Sen created a miracle." The monster Jing Jiwoo fell under the miraculous shot. "Our new emperor has crowned himself with an arrow. If you are the emperor, let me crown you. If you are the emperor, please accept my faith and allegiance. If you're the emperor, I thank you for giving us a reason to cheer. If you are the emperor, please hold high your arrow of victory and guide us to a bright future. At this moment, you are the emperor. At this moment, you are our ruler. At this moment, only you can bring us joy. At this moment, we are your followers. We cheer for you. We take pride in you, because you are our almighty emperor." When Xiao read aloud the prose she wrote to celebrate Han Sen's victory, all the fans of the Alliance Central Military Academy had gone, whereas the rest of the audience was dancing. The Skynet was all over this, as people were discussing how Han Sen beat Jing Jiwoo like crazy. What a shot! How did he do it? The old king is gone and the new king is crowned. In the future, Han Sen will rule the Military Academy League. Long live the Emperor! I still can't believe this. Did Jing Jiwoo really lose? This is the beginning of a new era. The monster died under an arrow of the Emperor. That shot was so weird. Did he do anything to that arrow? Can he control it remotely? He only won an archery match. It is way too early to call him the Emperor. Long live the Emperor! What a weird shot. No one could sleep that night. The entire Blackhawk school team lost sleep, including Situ Xiang. It was like a dream to beat the Alliance Central Military Academy with Jing Jiwoo on their team. All the military academies had the same dream, while they were the only ones who realized it, to beat Jing Jiwoo in archery. Although there were coincidences and lots of luck, a victory was a victory. They were the winners. If they didn't have a match tomorrow and had to rest, they would have gone out and partied all night. Even lying in bed, they were too excited to fall asleep. Han Sen, did we really win? Shi Zhikong asked, lying on his bed. Yes, replied Han Sen. Zhang Yang, did we really win? Shi Zhikong asked Zhang Yang again. Yes, replied Zhang Yang. Victor. Before Shi Zhikong asked, Lu Meng said directly, if you keep disturbing us, we will suggest Coach Situ Xiang put you on the bench tomorrow. Damn it, why would you do that? I beat even the monster and you won't let me go when we have a weaker opponent. Shi Zhikong jumped up. You can try and say one more sentence, said Lu Meng calmly. Shi Zhikong opened his mouth but did not make a sound. He was indeed afraid that he would not be able to represent the school tomorrow. Situ Xiang couldn't sleep either. Until now, she still felt unreal about the match result. Her team beat the Alliance Central Military Academy and realized the dream of all the other military school coaches. Han Sen, you are amazing. Situ Xiang wished that Han Sen were in front of him so that she could give him a huge hug. The Blackhawk team members could not sleep, and all the media also went nuts. No one could have thought that the Alliance Central Military Academy would lose to Blackhawk. Everything happened so fast. All the media reported the match between Blackhawk and the Alliance Central Military Academy. The highlights were Blackhawk's tactics and the duel between Han San and Jing Jiwoo. Most media quoted Wen Xiaoxiao and called Han San the Emperor. Overnight, the nickname was known in the entire alliance. Jing Jiwoo was so famous that Han San, the only person to beat him, became extremely popular quickly and was considered the new ruler of the Military Academy League. Suddenly, Jing Jiwoo seemed to be yesterday's news and Han Sen became the new hype. On the rooftop, 3 young men were looking at the night view of the city, leaning over the railings. How do you feel about the failure? Tang Jinliu drank some beer and asked Jing Jiwoo next to him with a smile. Not bad. That Han Sen was beyond my expectation. I did lose. Jing Jiwoo smiled. So, what happened with the last shot? Tang Jinliu couldn't help but ask. The arrow was spinning, Jing Jiwoo said casually. What do you mean by, the arrow was spinning? Tang Jinliu paused and did not understand Jing Jiwoo. The arrow was shot from a bow instead of thrown by hand. Unless the arrow was special, it was impossible that the arrow would spin. In the tournament, all the arrows were ordinary arrows provided by the sponsor, so the arrow itself could not spin either. I don't know, replied Jing Jiwoo. How is it that you don't know? Tang Jinliu looked at Jing Jiwoo in surprise. Jing Jiwoo was facing that arrow. With his skills, he would definitely know if the arrow was altered. Lin Feng cut in. Indeed, he does not know. There are ways to shoot a spinning arrow like that, using the flow of the air to make the arrow shift its direction. However, none of them could be realized by the unevolved. Interesting guy. Unfortunately, this is already my last year, and I will never have a chance to fight him again. Jing Jiwoo threw the empty bottle into the trash can and walked to the staircase. Bye guys. I hope to see you again. What plan do you have now? Asked Lin Feng. Originally, I wanted to go to the battlefield after the tournament. Now that is not necessary anymore. I will leave tonight, said Jing Jiwoo without turning his head. I will wait for you, Lin Feng said, watching Jing Jiwoo leaving. Jing Jiwoo paused, turned back and smiled. You haven't fought him either, right? You mean Han Sen? Lin Feng paused and understood. Jing Jiwoo smiled and walked away. What does he mean? Tang Jinliu felt puzzled. He meant that if he did not beat Han Sen, I probably could not either, said Lin Feng casually. Hearing this answer, Tang Jinliu couldn't even hide his surprise. Blackhawk's opponents in the next few rounds were not strong teams, which gave them more opportunities to practice. With their newly gained confidence and Han Sen's incredible spinning arrows, Blackhawk became the champion of this year's archery tournament. Every media was crazy about the new champion team and used all kinds of words like Blackhawk Miracle, New Emperor, and incredible archery skills, making Han Sen the new star among all the military school students. Now, all the military schools knew that Blackhawk had an archer as good as Jing Jiwoo. When the archery school team returned to Blackhawk, they received the utmost welcome and the school rewarded them handsomely. Their performance was also recorded in the school yearbook. This was the first time Blackhawk had won a championship in the Military Academy League. If the current rules allowed one player to participate in multiple items, the president of Blackhawk would want Han Sen to sign up for each and every item. The individual game in the archery tournament was not a real competition, but an exhibition match among the 10 most popular archers. With Han Sen's fame and spinning arrows, he won the first place without any doubt. Although this glory was much less than winning as the team, it gave Han Sen extra academic credits. The spinning arrow was a creation by Han Sen using the reference of the Beetle Knight's spinning spear and the theory of yin-yang blast. During the 3 months when Han Sen fought the Beetle Knight, he learned nothing other than this skill, which led to his victory in the duel against Jing Jiwoo. Even so, he was very lucky to win. If he were to do it again, Han Sen was not sure if he could still beat Jing Jiwoo. The championship of Blackhawk was the one and only miracle. The sky was blue and the beach was warm. A beauty with skin as fair as milk, long legs and beautiful curves were dipping in the water wearing nothing but bikini. Lying under the beach umbrella, Han Sen could not move his eyes away from Ji Yanran in bikini. Life is good. Watching Ji Yanran's alluring figure, Han Sen felt that God loved him. Ji Yanran really kept her promise and took him on a vacation, which was beyond Han Sen's expectation. Ji Yanran even took care of asking for leave from school. I'm such a charming guy. Han Sen took off his sunglasses and looked at his own reflection in the lens, appreciating his handsome look. Why don't you go swimming? Ji Yanran returned to the beachside and asked Han Sen. Harry pulled her into his own arms, held her tiny waist, and whispered into her ear. We have 4 days and 3 nights, for which I need to save some energy. Ji Yanran suddenly blushed and pinched Han Sen's waist. While Han Sen was complaining, she ran away to another chair. Why is no one here? You didn't rent the entire beach, did you? Harry looked around and was curious why he never saw other tourists here. When have you ever heard such a thing as renting a beach? Ji Yanran rolled her eyes and said, This is a private beach, so of course there is no one here. You own the beach? Han Sen was surprised. I don't. Ji Yanran grinned and said, But this planet belongs to my uncle. Han Sen choked on the water he just drank. He knew that Ji Yanran was from a rich family, but did not imagine they would be so rich. Wonderful. As long as I'm with you, I would not need to work ever. Han Sen smiled and said, You wish. In my family, only sons can inherit family businesses. Now I can still use the family resources, but when I am married, it's all up to you. Ji Yanran curled her lips and said, You have such a strong desire to marry me. I haven't even decided if I want to do that yet. Han Sen pretended to be surprised by her. Ha! Ji Yanran suddenly became angry from embarrassment and threw herself at Han Sen. With a sly smile on his face, Han Sen grabbed her hand and pulled her back to his arms, kissing her alluring lips. Ji Yanran struggled a little and gave up, enjoying the kiss as well. Han Sen's hand moved between Ji Yanran's waist and butts, as he hesitated if he should have this gorgeous girl right here on the beach. Suddenly, with the sound of a whistle, Han Sen saw an ancient yacht sailing over. Han Sen had only seen such a thing in movies. Ji Yanran immediately stood up from Han Sen's arms. As the yacht came into the pier, a young man of about 25 years old came down with a few bodyguards and walked towards the couple. Smiling, the young man waved to Ji Yanran from afar. Ji Yanran, it's been a while since you visited us. Brother, I'm a military school student now and don't have too much time. Ji Yanran introduced Han Sen to the young man. This is my schoolmate Senator Han Sen. This is my brother Ji Lingfeng. Brother, Han Sen called Ji Lingfeng directly. Ji Yanran blushed. Ji Lingfeng paused and smiled. Han Sen, are you the one who beat Jing Jiwu in the archery tournament? Yes, that's me, said Han Sen casually. So impressive. No wonder Ji Yanran would bring you back. Ji Lingfeng cast a glance at his sister. Ji Yanran blushed and pouted. Brother, did you come to pick us up, or did you come to chat? We'll talk on the ship then. Ji Lingfeng took the couple on board, and then the yacht sailed away into the ocean. Han Sen, do you know any drinking games? Ji Lingfeng sat down in the lounge and put 2 bottles of wine in front of Han Sen. Some, Han Sen said with a smile. When the yacht stopped in front of a garden-like island, Ji Lingfeng came off the yacht on the back of his bodyguard. He was so drunk that he couldn't even walk himself. Ji Lingfeng went straight to bed when he reached the villa on the island. Han Sen and Ji Yanran had to have dinner without him. I remember that brother said there is a hot spring. Shall we go there? After dinner, Han Sen gazed at his girlfriend. Ji Yanran blushed as she knew what the guy was thinking. She had brought Han Sen here, thinking that because of her brother's presence, Han Sen would not dare to go too far. However, she did not expect Ji Lingfeng to get drunk so fast. In the huge pool of hot spring, Ji Yanran and Han Sen were the only 2 person there. Within half an hour, Ji Yanran was pink all over in an alluring way. Han Sen could no longer control himself. He held the girl in his arms and walked quickly toward the bedroom. Her head buried in Han Sen's chest, Ji Yanran was limp as if she were drunk. Han Sen placed the Ji Yanran onto the white sheet. Ji Yanran's eyes were sparkling and her cheeks rosy. My darling, here I come. Han Sen threw himself at her. The trip of 4 days felt like a second to Han's senator when he got back to Black Hawk. Han Sen entered God's sanctuary and started to attend to the business of the special squad. The cloud beast still needed more than a month to evolve into a sacred blood creature. Han Sen planned to use the time to hunt a few mutant creatures. The best place to hunt mutant creatures was Dark Swamp, but the mutant creatures there were too large. Devil Desert also had plenty of mutant creatures, but they often showed up in groups, which was troublesome. After some thoughts, Han Sen decided to try his luck in the Jade Dragon Mountains. Before he became the head of the special squad, Han Sen only knew the names of some mountains nearby, but had no idea about the specifics. After he became the head, Han Sen read many useful insider materials, a lot of which were about the Jade Dragon Mountains. Although the Jade Dragon Mountains were discovered a long time ago, no one really dared to go hunting there. Even the 3 big gangs in the shelter did not dare to hunt creatures in the Jade Dragon Mountains. The main reason was the abundance of advanced creatures in the Jade Dragon Mountains. Han Sen heard that the Bloody Slayer also came from there. According to the materials he read in the accounts of those who had been there, several sacred blood creatures would appear together on the edge of the Jade Dragon Mountains. Most people who had been there had died, and the few who had made it back did not dare to go there again. It was beyond the question of ability. Where there were too many sacred blood creatures, a large group would not even be useful. The survivors had described a 300-foot-long gigantic serpentine, a bird as large as a piece of dark cloud, and a giant beast like a hill, among others. What impressed Han Sen the most was that the survivors did not see any ordinary or primitive creatures. The least advanced creatures there were mutant ones. Although it was risky, Han Sen had a sacred blood color shifter beast soul, which could help him sneak in and seek opportunities. As for his scent, Han Sen uses 1 point of his special squad credits and purchased a bottle of vegetation water, which was a tried-and-true solution to cover up the scent of mankind. After all the preparation, Han Sen left for the Jade Dragon Mountains, carrying the diamond sword and the Beetle Knight spear. Even with Meowth's high speed, it still took Han Sen 8 days to reach his destination, without doing any hunting on the way. At the fringe of the Jade Dragon Mountains, Han Sen became extra careful. He took Meowth away and sprayed the vegetation water all over himself. Wearing his sacred blood armor, Han Sen walked toward the mountains. Although he had wings, Han Sen did not dare to fly around. A sacred blood flying beast soul was fast, but it fell short to a flying sacred blood creature. It would be a suicidal move if Han Sen decided to fly. Han Sen could not afford to use the color shifter beast soul right away, because he had a time limit to use a shape-shifting beast soul. Han Sen would not choose to shapeshift unless it was an emergency. The Jade Dragon Mountains were different from other places. Even in Devil Desert, ordinary and primitive creatures could be spotted everywhere. However, since Han Sen entered these mountains, he had not seen a single creature. The mountains were formed of black stones. There were hardly any plants on them. The landscape was desolate and bleak. Traveling for a long while, he eventually saw a creature, which was as big as a mamo beast. Just listening to its hoof beat, Han Sen could feel the earth was shaking. Although he did not know whether the creature was sacred blood or mutant, Han Sen had lost his interest in it just by looking at its size. As the creature ran around in the Jade Dragon Mountains, Han Sen followed it at a distance. With such a large creature in the front, all sorts of other creatures would be alarmed. This way, Han Sen could reduce his risks significantly. After following the creature for a couple of hours, Han Sen did not run into any trouble. Indeed, the creatures in the Jade Dragon Mountains were advanced, but there were fewer creatures here than in other places. Han Sen started to think whether or not he should continue to follow this creature. It was a safe way, but he did not run into any mutant creatures. He wondered whether it was because there were none, or because they were scared away by this giant. As Han Sen was hesitating, he suddenly heard a scream. The huge creature running in front of him was suddenly bit in the neck and dragged away by a creature that looked like a golden lion. The giant body of the huge creature was barely any larger than the head of the lion-like creature. The lion chewed a little and swallowed it down. Han Sen was covered in cold sweats. The golden lion was as big as a mountain. In front of the golden lion, Han Sen was not much better than an ant. Even the golden rock worm king in its largest shape was merely a pet to the lion. Shocked, Han Sen was ready to retreat. As he turned around, he felt a chill and almost let out a scream. On the path where he came from, thousands of giant beasts that looked like the one eaten by the lion were running toward them. Their hoof beat was almost like thunder, making the entire valley tremble. Han San was distracted by the golden lion swallowing the beast he was following, and did not notice when the entire herd had got here. The herd was just 2 or 3 miles from Han's senator at their speed. They would arrive momentarily. Han San looked around and found that he was circled by steep mountains, and the only way out was blocked by the enormous golden lion. Han San gritted his teeth and summoned the color shifter, planning to hide on a mountain wall. If he did not move too fast, no creature could notice him. When Han San was about to climb, he noticed dark clouds were covering the sky. With a closer look, the dark clouds were actually formed by large black birds, each with a wingspan of 20 feet. Flocks of the birds occupied the peaks of the mountains, their red eyes staring at what was happening underneath. Birds had the best eyesight among all creatures. If Han San stayed still, the color shifter might be able to fool them. However, if he started to climb, there would be certain gaps which would expose him. Han San felt bitterly disappointed and cursed. Who the fuck said there were few creatures here? They're all acting in groups. Han San was running out of time. The herd of beasts were about to arrive, and on the bare mountain walls he had nowhere to hide. Even if he stood clinging to the mountain wall, he was not sure if he could survive the jostling of so many beasts. He did not dare to climb up either with all the birds watching. The mountain tops were covered by the birds, and he was not confident that he could escape the millions of eyes. Suddenly, Han San ran toward the golden lion. Although the golden lion was obviously 1,000 times stronger than the herd and flock, it was also so large that Han San was merely a bug in its eyes. When using the color shifter, the golden lion would not necessarily notice Han San. Instead of risking it climbing the mountain wall, Han San decided to try his luck with the golden lion. The birds would not dare to approach the lion, so he could just hide in its fur and try to run away when there was a chance. He tried to move toward the golden lion, which did not notice him. However, the birds on the mountains nearby were flapping their wings and squeaking. Obviously, they had seen him. Many birds were diving to grab him. Han San no longer hesitated and dashed toward the golden lion, which was the only way to survive. Han San started to regret. He had been complacent lately. Knowing that Jade Dragon Mountains were incredibly dangerous, he had still thought he could always be safe with his ability. It was too late to regret anyway. Han San just prayed that the golden lion would not take him seriously. Maybe his prayers had worked. The golden lion did not notice Han San at all, but was distracted by the birds after him. The lion waved its paw and smashed one of the birds, which became a snack. The other birds flew away screeching, and no longer dared to chase Han San, who was next to the hind leg of the golden lion. The hind leg was a hill for Han San, and each golden hair as thick as Han San's arm. Han San quickly grabbed the hair and climbed up. He did not dare to leave the lion, as all the birds were watching him. Once he left, they would probably attack him again. The herd of the beasts were about to rush over, and Han San had to make it to the golden lion's back in order to survive. Luckily, Han San was too small for the golden lion to notice him. Grabbing the golden hair, Han San used all fours to move up. When he just reached the thigh, the lion suddenly stood up. Han San felt that he was thrown out of a running train, and quickly attached himself to a hair using Ghost Haunt. The angry herd of beasts were in the face of the golden lion and started their attack. However, it was like using an egg to hit a stone. Could not even be called an attack. The herd were simply suicidal. The golden lion could kill several of them with one swipe. Sometimes it even threw a beast into its mouth. Momentarily, the valley had become a blood river, and the carcasses had piled up. The golden lion did not even take the thousands of beasts seriously. In its eyes, they were merely a dinner. The herd kept charging, which was a futile effort. The golden lion fed as it wished, and thousands of beasts all died within half an hour. After eating some of the meat itself, the golden lion lost interest in the carcasses and went deeper into the mountains. The flocks of blackbirds then made a dive, throwing themselves at the remains of the beasts. Sitting on the back of the golden lion, Han San was quite upset. He thought he would eventually have an opportunity to leave the lion, but it turned out he was being naive. The golden lion was enormous and had an incredible speed. The flocks of birds were following the golden lion everywhere, treating it like a stable food source. The leftover meat of the lion's meal would always go into the bird's belly. What troubled Han San was that the birds were all mutant creatures. With their size and strength, thousands of them together were quite scary. What was worse was that, among them there were two bird kings that had a wingspan of over 50 feet. Han San was positive that they were sacred blood creatures. They were very similar to the silver bird that almost killed him, and there were a pair of them. Han Sen did not know what to do. He was trapped on this enormous lion. The birds did not dare to approach the lion, while he did not dare to leave the lion, which was a dilemma. The silver lining was that when the golden lion was feeding, he could use a string-attached arrow to drag some meat over, which was all mutant meat. After a few days, his mutant genopoints had increased a few. Several days later, the golden lion was deep in the Jade Dragon Mountains. Although it did not travel all the time, it was incredibly fast. Han Sen was not sure where he was. Around him were the same black mountains. Fortunately, the golden lion did not change its direction, so Han Sen knew how to go out. However, on his way here, he had seen numerous horrifying creatures wandering around in the mountains. Following the golden lion, he could keep himself safe, since no creatures could beat the lion. However, when he thought about going out, Han Sen did not have a solution. I should have definitely remained humble. Han Sen regretted so much that his pride drove him to Jade Dragon Mountains. It turned out God's sanctuary was way more dangerous than he had thought. He had believed that based on his capability, he could go anywhere he wanted within First God's sanctuary. However, after entering Jade Dragon Mountains, he found out how wrong he was. Han Sen was trapped on the lion for more than a month and did not have any chance to run away. The birds were like minions, following the golden lion everywhere. The golden lion had left the Jade Dragon Mountains and entered a plain following a wide river. Han Sen wondered where it was going. In more than a month, Han San had seen countless frightening creatures torn into pieces by the golden lion. One time, he used a threaded arrow to draw back a piece of meat from a giant snake, and heard the voice saying 1 sacred genopoint gained, which was shocking to him. It turned out that some of the prey of the golden lion were sacred blood creatures. Traveling across mountains and rivers, the golden lion ended up on the ocean, which could not stop the lion either. Han Sen was completely speechless. He did not know where the golden lion was going. But one thing was for sure, he did not know how to go back. Even if he remembered the way back, based on what he saw on the way here, he could not go back safely alone. Han Sen thought about jumping into the ocean, but the giant figures swimming on the bottom of the sea made him give up the idea. One thing was rather odd. The enormous lion could always attract tons of creatures to give their lives and become its food. After observing for a long while, Han Sen discovered that it was not a coincidence. The creatures did not wish to commit suicide, but was attracted by the birds. The birds could make a sound similar to baby cries. For some reason, when creatures heard that noise, they would be attracted over like crazy and end up dead under the lion's paw. Han Sen then understood that the reason why the birds could follow the golden lion was not that the lion could not kill them, but that the lion wanted them to be there. Maybe the birds were indeed like what Han Sen thought, the minions of the golden lion, attracting praise for the lion and enjoying the leftover. Even the creatures in the ocean could not resist the sound of the birds. They would often come over, and when the lion needed to feed, the water nearby would become red. Although Han Sen had known that God's sanctuary was almost endless, he was still shocked by what he saw on the back of the lion. Now he understood why humans could not even make a full discovery of First God's sanctuary alone. Following the lion, Han Sen had benefited a lot from the leftover meat. At this point, his sacred genopoints were increased to 61 and mutant genopoints to 84. Han Sen did not know whether he should feel sad or happy. At this rate, although he could not go back to eat the sacred blood creature he was feeding, his progress was not slow. What made Han Sen felt desperate was that another 2 birds in the flock had evolved into sacred blood creatures recently. With 4 sacred blood birds following the lion, Han Sen felt that he really had nowhere to go. When he was about to give up, the birds suddenly scattered and disappeared. Han Sen thought they would come back, but he never saw the birds again. One day later, Han-san saw a golden island appearing on the horizon. On the island stood a golden mountain connecting the ocean and the sky. Clouds were halfway up the mountain, and snow was covering the summit. At the foot of the mountain was a sea of red flowers. The entire island was covered by the same kind of flower, except for the mountain itself. The golden and red colors together made an astonishing landscape. When Han-san had recovered from his surprise, the golden lion had stepped on the island. Han-sen did not know how to describe what he felt at the time. After crossing mountains, rivers, and the ocean, it turned out that the golden lion came to the desolate island just to give birth to its offspring. The golden mountain seemed to be a volcano with a large basin on top. The golden lion was crouching inside the basin, howling. Han-sen had got off the lion's back and watched the lion for 7 days. In the beginning, he thought the lion might have gotten sick from eating too many red flowers, and wanted to see if the lion was going to die. However, after crying for a week, the lion gave birth to an elephant-sized baby lion. It turned out the lion came here to give birth. So it just gave birth to its baby. End of story. Han-sen sighed and prepared to leave. The golden lion was so strong that Han-sen would not survive its attack even though it was weak from giving birth. As Han-sen turned around, he suddenly heard a shrill scream from the lion, which suddenly spit out a large amount of golden blood. Han-sen paused. There was no other creature here, so why would the lion suddenly spit out blood? Momentarily, the golden lion spit out more blood like a fountain. As Han-sen was surprised, he suddenly saw a golden crystal globe with a diameter of 3 feet. The crystal was as brilliant as a diamond and seemed to have the entire galaxy sparkling inside it. Han-sen gazed at it and thought, "What is that?" After spitting out the miraculous golden crystal, the golden lion stopped roaring and tried to separate the crystal from its blood with its paw. Because of its giant size, the lion had a hard time moving the golden crystal in front of the baby lion that it just gave birth to, which had not even opened its eyes. Roar! After doing all that, the golden lion regarded the baby lion licking the golden crystal and closed its eyes. It seemed that it had died. Han-sen was dumbstruck. He wasn't sure if the golden lion was really dead, but blood kept coming out of its mouth and the basin and became an inch-deep pool. There was no way the lion would live. The baby lion that was just born had no idea what had happened. With its eyes still closed, it was holding the golden crystal with 2 paws and licking it with its tongue. "Let's do this." Han-sen was good at assassination and was very sensitive about how lively a creature was. It was obvious that the golden lion had died. The golden crystal it spit out seemed to be something quite precious. Han-sen watched the baby lion licking it became stronger after a while. Han-sen gritted his teeth, summoned wings and flew into the basin. He drew the beetle knight spear and stuck it between the baby lion and the golden crystal. Using the spear as a lever, he moved the golden crystal away from the baby lion's paws. The golden crystal rolled away toward the wall. The baby lion became upset. Being just born, it could not even open its eyes or stand up, and its paws were still weak. All it could do was to sniff in the direction of the golden crystal and make puerile growling. Han-sen had flown into the air, observing the giant golden lion from afar. Seeing it remained completely still, Han-sen then felt relaxed and flew toward the golden crystal. He first knocked at it with his spear. Sounded like a stone. Han-sen reached out to touch it. It did feel cool. The lion would not do any harm to its baby, right? Since the baby lion could lick it, there should be no problem. Han-sen glanced at the growling baby lion, which was struggling to come over, and made up his mind. He too licked at the golden crystal. As his tongue touched the golden crystal, he felt the crystal melting into liquid. Although there was not much taste, the cooling sense was refreshing. As he drank it, Han-sen felt a chill. It felt that all his spores were suddenly open and that he had more energy than he could use. Amazing stuff indeed. Han-sen felt so energetic and overjoyed that he licked the crystal continuously. It was like sucking on an icicle. The faster he licked, the more liquid he got. Very soon, Han-sen had licked away a football-sized piece of crystal. As he was drinking the golden liquid, he almost felt reborn. Energy filled all of his cells. What is this? This is much better than Viagra. This must be the life essence of the golden lion. Han-san was overjoyed, as he knew the golden crystal must be something amazing. The baby lion quickly struggled to get up. Han-san pondered and tried to hold the golden crystal up, which was lighter than he had thought, just around 200 pounds. Han-san held it up and flew to the other end of the basin. The baby lion wouldn't give up. Sniffing around, it kept crawling, persistent to get the crystal back. I did not want to kill you because you are just a baby. But since you will not give up, I will have no mercy. Han-san made up his mind and stabbed the spear at the baby lion. Ding! The spear did not even break the baby lion's skin. The spearhead was even bounced back by its fur. Han-san widened his eyes and looked at the baby lion incredulously. The spear was from the beetle knight and could be compared to any sacred blood beast's soul weapon. Yet it did not even break the fur of a baby lion. How could that be? Even if the golden lion was a strong creature, the baby was just born and already had such a strong physique. Han-san did not manage to hurt the baby lion, but irritated it. Stimulated by the pain, the baby lion opened its eyes. Although its eyes were not completely open, a fierce look had appeared in its golden pupils. Managing to stand up, the baby lion let out a tender roar, throwing itself at Han-san. Although it was not steady, the baby lion was rather fierce. Han-san clenched his fists and poked at the baby lion's eye with the spear. Han-san was using the spinning force this time, and the spearhead was jabbed into the lion's eye like an electric drill. Roar! The baby lion let out a painful cry and rolled over. Han-san became even more shocked. The spear carried all his strength and was targeted at an eye, which was the most vulnerable part of the whole body. Even so, the baby lion's eye was still intact. Shit! It is impossible to hurt it. Han-san fought the baby lion using the spear, which was like a toy in front of the baby. Although it could bring the lion pain, it could not really hurt it. Han-san almost doubted that the spear was a fake, and changed to the diamond sword and the three-blade harpoon. However, no matter what weapon he used, where he attacked, the golden lion would only suffer a bit pain. The golden lion, on the other hand, became more and more fierce. Gradually, it could steady itself and became stronger and faster. Although the baby lion could not threaten Han-san yet, it would be able to very soon. Since Han-san could not harm it, the baby lion was undefeatable. When the baby lion got tired, it would lie down and rest. When it got hungry, it would feed on the golden blood. As time went by, the baby lion grew stronger and stronger. Han-san felt terrible. He had used everything he got, but there was no way he could kill the baby lion. Eventually, Han-san decided to take off with the golden crystal when the baby lion was still little. It was not because he did not want to kill the baby lion, but because he has no way to do that. He had tried everything but could not even break its fur. There was little point in staying there. Han-san flew into the sky holding the golden crystal, with the baby lion roaring and jumping underneath. Unfortunately, the baby lion was just a baby and could not perform at the same level as its parent. Although it could jump 3 feet high, there was little it could do to Han-san. What a freak! Han-san glanced at the baby lion, left the golden mountain, and landed on the island. There were many creatures in the ocean, so Han-san could not fly far with the golden crystal. If he happened to encounter some strong creatures, it would be a lot of trouble. On the island, there were just the dead golden lion and the baby lion, so he should be safe temporarily as long as the baby lion could not come down the mountain yet. Han-san planned to eat the golden crystal first and then leave the island. Racing against time, Han-san licked the golden crystal the first chance he got. As he drank the golden liquid until he was full, he suddenly heard a voice. Life essence of super creature golden growler consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Han-san suddenly widened his eyes, as if he were struck by a lightning bolt. He almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. As he recovered from his surprise, he quickly checked his own data. Han-san. Unevolved. Status. None. Lifespan 200. Requirement for next evolution. 100 geno points. Geno points gained. 100 ordinary genopoints, 100 primitive genopoints, 84 mutant genopoints, 61 sacred genopoints, 1 super genopoint. Han Sen was dazed for a long while, and suddenly let out a laughter. He laughed so hard that tears came out. Super gene. Super gene. Haha, it turns out there is super gene beyond sacred gene. Sacred genes are not the end. Han Sen could not begin to describe his excitement. Humans had discovered God's sanctuary for almost 2 centuries, and had been constantly growing. In the beginning, it was very difficult for humans to survive here. It was difficult for the beginners to kill even a mutant creature, let alone a sacred blood creature. However, with the development of hyper-geno-arts in the evolution of more and more people, it became easier to hunt advanced creatures. In recent decades, in First God's Sanctuary, there had been more and more people who evolved with every type of genopoints maxed out. However, until now, no one had come up with the concept of super genes, which probably meant that no one had really killed a super creature before. Even if one had seen a super creature, it was not likely that one had the ability to kill it. Han Sen had witnessed how strong the golden growler was. Even the baby golden growler was quite frightening. Han Sen was already among the top of those who were in First God's Sanctuary, but even he could not hurt a newborn super creature. It was easy to imagine why human had never learned the existence of super creatures and super genes. Even if the entire steel armor shelter came to attack the adult golden growler, Han Sen believed the result would still be the death of every human. It was the same as when there was no one who had maxed out on sacred blood genopoints or gained a sacred blood beast soul. No one could kill a sacred blood creature. When Son of Heaven killed the bloody slayer, he still had to use a sacred blood beast soul arrow. Now, human did not have super genopoints or super beast soul, so it would be almost impossible to kill a super creature. Han Sen finally understood why he could not even hurt the baby golden growler. They were not even on the same level. Although the golden growler was just born, it obviously had the characteristics of a super creature already. The black crystal that I got from that black beetle, could it also be the life essence of some super creature? Han Sen thought about it and defeated his own theory. The black crystal didn't melt like the life essence of the golden growler. Otherwise it was so small that it would be gone by now. The black crystal did not change a bit. Han Sen did not have too much time to think. Holding the life essence, whenever he felt he could eat again, he would suck on the golden crystal until he was stuffed. Hearing the voice sounding in his mind again and again, Han Sen felt that must be the happiest thing in life. Han Sen thought that his trip was totally worth it at this point. It took Han Sen more than a week to finish the entire block of life essence, and he got 10 super genopoints, which surprised Han Sen. Originally, Han Sen thought that he must eat the entire super creature as well to get all 10 genopoints, which did not seem to be the case. Maybe for super creatures, the genopoints were concentrated in the life essence it carried. In fact, Han Sen went back to the basin trying to eat some of the golden growler's meat. However, he soon discovered that since he could not even hurt the baby golden growler, he had no way to consume the body of the giant lion. Although he felt disheartened, Han Sen did not have any good methods. He had to comfort himself that maybe the meat of the golden growler would do nothing. I wonder how humans were able to kill the first sacred blood creature. Han Sen was pondering but had no conclusions. In God's sanctuary, there was no Skynet for him to consult. He hesitated and flew away from the island. Since he could not kill the baby golden growler, he should not stay there anymore. As the golden growler grew faster and faster, he might end up getting killed by it. Luckily, Han Sen had sacred blood wings. Otherwise, he would not even be able to cross the ocean. With his experience following the golden growler, Han Sen learned how big and complicated the God Sanctuary was. Now he was taking extra care wherever he went. Han Sen thought that his trip over the ocean might be highly risky. After all, he could no longer tell the directions on the ocean, and there were plenty of marine beasts. Although those beasts could not reach him in the sky, the sacred blood birds might endanger him. Maybe it was luck. Han Sen flew for 2 days without running into any danger, and also killed a mutant fish, whose meat contributed 2 more mutant genopoints. At this point, Han Sen had 86 mutant genopoints. More fortunately, Han-sen even saw an island and a large modern ship next to it. Although there were no visible electronic equipment, Han-sen could still tell from the material of the ship that it was a high-tech product. It even had the inscription Moon Goddess on it. However, the ship seemed to be gravely damaged and weathered. It must have been here for a long time. That did not matter to Han Senator since there was a ship on the island. There must be people too. Maybe there was even a shelter on the island, which would be fantastic. That way, Han-sen could use the teleport system to go back to school. He had been in God's sanctuary for several months and never sent any message back. He must have already missed the semi-annual assessment. He was not that worried about the assessment, but he knew that Ji Yanran must have been worried sick. When Han-sen came close, he no longer felt good about it. The island was neither big nor small. Han-sen could see the entire island from the sky, but he did not notice any buildings. Landing on the island, Han-sen took back on his beast souls and was ready to find somewhere to have a rest. Suddenly, he saw a person walking out from the jungle. Seeing Han-sen, that person paused, waved to Han-sen and ran over. The existence of human beings made Han-sen felt better about the place. He believed this meant the place was not too far away from a civilized location. Although humans could teleport the parts of ships and piece them together in God's sanctuary, no ship had modern energy systems since no technologies could be used here, which was why all the ships could only sail in a small range. In addition, the ocean was a more dangerous place than the land in God's sanctuary, so no one dared to go too far with a ship. Normally speaking, ships were used to go to the surrounding areas and hunt weak marine creatures. Han-sen regarded the person, who was a 20-year-old young woman wearing a blue beast soul armor. She looked at Han-sen excitedly. "Are you from Green Island?" the young woman asked with a trembling voice. "I'm sorry, I don't know where Green Island is." Han-sen shook his head and wanted to ask the woman where he was. At this time, a few more persons ran from the jungle nearby. They were all about the same age as the woman. They were equally excited when seeing Han Senator. Everyone was asking Han-sen all kinds of questions. But the most frequent one was the woman's question, "Are you from Green Island?" "I am sorry. I am not from Green Island. I came from Steel Armor Shelter, suffered a shipwreck and ended up here. May I ask where I am?" Hearing Han-sen's reply, these people suddenly became extremely disappointed. No one would answer Han-sen's question. All the people went back into the jungle. "Miss, what is this about?" Han-sen caught up with the woman he saw first and asked. The woman said indifferently, "Now you're here, it is like you are sentenced to life. You now have a lot of time to discover what this is about." She soon came back to the jungle like everyone else. Han-sen could guess that they probably suffered a shipwreck and ended up here. However, he still wanted to figure out where he was. After all, they must have taken a ship here and should have an idea about the location of the island and how far it was to the nearest shelter. Han-sen quickly followed those people, who did not intend to chase him away either. Very soon, Han-sen followed them through the forest and arrived at a cave. Inside the cave there were many supplies produced in the Alliance. It was a large cave with bonfire inside, so it almost felt like camping. Han-sen could tell that these people had been living here for a long time. They were more than a dozen people of the same age. From Han-sen's perspective, these people were about the same age as Qin Xian. But Qin Xian only stayed in First God's Sanctuary for a long time because she wanted to max out her sacred Geno points. These people obviously did not have the same intention. "Newbie, if you want to stay here, you must obey our rules and do your job. Otherwise, we do not have extra food to waste on you," said a serious guy to Han-sen. "There are plenty of creatures in the ocean and on the island, so I think I will be able to feed myself." Han-sen smiled and said. The group watched Han-sen with contempt, as if they had heard something funny. No one spoke though. It was as if they didn't even deign to mock him. The guys continued, "We are all unfortunate people. Here is a reminder. The Wind End Island is full of danger. Do not wander around, otherwise you might lose your life." "What kind of danger?" asked Han-sen in surprise. The guy did not speak, but a skinny guy next to him cut in. "There are sacred blood creatures on the Wind End Island. Are you able to kill those?" "Sacred blood creatures? I did kill a few. Hansen laughed. Boy, you should know who you were bragging to before you brag. Do you know who we are? Said the skinny guy with his lips curled. I would be more than happy to know. Hansen was curious about these people. Have you heard about the special squad? Asked the skinny guy complacently. You are members of the special squad? Hansen regarded the group in surprise. Hansen did not expect to meet people from the same organization on a desolate island. Since you have heard about the special squad, you must be a well-informed person yourself. You should know what we do, and since even we could hardly survive the place, do you know what you should do in the future? Said the skinny guy. Such a coincidence. I am also in the special squad. I wonder which shelter are you in charge of? Asked Hansen with a smile. What? You're also a member of the special squad. The skinny guy looked to Hansen in surprise. Other people were also shocked and seemed to doubt what Hansen had said. Hansen did seem quite young. He would be 18 years old at most. Although the members of the special squad in First God's Sanctuary were young, due to the high criteria for the members, those who could join were generally over 20, who would have a better genopoint count and richer experience in God's Sanctuary. My name is Hansen, head of Steel Armor Special Squad. Hansen told them his identity, which was no secret, so there was no point to hide it from them. Are you kidding me? At your age, you would be lucky to become a member. Head my ass. The skinny guy smirked and did not believe Hansen would be the head. He then pointed to the guy who spoke first and told Hansen, Boy, see? This is what a head looks like. This is our captain, Fushan. Hi. I am Hansen from Steel Armor Special Squad. Which shelter are you from? Hansen felt lucky to meet members from the special squad. The skinny guy thought Hansen was lying and became angry. Before he wanted to say something, Fushan stopped him. Fushan looked Hansen up and down and said, As far as I know, the head of Steel Armor Special Squad is Qin Xian, and her deputy is Yang Monli. They're both ladies and there is no guy in the leadership. I have never heard of the name Han Sr. You must have been trapped here for more than half a year? Hansen's gaze swept across the group. So what? The skinny guy stared at Hansen and asked, No wonder you did not know that Qin Xian had gone to Second God's Sanctuary, and I am the new head of Steel Armor Special Squad. Hansen smiled and said, Unfortunately, he did not bring his identity card with him and could not use the Skynet to prove himself either. We can't just take your word for it. Show us your ID. The skinny guy still did not believe him. I do not have my ID with me. If you don't believe me, I don't have a way to persuade you. Hansen spread his hands and said, There is no point for me to lie to you, so why would I do that? The woman whom Hansen saw first suddenly looked at Hansen and asked, You should know Qin Xian very well then? Yes. Hansen thought about it and nodded. Then you must know what was behind her left ear? The woman asked slowly. The whole group was watching Hansen, awaiting his reply. If I remember correctly, there is nothing behind Qin Xian's left ear, but a small red birthmark behind her right ear, said Hansen casually. He had been in numerous combats with Qin Xian and knew this very well. Fushan and everyone else looked to the woman. Obviously, they didn't know whether Hansen was telling the truth either. The woman let out a sigh of relief. You're right. Qin Xian does have a small red birthmark behind her right ear. However, she usually covers it with her hair, so ordinary people would not be able to see that. The woman said to Hansen, Although I'm not sure if you are really the head of the special squad, now I know you are indeed close to Qin Xian. Miss, are you also in the special squad? Hansen asked the woman. He believed that others were from the special squad because they looked like it. However, this woman did not. My name is Su Ruyan. I'm sort of a client of the special squad, the woman said with a smile. Hansen realized something and said, So you're the one who hired them to sail here? Su Ruyan smiled bitterly and said, This is not our original destination. We were attacked by a giant sacred blood creature on our way and ended up here. We have been trapped here for about a year. A year? No wonder you do not know me, thought Hansen. Hansen continued to ask, Where is this place? Do you know how far we are from the nearest shelter? The skinny guy named Lu Ji said, "It's pointless to ask that. Even if you could fly, you would not be able to get away from this place." "How so?" Han Sen was puzzled. When he came to the island, he did not find any advanced flying creatures. Maybe the group had believed that Han Sen was indeed one of the special squad? Lu Ji and Su Ruyan told Han Sen everything about their situation. Lu Ji was being dramatic. There were indeed no flying creatures near this place. But there was a sacred blood marine beast wandering around the island, scaring them away from hunting creatures in the ocean. On the island, there was only one type of creature which looked like gigantic bears. They moved swiftly and could even walk on the mountain walls. With a vertical eye on their foreheads, these creatures had incredible eyesight. They were mostly primitive creatures and few of them were mutant creatures. Their king was a sacred blood creature. The king of the ghost-eyed bears was much stronger and faster than others. It was almost impossible to hurt it, and it had clever tactics which made the special squad members feel quite helpless. All of them had to live on the wild plants and mushrooms in the forest, while avoiding the ghost-eyed bear group at the same time, which was why they were leading a hard life. In the beginning, they did not know how strong the ghost-eyed bears were and tried to hunt them down, which caused a great loss. They used to have nearly 30 members in the group, but after the fight they only had a dozen people left. Yet the ghost-eyed bear king only lost a few primitive ghost-eyed bears. However, among the deceased, only one person belonged to the special squad. The squad used to have 10 members and now there were 9. As for the other deceased, they all worked for Su Ruyan. What surprised Han Sen was the fact that Su Ruyan was in the management of Starry Group. Han Sen also learned that they came from the Green Shelter on Green Island. Now they only knew that it took a ship half a month to arrive at Green Island from where they were. Other than the fact that Green Island was in the west, they had no idea where its specific location was. After all, after being attacked by the sacred blood marine beast, they were completely lost. Su Ruyan would not tell what they came here for, and being employed by Su Ruyan, the special squad could not leak the details of their mission either. However, Han Sen could tell that Su Ruyan was quite somebody, as they had been trapped on the island for a very long time, but others would still listen to her. "Su Ruyan, I am also in the special squad. How about you and I make a deal?" asked Han Sen after learning everything. "We have ended up here. What deal can I possibly make?" Su Ruyan frowned. Han Sen was someone she could not see through. Su Ruyan knew Qin Xian and had an idea about where Steel Armor Shelter was, which was far from this place. She did not believe what Han Sen said, but was surprised that he knew Qin Xian. Ordinary people could not know about the red birthmark behind Qin Xian's right ear. "Miss Su, what plan have you now? Do you want to be trapped here forever?" Han Sen did not reply to her, but asked with a smile. "Other than waiting for a rescue team, what can I possibly do?" asked Su Ruyan. "I believe you must be someone important enough for the Starry Group to send a team. However, if they could find this place, I don't believe it would take a whole year. They haven't come so far, which means this is a hard place to find. Even if they don't give up, I wonder when they will be able to locate you," said Han Sen. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Of course, they knew this. However, the rescue team was their only hope at present. "What do you want to say?" Su Ruyan asked, displeased. Han Sen's words worked against her authority in the group. The reason why everyone still looked up to her was that they believed people would come for Su Ruyan's rescue. "I mean, while you're waiting on the island, don't you want to eat better?" Han Sen asked calmly. "You have food." Su Ruyan watched Han Sen, unable to see any possibility of him carrying a large amount of food. "I don't have any food with me, but there's plenty of food on this island." Han Sen smiled and said, "You're thinking about the ghost-eyed bears? I think you should give up. I don't want to see anyone die." Su Ruyan was terribly disappointed in Han Sen's idea. If they had any chance at hunting the ghost-eyed bears, they wouldn't wait until this day. Su Ruyan did not even believe that Han Sen was the head of Steel Armor Special Squad. Even if he was, that would not change anything. Fu Shan was the head of a special squad and had a whole team with him. He did not have much chance against the ghost-eyed bear either. Being alone, Han Sen had no advantage whatsoever. Su Ruyan did not want to say anything to Han Sen anymore. She said she was tired and returned to her tent. Without actually seeing the ghost-eyed bears, Han San suggested to hunt them, which left Su Ruyan with a terrible impression. Before Han Sen could even suggest a deal, Su Ruyan expressed her distrust. But Han Sen didn't care. When he had the meat of ghost-eyed bear, he believed Su Ruyan would beg for a deal. Su Ruyan must have a lot of resources to be able to hire the entire Green Special Squad. Han Sun felt he was responsible to blackmail her in order to thank God for sending him here. In addition, Han Sen hated everyone in Starry Group, and she would be no exception. Brother, you should be practical. Do not mess with ghost-eyed bear. Lu Ji patted Han San on the shoulder and said. Obviously, members of Green Special Squad did not believe Han Sen could hunt ghost-eyed bears. They had been trapped on the island for a very long time and had a million strategies, yet none worked. The terrain on the Wind End Island was very complicated. With their strength and flexibility, the ghost-eyed bears could easily move around. The Sacred Blood Ghost-Eyed Bear King and a dozen mutant ghost-eyed bears cost them a lot of good men when they had more people. Han Sen alone would never make it. Fu Shan, are interested in my deal? Han Sen did not answer Lu Ji but asked Fu Shan. Tell me about it. Out of everyone's expectation, Fu Shan did not turn down Han San directly. Captain, what's to talk about with this guy? Do not believe his words, said Lu Ji hurriedly. Other members also tried to talk Fu Shan out of it, but Fu Shan only gestured everyone to keep silent. Han Sun smiled and said, Fu Shan, since we are all in the special squad, how about we hunt the ghost-eyed bears together? Afterwards, I will take the meat of the Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed bear, and we can share the rest half and half. What do you think? Fu Shan frowned. Han Sen was being too arrogant indeed. He did believe Han Sen had something special about him. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to come here alone. However, Han Sen's words still made him cringe. Boy, you have no place to talk like that, said Lu Ji impatiently. Really? Han Sen of course disagreed. When he just came to the island, he saw some of the ghost-eyed bears from the sky. Ghost-eyed bear was not a unique species to the island, and Han Sen had seen them before. On the way he came here on the back of the Golden Growler, Han Sen had seen a Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed bear from a large group swallowed by the lion alive. The Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed bear had no chance of survival in front of the Golden Growler. Han Sen did not even know it was called Ghost-eyed bear at the time being. Before being swallowed, the Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed bear tried to resist, and Han Sen had learned what it could do. It was indeed very strong in terms of speed and strength. The scariest part was its vertical third eye, which gave it an ability similar to the Fairy Queen. After it opened its third eye, it was even able to avoid a strike from the Golden Growler. However, that was all it could do. Han Sun believed that the Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed bear was merely a bit stronger than the Sacred Blood creature he killed in the Sand Valley. Because of the terrain and the number of the ghost-eyed bears, it was indeed difficult for them. Han Sen, on the other hand, had Sacred Blood wings and was a great assassin. He could use the Color Shifter Beast Soul to launch a sneak attack and did not need to fight the ghost-eyed bear head-on. If the members of Green Special Squad were willing to help, Han Sen was able to take out the entire ghost-eyed bear group. Without their help, Han Sen could do the same, which only took longer. A cut of half the meat was a great deal for the Special Squad fellows. Also, Han Sen wanted to finish up the business here earlier in order to go back to the shelter sooner. However, since they would not help, Han Sen did not bring it up again. After resting for a night, Han Sen left the cave and decided to hunt a ghost-eyed bear to show the group, especially Su Ruyan, so that he would be able to blackmail her. Are you really going to hunt the ghost-eyed bears? Asked Su Ruyan, standing in front of the cave. You could expect a ghost-eyed bear for lunch, but do think about what price you are willing to pay. Han Sen waved at Su Ruyan without turning back and marched into the jungle. Fu Shan, what do you think? Su Ruyan looked at Fu Shan, as he did not realize Han Sen would dare to hunt ghost-eyed bear alone. Just some brat. If he wants to die, let him. I do not believe he is from the special squad, let alone the head. Lu Ji had never seen someone like Han Sen in the organization. Su Ruyan did not reply. She still believed Han Sen was someone special, although she could not tell how. I could not see through this person. However, I could not risk the lives of my team members. Fu Shan pondered and said. He also believed that Han Sen was somebody, but as the head of the special squad, he could not take such risks on behalf of his team members. Su Ruyan nodded. Same as Fu Shan. She was not willing to take more risks. I hope that he will not die in the jungle. Fu Shan sighed. Although he thought Han Sen was special, it was almost impossible for someone to survive the attack of the ghost-eyed bear group. Once noticed by the ghost-eyed bears, one was unlikely to run away. Last time, they had to sacrifice a dozen lives before they were able to get away. Su Ruyan saw Han Sen disappear in the jungle and had complex emotions. She did not believe that Han Sen could really hunt a ghost-eyed bear either. Other people thought Han Sen was either mad or arrogant to hunt the ghost-eyed bear alone. If Han Sen was not killed by the ghost-eyed bear, he would probably ask for food from them. After going into the jungle, Han Sen followed a trail and sneaked into the habitat of the ghost-eyed bears. Before the deal was made, Han Sen did not plan to wipe out the entire ghost-eyed bear group. He decided to kill one first and go back to negotiate. A ghost-eyed bear was around 6 feet tall and covered in brown fur like steel brush. With a vertical eye on its forehead, it was able to come and go easily on the mountain walls. In the mountains, Han Sen shape-shifted into the color shifter silently. The ghost-eyed bears were moving around, while Han Sen was lurking in the dark. His goal was a mutant ghost-eyed bear, which would make Su Ruyan more willing to pay. No wonder they were not able to kill any ghost-eyed bear. The terrain does not work in anyone's favor. Han Sen looked around and saw cliffs everywhere. The ghost-eyed bears were able to run on the cliffs, which made them impossible to kill. Fu Shan and Su Ruyan led different teams to collect food and left a few people to guard the cave. Although they had a lot of plants and mushrooms saved in the cave, it would not hurt to have more food supply around. After going out for a while, they suddenly heard howling from the ghost-eyed bear's habitat. "Did he really go?" exclaimed Lu Ji. They knew from the sound that the ghost-eyed bears had noticed the intruder. There was one howling after another, so it seemed that the entire group was chasing Han Sen. It's a pity. He did not last too long. Su Ruyan sighed. The howling stopped after a long while. The group did not dare to stay out for long. Since the ghost-eyed bear group had been provoked by Han Sen, it would be terribly dangerous for them to run into the bears. Su Ruyan and Fu Shan discussed briefly and decided to give up on looking for food, ready to go back to the cave. A mutant ghost-eyed bear. Not far from the cave, they suddenly saw a huge ghost-eyed bear, which scared everyone. People quickly summoned their beast souls and then found out the ghost-eyed bear did not move and was actually on someone's back. The person carried the dead ghost-eyed bear and walked toward them. Watching the ghost-eyed bear moving up and down as the person walked, everyone widened their eyes. It's the boy! He did not die, and really hunted a ghost-eyed bear, a mutant one. Lu Ji saw the person's face and exclaimed. The others were also shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Han Sen was really able to hunt a ghost-eyed bear, and the mutant one, which was incredible. The first time they went, half of the people died and they were only able to kill some primitive ghost-eyed bears. Not a single mutant one was killed. The creature had incredible speed and strength. To kill one of them on the cliff was almost impossible. However, Han Sen alone hunted a mutant ghost-eyed bear back. Fu Shan looked Han Sen up and down and did not see a single injury on Han Sen's body, which surprised him even more. It was obvious from the howling that the entire ghost-eyed bear group was alarmed. But Han Sen still came back safe and sound, taking the body of a mutant ghost-eyed bear, which made him wonder how strong Han Sen must be to be able to achieve this. Su Ruyan also noticed that and was rendered speechless. Did you really hunt the ghost-eyed bear yourself? When Han Sen came close, Lu Ji asked. I believe so, unless this thing is not called a ghost-eyed bear. Han Sen smiled and continued toward the cave with the body of the ghost-eyed bear on his back. The body of the ghost-eyed bear was too big, and he was not very interested in consuming it himself. He intended to leverage this mutant ghost-eyed bear to negotiate a deal with Su Ruyan, so he made sure that everyone saw it. When the people guarding the cave saw Han Sen come back with a mutant ghost-eyed bear, they were surprised as well. "Miss Su, are you interested in a deal now?" Han Sen scanned everyone's face and asked Su Ruyan. "Very much so." Su Ruyan's eyes lit up. They were all trapped here for more than a year. In the beginning they had some meat jerky to eat, and after that they had to go vegan. It had been a while since they had any taste of meat. Seeing the body of the dead ghost-eyed bear, they immediately thought of barbecue. Of course, Su Ruyan was thinking more than just this mutant ghost-eyed bear. Since Han Sen was able to kill a mutant creature so easily, it meant he could wipe out all the ghost-eyed bears. If he could do that, they could benefit from more than just the meat. In fact, they had been lying to Han Sen from the very beginning. Their destination was always this island because they wanted something here. They did, however, run into an accident on the sea. That part was true. After they got here, they were not able to get what they wanted because of the ghost-eyed bears. Surprisingly, Han Sen was strong enough to wipe out all the ghost-eyed bears, which was fantastic for Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan believed that someone would eventually come to their rescue. It was just a matter of time for the Starry Group to locate this island. If she was able to get what she wanted before they came, that would be the best. Otherwise, she would be no more than a failure. If she obtained that thing after the rescue team came, the credit would no longer be hers. Su Ruyan watched Han Sen with desire. Although she did not know how Han Sen achieved that, she believed his presence would work in her favor. "So, Sen, what's the deal?" Su Ruyan looked to Han Sen and softened her voice. "It depends on how good your appetite is," Han Sen said, grinning. "How much do you want for this mutant ghost-eyed bear?" As calculative as Su Ruyan, she would not easily expose her real objective. Su Ruyan was secretly thinking that it would be fine for her to pay a high price for this mutant ghost-eyed bear. She could even pay more for Han Sen to hunt a few more mutant ones. There were in total a dozen mutant ghost-eyed bears. As long as Han Sen killed them all, one sacred blood ghost-eyed bear would not be such a big threat to the group. By then, her goal would be achieved. However, Su Ruyan did not realize that Su Ruyan was planning on the blackmail from the very beginning. "I would not elaborate on the value of this mutant ghost-eyed bear. According to market price, you can have it for 100 million, said Han Sen, narrowing his eyes. When the group heard the phrase market price, they were optimistic because based on the market price, the meat of a mutant creature would be 2 to 3 million. Even he doubled it, that would be a small amount. However, Han Sen's price made her cringe. Lu Ji opened his mouth wide and thought, "A mutant creature for 100 million? What kind of market price is that? Han Sen, this is a bit too high. Even a rare mutant creature would only be marked 2 to 3 million on the market. Even if I am willing to pay you 10 times that price, that would be 20 to 30 million. Don't you think 100 million is too much?" Su Ruyan frowned at Han Sen. "You're right, outside this island, that is the market price. However, we are in a different place, so of course we have a different price. Here, the market price is 100 million each. If you think it's too expensive, that's fine as well. I will just keep it for myself." Han Sen remained calm and smiled. "Han Sen, we are all unfortunate people and should help one another. Don't you think you're being too selfish? In addition, you're also the head of the special squad and a colleague of many people here. Would you sell them at the same price?" Su Ruyan suddenly had an idea. If Han Sen answered yes, then everyone would be mad at him. If he said no, then it would be the same whether he sold it to Su Ruyan or Fushan. Su Ruyan did not care if she cannot eat the meat. As long as Han Sen could wipe out all the mutant ghost-eyed bears, she would be achieving her goal. "Of course, I always have the same and fair price for everyone." Han Sen then looked to the Green Special Squad. "And I did invite them to cooperate before. It is not my fault that they turned me down." Lu Ji blushed when hearing Han Sen's words. He was the one who objected the most and thought Han Sen was a lunatic. Su Ruyan heard Han Sen's words and was secretly excited. She kept a straight face and snorted, "Han Sen, aren't you afraid that everyone will turn on you? Or are you not in the special squad at all?" Since Han Sen came back, Su Ruyan and her men were circling Han Sen and the mutant ghost-eyed bear. As Su Ruyan made a long face, her people were also staring at Han Sen. Obviously, Su Ruyan was trying to threaten Han Senator originally. She was afraid that Fu Shan and his team might help Han Senator, as Han Sen's answer probably pissed off the entire special squad. She believed that Fu Shan would take her side if there was a fight. After all, they were trapped on an island and had not had meat in a long time. Fu Shan should not reject working with Su Ruyan against Han Sen. 200 million. Han Sen came up with a price that doubled the last offer. He did not even raise an eyebrow, as if he did not hear Su Ruyan's threatening remark. Fu Shan, this kind of behavior would never come from someone in the special squad. We should control him and interrogate him, said Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan thought Fu Shan would work with her for sure. After all, the special squad members were also checking out the mutant ghost-eyed bear greedily, and they did not have any affection toward Han Sen either. To her surprise, Fu Shan shook his head and said, "I have no idea whether he is in the special squad, and that doesn't concern me." Fu Shan ordered everyone on his team to step aside. It was obvious that he did not want to meddle in this matter. Although his team members wondered why Fu Shan made the decision, they had a lot of trust in their captain and followed his order. Su Ruyan was dumbstruck. Based on her understanding, Fu Shan was a rational person. Even if he did not want to harm Han Sen, he would agree to take the mutant ghost-eyed bear first. Fu Shan's decision forced Su Ruyan to reevaluate Han Senator. The only explanation for Fu Shan to make a decision like this was that Fu Shan did not believe they could beat Han Sen. "So, it seems that you do not want to deal with me." Han Sen picked up the mutant ghost-eyed bear. "What are you doing?" Su Ruyan did not dare to try to stop Han Sen. "Since I'm not welcome here, I will find a place for my own. I have a mutant ghost-eyed bear anyway. If I eat it slowly, it could last me 3 to 5 months. Han Sen put the mutant ghost-eyed bear on his back. "Fine, 100 million. I will purchase this mutant ghost-eyed bear." Su Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, what she needed was for Han Sen to kill the ghost-eyed bears. If Han Sen really hid somewhere and enjoyed the food for himself, that would defeat the purpose. The price is no longer 100 million. It is 200 million now. Han Sen's reply made Su Ruyan want to strangle him. 200 million is fine. However, it is impossible for me to bring so much money to God's sanctuary. I can write you a promissory note and the Starry Group will pay you in the alliance. After calming down, Su Ruyan had a strong desire to kill Han Sen. It did not matter how many promissory notes she wrote Han Sen at this point, because the rescue team from the Starry Group would not let Han Sen live. "Sorry, I only take cash." Han Sen turned Su Ruyan down and looked her up and down. "Although, you could pay me with beast souls as well." Han Sen knew that they could not bring so much cash, and wanted their beast souls in the first place. "What do you propose?" Su Ruyan felt a stronger incentive to kill him. The market price for a sacred blood beast soul would be around 100 or 200 million. "So I would say a sacred blood beast soul for a mutant ghost-eyed bear," Han Sen said to Su Ruyan. "It seems that you have no intention to make a serious deal." Su Ruyan became annoyed. There was no way for her to trade a sacred blood beast soul for a mutant creature. "We're doing business, you could give me a counteroffer," said Han Sen, grinning. 5 primitive beast souls for the mutant ghost-eyed bear," suggested Su Ruyan. 5 mutant beast souls are more like it," said Han Sen, blinking. After bargaining, Su Ruyan was able to trade a mutant beast soul for the mutant ghost-eyed bear, which pleased Han Sen. Both from a mutant creature, a beast soul was worth a lot more than the meat. In other places, this would be an impossible deal. As for the sacred blood beast soul, Han Sen knew that Su Ruyan would never give him that in the first place. Han Sen chose a mutant mount beast soul from the 3 offered by Su Ruyan. The mount was the most valuable. Han Sen did not need any mutant beast souls himself, and only wanted an expensive one to sell. "Great working with you." Han Sen took the beast soul and smiled at Su Ruyan. He left the cave soon after and did not want to stay in the same place with these people. Su Ruyan could not help walking toward Fu Shan. "Fu Shan? Are you okay with him doing whatever he wants?" She was not trying to blame Fu Shan, but only wanted an answer. "Look closely at the body of the mutant ghost-eyed bear," said Fu Shan calmly. Su Ruyan was dazed and walked toward the body of the mutant ghost-eyed bear. The rest of the group also approached the body, trying to understand what Fu Shan meant. Very soon they all became silent. Originally, they saw much blood on the body and thought there must have been fierce combat between Han San and the ghost-eyed bear. However, with a closer look, they noticed that the blood on the body all came from a single cut. The ghost-eyed bear was only cut in the throat and was not hurt anywhere else. It was obvious that it was killed with one blow, before it could make any struggle. Everyone was shocked. To kill a mutant ghost-eyed bear in such a clean way was something incredible. Going into the ghost-eyed bear habitat alone, killing a mutant ghost-eyed bear with one blow and coming back with the body safe and sound. He is not someone we should view as an enemy, explained Fu Shan quietly. He did not know whether Han Sen was indeed in the special squad. Even if Han Sen wasn't, Fu Shan did not want to antagonize him. If Han Sen was, then they belonged to the same organization and he had less reason to fight Han Sen. Su Ruyan did not speak. As Fu Shan had explained, whoever could achieve that was awe-inspiring. Normally speaking, a mutant ghost-eyed bear would not stay too far away from a sacred blood one. Su Ruyan could not imagine how Han Sen managed to do that. So what? He is also trapped on this island now. When the rescue team comes, he will not be able to fly away, thought Su Ruyan cruelly. After leaving the cave, Han Sen flew to a high mountain and observed the entire island. When he tried to blackmail Su Ruyan, he felt something odd in her reactions. Han Sen was asking for a ridiculous price, both to blackmail and to test her. Su Ruyan's reactions and some details in her behavior made Han Sen believe that the island must be special. Han Sen did not believe that someone like Su Ruyan would pay such a high price and be so tolerant just to have a nice meal. Very likely their destination was this island in the first place. She probably wants something related to these ghost-eyed bears. Otherwise she should not be so interested in them. Han Sen was more and more confident in his guess. As a great assassin, he knew how to read people, and he could tell a lot from what Su Ruyan had said and done. There was not much special about the habitat of the ghost-eyed bears. When Han Sen went to hunt the bears, he had explored the place as well. There was nothing other than the ghost-eyed bear group, which only had one sacred blood king among them. It was impossible for Su Ruyan to make this trip just to hunt the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. No sacred blood creature in the world was worth so much trouble. In addition, Han Sen knew from the fact that they could not do anything about the ghost-eyed bear that they did not come here for this specific creature. Otherwise, if they prepared well and had enough tools, it would not be that difficult to hunt the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. If they did not come here for the ghost-eyed bear, but for something related to the ghost-eyed bear, Han Sen pondered, touching his nose. He suddenly thought of something. Maybe it's for that. Han Sen flew higher into the sky for an overlook of the bear habitat. Going higher and higher, Han Sen thought he must be right. The mountains on the island were layered. Watching from above, they looked like a giant lotus, with each mountain resembling a petal. The ghost-eyed bears lived in the center. That's it. Han Sen was overjoyed when looking at the odd shape of mountains. The only place that would guarantee a beast's soul in God's sanctuary was the nest of creatures, in addition to the mystery island. The number of creatures in God's sanctuary was almost unlimited. In an area, even if all the creatures were killed, new creatures would appear before long. Humans had done extensive research on this and concluded that most creatures did not come from their own reproduction, but somewhere humans called nest. These nests were usually hidden tens of thousands of feet underground. Once in a while, a large number of creatures would be born from the nest. Humans were still not sure how the creatures arrived at different locations in God's sanctuary. In a random expedition, some people found a nest that was exposed on the ground for some reason. After some exploration, they found that in each nest, there would be an egg. If one were to break that egg, one would get a beast's soul for sure. The egg itself was not dangerous, but normally speaking, there would be many creatures living in the nest, which made it difficult to go all the way into the nest and break the egg. If one were lucky, there might be only ordinary and primitive creatures in a nest. However, if there were sacred blood creatures in a nest, one would have to be prepared for a bloodbath. For those who were able to kill a sacred blood creature, it was rather a good thing since they could have extra gains. The nests rarely appeared on the surface, so only a few people had seen them. A nest on the surface had one significant feature, always located in a type of terrain called the life lotus. The life lotus was formed by layered mountains, and the entrance to the nest was always located in the center of the lotus. According to what Han Sen had read from the Skynet, creatures in the nest would not go out directly from the entrance. Until today, no one knew how the creatures in the nest ended up all over God's sanctuary. However, the entrance to the nest was occupied by the group of ghost-eyed bears. Su Ruyan and others did not expect this to happen, and thus failed to enter the nest. Han Sen did not realize that the reason that the group had not entered the nest yet was mainly because they had lost most of their equipment on the ocean, under the attack of marine beast. Since you had failed, I should probably go first. Han Sen was considering how to enter the nest with great joy. Originally, he wanted to hunt some ghost-eyed bears and gain more mutant beast souls from Su Ruyan. Knowing that this was a nest, he would not hurt the ghost-eyed bears anymore. Undoubtedly, these ghost-eyed bear were the best watchdogs. With them here, the group would never be able to enter the nest, and Han Sen could look for the egg peacefully inside. Well done, Su Ruyan. You tried to lure me to kill more mutant ghost-eyed bears, and you could enter this nest. Han Sen smirked secretly. Unfortunately, I already know your plan and you shall be disappointed. Han Sen landed on the mountain and sneaked toward the center of the life lotus. He had been there once, and would be able to enter the nest without alarming the ghost-eyed bears. As for the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, Han Sen prepared to kill it after breaking the egg. Obviously, these ghost-eyed bears did not live in the nest. Their occupation of the surrounding area was merely a coincidence. Han Sen used the color shifter to move slowly to the entrance. After more than an hour, he was in front of the nest. Like what was described on the Skynet, the nest was a stone cave going straight down like a well. The stones were black and smooth, and the entrance was so narrow that only one adult could pass at a time. Han Sen did not hesitate before sliding down. With a fall of 12 feet, his feet touched the ground. In front of his eyes appeared a path zigzagging down. Surrounding him were black stones, among which there were many gleaming green crystals. Although they looked dismal, it was still much better than darkness. People called these crystals green gold, which could be seen everywhere in nests. They were not harmful to health, but were not useful in any way either. Han Sen decided to be careful and summoned his phantom ant armor, protecting himself thoroughly and slowly walking down the winding path. According to the Skynet, the length of this path should be around 8 miles. Normally speaking, there would be no creature on this path. Han Sen did not dare to fully trust the Skynet and was still being wary. However, the Skynet was right this time and he did not see a single creature on the way. When he finally saw a wall of green gold blocking his way, Han Sen knew he had arrived at the destination. According to what people said on the Skynet, as long as he broke this wall, he would see the real nest. However, once the wall was broken, if there were creatures inside, they would launch attacks immediately. And one must prepare oneself for that. The war being intact also confirmed the fact that the ghost-eyed bear did not come from this nest. Han Sen tried to see through the wall of green gold and determine if there were creatures inside, but the green gold was not clear enough. Since he was already there, Han Sen decided to go for it. He grabbed the diamond sword, took a deep breath, and slashed the sword at the wall. Bang! The green gold was not a tough material and only 1 inch thick. With Han Sen's strike, a 6-foot-tall, 1-foot-wide opening suddenly appeared. Han Sen looked inside the opening warily with the diamond sword in his hand and was dumbstruck by what he saw. It was an underground metropolitan bathed in green light. The roof was decorated with millions of pieces of gleaming green gold, like an entire green galaxy. All sorts of black rock cells crisscrossed like a labyrinth. There was nothing artificial. They were more like some hornet nests, both random and regular at the same time. Han Sen knew that these cells constituted the so-called nest. In each cell there might be a creature. Once the creature noticed his presence, it would try to kill him without a second thought. Han-san saw that there must be tens of thousands of cells of all sizes, some as small as his hand, while some as large as palaces. They were all interconnected in a strange and natural way. All the deities in this world, please give me your blessings. I wish there would not be too many creatures. Some primitive creatures would do, prayed Han-san as he tiptoed. Although there was enough space for him to fly across the nest, Han-san did not plan to use his wings. When he flew up, all the creatures could see him clearly and would potentially attack him in groups. It was not like the roof was so high he could avoid all the attacks, so Han-sen decided against that. Creeping past a cell, Han-sen's eyes were fixed on it. If there were anything wrong, he would go back immediately. To his relief, the cell was completely quiet until he walked past it. It was only a beginning though. The black cells were like time bombs of different sizes. Han-san did not know when a cell would explode suddenly. As Han-san was almost scared to death, he had already passed more than 1,000 cells without seeing any creatures. Could this nest be empty? Maybe all the creatures had left. Han-san wondered. It should not be. According to what I read, unless the egg is broken, the nest will continue to breed new creatures. Since the wall was still intact, I don't suppose anyone has been here. So, the egg must still be here as well. How come there is no creature? Han-sen did not dare to relax. Although it seemed everything was going well, he still remained alert. Every time he passed a cell, Han-sen would always stare at it, in case a creature would catch him off guard. However, after seeing tens of thousands of cells, he did not see a single creature. It seemed the nest was really empty. This is so weird. According to the Skynet, the nests discovered before would always have at least hundreds of creatures inside, and sometimes it could even be thousands. How come there is nothing here? Suddenly, Han-sen heard a crack. He immediately looked in that direction. It was a 9-foot-tall cell more than 30 feet away from him. It had cracked and the cracks were expanding. Finally, Han-sen did not get too nervous. He walked back a few steps and found a spot with more space, eyes fixed on the cell looking like a tomb. As the cell continued to crack, it was falling apart. Will stop. Bang! Suddenly the cell was knocked open by something and collapsed. A figure rushed out of the cell. A humanoid creature? After seeing the figure, Han-san suddenly grasped the diamond sword tighter. Normally speaking, a humanoid creature was very likely to be a sacred blood one. The creature was a skeleton that looked like it was made of white jade. Between its bones, there were no gaps like an ordinary skeleton. With these extra links, it was extremely flexible. On the skeleton's bones there were many black patterns, and in its hands were a pair of black daggers. Gears. Han-sen was surprised. The humanoid creature had its own gears, which were 2 daggers instead of 1, which meant the creature would not be easy to deal with. The skeleton turned to face Han-sen. Its eyes were not hollow but contained a pair of white eyeballs. Staring at Han-sen, the skeleton slowly approached him. In the beginning it was slow. Gradually it became faster and faster. In a dozen steps, it swirled to Han-sen's face like a storm. One of the black daggers were at Han-sen's throat in a sudden. At this point, Han-sen was certain that the skeleton was a sacred blood creature. He did not fear it. Swinging the diamond sword, he was about to stop the dagger. The daggers were short, so Han-sen's blow would definitely knock them away. However, the moment the diamond sword was about to hit the daggers, the skeleton twisted in an impossible way and took back its dagger. With a swing, the skeleton's other dagger almost came between Han-sen's brows. Han-sen could almost feel the coldness of the blade through his armor. Ding! Han-san summoned the 3-blade harpoon in his left hand and blocked the dagger in his face. In the next moment, while the skeleton had it back toward Han-san, it quickly twisted his arm backward and stabbed at Han-sen again. The suddenness took Han-sen at a disadvantage. He did not have time to take back his sword or swing the harpoon. Whoosh! Han-sen used the sparticle and made a crucial step, dodging the dagger by a hair. The phantom ant armor was still scratched by the tip of the dagger and left with a shallow mark. Han-sen was shocked by how sharp the daggers were. Instantaneously, the other dagger in the skeleton's hand came from another incredible angle. Han-sen was also a master at short blades like these, but he had never seen someone could use these weapons in such a fascinating way. The skeleton's movements were as if they were all wrong. He could never predict the skeleton's next move, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It was like a musician hearing a song with all the wrong tempos. In addition, the skeleton was incredibly fast. Its attacks were almost continuous, making Han-sen almost desperate. This kind of close combat made the diamond sword a burden rather than a help. Han-sen did not even have time to put down the sword, because the skeleton's strikes were dazzling. The skeleton's footwork and dagger skills left Han-sen in a huge disadvantage. Suddenly, he was injured in the chest. If it were not for the sacred blood armor, Han-sen would have been dead by now. With goosebumps all over his body, Han-sen summoned Meowth, which turned into a black tiger and threw itself at the skeleton. The white jade skeleton almost glided on the ground, moved away from the tiger and stabbed at Meowth with its dagger. Meowth turned back and snapped at the skeleton, which quickly took back the daggers and moved away. With its back toward Meowth, the skeleton turned its arm around in an impossible angle and stabbed at Meowth's stomach. Han-sen seized the opportunity and slashed the sword at the skeleton, his other hand grasping the harpoon to block the attack toward Meowth. Fighting a man and a cat, the white jade skeleton still seemed effortless and constantly made threatening attacks at Han-sen and Meowth. Very soon, Han-sen discovered that it was not a great idea to summon Meowth, as the skeleton actually used its miraculous footwork to confine their movements. This creature is rogue, Han-sen cursed secretly. When Meowth was attacking the skeleton, he quickly ran away. At this point, both he and Meowth were injured, while the skeleton remained unharmed. There was no point in continuing the fight. Han-sen decided to retreat and think of a different method. The white jade skeleton would not leave Han-sen alone and quickly ran after him. Han-sen did not dare to hesitate anymore and dashed toward the path where he came from. The skeleton would not give up. It was even faster than Han-senator with Meowth's help. Han-sen retreated while fighting, eventually arriving at the broken wall. Han-sen quickly crawled through the opening, and the skeleton followed him. Drop dead. Han-sen was happy to see the skeleton moving into the narrow path, where its footwork would no longer work that well. Han-sen quickly drew the Beetle Knight's spear and stabbed it at the skeleton. In such a small space, a longer weapon was a lot better than a shorter one. The skeleton's daggers could not even reach Han-sen, and the skeleton had nowhere to hide. It had to cross the daggers in front of its chest to block the incoming spear. However, Han-sen's spear carried a strong spinning force, and the skeleton failed to stop it. Han-sen thought he must have been successful, but the skeleton quickly glided back like a phantom, faster than Han-sen when he used Sparticle. The skeleton seemed to be quite intellectual. Knowing it would not be Han-sen's match in the narrow path, it no longer tried to follow him, but chose to stay and guard the wall. Han-sen had to leave the nest. He had to think of a way to get rid of this white jade skeleton. Otherwise he would never be able to reach where the egg was. Damn! There just happens to be a powerful sacred blood creature in this nest. Han-sen felt quite upset. He quietly crept out of the nest and killed a primitive ghost-eyed bear for food. Knowing that where the ghost-eyed bears lived was the entrance to the nest, Han-sen wanted to keep the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear and the mutant ones alive as watchdogs to keep other people out. Han-sen looked for a safe place in the mountains and collected some branches to make a fire. He then barbecued the primitive ghost-eyed bear, the paws of which were delicious. However, Han-sen's thoughts were on how the white jade skeleton fought. The skeleton had incredible techniques with the daggers which mimicked assassination skills, in a way that the opponent would not be able to predict any attack. Han-sen could tell that these techniques were still somewhat different from assassination. It was purely technical, and did not leverage the opponent's psychology. Using these techniques, the skeleton created a kind of disorder and made it impossible for someone to judge how it would react. In addition, the structure of the skeleton was also different from a normal person, allowing it to achieve all kinds of movements. If I want to kill it, I have to understand this tempo, otherwise I would never win. Han-sen carefully thought back every detail of the combats with the skeleton, trying to find some patterns from its movements. Suruyan was a bit worried that Hansen might know about the life lotus. Although few people had seen a nest, all the information was readily available on the Skynet. If Hansen could tell that there was a nest here, that would be horrible news to her. Not seeing Hansen all day, Suruyan became a bit uneasy. She quickly consulted with Fushan and went to find Hansen along with him and some other guys. They found Hansen rather easily. Hansen did not plan to hide anyway, since he did not want to make her overly suspicious. Suruyan and the Green Special Squad were not weak at all. If they were willing to sacrifice some lives, they might be able to enter the nest as well. At this point, they were not willing to take that kind of risk, and Hansen did not want to push them. Hansen was not sure how strong Suruyan's followers were, but he could tell that the Green Special Squad had strong members. Based on the criteria of a special squad, Hansen assumed that all of them might be as strong as Gambler. When Suruyan and the rest came to find Hansen, he was sitting on the lee side of the hill, enjoying delicious ghost-eyed bear barbecue. On the fire there was more meat sizzling with grease. In fact, they had followed the fragrance to find him. It seemed that Hansen had gotten another ghost-eyed bear. Others could not tell the level of the ghost-eyed bear anymore, since it was already cut into pieces. "Welcome. What brought you here?" Hansen did not mean to stand up. He continued to chew on the barbecue meat and licked his fingers once in a while. Others were very much tempted by the barbecue. Although they each got some meat from the mutant ghost-eyed bear purchased by Suruyan, it was only a small piece. Most of the meat was kept as their food reserve. For people who had not tasted meat for a year, the small piece only triggered more greediness. Seeing Hansen eating away, they all could not help swallowing. Suruyan saw that Hansen was still here and felt much more relaxed. Everything would be fine if Hansen did not enter the nest. "Hansen, we came to talk about buying more ghost-eyed bear meat. You should know that the ghost-eyed bear would not last very long with so many people in the group." Suruyan smiled and said. She was only trying to tempt Hansen to kill more mutant ghost-eyed bears. Hansen pondered and replied, "That is not easy. I hunted again today and did not find any chance to kill a mutant ghost-eyed bear, so I had to kill a primitive ghost-eyed bear. How much will you pay for a primitive one?" Suruyan did not really need the meat, and a primitive ghost-eyed bear would be useless to her. She smiled and said, "We've all witnessed your ability. It is so easy for you to kill a mutant ghost-eyed bear. Now don't be humble. Yes, we maxed out on our primitive geno points a long time ago. We hoped that you could get us a few more mutant ghost-eyed bears, and we would pay you well," one of the guys working for Suruyan said. Hansen smirked inwardly, but pretended to be ignorant. "It's not that I do not want to earn more beast souls. The mutant ghost-eyed bears were not that easy to kill. If they keep moving in groups, there is nothing I can do. I am even eating primitive ghost-eyed bear myself. If I could hunt a mutant one, why would I eat this?" The rest believed Hansen's words, since they did not believe that mutant creatures were convenient to kill either. After all, ghost-eyed bear was a strong creature. As an unevolved person, Hansen could not be that strong. Suruyan suddenly smiled and said to Hansen, "So how much do you want for a primitive ghost-eyed bear?" "Same price," Hansen said, not even thinking. The group of people were dazed and did not understand what Hansen meant. Suruyan looked at Hansen and asked, "Sen, you did not mean that you want a mutant beast soul for this primitive ghost-eyed bear?" "Exactly," said Hansen, nodding. "That makes absolutely no sense. A mutant ghost-eyed bear for a mutant beast soul. So why is a primitive ghost-eyed bear also worth a mutant beast soul?" asked Lu Ji. Lu Ji was planning to exchange one of his less advanced beast souls for a primitive ghost-eyed bear so that he could eat better. Who knew that Hansen would ask for a mutant beast soul? Those who worked for Suruyan immediately protested and wanted to bargain with Hansen. Hansen insisted on the price. "What I'm selling is meat, so it does not matter whether it is primitive or mutant. Same price, take it or leave it. I am trapped here anyways and have no use of your beast souls. As long as I can fill my own stomach, I would rather not to take any risks." None of them was willing to trade a mutant beast soul for a primitive ghost-eyed bear, so they all had to go back to the cave empty-handed. Hansen did not mind that, Every day at lunchtime, he would go to the windward side of the cave and start a barbecue, trying to tempt the group. In the beginning, they could still hold it back and just eat pieces of the first ghost-eyed bear they bought. However, the taste of meat is addictive. After eating meat, they could hardly swallow the plants anymore. In addition, that first ghost-eyed bear did not last very long. Smelling the delicious barbecue every day, all of them wanted to kill Han-san and take the meat for themselves. Han-san was doing that every day both to keep them hooked and to reassure Su Ruyan that he had no idea about the existence of the nest. In fact, Han-san would enter the nest every evening to fight the white jade skeleton. However, the white jade skeleton was so powerful that Han-san could not get rid of it anytime soon. In the process of fighting the skeleton, Han-san gradually became familiarized with its dagger skills in footwork. He was obsessed with finding a way to beat the skeleton. Han-san had carefully observed the footwork and dagger skills of the white jade skeleton. In addition to the skeleton's movements that could not be achieved by any human, its footwork and dagger skills alone were very impressive. Both its footwork and dagger skills were always out of order. Even Han-san, who was great at prejudgment, cannot capture held the skeleton moved and attacked. Without a doubt, it was a special kill set, which Han-san was very eager to imitate. You must know your enemy before you could beat him. And the best way to understand your enemy was to learn his special tricks. Also, the skeleton's trick would be a great supplement to Han-san's assassination skills, which was also why Han-san would like to invest a lot of time in learning it. If he could master this trick and create the same disorder, then his target would be less likely to have the chance to fight back. These days, when fighting the skeleton, Han-san could only use the three-blade harpoon single-handedly, which weakened his attacks. I wish I had a sacred blood dagger, thought Han-san secretly. The skeleton was good at close combat, which was why Han-san could hardly use the diamond sword or the beetle knight spear, since the longer weapons would be more of a burden than a help when fighting the skeleton. At this point, Han-san's issue was that he could not prevent the white jade skeleton from getting close to him. The white jade skeleton could approach him in no time with its disordered moves. Here is a mutant beast soul. Do you dare to accept my challenge? If you win, you could take the beast soul and I want nothing from you. However, if you lose, how about you give me a ghost-eyed bear for free? A young man came to Han-san with a mutant beast soul machete in his hand. Han-san glanced at him. If Han-san remember correctly, the young man's name was Wang Junfeng, one of Su Ruyan's guys. It seems that Su Ruyan has become impatient and wants to test my true ability. Han-san sneered and asked coldly, "How will you challenge me?" "Hand-to-hand combat. Falling or admitting defeat will be considered losing," answered Wang Junfeng. Han-san curled his lips and threw a contemptuous look at Wang Junfeng. "In my dictionary, there is no such word as losing. The winner will lose and the loser will die. If you dared to play, then we can have a go. If not, go back to your cave." Su Ruyan wanted to test his ability, and Han-san would not let her do that. The woman was unkind, but Han-san did not think he himself could beat all these people. In addition, he was also in the special squad, so it would be inappropriate to kill a client of his organization, especially in front of his colleagues. Otherwise, it would be much easier to just kill the woman. Wang Junfeng heard Han-san's words and turned pale. He looked back at Su Ruyan, who was standing by the cave. After some hesitation, Su Ruyan walked over and said, "Han-san, we're just fooling around. Why are you being so serious?" "Fooling around?" Han-san looked at her with a half-smile. "A challenge means human life to me. If you want to challenge me, you're welcome anytime." It was clear what Han-san meant, so Su Ruyan was rendered speechless. After a long while, she turned around and went back to the cave. Wang Junfeng quickly followed her back and did not dare to lay a hand on Han-san. Han-san wished that they would have the guts to fight. Since the woman meant him harm, he would welcome any chance to kill her minions. And if the other party was the one who started the fight, the Green Special Squad would have no reason to blame him. Han-san had set up his barbecue every day near the cave for half a month. Eventually, someone came to him. It was Fu Shan instead of Su Ruyan. He was alone, too. "For a ghost-eyed bear," said Fu Shan and transferred a mutant beast soul to Han-san. Taking a look at the mutant beast's soul, which was a spear, Han Sen smiled and said, "No problem. Tomorrow morning I will deliver the ghost-eyed bear to you." Fu Shan nodded but did not leave. He sat down next to Han Sen and said quietly, "I am not sure if you are in the special squad. Either way, since you have come here, you have to rely on the Starry Group's rescue team to go back. To that end, try not to piss off Su Ruyan too much." Hearing the down-to-earth suggestion, Han Sen said, "Does this mean that if I were in the conflict with her, you will be on her side? I brought my team members with me, and one of them has already died. I have to take the rest of them back alive," answered Fu Shan calmly, without answering Han Sen's question. Han Sen nodded. He understood the load on Fu Shan's mind. He would choose to do exactly the same if he were in Fu Shan's shoes. Han Sen did not completely antagonize Su Ruyan also because he knew that he would be putting the Green Special Squad in an awkward position, which would probably lead to consequences when Han Sen got back to the Alliance. Although the Special Squad was a military organization, their management team would not be able to save them from a random island in God's sanctuary. The only possible rescue would be from the Starry Group, since they were the only ones who knew where Su Ruyan went. "If you trust me, I could make peace between you and Su Ruyan. When the rescue comes here, I will make sure that you leave this place together with us," said Fu Shan sincerely. "I thank you for your kindness, but I am not going to bow my head to the woman. The worst-case scenario, I will die here of old age, and even that is better than begging Su Ruyan." Han Sen did not even need the Starry Group's ship to go back. Fu Shan gazed at Han Sen and got up. "Think about it. If you need anything, come to find me." Han Sen watched Fu Shan leave and continued to think about the skeleton's footwork and dagger skills. Han Sen believed that Fu Shan meant well, but Han Sen would not consider his proposal. Han Sen hated Su Ruyan and Starry Group. There was no way he would make peace with them. "If I don't blackmail her enough, how could I thank Son of Heaven for what he had done to me?" Han Sen thought with a sinister smile. As time went by, it had become harder and harder for the group of people to resist the temptation of meat. In addition, for most of them, a mutant beast soul was not very hard to come by. They all had several mutant beast souls, and a lot of them even had sacred blood beast souls. The less important mutant beast souls were gradually transferred to Han Sen for the primitive ghost-eyed bears that he killed. Su Ruyan had never visited Han Sen, but traded through Fu Shan. Han Sen knew about it but did not say anything. Han Sen's plan was to first use the primitive ghost-eyed bears to strip them of their less important mutant beast souls. After Han Sen broke the egg, he would start to kill the mutant ghost-eyed bears to trade for their key mutant beast souls. This way, he could benefit much more than simply killing these people. When Su Ruyan paid a grand prize for entering the nest, she would discover the egg was already gone. Han Sen wondered what would be the look on her face at that time. In these 3 months, Han Sen had learned more and more about the weird footwork and dagger skills of the skeleton and saw the light. If it were not for the fact that Han Sen was interested in learning more about the skeleton's tricks, he could have killed it half a month ago. At this time, Han Sen had fully grasped all the tricks the skeleton had. It was time for him to kill the skeleton and break the egg. In darkness, Han Sen once again sneaked into the nest and was greeted by the skeleton's attacks per usual. Different from what happened in the past, Han Sen did not plan to retreat this time. He seized his 3-blade harpoon and calmly stared at the incoming skeleton. Han Sen now knew everything about the footwork and dagger skills of the skeleton. As the dagger almost reached him, Han Sen moved his feet slightly and stabbed his 3-blade harpoon from an impossible angle at the skeleton. He knew everything about the white jade skeleton and felt like he could control the skeleton. Suddenly, Han Sen had an epiphany. The seemingly disordered footwork and dagger skills were actually of a unique order. It was because Han Sen's understanding of order was too shallow that he felt it was out of order. After 3 months of learning, Han Sen finally understood the order of disorder and gained a deeper understanding of rhythm and order. With this epiphany, Han Sen had greatly improved his way of thinking. His opponent's footwork and dagger skills suddenly became boring in his eyes. Without any hesitation, Han Sen made a fierce step. The moment he brushed against the skeleton's skull flew up into the air. Its pair of daggers failed to hurt Han Sen, and its weird footwork did not bring it away from the three-blade harpoon. Sacred blood creature skeleton king killed. No beast soul gained. Meat inedible. Han Sen was not disappointed that he gained neither beast soul nor meat, for what he had learned in the 3 months was much more valuable than a sacred blood beast soul or meat. In addition, the sacred blood skeleton king had a pair of gears. Different from the golden axe and iron hammer, the pair of bone daggers could be sold at an incredible price. They were on the same level as the diamond sword, not to mention they came in a pair. After appreciating his new weapons for a while, Han Sen put them away and kept going. In the entire nest, he did not run into another creature. After reaching the end of the nest, Han Sen saw a translucent ellipsoid set in the black stone wall. Inside the ellipsoid, there seemed to be a flickering light. The ellipsoid was taller than himself, and looked exactly the same as eggs portrayed on the Skynet. Han Sen regarded it and used the diamond sword to cut it open. Crack! The ellipsoid was cut in half and liquid like glue flowed from it. Egg broken. Identifying beast soul. The voice was different from the one after a normal kill. Han Sen did not get the beast soul directly. Han Sen had also read this part on the Skynet. After breaking the egg, the beast soul gained would be random. Although it was possible to get anything between an ordinary beast soul to a sacred blood one. Based on other people's experience, most people got sacred blood beast souls except for a few poor devils. God bless. Don't make me one of the poor devils. Tell me this is a sacred blood beast soul, prayed Han Sen. Although the chance was very slim, it was still possible for Han Sen to gain a less advanced beast soul. Before laying his eyes on the beast soul, Han Sen was quite nervous. After praying, Han Sen paused as he suddenly thought of one thing. If the beast soul gained from breaking an egg was random, would it also be possible for him to gain a super beast soul from it? In the past, Han Sen did not know the existence of super creatures. But now, since he had discovered a super creature, there must be a corresponding super beast soul. Since it was random, Han Sen might as well get a super beast soul. God, forget about my prayer just now. Let's do it all over again. Give me a super beast soul. This might be the very first super beast soul gained in human history. You have to help me, and other deities as well. I will be so pious to all of you if you grant me a super beast soul. Han Sen quickly took back his own request and prayed some more. The liquid from the broken egg started to glow and gradually condensed into something like a holographic image. Han Sen watched the beast soul formulating in front of him without a blink and kept praying. Super beast soul. It has to be a super beast soul. Boom! The moment the beast soul was officially formed, it turned into a shadow and entered Han Sen's mind. At the same time, he heard the familiar voice. Beast soul identified. Sacred blood beast soul flame lieutenant gained. Sacred blood beast soul was something nice too. Han Sen summoned the beast soul he just gained. With a ball of fire, a devil-like creature appeared in front of Han Sen's eyes. It was burning with red flames and looked rather magical. Type of beast soul of flame lieutenant. Aura. Looking at the 4 letters aura, Han Sen's disappointment disappeared completely. Instead, he was overjoyed. The 4 letters were simply a godsend in Han Sen's eyes. Rare did not begin to describe the scarcity of beast soul aura. Even a mutant beast soul aura could be sold at an incredible price. And that did not just apply to First God's Sanctuary. Even in Second God's Sanctuary, a good beast soul aura, even just a mutant one, would be highly popular, despite the fact that most sacred blood beast souls from First God's Sanctuary would be useless there. As long as there was an aura, all the beast souls around it would be enhanced. As far as Han Sen knew, Son of Heaven had a mutant beast soul aura. When he summoned the beast soul aura, it could improve the ability of all the beast soul within the range of 30 feet by 20%. Beast soul weapons would become sharper. Armor and shields would become tougher. And even shape-shifting beast souls would bring the users more power. For a team, a beast soul aura was definitely a core strength. When a team went hunting, if they had a beast soul aura, their efficiency would be multiplied. Since a beast soul aura could empower all the beast souls within a certain range, If there were several beast soul auras in the same team, then the enhancement would be enormous. Unfortunately, aura beast souls were so rare that in the entire steel armor shelter, only Son of Heaven had a mutant beast soul aura. Even Huangfu Pingqing, who had a company dealing beast souls, did not have beast soul auras for sale. All the teams wished to have an aura beast soul, so bringing an aura into the second god's sanctuary, Han Sen would be invited by many experienced people to join their teams. Aura beast souls must be the most valuable type among all beast souls, as its functions were incredibly popular. Han Sen did not even expect himself to gain a beast soul aura, because they were so hard to come by. And this one he gained was a sacred blood one, which brought him so much joy. Haha, my prayers worked. A beast soul aura would make me popular everywhere I go. Han Sen celebrated. It was already late and Han Sen took back the flame lieutenant and went out of the nest. Although he had already gained great stuff, Han Sen did not forget to blackmail Su Ruyan. Since there was nothing left in the nest, Han Sen could now kill the mutant ghost-eyed bears and sell them to Su Ruyan. However, Han Sen would not deign to look for her himself. Instead, he let Fu Shan know of his intention to hunt mutant ghost-eyed bears, and his worry that Su Ruyan would not be interested in them. After Fu Shan told Su Ruyan about Han Sen's thoughts, Su Ruyan became thrilled and agreed to purchase however many mutant ghost-eyed bears Han Sen could hunt. Although at this point everyone only had important mutant beast souls left, Su Ruyan did not even care about the beast souls she owned when hearing the fact that Han Sen was about to kill mutant ghost-eyed bears. She promised that she would purchase all the mutant ghost-eyed bears that Han Sen would hunt. 1 mutant beast soul for 1 mutant ghost-eyed bear, and she would take them all. Although mutant beast souls were precious, they were nothing compared to what they would gain after entering the nest. So, her priority was that Han Sen killed as many as mutant ghost-eyed bears as possible. In addition, Su Ruyan had her own thoughts, since Han Sen was trapped on the island anyway. When the Starry Group's rescue team arrived, he would have to board their ship to leave the Wind End Island. At that point, if she asked him to give back all the beast souls, he would have to obey. No matter how strong he was, Han Sen would not be willing to die on this island of old age. Su Ruyan had no idea that Han Sen was never counting on the Starry Group. So far, he did not fly away only because he was not sure about the location of the Green Island. When the ship of Starry Group came here, he did not need to go on board. As long as he followed them from afar, he could fly to the Green Island. Han Sen's only concern at the point was that Starry Group would not send a rescue team. In that case, he would have to make a guess about the location of Green Island, which would be relatively riskier. Han Sen knew that if he killed too many mutant ghost-eyed bears at one time, then the ghost-eyed bear group would become too weak. Then, the others would not need to buy ghost-eyed bears from him and could just choose to hunt themselves. Since the Starry Group was not here yet, Han Sen could not leave the island anyway. He took his time and killed a mutant ghost-eyed bear once every few days to exchange for a mutant beast soul. After a month, when Han Sen had gained the 7th mutant beast soul from Su Ruyan started to discuss with Fu Shan about going to the nest. As she estimated, it was about time that Starry Group finished training new staff and sending them over. She had to beat those people to the beast soul in the egg. Otherwise, she would have achieved nothing in this trip, which could harm her position in the Starry Group. Han Sen also felt it was about time that Su Ruyan made the move, so he did not expect that she would order 3 more mutant ghost-eyed bears from him. The Starry Group is indeed full of wealthy people. Han Sen thought his source of income had already drained, and did not realize that Su Ruyan was such a big spender. Han Sen killed 4 mutant ghost-eyed bears in one day. He sold 3 of them to Su Ruyan and kept 1 for himself to increase his mutant geno points. On this day, Su Ruyan and others enjoyed a meal of meat stew, after which they hurried to the nest. Han Sen was not at all worried and continued to enjoy his barbecue. He seemed to have no intention to follow Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan's only concern disappeared seeing Han Sen had not noticed them. She led the team and quickened her pace. In the mountains that formed the Life Lotus, there was no real path to walk on. They had to climb the rocks to get through many places. At many places where there were paths, it was also incredibly scary to go through. The paths were less than a foot wide, and with a slip, one would fall and die. for humans could not do the same as ghost-eyed bear. In addition, on the ocean, the group had lost their climbing equipment and one of the team members who had sacred blood wings, which made their situation extra hard. After entering the Life Lotus, they were soon noticed by the ghost-eyed bears, whose giant bodies came and went like wind on the steep cliffs. Seeing the group of ghost-eyed bears came to them fiercely, Su Ruyan ordered everyone to find a secure spot and get ready to fight. The mutant ghost-eyed bears posed the most threat to them, while the primitive ones were not much trouble. At this time, since most of the mutant ghost-eyed bears had been killed by Han Sen, they could cope just fine. The group of people stayed on a relatively flat platform and killed all the ghost-eyed bears coming at them. Having been holding back for more than a year, the group lashed out all their anger on these creatures. With a shrill howling from the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear king, all the ghost-eyed bears retreated instantaneously to higher mountains, leaving the group of people alone. The group continued marching ahead and killed all the ghost-eyed bears they saw. Because the mutant ghost-eyed bears were too few in numbers, they were not much of a threat. The sacred blood ghost-eyed bear dashed to them from the cliffs fiercely, its white fur gleaming like silver. Han Sen had already landed on the top of a high mountain, watching the fight while eating barbecue. He had been curious how Su Ruyan planned to deal with the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. On mountains like these, there was not much room for people to move around. In order to fight a strong sacred blood creature, one would have to have sacred blood wings. As Han Sen was making different presumptions, he suddenly saw Su Ruyan's body turning into a giant more than 12 feet tall. She raised a fist and threw a punch at the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. Her fist was like a sledgehammer and landed on the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear hard. The body of the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear was very strong. Unless one were to use a sacred blood weapon, one could hardly hurt it. However, with Su Ruyan's punch, the arms that the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear raised to defend itself were broken, after which the giant fist continued to hit the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear in its chest. The rib cage of the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear collapsed. Spitting out blood, the ghost-eyed bear fell off the cliff and was about to die. Su Ruyan, on the other hand, quickly shrank in size and turned back to herself. She looked a little pale. Han Sen was dumbstruck and did not understand what kind of beast soul Su Ruyan had used. Looking at her face, Han Sen did not think she could do that again. No wonder Su Ruyan had never given any thought to the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, but feared the mutant ones a lot. Since she could only use the miraculous beast soul once, she could not afford to waste it on the mutant ghost-eyed bears, but had to save it for the sacred blood one. Han Sen did not have more time to think. He quickly summoned the horn bow and the mutant black stinger arrow, aimed at the falling sacred blood ghost-eyed bear and made the shot. The black arrow went across the sky like a lightning bolt. As if it were equipped with a GPS device, it pierced the ghost-eyed bear's head through its open mouth. When Su Ruyan, who had perfectly utilized the power of the beast's soul, was secretly celebrating, she was suddenly dumbstruck by the arrow coming out of nowhere. She quickly looked to the direction where the arrow was from and saw Han Sen on top of the mountain with a bow in his hand. Bang! Under the cliff, the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear fell to the ground. Su Ruyan watched Han Sen with her eyes almost spitting fire. Since Su Ruyan did not hear the voice telling her the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear was killed, it was obvious that the kill was counted on Han Sen's head. Han Sen was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. It seemed that every time he stole the last kill, he would always gain a beast soul. And this was no exception. Sacred blood ghost-eyed bear killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost-eyed bear gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. What a great harvest! It's a shame that they were not hurt. There is no chance for me to kill Su Ruyan, Han Sen said with a sigh. Throwing a fierce stare at Han Sen, Su Ruyan gritted her teeth and said nothing. They went all the way to the entrance of the nest and started going down. Su Ruyan specifically arranged for several people to guard the entrance, so that Han Sen could not follow them inside. Han Sen did not have any intention to follow them into the nest, which he knew very well was basically empty. At this point, Han Sen had already come down from the mountain and ran away with the dead sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. Rushing to the nest, the group of people did not have time to think about Han Senator. On the other hand, they believed it was not that easy for Han Sen to go down the cliff. And even if he managed to leave with the body, he had nowhere to go but the island, so they could always find him later. However, Han Sen had flown away with the body before anyone noticed. When the group of people went down to the nest, they found the green gold wall was already broken. After they went in, since there were no dead creatures and the cells were all intact, they still had some hope. When they arrived at the egg and found it was broken as well, all of their hearts sank. Han Sen, I will kill you. Su Ruyan was driven mad and wanted to find Han Sen. However, no one could find him at this point. Even the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear's body was gone. Su Ruyan did not want to believe the fact that she had got nothing while Han Sen had got everything. She took her team to search the entire island, but Han Sen had completely disappeared. Shocked and mad, no one had any idea where Han Sen had gone. In fact, Han Sen only took the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear's body on the ocean to hide for a period of time. After the searching, he went back to the Wind End Island, found an extremely steep cliff, and started to eat the sacred blood meat. Meat of sacred blood ghost-eyed bear eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Each time he gained sacred geno point, Han Sen was extremely excited. After eating the entire ghost-eyed bear, 5 more sacred geno points were added. Han Sen now had 66 sacred geno points. For a while, Han Sen avoided the group of people. With mountains everywhere on the island, the group was too small to search thoroughly anyways. In addition, when they searched before, they already thought that Han Sen was no longer on the island. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear to disappear from the island. Less than half a month after Han Sen finished eating the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, he saw a fleet sailing over to the island. Each ship bore the logo of Starry Group. Han Sen did not know what Su Ruyan told the rescue team. 1 day later, the fleet left the island. Han Sen followed the fleet afar. The ships could only rely on the wind to sail and was not very fast. All Han Sen needed to do was to keep the fleet in his sight. In fact, Han Sen even thought the fleet were too slow. However, there was no modern technology allowed in God's sanctuary, so it was only natural the ships were slow. In nearly a month, Han Sen did not run into any danger and fed on some marine creatures from time to time. As for the sacred blood marine beast mentioned by the group, Han Sen had never seen it. Maybe it was scared away by the fleet. Han Sen finally understood that when the group of people came here, they must have come in a similar fleet. However, they ran into a sacred blood marine beast and only 1 ship of the fleet arrived at their destination. And that ship collapsed in the end as well. One day, Han Sen eventually saw a piece of land and felt overjoyed. When he landed on the place he saw, he realized that it was the green island the group of people were talking about. However, it was not a real island, but a peninsula connected to the mainland. On the peninsula there was a green shelter. Han Sen used the teleport device in green shelter to return to Blackhawk. It had been almost a year since he came to God's sanctuary. Han Sen wondered how his friends and the Steel Armor Special Squad were doing. After returning to his dorm, all his roommates were delighted to see him. They thought that Han Sen must have died in God's sanctuary considering how long he had been gone. In this day and age, this sort of thing was very common. Few people could come back after disappearing for a long time. Han Sen's roommates were all sophomores and about to become juniors. However, Han Sen must take the makeup assessment, the score of which would determine whether or not he could stay in Blackhawk. There were many precedents like this, so there was a rule that as long as the returning students passed the assessment, they would be allowed to continue their study. If they could not pass, they would be expelled. Han Sen was not that worried about the assessment. He took up his comlink and saw many unanswered calls, the majority of which were from Ji Yanran. His mother also called him many times. Zhang Danfeng, Qin Xian, Yang Manli, Tang Jinliu, Wang Mengmeng, Huangfu Pingqing, Lin Beifeng and Chu Lili had also called him. Han Sen first dialed his mother's number, and the call immediately went through. Although Luo Sulan did not know that Han Sen had disappeared in the God's sanctuary, but she was quite worried since Han Sen had not called him in a long time. Han Sen did not mention anything about his adventure, but told his mother that he was busy with his study. He would rather hear his mother's complaints than for her to worry. After chatting with his mother for a long time, Han Sen tried calling Ji Yanran. Although he knew that it very likely would not go through, he still decided to give it a shot. Indeed, her service had been discontinued. Han Sen's roommates had already told him that Ji Yanran had left Blackhawk to do an internship. They said she was serving on an interstellar warship. After being enlisted, one must use a special comlink and could not use an ordinary one. So, there was no way that Han Sen could reach his girlfriend. His roommates also told him that Ji Yanran had lost a lot of weight since Han Sen disappeared. She also became extremely silent. Except for studying like there was no tomorrow, she rarely went to any Hand of God Society activities. Several months ago, she left Blackhawk for an internship on the warship. Han Sen felt guilty, but there was nothing he could do. He dialed back to call everyone who had called him and told them he was safe. Chu Lily went to the warship together with Ji Yanran, so Han Sen could not contact her either. Qin Xian's number was still in service, but no one answered. Han Sen assumed she must be in Second God's sanctuary. Han Sen thought that since he had been gone for so long, a new head of the special squad must have been appointed in his stead. After all, there were rules about that. What he did not expect was that he still had the position, and Yang Monli had taken care of all the business of the special squad. Han Sen was surprised. In this condition, Yang Monli as his deputy could have stepped up and replaced him. However, she chose to leave the position to him. After talking to other members in the special squad, Han Sen learned that the management wanted for Yang Monli to take his place, but Yang Monli refused. Han Sen was surprised about his finding. He knew that Yang Monli had always wanted to become the head of the special squad and could not imagine she would give up such a perfect opportunity. He dialed Yang Monli's number and wanted to thank her. However, Yang Monli simply told him what happened in the special squad in this year in an impersonal tone and did not give him any chance. In fact, the two of them did not have the best relationship, and Han Sen felt it was difficult for him to say something nice as well. Although Han Sen did not care that much about this position, he still needed to thank Yang Monli for helping him. "Brother, why didn't you inform me when you came back?" Huang Fu Pingqing called Han Sen and said. "Because I'm scared," said Han Sen with a smile. He had blackmailed Su Ruyan in the worst way possible and of course had offended the Starry Group. Huang Fu Pingqing was Son of Heaven's cousin, so Han Sen was not sure if he should call her. Ares Marshall Hall had always been conducting business among different shelters. So, no one would know better how to go back to Steel Armor Shelter from Green Shelter than Huang Fu Pingqing. Han Sen wanted to get the information from Huang Fu Pingqing on how to going back to Steel Armor Shelter. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat the sacred blood creature he had been feeding. "Haha! How did you dare to blackmail Su Ruyan like that since you're scared? If my cousin Son of Heaven is still in Steel Armor Shelter, I would advise you never to go back." However, he had evolved and gone to Second God's sanctuary, and you wouldn't have any chance to see him there again. Obviously Huang Fu Pingqing had learned what Han Sen had done on Wind End Island, and she was rather shocked. Son of Heaven became an evolver? Han Sen was dazed. But that made a lot of sense since Son of Heaven had about the same genopoint count as Qin Xian, and it was about time that he evolved. "Do you want to go back from Green Shelter?" asked Huang Fu Pingqing seriously. "Of course I do. Do you have any good ideas?" Han Sen did not expect Huang Fu Pingqing to bring this up first. "Of course. However, it could be very costly." Huang Fu Pingqing grinned and said, "How much?" Han Sen had blackmailed a lot of mutant beast souls from Su Ruyan and had gained a lot of other stuff. At this point, he could afford spending some money. "If it were anyone else, I would not go through such trouble no matter how much I could earn. However, in your case, as long as you're willing to become a member of Ares Marshall Hall, I would make sure that you go back safely." Huang Fu Pingqing blinked at Han Sen. "Please name the price first." Han Sen frowned and said. He did not want to be regulated. In addition, since seeing the super creature Golden Growler, Han Sen had a different mindset. At the time being, his goal was to hunt super creatures and gain super geno points. Becoming a part of an organization would only slow him down. How about the sacred blood beast soul you gained from the nest? Huangfu Pingqing was quite flexible. This price is too high, isn't it? Hansen frowned. You know that from green shelter to steel armor shelter you have to go through more than 5 other shelters. The trip would be highly unsafe. I will have to dispatch our guys in each and every shelter to take you back safely. The difficulties and cost were beyond your imagination. If it were not for you, I would not even do it for 2 sacred blood beast souls, said Huangfu Pingqing seriously. How about you give me a map, and I can travel on my own? Hansen pondered and suggested. Without someone leading the way, you might easily run into troubles. Think again before you choose to do this, advised Huangfu Pingqing. That's fine. I just need a map, insisted Han Senator. There was no way he would give her the sacred blood beast soul. However, the map, which was not even very detailed, was a trade secret. Han Sen used 5 mutant beast souls to buy all the data and map from Huangfu Pingqing. Han Sen teleported to God's sanctuary, made the deal with Huangfu Pingqing's guys in green shelter, and obtained all the materials and map. However, Han Sen did not leave for steel armor shelter immediately. He must pass the makeup assessment in Blackhawk first. If he entered God's sanctuary and spent a lot of time there again, he might be expelled for real. The makeup assessment was quite smooth for Han Senator. He did not do that well in some theory courses, but his overall grades still met the requirements. Han Sen had also won many victories for the school before, so he successfully became a sophomore and could be a junior in a short period of time. Of course, Han Sen had missed all the Military Academy League contests and the chosen contest in God's Sanctuary, for which he did not feel sorry, since all he could think about right now was super creatures and super geno points. Other things were of little meaning to him. However, it was impossible to kill a super creature with sacred blood beast souls alone. It was the same as a sacred blood creature could hardly be killed with just mutant beast souls. Sacred blood beast souls posed little threat to a super creature. Han Sen used everything he got and could not even hurt a baby golden growler, not to mention an adult super creature. With a lot of thoughts, Han Sen decided that in addition to maxing out all types of geno points, the one thing that could significantly improve the possibility of success was hyper geno art. Only the strongest hyper geno art could lead to a breakthrough and allow him to hunt and super creatures. Maybe I would be able to become the first person who maxes out on super geno points in human history. Han Sen was completely focused on super geno points and could not be distracted by anything else. How to kill a super creature was the most important question in his mind. There was not anything about super creatures on the Skynet or the Special Squad insider materials. It was very likely that humans had never killed a super creature so far. Maybe some people had encountered super creatures, but since they were not able to kill one, they would never know that it was a super creature, but took for granted that it was an especially strong sacred blood creature. When Hansen first saw the golden growler, he also thought it was just a strong sacred blood creature and did not realize there was a higher level. Without any data, Hansen had to rely on himself to kill super creatures. Without any way to gain a super beast soul, Hansen had to practice some stronger hyper geno arts. Hansen would max out on his sacred geno points one day, which was bound to happen. However, even with all 4 types of geno points maxed out, Hansen did not believe he could be a threat to any super creature. Hansen had to become stronger in order to kill a super creature. Having seen how powerful the golden growler was, Hansen had an idea what kind of strength could be threatening to a super creature. Hansen's only hope at the point was hyper geno arts. He had been practicing Jadeskin, but it was not a hyper geno art that could be rushed. If Hansen had started since his childhood, maybe he would have made more progress. However, he started quite late, and it took time for him to be significantly stronger. At the time being, Hansen still had 5 S-Class St. Hall licenses. In the past year, the Special Squad had provided him with nearly 100 points, which could also be traded for S-Class licenses or Geno solutions. However, Hansen had no idea which hyper Geno art could increase his strength significantly. Hansen found Bai Ishan's number from his comlink. As a professor and maester in the St. Hall, Bai Ishan was a part of many research programs of hyper Geno arts. There should be no one that knew hypergeno arts better than him. Han Sen decided to ask for his help. Bai Yishan was glad to see Han Senator. He had always been paying attention to Han Sen, and more specifically, how Han Sen had practiced Yin Yang Blast and put it into use. When Han Sen first disappeared, Bai Yishan was constantly asking the president of Blackhawk about Han Senator. However, Han Sen had been gone for so long that Bai Yishan thought something had happened to him. Surprisingly, Han Sen came back, which made Bai Yishan very happy. He asked Han Sen many questions about his practice of Yin Yang Blast. Han Sen took his time and answered all Bai Yishan's questions. After that, Han Sen asked, "Professor, I have some questions about hypergeno arts that I like to ask you. Do you have a minute? What you want to ask?" asked Bai Yishan. "I want to know, in all the hypergeno arts that could be practiced by the unevolved, which one had the most destructive power?" Han Sen asked. Destructive power is a vague term. Bai Yishan thought about it and said, "For example, the Yin Yang Blast you practice could be very destructive if you use it properly. You could even use a mutant beast soul weapon to kill a sacred blood creature with that hypergeno art. Isn't that enough? It is unfortunate that what I want to kill is much stronger sacred blood creatures." Thought Han Senator. He smiled bitterly, organized his words and said, "Say, is there a hypergeno art that would allow me to shred the shell of a sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle with bare hands?" The sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle was a creature known for its tough shell. People called it the toughest sacred blood creature in First God's Sanctuary. In Han Sen's opinion, the fur of the golden growler should be even tougher than the shell of the sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle. However, he could not describe it to Bai Yishan, so he thought of an example. To tear apart the shell of the sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle without the help of any tools was almost impossible, even for those who had maxed out on all types of geno points. Bai Yishan heard Han Sen's question and started to think. Isn't there a hypergeno art that could increase one's strength significantly to make that happen? Han Sen frowned. If he could not even tear apart the turtle shell, it would be less likely for him to kill the golden growler. Bai Yishan thought about it and replied, "It would be easy to achieve that if you were to practice the hypergeno arts for evolvers. Many hypergeno arts that change your body cells could achieve the effect you described. However, the hypergeno arts for the unevolved, I could not think of any." Han Sen, "Why are you asking me this? You do not have to achieve that. With any sacred blood beast soul weapon, you could kill anything you see in First God's Sanctuary. When you evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary, everything will become natural for you." Bai Yishan looked at Han Sen puzzled. "It is just a personal preference. Is there really no hypergeno art that could allow me to do that?" Han Sen insisted. If there was no hypergeno art that could help him to achieve that, all he could count on would be super beast souls. However, the source of the super beast souls remained an issue. Han Sen could only think of the nest so far, and he was not even sure whether there could be super beast souls in the eggs. In fact, you would not need to think about all that. If you practice Yin Yang Blast well, you could use the Yin Force to penetrate the turtle shell and break the inner organs of the sacred blood crystal shell turtle, suggested Bai Yishan, getting a kick out of the fact that he was the one who invented Yin Yang Blast. Han Sen secretly shook his head. If that could work, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He was able to stab the baby golden growler in the eye, but could not even hurt it with Yin Yang Blast. Even the most vulnerable eyes were so tough. Han Sen could only imagine that the baby golden growler had tougher inner organs. If he did not have enough strength to begin with, even with the Yin Force, Han Sen would not be able to hurt its organs. "Professor, isn't there a hypergeno art that could fundamentally enhance one's strength to an incredible level?" Han Sen had to ask. Seeing the disappointment in Han Sen's face, Bai Yishan touched his chin and thought for a long while before he said, "I can't say there isn't." But Bai Yishan paused and did not continue. Han Sen, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He thought there was no hope and did not expect to get a positive answer. He quickly asked Bai Yishan, "Professor, do you have any hypergeno art in mind?" Bai Yishan hesitated and then continued, "It's not exactly a hypergeno art. You know that hypergeno arts all came from ancient martial arts. More than 20 years ago, an incomplete version of Heresy Sutra was unearthed. Since it was incomplete, most ancient martial arts recorded in the book are no longer suitable for practice. Only an ancient martial art called heresy mantra was relatively complete. If you could practice this ancient martial art to a certain level, it would be easy for you to break gold with bare hands. Is the heresy mantra in the S-class section of the Saint Hall? Asked Han Sen excitedly. Bai Yishan shook his head and said, although many authoritative professors had done research about the heresy mantra and wanted to modify it into a hyper-geno-art, they had discovered its problems after many experiments. So, is the heresy mantra not as powerful as they thought it would be? Asked Han Sen. Bai Yishan replied, it's not that. After practicing heresy mantra, the volunteers did experience incredible enhancement in their physique. However, they also went through something weird. Something weird. Han Sen looked at Bai Yishan. Bai Yishan pondered and organized his words. So, every volunteer who tried to practice heresy mantra would have too good an appetite. After hearing Bai Yishan's reply, Han Sen was dazed. He assumed it was some serious issue and did not expect it to be as simple as too good an appetite. Bai Yishan knew what Han Sen was thinking from his look. He said seriously, maybe you cannot imagine what it's like to have too good an appetite. I'll put it this way, normal people would feel full, but those who practiced heresy mantra would lose the sense of fullness. No matter how much stuff was already in his stomach, he would still feel hungry. Among the 6 volunteers who tried to practice heresy mantra, 2 were almost stuffed to death. When they stopped practicing heresy mantra, the sense of hunger slowly disappeared. So, does the heresy mantra work well? Han Sen asked. I don't know. Bai Yishan's reply made Han Sen pause again. Bai Yishan had said earlier that heresy mantra was very effective. Bai Yishan understood Han Sen's thoughts and explained. After practicing heresy mantra, the 6 volunteers had witnessed great improvements in their speed and strength. However, because of the unbearable hunger, they all gave up practicing. Since none of them had reached the first phase of heresy mantra, the enhancement of their physique disappeared with their sense of hunger. I would say one would have to reach the first phase to tell how heresy mantra works. So, nobody else practiced heresy mantra again? Han Sen could not help asking. We had many volunteers who had practiced it, but none of them could get past the hunger. Nobody could persist to finish the first phase, said Bai Yishan. How many phases are there in heresy mantra? Han Sen started to get interested in heresy mantra. Since there were no risks after giving up, he would like to try his luck. After all, this was the only thing that Bai Yishan could think of after hearing his needs. Han Sen had to see how it worked. There are 4 phases. Keeping the vital energy, seeing through the mirage, longevity, and immortality. The volunteers never even reached the first phase of keeping the vital energy. That was why heresy mantra was never adapted into a hyper-geno art. Professor, would you mind if I try to practice heresy mantra? I could give you an S-class license for it. Han Sen decided to give it a shot, for there was some hope. In order to kill super creatures, Han Sen would not say no to any possibility. No need for the license. Since heresy mantra has not yet been listed as a hyper-geno art, it is not for sale. If you're really interested, I can apply for a volunteer opportunity on your behalf. You could practice heresy mantra, but need to provide certain data to the Saint Hall, said Bai Yishan. Thank you so much. I would love that. Han Sen then asked Bai Yishan more questions about hyper-geno arts. Bai Yishan could not think of any hyper-geno art that could meet Han Sen's demands. Even the advanced atomic fission would not necessarily allow one to tear the turtleneck apart with bare hands. And that was a hyper-geno art that took 1 to 2 decades to get anywhere. Heresy mantra was different. According to Bai Yishan, if the volunteers did not give up, they could reach the first phase in about 3 months. Han Sen then asked Bai Yishan about other hyper-geno arts that could improve his fitness in general. When fighting super creatures, Han Sen not only needed to be strong but also need to be fast enough to dodge the super creature's attacks. After chatting with Bai Yishan for several hours, Han Sen finally hung up. Bai Yishan went to apply for Han Sen's volunteer quota, while Han Sen went to the Office of Academic Affairs for some paperwork. He needed enough time to travel from green shelter to steel armor shelter, so he must miss some activities on campus including archery competitions and a series of tests and examinations. Fortunately, Blackhawk had related regulations in this regard. After Hansen provided enough proof, the school approved his application. Hansen planned to leave green shelter when he got his hands on heresy mantra. He planned to practice it on the way, since it was not something dangerous to practice other than generating the sense of hunger. The worst-case scenario, he could just give up practicing, which would cause him no harm. Baishan was very efficient, and since Hansen all the information of heresy mantra the second day. Since heresy mantra had not been adapted into a hyper-geno art, it was written in an ancient language and was very hard to read. It was an age when everyone practiced martial arts. Most people knew some terms in the ancient language, and so did Han Senator. However, heresy mantra was still beyond his understanding. Luckily, the professors that studied heresy mantra before had left a lot of footnotes, and the previous volunteers had provided notes and data as well, which had helped Hansen greatly. Baishan also gave Hansen some tips, which would help Hansen avoid making mistakes when practicing heresy mantra. It seemed that Baishan had also done profound research on this ancient martial art. Hansen did not rush to start practicing. Instead, he memorized all the information first. He did not know how long it would take for him to reach the next shelter after leaving green shelter. Unable to use any electronic reading device, Hansen decided to save everything in his mind so that he would not need to carry all the documents. Before he set out, Hansen called Lin Beifeng. When learning Hansen was to travel through 6 shelters or more, Lin Beifeng exclaimed, "Hansen, how did you end up there?" "Never mind how I ended up there. Are you interested in doing the beast soul business again?" Hansen felt it was hard to explain and skipped the whole story. "Yes, of course. Only a dumbass would turn down gold. When will you leave?" "Let me do some research on it first," said Lin Beifeng excitedly. "Tomorrow morning," replied Hansen casually. In fact, Huangfu Pingqing also came to him wanting to do the same business. However, with Huangfu, he must sign an official contract with Ares Martial Hall and stay for a while in each shelter to collaborate with Huangfu Pingqing's men. Feeling it was too much trouble, Hansen turned down Huangfu's offer and decided to make money with Lin Beifeng. They probably stayed up all night and sent Hansen the information he collected before dawn. He also transferred $1 billion to Hansen's account. "Hansen, I don't have enough time to raise money, and this is what's left in my allowance. Spend it however you like. I have collected the information of all the unique beast souls of each shelter you will pass, but it might not be thorough." Lin Beifeng had a lot of trust in Hansen. "You're giving me so much money and once. Aren't you afraid I might disappear?" Hansen did not expect so much money from Lin Beifeng. He thought Lin Beifeng might give him a dozen million or 100 million at best. "This is nothing. If I did not piss my dad off recently, I could invest 10 times this much." Lin grinned. "And of course I trust you. If you say the word, I could give you 10 billion for free as long as you remember me as a friend." Hansen took the money and went to Green Shelter, deciding to purchase some beast souls before he went to the next shelter. Hansen did not want to waste too much time. He wanted to go back to Steel Armor Shelter as soon as possible, otherwise the sacred blood creature he had been feeding would go to waste. According to the information Lin Beifeng gave him, Hansen purchased lots of beast souls and went to the next shelter. Hansen had searched on the Skynet to test the authenticity of the map Huangfu Pingqing gave him. Although the information online was not as clear as the map, he was able to tell that the map was indeed correct. In addition to traveling, Hansen had been practicing the first phase of heresy mantra, preserving vital energy. Heresy mantra was different from Jadeskin in that it did not enhance one's physique overall, but focused on the strength in blood. Blood came from the heart and went through the veins in the whole body. Hence, by practicing heresy mantra, one's heart and veins would become stronger. If the heart could be compared to an engine, then its horsepower could be improved by as much as 10 times after one practiced heresy mantra. This was merely an explanation for dummies. Even the professors at the St. Hall could not understand how it actually worked. After many researches and experiments, although no one had successfully reached the first phase of heresy mantra, People now understood that heresy mantra was a process to strengthen the heart, veins, and blood. One had to be able to withstand the power produced in the process of practice, otherwise one would explode. Preserving vital energy was the fundamental step of practicing heresy mantra. If it was not done correctly, the other three phases would cause one's heart to explode. Han Sen did not dare to slack a little bit when practicing heresy mantra. He fully prepared himself before he even started. Once the practice started, it could be run automatically during walking and sleeping unless stopped on purpose. After several days, Han Sen started to feel the sense of hunger Bai Ishan described. No matter how much he ate, he would still feel hungry, not only in his stomach, but his entire body. Among all the footnotes, Han Sen had noticed an interesting hypothesis. The reason for the hunger during the practice was that heresy mantra needed a huge amount of energy to improve the genes that controlled the heart and veins, while the nutrition contained in food was not enough. In this case, the entire body was under a lot of pressure, and all the energy went to support those specific body parts, which was why other parts of the body had basically no energy. This theory was not corroborated. The previous volunteers were consuming most advanced nutrition solutions every day, which was still not enough to balance the hunger, which made people question the theory. This is incredible hunger. Riding on Meowth, Han Sen was about to starve. He had eaten more than 10 pounds of mutant meat. If he continued to eat, his stomach would probably explode. However, in addition to the feeling of hunger, Han Sen also felt energetic. The two contrastive feelings filled his body, which made Han Sen understand why the previous volunteers would give up. It was definitely a cruel torture. As Han Sen practiced more, both feelings got stronger. Han Sen had hunted a lot of mutant creatures on his way and ate their meat, but it did not help. While feeling the incredible hunger, Han Sen also felt his strength was improving rapidly, and even his heart was beating stronger. On the map from Huangfu Pingqing, all the paths had been tested by different teams in Ares Marshall Hall, so none of the paths was dangerous. Even the riskier parts of the paths were marked clearly, and solutions or tips were always provided. After Han Sen was on the road himself, he came to understand how precious the map was. Its value, like Huangfu Pingqing said, was well beyond 5 mutant beast souls. With this map, one could easily start to trade among these shelters, so the map was a highly valuable trade secret. Han Sen did not know what was the reason for Huangfu Pingqing to give him this map. By taking this map, he did owe her one. After half a year, Han Sen traveled past 5 shelters. He did not even want to think back on this period of time. It was not because of all the risks and dangers on the way, but mainly because the terrible feelings he had when practicing heresy mantra. Han Sen was devastated in the first 2 months when he just started practicing. In the end, he still made it and finished the first phase. Both his heart and veins were strengthened significantly. The main reason for his success was that whenever he felt the hunger was getting unbearable, he would practice Jadeskin. Then the coolness would flow in his body and ease his hunger. The hunger suddenly disappeared after he finished the first phase. However, in 3 months, Han Sen's weight dropped from 170 pounds to 110 pounds. Even his bones were sticking out. Because none of the previous volunteers had gone this far, Han Sen was not sure if his experience was unique. After finishing the first phase, Han Sen started to practice the second phase of heresy mantra, seeing through the mirage. Then, Han Sen felt his body was like a withered plant receiving water. After eating lots of mutant meat, he started to gain his weight back. The hunger was gone, so were the contrastive senses. In his practice, he felt more and more fulfilled. It seemed that his entire body was becoming stronger, and his current cardiac functions were much stronger than a normal person. Half a month before returning to Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen finished the second phase. At that moment, he suddenly discovered how powerful heresy mantra was. He was almost certain that if he was able to complete all 4 phases of heresy mantra, he should have the ability to kill a super creature. Maybe he did not even need to finish everything. When he completed the 3rd phase longevity, he should be able to hurt a super creature, at least the baby golden growler. However, when Han Sen started to practice the 3rd phase, his progress became much slower. He could still feel he was moving forward, but he could no longer complete the 3rd phase in 3 months. Han Sen estimated that he would probably be able to finish the third phase in a year. After returning to the steel armor shelter, Han Sen had already maxed out on his mutant geno points. However, because he chose to follow the safe paths, Han Sen did not have the chance to hunt any sacred blood creatures. He did not feel bad about that because based on what he could do now, it was no longer difficult for him to kill sacred blood creatures. After finishing the second phase, Han Sen's level was no longer limited to the unevolved. He was even stronger than Qin Xian, who had completed atomic fission. Most sacred blood creatures would not stand a blow from Han Sen. With the miraculous black crystal, Han Sen was not worried about his sacred geno points. All it mattered to him at this point was how to find and kill super creatures. To maxed out on super geno points was Han Sen's new goal. Sacred geno points no longer deserved his attention. On his way, Han Sen traded different beast souls whenever he reached a shelter, which brought him a great fortune. If he were willing to spend more time, he would have made a lot more. Even so, he had earned a profit of more than 600 million. In addition to that, he still had a lot of unsold beast souls in steel armor shelter. Han Sen was sure that his cut was at least 600 million. At this point, Han Sen did not have too much desire for money. If money could not be turned into beast souls or things he needed, then it was nothing but a number. Although 600 million was not a huge number, which was not even enough to purchase a spaceship for Han Sen, it was enough money for him to support his family. After returning to steel armor shelter, Han Sen came back to his own room immediately. He had been feeding the cloud beast for over a year, and it was a huge waste of time. When Han Sen went back to his room and saw the cloud beast, he could not believe what he saw. The cloud beast was there and had evolved, but it seemed somehow different from the sacred blood cloud beasts he used to eat. This cloud beast almost turned transparent and was surrounded in an aura. Why does this one look so different? Staring at the cloud beast, Han Sen suddenly had a thought that gave him a chill. Han Sen killed the cloud beast as fast as he could, and heard a voice that almost made himself jump. Super creature cloud beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its life essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points. Meat inedible. It works like this. So it works like this. Han Sen was almost speechless. He could not believe in his wildest dream that the black crystal could be so miraculous that it could even produce a super creature. Before Han Sen could dissect the body of the cloud beast, it gradually dissolved. A black crystal and a white one fell on the floor. The black crystal was the one Han Sen found, and the white one was about the size of a pigeon egg, which was the life essence of the cloud beast. Han Sen could not believe that the seemingly ordinary black crystal could produce super creatures that the entire mankind failed to hunt. Han Sen became wild with joy as he finally had an access to super geno points, and possibly super beast souls. If he had gained a super beast soul, maybe he could kill super creatures before he finished the fourth phase of Heresy Mantra. Han Sen quickly went to the market, bought another cloud beast, and fed it with the black crystal. He was very curious to know how long it took for a cloud beast to evolve into a super creature. It took a creature 3 months to evolve into a sacred blood one, and for it to further evolve into a super creature, Han Sen believed it took longer. However, it would take a year and a half at most, since it took that long for the previous cloud beast to complete evolution. After finishing doing that, Han Sen started to savor the life essence of the cloud beast. Life essence of super creature cloud beast eaten. 1 super geno point gained. Life essence of super creature cloud beast eaten. 1 super geno point gained. Han Sen heard the continuous voice and felt on top of the world. As an incredible strength filled his body, Han Sen felt his bones and flesh were developing again, as if he were a child. In the end, the cloud beast provided 9 super geno points to Han Senator at this point. He had 19 super geno points and a leap in his physique. Han Sen found Lin Beifeng and transferred the money and beast souls to him. He did not want any distractions in his life, because his only goal was to evolve with his super geno points maxed out. The first super evolver in all humans. Han Sen scoffed at the thought of sacred blood aristocrats. An evolver with his super geno points maxed out should be considered a royalty for sure. Han Sen could only imagine what kind of benefits he and his family could gain if he evolved with his super geno points maxed out. His only concern was that it took too long for a super creature to be produced. According to his experience, it should take about 9 months to 1 year for a creature to evolve into a super creature. Although it was great news, Han Sen did not want to wait that long. At this point, he needed at least 10 super creatures or more to max out his super geno points, which meant he would have to wait more than a decade. The only solution was to hunt the super creatures in God's sanctuary, for which Han Sen must have enough time to improve his ability. While continuing to practice the third phase of Heresy Mantra, Han Sen used one of the 5S class Saint Hall licenses he got from Bai Ishan to buy a hyper-geno art called Panorama. Panorama was the most renowned hyper-geno art in the Saint Hall, also known as the Encyclopedia of Martial Arts. It's included many techniques from different schools. In the beginning, the Saint Hall wanted to develop a martial art that included all the fundamentals so that everybody could easily improve their physique. However, as more and more techniques were added, the hyper-geno art itself became more and more demanding on those who practiced it. Everyone's body had different features, and different martial arts had different requirements for one's body, which was why no one could practice every single martial art. For example, if one was lacking in strength, then one would likely be restrained from practicing the martial arts that focused on strength. Panorama was a collection of all sorts of fundamental martial arts, which was why it was almost impossible to find someone to practice it. Later on, the Saint Hall divided Panorama into different subjects and categories, which made it convenient for people to choose the martial arts they could practice. The original version of Panorama was used by the Saint Hall as a dictionary. Every time someone had some new findings, they would also be added to Panorama so that it would be more convenient for future research. Many professors from the Saint Hall would use Panorama this way, which made it become a true encyclopedia. The license needed to purchase the original version of Panorama also became more and more advanced, since it contained a lot of old and new knowledge. At this point, one would need an S-class license to buy it. Also, the license must be a universal one, which could only come from a staff member. Although Panorama had its own Geno solutions, the Saint Hall did not guarantee success of practicing Panorama. After all, it was a hyper-Geno art that required things beyond what Geno solutions could make up for. The reason Han Sen chose Panorama was that he believed if he wanted to hunt super creatures, the least he could do was to adjust his physique to the best and eliminate all his weaknesses. Han Sen did not receive the best education when he grew up, so his development was not balanced. He was good at certain things but not so much at others. Therefore, Han Sen wanted to start from zero and achieve an ideal state in all aspects so that he could prepare himself for hunting super creatures. Time was a scary thing, especially in such an interstellar age. Each moment, many shocking incidents happened on the planets occupied by mankind. Many strong men fell and many new stars were born. In 2 years, too many things had happened and too many things had been forgotten. There were people who were not as forgetful, such as Jing Jia. Many people admired the Jings for the fact that they had a genius like Jing Jiwu. However, only those who truly knew the family knew Jing Jiwu had a more brilliant brother named Jing Jia. Although Jing Jia was Jing Jiwu's little brother, those who had met him could only describe him as impressive. Jing Jiwu was a monster who could reach the top in every field, and his brother was someone who could reach beyond the top. The brother's grandfather had hired a lot of martial arts professors to instruct the two of them. Jing Jiwu was able to listen to and learn from all the professors, while Jing Jia could not have the same professor for over 3 months. Jing Jia had so many questions and thoughts that even the professor would be rendered speechless. All his professors quit within 3 months, because they believed they had nothing that they could teach the kid. Even better than his older brother, almost everyone in the family believed Jing Jia was the more appropriate candidate to take over the family business, except for one person, which was Jing Jia himself. In the eyes of Jing Jia, Jing Jiwu was his idol. Jing Jia was Jing Jiwu's biggest fan. Jing Jia would always go to every game of Jing Jiwu's. Even when he did not have time to go to the site, he would always watch the game in front of the smart device. Jing Jia would watch his brother's games over and over. In his eyes, his older brother was always sparkling like diamond. However, Jing Jiwu lost to Han Sen in the archery tournament. Jing Jia was not able to watch it at the venue, but became more and more angry after he watched the video of the game repeatedly. He believed that Jing Jiwoo only lost to Han Sen because of the tactics picked by his coach. If it had been a fair game, Jing Jia believed that Jing Jiwoo would have won for sure. At this point, Jing Jia had every desire to beat Han Sen and tell him that he was not even as good as the big toe of his old brother. Spinning arrow? What is so fancy about that? Jing Jia turned down all the invites from the Alliance Central Military Academy and other famous schools, and chose to come to Blackhawk Military Academy. Of course, the boy was not here to join Han Sen's team, but wanted to beat him and tell him he was not nearly as good as Jing Jiwoo. Jing Jia was an elegant young man. When he was enrolled, no one knew that he was the brother of Jing Jiwoo, but a lot of girls had already fallen in love with him for his looks. Soon, Jing Jia proved that he was not just a pretty boy. Wanting to compete with Han Sen, Jing Jia participated in every item that Han Sen was once in, including warframes, black and white boxing, archery, and Hand of God. Jing Jia won the championship in all these items and became the brightest star in Blackhawk. Since Han Sen was already a senior student, he no longer needed to participate in different societies, which was why he had quit the school archery team. In fact, since Han Sen came back to Blackhawk, people could barely see him. Jing Jia wanted an opportunity to beat Han Sen, but found that he could barely find the guy. Han Sen was spending a lot of time in God's sanctuary, and seldom appeared on campus. Jing Jia, I got a message from a friend that Han Sen just came back from God's sanctuary and was returning to room 304, said Su Fei excitedly, running toward Jing Jia. Many friends of Jing Jia knew that he wanted to challenge Han Sen, who was the legend of Blackhawk. Although Han Sen only participated in one military league competition and only won one championship, in the eyes of his schoolmates, Han Sen was the legend. Although Jing Jia was doing great, before he actually beat Han Sen, most people still thought he would fall short. However, everyone was willing to see such a challenge. A fight between Jing Jia and Han Sen should be great to watch. Thank you, Jing Jia said to Su Fei with a smile and walked slowly to Han Sen's dormitory. Su Fei and his other friends followed Jing Jia excitedly. They all wanted to watch this incredible fight between the old legend and new star. When Jing Jia walked across the campus, he attracted a lot of attention because of his good looks. Very soon, Jing Jia arrived at the path which Han Sen must go through to reach his dormitory and waited for him there. Seeing a figure approaching, Jing Jia narrowed his eyes in excitement. Very soon, he would be able to beat Han Sen and give his older brother justice. The thought made Jing Jia so excited that his cheeks became red. Han Sen. When the figure came closer, Jing Jia asked, "Yes, you are." Han Sen regarded Jing Jia and was sure that he did not know this boy. "My name is Jing Jia, a freshman in the archery department. I hope you could teach me a thing or two in archery when you have time," said Jing Jia with a smile. "Brother, I am so sorry, but I haven't really had much time recently." Han Sen had not heard the name Jing Jia and thought Jing Jia was one of his fans. Han Sen patted Jing Jia on the shoulder and left. Everyone was dumbstruck, almost unable to believe what they saw and heard. Although Jing Jia was a freshman, he was the champion in the Archery Society, the Warframe Society, and the Hand of God Society, a true star on campus. However, Han Sen treated him as an ordinary freshman, which was quite shocking. Since Han Sen came back to Blackhawk, he had invested all his energy into practicing the third phase of Heresy Mantra as well as Panorama, which had consumed a lot of his time. In order to kill super creatures, Han Sen did not care about anything else other than improving his combat skills. Although Jing Jia became really popular in Blackhawk, Han Sen did not even know of him. Even if Han Sen did, he probably would not care. Among the unevolved, there was no one worth Han Sen's attention. Seeing Han Sen brushing past him, Jing Jia suddenly said, "Jing Jiwoo is my older brother." Han Sen stopped and turned around. He looked at Jing Jia in surprise and asked, "You are Jing Jiwoo's little brother?" The reason that Han Sen was surprised was that he remembered Jing Jiwoo as a strong opponent. At the time being, Jing Jiwoo was indeed much stronger than himself. Han Sen did not expect that Jing Jiwoo's little brother would be a Blackhawk student. It was also the first time for Su Fei and other freshmen to learn the fact that Jing Jia was Jing Jiwu's younger brother. Although it had been 2 years since Jing Jiwu graduated, every freshman of Blackhawk still knew the name Jing Jiwu, since he was always brought up in the history of Blackhawk as Han Sen's opponent. Because of that, Han Sen was still remembered after 2 years, and so was Jing Jiwu. Su Fei and others did not realize that Jing Jia was Jing Jiwu's younger brother, and they suddenly understood why Jing Jia would want to challenge Han Sen. Yes, do you think we can compete in archery now? Jing Jia asked Han Sen with a smile. He did not take Han Sen lightly but was confident that he could beat Han Sen. Without thinking, Han Sen grinned and said, "That sounds boring. Let's just forget about it. Give my best to Jing Jiwu." Han Sen left without a second thought, leaving Jing Jia dumbstruck and a bit humiliated. Han Sen talked to him like talking to a child. Jing Jia felt like he wasn't even taken as a deserving opponent of Han Sen's. However, Han Sen did not mean to make Jing Jia feel this way. He did treat Jing Jia like a boy because in fact, Jing Jia was 3 or 4 years younger than himself. Also, Jing Jia was Jing Jiwu's younger brother. If Jing Jiwu were here, he would treat Jing Jiwu like a serious opponent, but in the case of the little brother, not so much. If he had time, Han Sen would prefer to spend it on practicing panorama. Among the unevolved, few deserved his time. Many people who could match him, such as Lin Feng and Qin Xian, had all gone to Second God's Sanctuary. At this point, Han Sen was not at all interested in people remaining in First God's Sanctuary. He only wanted to improve his combat skills as fast as possible so that he could hunt super creatures. Han Sen walked into his dormitory, and Jing Jia did not try to stop him again. Jing Jia smiled and murmured to himself, "You will not be able to run from me." The news that Jing Jia was Jing Jiwu's brother was soon known by everyone in Blackhawk. Many students were very interested in the topic. Some girls even named Jing Jia's endeavor the new Hamlet. I knew it. Why would someone as good as Jing Jia choose Blackhawk? It turns out that he's avenging his brother. Our genius refused to accept the challenge. That is so disappointing. Of course he doesn't dare to face Jing Jia. If he lost to someone younger than him, he would lose his face. Since the archery tournament, there seems to be something wrong with the genius. He did not even participate in the semi-annual assessment, and I heard that his makeup assessment score was just average. The genius has fallen. Jing Jia will rule Blackhawk instead. In Blackhawk, rumors about Han Sen being weaker than Jing Jia were spread wider and wider, and the person who orchestrated the rumors was Jing Jia himself. At this point, Jing Jia was playing Hand of God joyfully. Jing Jia did not care about his reputation, whether good or bad. However, he understood that some military school students would defend their own reputation with life. So, Jing Jia was merely doing what it took for Han Sen to accept his challenge. The game of Hand of God ended. Jing Jia's opponent was Tian Dan, the current president of Hand of God Society, who was also the best player on campus, after Han Sen and Jing Jia. 20 points? Doesn't seem that difficult. Jing Jia exited the game. He was only trying to repeat whatever Han Sen had achieved in Blackhawk so that he could prove that Han Sen was not that good after all. Jing Jia was waiting for Han Sen getting mad at all the rumors. He believed next time when he challenged Han Sen again, the answer would not be no. Even better, Han Sen might challenge him. However, what Jing Jia did not know was that although Han Sen learned about the rumors from his roommates, the senior students did not care about it at all. In Han Sen's eyes, Jing Jia's tricks were so childish that they did not deserve any his time for energy. I hope I can win once today. Han Sen chose a holographic device in the training hall on campus and logged in an online combat platform. The combat platform that Han Sen entered was named Gladiator. As an unofficial combat platform, it would not categorize the players based on their status like an official one would. On the Gladiator platform, players were able to choose to enter the unevolved section or the evolver section. Since it was not operated by the Alliance, personal information was unknown to the operator. That was exactly the reason that Han Sen chose Gladiator. Here, he was able to enter the evolver section and compete with evolvers. As good as Han Sen was, he could gain nothing fighting the unevolved. In order to practice Panorama, he would enter Gladiator to fight evolvers whenever he had time, which helped him practice his skills and learn things from others. However, his record was not that good. Since entering Gladiator half a year ago, Han Sen had won 4 times in total. The first time, he encountered an unevolved person who clicked into the wrong section. The second time, his opponent did not finish the combat and had to go take care of something in real life. So, Han Sen have only won twice really. As for his losses, Han Sen did not even bother to count. But the number was for sure 4-digit. At this point, his fitness index had passed 20, which was the best of the best among the unevolved. Very few of the unevolved persons could raise even one indicator above 20, let alone the overall index. It was easy to imagine how strong Han Sen was. This number was also under the condition of Han Sen not using Heresy Mantra. When Han Sen used Heresy Mantra, his strength would be even more impressive. However, although it seemed a great number of them on the unevolved, an index of 20 was too weak among evolvers. For those who were able to hunt mutant creatures in the Second God Sanctuary, it was very easy for them to reach an index of 20. When the unevolved became evolvers, they would be awarded a certain strength. The more geno points they had, the better the strength would be. Those who evolved with their sacred geno points maxed out were normally awarded something called a sacred body, which would very likely double their fitness index. As for those who evolved with a low geno point count, their improvement through the evolution was also limited. Normally speaking, those who evolved with their mutant geno points maxed out would have a fitness index of nearly 20 after evolution. With some geno points gained in Second God Sanctuary, their fitness index could reach above 20, which was why the fitness index of 20 was nothing among evolvers. Han Sen did not know what kind of sacred body he would be awarded if he evolved with super geno points maxed out, but he was sure that it would be much stronger than someone maxed out on just sacred geno points. The 2 evolvers that Han Sen beat before must be newbies in evolvers. Their fitness index should be around 20. In Gladiator, few players were as weak as this. The weaker players usually choose to play on the official platform. Those who chose Gladiator were usually skilled players. In addition, Gladiator was the property of Ares Martial Hall. Many students in the Martial Hall would fight here as well, who were usually advanced. Han Sen learned about Gladiator from Huangfu Pingqing, who had graduated from Blackhawk and entered Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen hadn't seen her in a long while. After entering the Evolver section in Gladiator, Han Sen chose to be randomly matched. He did not have a specific purpose in mind, but wanted to learn from opponents of different styles, which would serve as a good supplement to Panorama. Very soon, Han Sen was matched with someone and sent to a scene mimicking the Colosseum, which was the classic themes in Gladiator. Standing at the entrance, Han Sen was able to see his opponent's profile while waiting for the countdown. His opponent's ID was slaying all with double blades, which sounded fierce. He was a man around 30 years old, holding a pair of shamshears. A player using double blades for sure, but Han Sen did not know if he could slay all. Han Sen thought about it, switched to the weapon interface, and picked a pair of shamshears similar to the one his opponent used. Han Sen's goal was to learn from his opponent, so he would always choose the exact same weapon as used by his opponent. If his opponent did not have a weapon, he would choose not to use any. Slaying all with double blades was observing Han Sen as well. He evolved into Second God Sanctuary before long, and it was the first time he entered Gladiator, so his record was 0 win and 0 loss. Seeing Han Sen was empty-handed first and then chose to use the same weapon as he did, slaying all with double blades, was slightly offended. In his eyes, Han Sen was showing contempt to a newbie. However, Han Sen did not pay any attention to his record and did not even know that he was new. It was what Han Sen did to all his opponents. "Boy, you will pay for your arrogance." Han Sen's opponent smirked and checked Han Sen's profile. Han Sen's ID was a soldier on warship, because he would give anything to work on the warship where Ji Yanran served, even just as a soldier. However, his opponents would often think that he was really a soldier serving on a warship. Slaying all with double blades thought the same and scoffed. "For wins and more than 1,000 losses. How dare you, a mere soldier, despise me? I will teach you a lesson soon." Slaying all with double blades was very confident in his shamshir skills. Having practiced since childhood, he was especially good with double blades. Although he had not been an evolver for long, his weapon skills were among the top among evolvers. Even in Ares Martial Hall, not many could reach the level he did with double blades. After the countdown, Han Sen and Slaying All with Double Blades entered the game. Slaying All with Double Blades licked his lips and stared at Han's senator. He thought, "If I cannot even beat this rookie, then I have wasted all these years I spent on practicing my shamshirs." Slaying All with Double Blades was holding one shamshir in each hand with one facing forward and the other facing backward. This unique gesture made his technique stand out. Without saying anything, Slaying All with Double Blades rushed toward Han Sen as fierce as thunder. Han Sen regarded him curiously. It was the first time Han Sen had seen someone holding weapons this way. Han Sen did not understand such techniques and was still holding his shamshirs the ordinary way, but he had also learned a lot about using double blades from the skeleton, which would be as strong as any S-class blade skills. However, Han Sen did not just fight for victory. He intended to learn from different styles so as to improve his understanding of panorama. Therefore, Han Sen would never try to end the game quickly and would always observe as much as possible. This time, his opponent had a skill that was both swift and fierce. The double blades kept coming in both directions, making it impossible to defend himself. Han Sen became exhilarated. His opponent was not too much stronger than him in fitness index. Han Sen estimated the number should be around 25, higher than his but not much higher. However, his opponent had an incredible weapon skill, which made the person the ideal opponent of Han Sen's. If his opponent was too strong in physique and had a fitness index around 30 or 40, Han Sen would lose too fast and would not be able to learn too much from him. Someone like Slaying All with Double Blades was perfect a bit stronger than Han Sen in physique, but incredibly good at techniques. Han Sen became focused and fought him with what he learned from the skeleton. Although his opponent was at an advantage, he was never able to cause any fatal damage. Slaying All with Double Blades became more and more astonished. A soldier on warship was clearly inferior to himself in fitness index, but he had never seen such weird skills. Every blow from Han Sen and every step he took would cost his opponent lots of trouble. Slaying All with Double Blades felt that everything was disordered, which confused him as when to attack. Slaying All with Double Blades knew that he was stronger than his opponent and had better skills, but there was nothing he could do to win. Although he was at an advantage, he did not feel good. What kind of skill is this? He no longer thought Han Sen only picked the shamshirs to mock him, but believed Han Sen was himself a double blades master. However, that was only the beginning. Although Han Sen was lacking in physique compared to his opponent, his incredible double blade skills made up for his speed and strength, making it impossible for Slaying All with Double Blades to beat him. "I can't continue like this, otherwise I will really lose. I can't imagine how strong people are in Gladiator. Even someone with only 4 wins and more than 1,000 losses had such awe-inspiring skills. I have to show all I have now." Feeling shocked, Han Sen's opponents did not dare to reserve anything and turned the tips of both his shamshirs backward. 13 slashes were one of the hardest techniques to learn. Very few people could actually use 13 slashes, which was one of the secret skills in Ares Martial Hall. The reason that Slaying All with Double Blades could learn 13 slashes was that his father worked as one of the administrator of Ares Martial Hall. As he used 13 slashes, Han Sen was suddenly under a huge crisis. The 2 shamshirs kept getting faster and weirder. After fending off 7 blows, Han Sen could not block the 8th slash. He stepped forward and dodged the slash, but the 9th attack cut his skin open. They were both in a simulated system, so there was no blood. The system notified that Han Sen's health went down by 27%. If the health went down to 0, then the player would be kicked out of the game and deemed the loser. Unless the player was beheaded or driven through the heart by weapon, the game would end when one's health was drained. If it were in real life, Han Sen would have been killed by now. Han Sen's eyes lit up and used Sparticle to avoid the next attack from his opponent. The shamshirs were like devil's fangs, dancing away in his opponent's hands, leaving one injury after another on Han Sen's body. However, his opponent did not even feel good about it. Although he had injured Han Sen, he still felt incredibly constrained. Each time he thought he was going to finish Han Sen off, he merely left a small cut on Han Sen. Very soon, he finished 13 slashes. Although he left many marks on Han Sen's health still only went down by 70%, so it would still be a while until Han Sen was kicked out. Damn it! If this is the real world, he would have bled to death by now, cursed Han Sen's opponent. This was exactly why Han Sen chose to practice in Gladiator. He would not need any time to heal before going into the next fight, which was ideal for him to accumulate combat experience. Since I could not kill you with 13 slashes, I will do it all over again. Slaying all with double blades decided. Han Sen only had 30% of his health left, so he would not be able to last another round. Holding the shamshers backward, slaying all with double blades, again used the secret skill, 13 slashes. Han Sen's eyes were as calm as a deep pool, reflecting each and every move of his opponent. Slaying all with double blades used 13 slashes the second time, intending to beat Han Sen as soon as possible. However, he very soon found out that it was not as simple as he thought it would be. Although Han Sen's speed and strength did not increase, slaying all with double blades felt like it became significantly more difficult for him to hit Han Sen. The first time he used 13 slashes, he managed to cut Han Sen on the 9th blow. However, this time only the 10th slash started to leave a small cut on Han Sen, and the last 3 slashes did not work too well either. After the 13 slashes, Han Sen still had 11% of his health remaining, much more than his opponent thought. Slaying all with double blades could not understand why the second round was so much less effective. However, all he could think about at this point was to get rid of Han Sen as soon as possible. No matter what, after a third round, Han Sen would be out for sure. In the third round, Han Sen was able to block the first 11 slashes, and only 2 out of 13 slashes managed to hurt Han Sen, taking away another 5% of his health. Although Han Sen only had 5% of his health left, to his opponent's shock, none of the slashes could hurt Han Sen in the fourth round. Han Sen grinned. Panorama included all sorts of fundamental techniques. Despite that they were not advanced, they served as the basics of the more advanced skills. He had fought slaying all with double blades for a long time, so he had already gained much understanding of how his opponent used force. After that, Han Sen was even more excited to learn the ultimate double blade skill, 13 slashes. This fight was the best one for Han Sen in the last 6 months. Most of his opponents before were much stronger than him in the fitness index. A difference of 10 points in the index was decisive at this stage. In Han Sen's previous opponents, most people had a fitness index over 30, which made it very hard for Han Sen to learn from them. This time, Han Sen had the luck to encounter an opponent from whom he could learn a lot. In addition, their small difference in fitness level also bought Han Sen enough time to learn 13 slashes. The key to 13 slashes was its smoothness. There was hardly any pause between one slash and the next. 13 slashes seemed to be one. Once cut by one slash, it would be impossible to avoid the following. There were also some tutorials on how to achieve smoothness between movements in Panorama, which Han Sen had practiced before. However, before the fight, he was not sure how to execute the tutorial in real combat. Having watched his opponent using 13 slashes, Han Sen eventually understood what it took to achieve the smoothness. While Han Sen was learning, his opponent widened his eyes. Although Han Sen had only 5% of his health left, he could not hit Han Sen again whatsoever. He had used 13 slashes a dozen times, yet failed to harm Han Sen. After Han Sen forced his opponent to step back, he tossed the shamshers in the air and caught them with their tips facing backward like his opponent did. Slaying all with double blades was dazed seeing Han Sen copying him. The next moment he became mad, because Han Sen had made his first slash, which looked exactly like the first move of the 13 slashes. Slaying all with double blades wanted to kill Han Sen at this point. He was almost sure that this guy was trying to humiliate him. If Han Sen only chose the same shamshers as he did, he could understand it. However, Han Sen was even trying to imitate his 13 slashes. Slaying all with double blades bristled and despised his opponent at the same time. 13 slashes was by no means easy to copy. He had started to lay the foundation since he was 10 years old, and was only able to start practicing 13 slashes since he entered God's sanctuary at 16. Even with many years of foundation, it still took slaying all with double blades more than a month to learn 13 slashes. Now his opponent had only watched it a dozen times. It should have been impossible for Han Sen to imitate the skill. Slaying all with double blades forced himself to calm down and realized it was a great opportunity in disguise. Since it was impossible for his opponent to copy his moves, he could take the chance to beat Han Sen. Based on his understanding of 13 slashes, once Han Sen made a small mistake when trying to use 13 slashes, he could easily get rid of Han Sen. With 5% of health left, Han Sen could easily be eliminated with one mistake. Here it comes. Slaying all with double blades held back his anger and watched Han Sen's moves closely, ready to give him a deadly blow once he saw a mistake. Unfortunately, slaying all with double blades underestimated his opponent. Although Han Sen had never practiced 13 slashes, he had put a lot of effort in practicing the smoothness between his moves. Lacking a point of reference, he had never been able to use it well. Having watched 13 slashes, Han Sen had fully understood the essence of smoothness so that he could easily master his opponent's skill. From a private holographic device, Huang Yulei walked out absent-minded. He could not believe what had happened to him in the past hour. Someone who was not his match to begin with not only turned the game around, but also used his secret skill 13 slashes to beat him. Huang Yulei was simply speechless. Impossible! How is this possible? No matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to learn 13 slashes in just an hour. Especially the application of the smoothness that would take a lot of efforts to learn. Huang Yulei suddenly thought of a possibility and his face turned grim. That guy must have always known 13 slashes, and just pretended he was a rookie in order to humiliate me. That must be the case. Otherwise, how could he learn 13 slashes after watching a dozen times? Huang Yulei bristled. If he simply lost, that was fine. However, he felt someone was targeting him, which made him feel terrible. However, Huang Yulei knew very well that he was no match of a soldier on warship, who used 13 slashes even better than he did. Huang Yulei had no confidence to challenge the guy again. However, the failure was hard to swallow for Huang Yulei. After thinking for a while, Huang Yulei suddenly dialed a number with his comlink. Very soon, a red-haired young man the same age as Huang Yulei appeared in the holographic image. The young man smiled and said, "Yulei, you're now an evolver. Why didn't you throw a party to celebrate?" "Brother, we can talk later about the party. Is our big sister there?" asked Huang Yulei hurriedly. "Big sister went to the Queen restaurant for a show and will return at night." "What do you need her for?" Su Zhu looked at Huang Yulei in surprise, curious why the guy who feared his big sister the most would ask if she was there. "Nothing," said Huang Yulei quickly, waving his hand and letting out a sigh of relief. He then told Su Zhu, "Brother, I went to Gladiator today." "You just evolved. Couldn't wait? Did someone beat you?" Su Zhu said, grinning. It was normal for Huang Yulei to be beaten since he had not accumulated many Geno points in Second God's Sanctuary yet. Huang Yulei blushed. Something as humiliating as this would have been his secret. However, a soldier on warship pissed him off so much that he wanted Su Zhu to kick the guy's ass, which was why he must tell Su Zhu what happened. Su Zhu did not believe Huang Yulei at all. He grinned. "Yulei, if you want me to do you a favor, that is fine. Do not exaggerate though. How is it even plausible that someone learned 13 slashes in 1 hour and beat you with it? That's why I am so mad. That person must already know 13 slashes and simply want to embarrass me. I cannot let this go." Whenever Huang Yulei thought of the matter, he couldn't help feeling upset. That is very likely. Since he knows 13 slashes, it is very likely that he is in Ares Martial Hall. However, the Martial Hall is too big and has many branches. Since you don't know that person, it is almost impossible to find out who he is. It must be someone you offended before, I believe. Su Zhu pondered and said, "Brother, I just evolved. Who can I possibly offend? Even if I did, I would not be so stupid to offend someone who knows 13 slashes." Huang Yulei added, Just log in on Gladiator. If that person leaves, it will be impossible to find him again. I don't have a holographic device nearby. Let me find one. I must go now, said Suzhu. Hurry then. Huang Yulei was afraid that a soldier on warship would log out. After more than half an hour, Suzhu found a service station and logged in Gladiator. Huang Yulei quickly sent Han Sen's ID to Suzhu and asked Suzhu to challenge him. Suzhu did as Huang Yulei told him, but found that Han Sen had already left Gladiator. Huang Yulei suddenly became upset and said, "Brother, I told you to hurry. Now he has left. No worries. Didn't you say that he had 4 wins and more than 1,000 losses? He must be a frequent visitor and I'm sure I could catch him someday," Suzhu said with a smile. Huang Yulei had to accept it. Han Sen quickly left Gladiator after beating Huang Yulei, because he wanted to teach Zhang Danfeng 13 slashes. The skeleton's dagger skills were demanding on the user's flexibility and understanding of order. However, Zhang Danfeng always pursued a swift and fierce style, so it was only natural that the skeleton's skills did not fit him. 13 slashes, however, was very likely Zhang Danfeng's cup of tea. Han Sen was eager to teach it to Zhang Danfeng so that his friend could improve. Han Sen called Zhang Danfeng, who happened to be in the alliance, and showed him 13 slashes via the holographic image, which Zhang Danfeng loved. Praising the amazing skill, Zhang Danfeng asked Han Sen to teach him all about it. It was midnight when Han Sen finished teaching Zhang Danfeng. Planning to go to bed, Han Sen heard his comlink ringing. It was Yang Monli's number. Han Sen answered the call and saw Yang Monli's holographic image. "We have a difficult client, and no one could take care of him," Yang Monli said casually. Han Sen frowned and asked, "Even you? In more than a month, I will evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary. So you must take care of the things from now on," said Yang Monli, blinking. Yang Monli was a terrible liar. Whenever she lied, she would blink. The real reason that Yang Monli asked Han Sen to take care of the client was that she actually failed to do so. "Who is it?" Han Sen noticed Yang Monli's lie but did not want to expose her. "Yang Zikuan, grandson of demigod Senator Yang Shouwen." Yang Monli then told Han Sen everything about Yang Zikuan. Joan had only turned 16 and entered God's Sanctuary 2 weeks ago. He was randomly sent to Steel Armor Shelter, and the Steel Armor Special Squad immediately received an order from the management to provide all the necessary assistance to Yang Zikuan and keep him safe. Growing up in a prominent family, Yang Zikuan was well-educated and well-mannered. However, as a highborn young man, despite his courteous and modest manner, he was quite strong-willed. He would not change his mind no matter what other people said. Obviously, Yang Zikuan was too confident in himself, always looking for challenges. Having only been in God's Sanctuary for a few days, he was already looking to hunt mutant creatures. Gambler followed Yang Zikuan for a couple of days and was almost scared to death by the kid. Yang Monli had tried talking to Yang Zikuan and asked him to be more down to earth, which did not work at all. Epiphanies only come to you when you're struggling between life and death, which is the essence of martial arts. Yang Monli did not know where Yang Zikuan had heard this, but she failed to talk the kid out of it. If Yang Zikuan was not sent by the management, Yang Monli would not care if he wanted to risk his life. However, if anything happened to Yang, the special squad would suffer. "I'll be in charge. Tomorrow morning, I will go meet the kid." Han Sen hung up the comlink with a smile. The next day, Han Sen entered Steel Armor Shelter before dawn. To his surprise, Yang Zikuan was already practicing boomerang. Yang Monli introduced Han Sen to Yang Zikuan, who was polite and very easy to like. In Han Sen's eyes, he was just a boy. "Mr. Han, if it is possible, I hope that you could arrange for someone to take me into Dark Swamp." Yang Zikuan's words made Han Sen frown. Even those who had maxed out on their mutant geno points would not take Dark Swamp lightly, because few people could make it back, let alone Yang Zikuan, who only entered God's Sanctuary 2 weeks ago. Before Yang Monli spoke, Han Sen gestured her to stop. "Yang Zikuan, why do you want to go to the Dark Swamp?" asked Han Sen with a smile. "There are a lot of toxic bugs in the Dark Swamp, which would be the perfect targets for me to practice my boomerang." Yang Zikuin patted his boomerang kit, which contained 24 boomerangs, all of which were expensive products with a high content of Z-steel. Now I understand. It is indeed a great spot to practice your boomerang skills. However, I don't think your boomerang skill level was high enough for you to go there. Just practice on the copper-toothed beasts in the forest nearby, said Han Sen casually. You haven't seen how good I am with boomerang. How can you make the judgment so soon? Yang Zikuin frowned, unhappy about Han Sen's arbitrary decision. Let's say it is the instinct of the boomerang player, said Han Sen with a smile. You also use boomerang? Yang Zikuin looked Han Sen up and down, doubting if he was serious. Han Sen did not reply the kid, but said, let's do this. I will point at a target. If you could hit the target, I will let someone lead you to the dark swamp. If not, you will do what I told you. Fair. Yes, but the target must be within 60 feet from me. Yang Zikuin had a lot of confidence in his boomerang skills. You can go as close as you want. Han Sen brought the kid to the shooting range of Bullseye, where there were many targets. Han Sen put a target in front of another with 1 feet between them. The targets were both round in shape and about 2 feet in diameter. With the 2 targets aligned, the second target could not be seen from the front. Yang Zikuin was confused, and so were the onlookers. No one knew what Han Sen wanted to do. Can you hit the bull's eye from such a distance? Han Sen walked to Yang Zikuin, pointing at the targets. Of course, Yang Zikuin answered. I am talking about the bull's eye of the target in the back. Could you hit it from here? Asked Han Sen. Yang Zikuin frowned and said to Han Sen, this is unfair. The 2 targets were so close that even with a curve, it is impossible to hit the bull's eye of the target in the back. What if I tell you that I can do that? Han Sen asked Yang Zikuin. Are you going to penetrate the target in the front? If you do it that way, I can do it as well. Yang Zikuin pursed his lips and said, if the boomerang touched the first target, call me a loser, said Han Sen casually. Okay. If you could stand here and hit the bullseye on the target in the back without the boomerang touching the first target, I will listen to you no matter what you say, said Yang Zikuin slowly after thinking for a while. You're quite thoughtful. Han Sen smiled and asked Yang Zikuin, is it okay if I stand right here? Yes. Yang Zikuin looked at Han Sen, puzzled. The confidence of the man made Yang Zikuin question himself. But Yang Zikuin still believed that there was no way Han Sen could hit the target in the back. The 2 targets were so close together that even the boomerang followed a curve, it could only hit the edge of the target in the back. Yang Zikuin believed there was no way that Han Sen could hit the bull's eye. However, since Han Sen was so determined, Yang Zikuin was curious what he was about to do to achieve this. Yang Zikuin was certain that Han Sen was about to use some tricks. Han Sen, on the other hand, was not thinking about plotting against Yang Zikuin at all. Taking out a Z-Steel Ghost butterfly boomerang, Han Sen threw it at the target.